Chapter 1. Should I get a train? Ah, Zhou Lin exclaimed as he sat up in bed, his eyes trembling and hands twitching. The terror and pain from the sheer cliff and the fear of being crushed still stimulated his brain, and his consciousness lingered in the final death struggle. After a few seconds, he finally regained his composure and slapped himself hard. That it hurt. But more than that, it was pure ecstasy. Rebirth. I actually got reborn. Feeling his young and intact body, Zhou Lin quickly grabbed his phone by the bed to check the time. June 27th, 2023, 09:18. Damn. Zhou Lin cursed because if you remember correctly, it was now less than 3 days until the apocalypse began with the eruption of Shifushan. 3 days. What could he do? What could he change? Collect supplies and weapons? How much could he gather with his current assets? Or should he indulge for 3 days and then end it all? That would save him some suffering, but Zhou Lin's mind suddenly flashed with a few faces. AI Bing, Tang Ili, Chao Bowen, Zhang Kachin. Among them, the one Zhou Lin hated the most, grinding his teeth in fury, was his girlfriend AI Bing Dado. It seems AI Bing hasn't even admitted to being his girlfriend yet. Thinking about how he had poured his heart out to AI Bing, but was merely one of her backup options, Zhou Lin felt like giving himself 2 more slaps. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Zhou Lin glanced at it. It was AI Bing. Sleeping in? Didn't you say yesterday that you would go shopping with me today? This voice, Zhou Lin could never forget. Even in 2 lifetimes, he didn't respond, but in his mind echoed the words, just push him down, he's skin and bones. Boiling him would waste firewood. Although it sounded much hoarser now, it came from the same mouth. Ha! Zhou Lin sneered inwardly, while AI Bing continued talking on the other end. I am hungry, Zhou Lin. Why aren't you speaking? Baby, are you feeling unwell? I'll come see you as soon as I'm done. Wait for me. Every word AI Bing said seemed perfectly fine, even conveying a strong sense of care for Zhou Lin. Bullshit. It's all an illusion, a deception. Last night, Zhou Lin had asked AI Bing to have dinner, shop, and watch a movie today, but AI Bing refused, saying she had to accompany her girlfriend to chat. Accompanying what girlfriend? She was with a rich second-generation guy, and they even ended up in bed together. That was something AI Bing herself had said. She even told Zhou Lin that during the call, she was sitting in that rich kid's lap. Still, thinking of this made Zhou Lin's facial muscles twitch, wishing he could throw AI Bing out right now. In the end, Zhou Lin still forced himself to hold back, trying to keep his voice sounding normal. Okay, you come. As long as AI Bing dared to come, Zhou Lin would break her 2 dog legs. He wouldn't kill her directly, that would be too cheap for her. Let her live. Let her witness the apocalypse firsthand. Let her sink into darkness, feeling her body decay bit by bit. Let her be surrounded by boundless despair, struggling with all her might, yet unable to escape, living a life worse. Then death, living, until the moment Zhou Lin agreed to her death. That would be true satisfaction. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Lin suddenly felt a sharp pain in the depths of his mind. Once the excruciating pain faded, Zhou Lin smiled. He saw a glowing orb floating in his sea of consciousness. If he wasn't mistaken, this orb should have been the ability orb that only appeared 5 years after the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, many people thought humans would evolve or gain abilities like in novels. But even after 5 years, there had been no such reports. Just when humanity had given up hope for this, the first ability user appeared. Then the first batch of evolved beings also emerged. Although most abilities were only auxiliary, because ability users could evolve 100, their strength far surpassed that of ordinary evolved humans, placing them in the highest echelon of the apocalypse. The most pitiful were those who neither had abilities nor evolved. These people were later collectively referred to as mortals. In 10 years of the apocalypse, 99.99 immortals either ended up enslaved or became cannon fodder, or even turned into living food. Zhou Lin had died as just a mortal, while his girlfriend AI Bing, relying on her outstanding appearance and charm, not only gained abilities but also successfully evolved. If it weren't for the emergence of abilities, Zhou Lin wouldn't have dared to confirm that the apocalypse would arrive now. There was no need for doubt. If only it were a space ability. Feeling the slowly rotating orb in his sea of consciousness, Zhou Lin took a deep breath filled with hope and then used his consciousness to touch the orb. As the two made contact, all sorts of vehicles appeared in Zhou Lin's mind. What is this? Soon, Zhou Lin realized he had gained the ability, symbiosis. Symbiosis beginner limited to non-living transportation tools 1. First symbiosis has no conditions. More than 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes and sighed heavily. Overall, symbiosis has 4 core points. First, after symbiosis, he could control the symbiotic transportation tool with his thought. Second, there was a storage space for the symbiotic transportation tool. Third, he could modify the symbiotic transportation tool while in storage state. Fourth, using and modifying the symbiotic transportation tool requires corresponding energy and materials. What excited Zhou Lin the most was that exclusive storage space. Although he couldn't store anything other than the symbiotic transportation tool, it didn't affect the items stored inside the tool. Wasn't this a storage space? Thinking this, Zhou Lin felt happy, wondering if this could be considered a case of losing something valuable, but gaining something else. He originally just wanted a lightweight, fuel-efficient vehicle for convenience, but now it seemed he should look for a vehicle with a larger internal space. Or a container-heavy truck? The maximum standard container measures 12.2 by 2.4 by 2.9 meters, with an internal volume of about 80 cubic meters. Don't think 80 cubic meters is small. The density of bulk rice is about 0.8, and 80 cubic meters can hold 100 tons of rice. Based on Zhou Lin's daily consumption of 1 kilogram, that would last 273 years. If we disregard the spoilage of rice, Zhou Lin, at 24 years old, would only need about 28 tons of rice to live until 100, leaving an additional 45 cubic meters of space in the container for other items. Moreover, the heavy truck head also has some storage space if necessary. He could even attach a trailer. Wait, a trailer? Zhou Lin's eyes lit up. Then he slapped his forehead, cursing himself for being a pig. Wasn't he acting like a pig? How many trailers could he attach? But what if he symbiotically linked a train? He searched online and found that freight trains could pull about 50 carriages even if each carriage held 2 containers. That could accommodate at least 100 containers, totaling 8,000 cubic meters. Thinking of this made Zhou Lin swallow hard, wishing he could get a train right now. However, a few minutes later, he calmed down. No, he couldn't symbiotically link a train. Today's trains are electric locomotives. Where would he find power to run a train after the apocalypse? Without electricity and tracks, freight trains could only serve as storage space, which, while large, couldn't serve any other purpose. Moreover, he currently didn't have enough funds to procure supplies to fill an entire freight train. As for using the storage space for zero-cost purchases in just 3 days, he would first need to get a freight train, and thinking about it felt impossible. So, Zhou Lin concluded that unless there were no better options, he would absolutely not consider a freight train. The first use of the symbiosis skill has no restrictions. I must get the most awesome transportation tool. What time is it? And still pushing notifications. Huh. The phone screen suddenly lit up, and Zhou Lin initially thought it was a message from AI Bing, but it turned out to be a news push. However, after just one glance, he couldn't look away. Chapter 2. The Crazy Goal. I must be crazy, Zhou Lin exclaimed as he opened his computer browser, needing to verify some information to decide whether to go crazy or not. Length 337 meters, width 4,177 meters, not counting the mast height, all exceeding 40 meters. Full displacement over 110,000 tons. 2 A1B pressurized water nuclear reactors can operate for 50 years, providing over 200,000 kilowatts of power. The hangar is 190 meters long, over 30 meters wide, and 910 meters high, with a volume of about 60,000 cubic meters, equivalent to 750 large containers. In a combat readiness cruise state, a single supply is enough for 5,000 people to live for 3 months, including food. Just these figures alone were enough to make one's heart race and eyes redden. Damn it! Zhou Lin slammed his fist heavily on the table. Life is short. Let's go for it. With his determination set, Zhou Lin immediately contacted a familiar travel agency to arrange the fastest trip to the island nation. A few minutes later, the travel agency called back. Bro, if you provide your passport now, you can take a flight tonight, but the price. Money is not an issue, Zhou Lin replied. Then I'll come over right away, get your passport ready. With money, anything is possible. By 5 p.m., Zhou Lin was on a bus heading to the airport at 7:30 p.m. The flight from Yun City to the capital of the island nation took off on time and landed smoothly 4 hours later. After taking a bus from the airport to the city, Zhou Lin got off and took a deep breath. Just the thought of that crazy plan made his heart race. The city was illuminated by neon lights, and the air seemed to be filled with the scent of hot Girls in strange outfits passed by Zhou Lin, many slowing down their pace because of his handsome features and striking aura. Some even greeted him, but unfortunately, they spoke in the island language that Zhou Lin couldn't understand, and he wasn't in the mood to listen anyway. After checking in at the hotel booked by the travel agency, Zhou Lin locked himself in his room. This room had a great location standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows. He could see the port of the capital of the island nation. Tonight, the port was particularly bright, as a beautiful fleet from a certain powerful country was docked there. This fleet came to visit the island nation in a threatened Xia country and Mao country. Zhou Lin squinted his eyes and stared intently at the largest silhouette in the port, the flagship of the Tefer-class aircraft carrier. The Tefer. What's the big deal about an aircraft carrier? Isn't it just a means of transportation? No. Zhou Lin felt that it was so. It was so. He pulled down the curtains and began to wash up. There would be no chance tonight. Even in the port of the island nation, the beautiful country would never relax its protection of its national treasures. Anyone trying to approach the Tefer would likely be shot on sight. Zhou Lin didn't want to go to his death. The opportunity was tomorrow. Perhaps to showcase its strength to the island nation and the world, the beautiful country had arranged a shipboarding day during this visit, allowing people to board any warship. In the port, including the Tefer, it was certain that those boarding would have their activities restricted, likely just standing and walking on the deck. But for Zhou Lin, that was enough. Sleep, rest up, and go for it. On June 28th, Xia country time, the sun was shining brightly, and just looking at the sky indicated it would be a good day. Zhou Lin felt it would also be a day that would shock the world. After 9 a.m., the port began to get lively. Banners, balloons, heavily made-up people, bizarre costumes. Walking down the street leading to the port, Zhou Lin felt it was even more crowded than during the spring festival at home. Various musical instruments, horns, and shouts in different languages mixed together, making Zhou Lin want to unleash a pressure bomb since it was so annoying. Fortunately, when he saw the Tefer, it felt like swallowing a few ice creams on a scorching summer day, and he felt completely at ease. Feeling comfortable, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Calm down. Zhou Lin pinched his thigh hard in his pocket, afraid someone would notice his odd behavior. The closer he got, the more he could feel the enormity of the Tefer aircraft carrier. Not to mention its massive body, the height of a dozen stories. Even the cables extending to the dock were thicker than Zhou Lin's thigh. It was now time to board the ship. Countless excited people were lining up at the dock. Zhou Lin glanced around and couldn't see the end of the line, that if he joined now, he wouldn't know when it would be his turn, and with his identity, he might not even be able to board since he didn't have an Islander's ID. Fortunately, Zhou Lin never considered queuing. The symbiosis ability didn't require him to enter a means of transportation as long as he could touch it. Even just a part of the vehicle would be enough to activate the skill to achieve symbiosis. Just nearby, there was a huge mooring post, and Zhou Lin slowly moved behind it. After ensuring no one was paying attention to him, he placed one hand on the metal cable of the Tefer. Symbiosis. Activate. In an instant, Zhou Lin felt as if his body was electrified, like being thrown into a vibrating machine, even his soul vibrating at a high frequency. Am I going to be shaken apart? At this moment, Zhou Lin had completely lost his sense of the outside world. He thought others would definitely see him trembling. But in fact, he was just standing there quietly, looking like a fan captivated by the majesty of the aircraft carrier. Even the hidden sentinels from the beautiful country, after glancing at him, felt he posed no threat and were too lazy to pay further attention. But in the next moment, Zhou Lin completely vanished. One could say no one noticed, or even those who inadvertently caught a glimpse of the scene would only suspect they were seeing things. After all, how could a person just disappear into thin air? It wasn't a magic show. Is this symbiosis? The high-frequency vibrating sensation finally faded, and Zhou Lin couldn't quite tell what his current state was. The only thing he knew was that he had entered the Tefer aircraft carrier, or more accurately, he had merged with the Tefer aircraft carrier. His instincts told Zhou Lin that as long as he wanted, he could appear anywhere and at any position within the Tefer aircraft carrier. And as long as he maintained this state, all human means currently available would not be able to detect his existence. Amazing. Invincible. Zhou Lin was also relieved. If it weren't for that news making him lose his mind, he would never have thought of symbiosis with an aircraft carrier. At this point, the symbiosis ability had already undergone a change. Symbiosis. Beginner 1001000. Currently symbiotic vehicle. Large surface transportation vehicle unnamed. Number of vehicles that can be symbiotic, 0. Storage space, 0, 1. Since he had never obtained any abilities in his previous life, Zhou Lin didn't know if the abilities obtained by other ability users were the same, as his everything had to rely on him to explore slowly. Now, his consciousness already contained all the information about the Teffer aircraft carrier, and he could take control at any time he desired. No, he was now the Teffer aircraft carrier, and he could do whatever he wanted. For example, he could directly see and hear everything happening in the captain's room. More surprisingly, his proficiency in the beautiful country's language surprisingly became comparable to his mother tongue, allowing him to understand the conversations between the captain and the first officer. According to the captain, the boarding day activities will last until 3:30 p.m., followed by routine maintenance. After the maintenance is completed, there will be a celebration event, during which most officers and soldiers, including the captain, will disembark except for the necessary defense personnel. Hearing this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Truly, heaven is helping me. Chapter 3. Acquired but not fully acquired 20F, 35C aircraft, 24FA, 18F fighter jets, 7EA, 18G electronic warfare aircraft, 5E, 2D early warning aircraft, 3CMV, 22B Osprey transport aircraft, 19MH, 60 RS helicopters, 5MQ, 25 A refueling drones, several vehicles including armored personnel carriers, 3 small submarines, and 6 unmanned underwater vehicles. Just yesterday, 10,000 tons of aviation fuel and gasoline were replenished, 6,000 tons of various food and seasonings, 8,000 tons of daily necessities, and 50 tons of various medicines. Haha, at this moment, Zhou Lin seemed like a fool who was crazily happy. Oh my, it's all mine. At 3 p.m., the soldiers on the USS Tefu began to see off the tourists, and at 3:30 the stairs were closed for daily maintenance. By 5:30, the soldiers who participated in the festivities began to leave the ship. At 6 p.m., the captain and several officers walked down the gangway with smiles. By 7 p.m., the originally over 5,000 people on the USS Tefu totaled less than 300, the highest ranking among them being Colonel Magri, who was in charge of the aviation units. Although he couldn't participate in the festivities, Magri still didn't shortchange himself. He invited 2 female soldiers to his room for drinks, chatting, and dancing. In short, there was nothing to worry about at the capital port of the island nation. However, just as Magri was having an in-depth exchange with the 2 female soldiers, the water at the stern of the aircraft carrier suddenly began to churn. At the same time, the metal cables extending to the shore twisted like snakes, breaking free from a mooring post in a few twists and then coiling back into the hull. The anchor winch was also roaring to life. The thick anchor chain rapidly retracted, and a more than 30-ton iron anchor was dragged out of the water, tightening with a splash at the bow of the ship. In just 10 minutes, the USS Tefu began to slowly turn, and this huge commotion finally attracted the attention of everyone around, including the Americans on other warships. What the hell? Why is the USS Tefu moving? No orders were received. Quick, contact the USS Tefu. The people on the American fleet were completely stunned by the movement of the USS Tefu. No matter how powerful an aircraft carrier is, it cannot act alone. Otherwise, it becomes a sitting duck. So if the USS Tefu is leaving, the other warships in the fleet must also receive orders. And they should even set sail before the USS Tefu. However, no matter how hard they tried to contact the USS Tefu, they received no response. Or perhaps they didn't want to respond. Damn it, contact the Domestic Defense Department. Just say, the USS Tefu has been stolen. The captain of a destroyer slammed the railing, fuming. Unlike the USS Tefu, which has a nuclear reactor that never shuts down, large conventional warships take at least 3 to 5 hours from the captain's order to start to the actual operation. So when the USS Tefu sailed out of the port, the other warships hadn't even finished their warm-up. On the shore, the captain of the USS Tefu and others had just arrived upon receiving the news. Looking at the silhouette of the USS Tefu gradually disappearing, the captain was dumbfounded. It's over. No matter if the USS Tefu can be found again, he is finished. Notify our military base in the island nation. Send fighters to track the USS Tefu And also, the islanders cannot be absolved of responsibility in this matter. Let them send out fighters too. Upon receiving the news, the American Defense Department quickly got into action, and the hurriedly returned minister issued his orders at the first opportunity. Although he knew he probably wouldn't have much chance to give orders anymore. Such explosive news could not be contained. Within half an hour of Zhou Lin taking the nation.Two away, the news spread worldwide, and due to the time difference, the discussion among netizens in the Great Xia country was the most intense. I'm dying of laughter. The American aircraft carrier left without saying goodbye, telling its master, farewell. My friend, is it a rebellion? I've always said that artificial intelligence is unreliable. But the original code of the artificial intelligence on the nation.Two must be in square characters, so it decided to return to its roots. What the hell? I'd rather call it abandoning the dark and returning to the light. It can't be the government's doing, right? If it is, then I can only say well done. Aren't you worried about where the nation.Two is now? Click my avatar for real-time tracking. Paid link. The scammer upstairs really thinks someone would fall for it? Damn, what link? Why are they all casino ads? At this time, more excited than the netizens were the military and government of various countries. The Americans go without saying. The nearly 80-year-old president was so furious he nearly had a heart attack. Having taken several doses of fast-acting heart medicine, but still unable to say 3 sentences without gasping for air. While the defense minister wiped sweat from his brow while writing a resignation report for taking the blame. Other countries, apart from the Americans, acted similarly. On the surface, they consoled the Americans with high integrity, but privately, they sent signals to the nation.Two, wanting to know who was so bold as to directly hijack an aircraft carrier. Everyone thought this had to be the work of a group of professionals. Ordinary people could not operate an aircraft carrier, let alone the most advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the Americans. However, the nation.Two maintained radio silence, not responding to any signals from either side. On board the nation.Two, the approximately 300 people left behind, including Colonel Magri, were almost desperately banging on doors and windows. Many of them sensed something was wrong immediately, but before they could take appropriate action, they were trapped by the rapidly closing and locking doors. The nation.Two seemed to come alive suddenly, not only restricting their movement, but also blocking all communication signals, directly erasing all their permissions, leaving them with no other option but to use brute force to smash doors and windows. What is the point of smashing things? As if you could break through. Zhou Lin sat in the captain's cabin, controlling the nation.Two as it rushed towards the territorial waters of Xia country at the fastest speed. It wasn't that the nation.Two couldn't be stored in a storage space. But doing so would mean he would fall into the water along with everyone else on board. If he tried that in the port, he would probably have countless guns pointed at his head the next moment. Even after leaving the port, safety couldn't be assured. It could be imagined that the Americans would definitely send fighters to pursue, and even, they shouldn't casually use nuclear weapons, Zhou Lin thought to himself. At this moment, the nation.Two reached an astonishing speed of 35 knots, exceeding the publicly declared maximum speed. At this speed, no warship from the Americans or the island nation could intercept the nation.Two. To block it, they would have to use faster aircraft. The Americans had air force bases in both the island nation and the stick country, and judging by the distance and response speed, American fighters would appear above Zhou Lin within an hour at most. Once the fighters got close, even though Zhou Lin could control various weapons on the nation.Two with ease after symbiosis, it didn't mean he could control the aircraft on the carrier to take off and intercept. In a sense, he could only passively take hits. Of course, the Americans wouldn't launch an attack as soon as they arrived. After all, this was a warship worth its weight in gold, and moreover, there were still over 300 hostages on board. 40 minutes later, several fighter jets emerged from the clouds above the nation.Two, looking down and sending a message to Zhou Lin. This is the American Air Force. The nation.Two below. Please respond. After repeating 3 times, the message Zhou Lin received changed. nation.Two, if you do not respond, we will take military action. This is the nation.Two. Zhou Lin's voice appeared over the radio in the ears of countless institutions and individuals secretly eavesdropping. He had just said a word when the beautiful country's fighter jets above immediately demanded that he shut down the power system of the Tefu and wait for further instructions. If he did not comply, they would launch an airstrike. An airstrike? Zhou Lin smiled and directly sent the video of the beautiful country's officers and soldiers under the surveillance camera to the internet, catching the beautiful country off guard. Damn it! The president of the beautiful country swallowed another anxiety pill and roared, "Get them to come up with a plan immediately. Any useful plan except for using nuclear bombs. Anything." Chapter 4 Gift. The fighter jets flew away from the aircraft carrier. But that didn't mean the beautiful nation was willing to yield. Especially when their think tank analyzed that the Tefer was highly likely heading towards the summer country. The beautiful nation government immediately announced a state of first-level wartime readiness and issued extremely strong diplomatic warnings to the summer country. They warned the summer country government not to play with fire. In response, the spokesperson for the summer country's foreign affairs fully utilized his Tai Chi skills, pushing, blocking, squeezing, and pressing, before stating that the summer country does not encourage violence with violence and urged the hijackers of the aircraft carrier not to harm the lives of beautiful nation's officials. If there was anything needed, the summer country was willing to provide humanitarian assistance based on the principle of proximity. The spokesperson's remarks were well received by netizens in the summer country, who commented, "The principle of proximity, hijackers of the aircraft carrier, take note. Our humanitarian assistance. You deserve it. It is said that our fleet has set sail, and yes, it must be to protect the beautiful nation as officials. So please settle the fuel costs first. Absolutely necessary. But what if the aircraft carrier takes on water? Shouldn't it be towed back first?" Zhou Lin had never considered handing over the Tefer aircraft carrier to the summer country's military. Not to mention that the Tefer was his lifeline in the apocalypse. Even if he had that thought, there wouldn't be enough time. If possible, Zhou Lin would also like to inform his family first to prepare them. What he regretted the most in his last life was that after the natural disaster struck, he was focused solely on that bitch AI Bing. By the time he thought of his family, communication and roads were cut off, and he died not knowing whether his parents and younger sister had survived. "I won't be foolish this time. You must wait for me." The Tefer has powerful mobile communication capabilities, but Zhou Lin could not contact his family now. Otherwise, within 3 minutes, all his information would end up on the desks of world leaders. He might not be afraid, but his family would inevitably fall into crisis and could even be captured and threatened. Human hearts have never withstood the test. Fortunately, Zhou Lin still remembered that before the natural disaster, there were volcanic eruptions in the island country and the beautiful nation, followed by continuous strong earthquakes in nearby plates. Then the tsunami hit the Pacific coastal cities and air pollution caused by volcanic ash. The damage outside the disaster areas was not severe. In places like his hometown, social order could still function normally, so it was highly likely that his family was safe in the months leading up to the disaster. As long as Zhou Lin could return in time, with the Tefer and his understanding of the natural disaster, leading his family to survive should not be a problem. Time passed midnight, and bright, colorful light bands appeared in the sky over the island country. Some experts said it was the aurora, but others believed it was a prelude to some disaster. Unfortunately, almost no one believed this conclusion, and even those who didn't think the island country's disaster would have anything to do with the summer country. Meanwhile, the presidential office of the beautiful nation also received warnings from research institutions that the activity of their domestic supervolcano was exhibiting extremely abnormal fluctuations, and the presidential office should take corresponding precautions. But now, the presidential office had no time to deal with this. All attention was on the Tefer. At 1:30 a.m., at a beautiful nation military base on the island country, a transport plane slid onto the runway, preparing for takeoff. Inside the cabin, 24 fully armed Marines from the beautiful nation were making final preparations. Their superiors told them that medals, celebration banquets, and girls were all ready for them upon their triumphant return. Their mission was to reclaim the Tefer at all costs. At 5 a.m., the transport plane skimmed just above the surface of the sea, approaching the Tefer's flight path. As the cabin door opened, 24 soldiers jumped out of the plane like dumplings, parachuting into the sea in a near-suicidal manner. Then, the 24 of them used 3 propellers to close in on the Tefer's flight path. Everyone thought this meticulously designed operation would surely go unnoticed, but unexpectedly, the Teffer suddenly turned slightly, losing its mark by a hair's breadth, leading to a major mistake. Is this for real? Is a radar just for show? In the captain's room, Zhou Lin shook his head while holding his arms. He then sent out a video on the public frequency. In the video, beautiful nation officials were lying in disarray, with a voiceover saying, "Our patience is limited. We hope the beautiful nation will be cautious. If there is a next time, we will randomly select 50 lucky individuals to send to heaven. And we will also release all confidential information from the Teffer to the world on public frequency." Crazy. How dare he? Halt all actions. The reactions to the video from Beautiful Nation were mixed, but almost everyone in the summer country was eagerly anticipating the next move from Beautiful Nation. Can you do it? You little dog? Don't be cowardly. Aren't you a world power? Face it head on. I must say, this tactic was quite effective for a short time. The Beautiful Nation truly did not dare to act rashly. At 2 p.m. on June 29th, a sudden earthquake struck Honshu Island, though the magnitude was not high. It sent shockwaves across the world. If the aurora in the middle of the night didn't signify anything, then the earthquake on Honshu Island was undoubtedly the final ultimatum that the island country's largest volcano was about to erupt. This time, there was no need for experts to explain. As soon as the earthquake ended, especially near the volcano, the islanders began to evacuate frantically, while the top billionaires outside Honshu Island hurriedly took their families onto private jets, flying towards the Beautiful Nation or Northern Europe. Countries around the world began to withdraw their personnel from institutions in the island country and instructed their citizens to leave the island country promptly. The summer country even dispatched a fleet capable of accommodating 200,000 people from the sea to carry out evacuation missions to the island country. After receiving the earthquake news, Zhou Lin became busy. As a citizen of the summer country, although he couldn't hand over the Teffer to his homeland, Zhou Lin could collect the precious information on the Teffer and provide it to the country, from various material data to the usage of fighter jets, early warning aircraft, maintenance manuals, nuclear reactor control software, and self-management system software, etc. These items were undoubtedly invaluable treasures for the summer country. Not only could they fill the technological gaps of the summer country, but they could also serve as a stepping stone to improve the overall level of technology in the summer country. When Zhou Lin died in his last life, the leadership of the summer country government was still doing everything possible to ensure the survival of the summer country's people. The data on the Teffer might play a huge role in coping with the apocalypse in the future. I can consider this my contribution to the summer country and the continuation of all humanity, right? Looking at the box of hard drives he had collected after 4 hours of busy work, Zhou Lin felt a sense of pride. The box used to store the hard drives was specially designed, with performance similar to that of a black box in an airplane, sufficient to ensure the safety of the hard drives. In the end, the box was stuffed into an unmanned submersible by Zhou Lin. At 10 p.m., the Teffer slowed down to a position 100 kilometers away from the summer country's evacuation fleet. And Zhou Lin sent a clear message to the evacuation fleet. This is the Teffer. Good evening, summer country evacuation fleet. Have you eaten? We are about to release the Beautiful Nation officials onto your route. We hope your fleet will demonstrate humanitarian spirit and provide timely assistance. This is the summer country evacuation fleet. We just had a late-night snack. We will rescue those who fall into the sea. Is there anything else? I must say, the response from the summer country fleet was quite clever. In this world, besides the summer country people, who else would start a conversation by asking if the other party had eaten? Zhou Lin almost couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. To be more cautious, he replied, "That's good. We trust the quality and credibility of the summer country military, but for God's sake, please be sure to carefully recover the people when you rescue them, to avoid leaving anyone behind." Chapter 5: The Joy of Inventorying Supplies. The Summer Nation Fleet replied, "Received. Please rest assured, the Summer Nation Evacuation Fleet extends its deepest respect for your release of hostages." Deep respect? A bunch of beautiful country soldiers need a ghost's respect. So Zhou Lin understood. No matter how other countries, especially the beautiful country, would react after receiving this communication, Zhou Lin opened the ship's broadcast. "I'm not afraid to tell you, the end of the world is approaching, and the world is about to end. Now you have two choices. One is to give you the lifeboats. The Summer Nation evacuation fleet will pass nearby shortly, and they will rescue you. The other is to send you to meet God. Within 15 minutes, those who want to leave should raise their hands and gather on the deck. The reason Zhou Lin spared the lives of these beautiful country officers was entirely to cover for the data. No matter whether the beautiful country would suspect his collusion with the Summer Nation fleet, they wouldn't dare to openly launch missiles at their own people, right? 15 minutes later, about 300 beautiful country officers gathered on the deck, all waiting obediently. Very good, you can go and release the lifeboats now. Several ship guns turned to face them, and the dark cannon muzzles made those officers dare not make any sudden movements. But not everyone was obedient. For example, Colonel Magri. We in the beautiful country will never compromise. Colonel Magri waved his fist. Quite vigorous. Zhou Lin curled his lips. Just a chicken short of full roast. Go on. Glorious Colonel Magri. Glory be with you. The next moment, the cannon fired. Bang. Limbs flew. Blood mist spread. In front of everyone, Colonel Magri proved Zhou Lin's decisiveness and ruthlessness with his own body, and it also served as a good prompt and restraining effect. At least I didn't waste a shell. Zhou Lin watched the number of officers gradually decrease, and he nodded in satisfaction. After everyone had transferred to the lifeboats, Zhou Lin secretly set the unmanned submersible carrying the hard drive box to hover at a depth and then quietly released it into the sea. It would remain 50 meters below the lifeboats, waiting for the Summer Nation fleet to salvage it. Everything that could be done has been done. The rest is left to fate. This action carried great risks. Without hostages, it was equivalent to losing a protective charm. And no one could guarantee that the beautiful country wouldn't launch missiles at the Tefu or even tactical nuclear weapons. In fact, just as Zhou Lin drove the Tefu towards the Summer Nation at full speed, the leaders of the beautiful country, who already knew the hostages had been released and handed over to the Summer Nation evacuation fleet, were holding an emergency meeting in an underground secure facility. I believe we should immediately destroy the Tefu. The newly appointed acting defense minister stood up and stated, in fact, I've already ordered our new strategic bombers to take off from the homeland. We can find it in at most 3 hours and then completely destroy it. On the Tefu, Zhou Lin had just received a message from the Summer Nation evacuation fleet, saying they had rescued those beautiful country soldiers at sea, emphasizing that they had all been salvaged and nothing was left behind, and once again expressed their deep respect to Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin replied with no need to be polite and continued to inventory supplies. Although he could control the Tefu and its equipment as if it were an extension of his own body after merging with it, he still needed to personally check everything outside the ship. Moreover, he had taken a huge risk to acquire the Tefu. If he didn't inventory everything himself, wouldn't that be a wasted opportunity, losing the greatest pleasure? Therefore, this task had to be completed. Survival in the apocalypse relies on clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. So inventorying supplies should start with food. As a super battleship capable of accommodating 5,000 people, the Tefu has several food freezers and warehouses. Due to dietary habits, the various ingredients for hamburgers alone exceed 1 million portions, averaging about 10,000 hamburgers consumed daily. If Zhou Lin's family of 4 eats 20 a day, they would finish them in 100 years, considering the tastes of 5,000 people and their nutrition and health. Hamburger ingredients occupy less than 1/10 of the freezers and warehouses. In addition to relatively common meats, various staple foods including rice, fresh and dehydrated vegetables and fruits. Zhou Lin also found dozens of tons of high-end ingredients such as Wagyu beef, foie gras, caviar, and various seafood. Staple foods were abundant, and there were plenty of drinks and snacks. There were over 10 tons of concentrated cola syrup, and 2 barrels of this syrup could produce 250,000 liters of cola, needing only purified water and dry ice. After all, not drinking cola wouldn't make one a beautiful country person, so it was normal to stockpile so much on the ship. Since the Tefu was powered by nuclear energy, unless the reactor malfunctioned or nuclear fuel was needed, the power supply was very sufficient. The food stored in freezers at minus 60 degrees Celsius hardly had any worries about spoilage. Nearly 2,000 tons of food combined with the continuously powered ultra-low temperature freezers, completely alleviated Zhou Lin's food anxiety. While there were drawbacks, such as a lack of ingredients that suited the summer nation's dietary habits, and a shortage of exclusive seasonings from various regions, like the peppers, Sichuan pepper, and bean paste that the people of Bashu couldn't do without. There were some, but the quantities were particularly small. He needed to replenish these after returning, Zhou Lin noted in his notebook. Compared to the vast quantity and variety of food, the clothing on the aircraft carrier appeared monotonous and scarce, basically consisting of military uniforms for men and women in different sizes and uses, available from summer to winter, and even a small batch of polar thermal combat suits. Fortunately, Zhou Lin didn't have high requirements in this regard, and military uniforms and combat suits emphasized performance and functionality, which suited the needs of clothing in the apocalypse, so it was barely enough. There was nothing to worry about regarding housing. According to the sequence of disasters in the apocalypse, Zhou Lin did not plan to leave his hometown too far. Bashu has been a blessed place since ancient times. As long as he found a good spot to camouflage the aircraft carrier, the family could definitely live comfortably and securely. Frozen and impenetrable, air-conditioned in extreme heat, flood-proof, earthquake-proof. Just thinking about it made him feel good. The more he inventoried, the more Zhou Lin felt he was wise. Instead of painstakingly collecting various things, not to mention the lack of space for an ordinary family, funding was the biggest shortcoming. Unless everything was obtained at zero cost. The beeping alarm interrupted Zhou Lin's inventory work. LRASM detected, warning. LRASM detected, warning. LRASM detected, warning. LRASM is the beautiful country's most advanced anti-ship missile, reportedly still in development and not yet in active service. Damn! Zhou Lin realized this and instantly teleported from the warehouse to the captain's room, where the red lights indicating an emergency were flashing continuously, and the alarm sounded piercingly. In the sky, several silver-gray, elongated figures were flying towards the Tefu at a speed of 1.5 Mach. They were forming S-shapes and B-shapes. Finally, just over 20 kilometers away from the Tefu, they flew close to the sea surface, beginning to accelerate in a wave-piercing manner. The beautiful country really invested heavily. The first wave of anti-ship missile attacks exceeded 12, and as long as one or two of them succeeded, it would be enough to severely damage the Tefu. Chapter 6. The misunderstanding: the radar on the Tefu was unable to detect any warships or aircraft, meaning the incoming missiles were launched from at least 350 kilometers away. At such a distance, it was no wonder that LRASM was being used. If it were just one or two missiles, Zhou Lin wouldn't panic. After all, the RIM 162, RIM 116, and 15 Malawian Quaches, 20 mm phalanx, CIWS on the Tefu were not to be underestimated. Under Zhou Lin's control, the first to launch was the RIM 162 Sea Sparrow. As a medium-range anti-missile missile, the Sea Sparrow has extremely strong maneuverability. With the powerful combat system of the Tefu, the first batch of 12 Sea Sparrows was launched towards the target at high speed. At the same time, as a second layer of defense, the RIM 116 ram was ready, waiting for the LRASM to enter its range. Regardless of whether the Sea Sparrow had succeeded, it couldn't wait to launch. Finally, the phalanx CIWS started up, aiming at the LRASM. If the Sea Sparrow and ram failed, it would be Zhou Lin and the Tefu's last hope. On the sea surface less than 10 kilometers from the Tefu, dozens of missiles, moving too fast for the naked eye to track, began to chase each other. Zhou Lin watched silently. He thought that with 36 anti-missile missiles, they would at least eliminate most of the LRASMs. And even if a few got through to be intercepted by the phalanx, that wouldn't be unacceptable. But he never expected that both the Sea Sparrow and ram, having clearly approached the LRASM, would suddenly change direction at the last moment and pass by it. Damn, what does this mean? Is there a backdoor? Zhou Lin's heart sank. It was too late to launch a second wave. Could it be that they had to rely on the phalanx? In the next second, the phalanx cannons controlled by the carrier's fire control system entered a fine-tuning state. Just as Zhou Lin was preparing to watch the fireworks, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. The phalanx's barrels were actually dancing. It was as if two invisible hands were at work, one pointing the barrels at the incoming missiles while the other would suddenly twist the barrels away from the incoming missiles. This happened repeatedly, making the barrels appear as if they were dancing. The sea sparrow and ram had betrayed them, and now the phalanx was dancing. Zhou Lin had no idea what kind of bad luck he had encountered. The Lrazam didn't give him a moment to think. In his nearly desperate gaze, the Lrazam swaggered across the last 10 kilometers, descending to the carrier's waterline like a highly skilled swordsman, with a simple yet deadly swordplay. Game over, Zhou Lin thought. Even the Tefu could not withstand a saturation attack from a dozen Lrazams, especially the explosions near the waterline. Once the hull was continuously breached, not to mention the other consequences of the explosions. Just the incoming seawater could cause the carrier to lose balance or even tear the hull apart. As the missiles approached within 100 meters of the hull, Zhou Lin painfully closed his eyes. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Damn! Has the Lrazam been slowed down? Zhou Lin opened his eyes in suspicion, only to see 12 Lrazams shooting up like bamboo shoots after rain, almost brushing against the side of the Tefu as they shot straight up into the sky. Damn, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would dare to believe it? How did I forget? These are our own people. Zhou Lin slapped his forehead heavily and smiled. The domestic military, in order to avoid friendly fire, would conduct response code checks, and clearly, the Americans had forgotten this detail. The 12 anti-ship missiles had not modified their response codes, resulting in the carrier's weapons not attacking the missiles, and the missiles giving up their attack at the last moment. Patting his chest, Zhou Lin did not hesitate any longer and continued to urge the carrier to accelerate. He did not continue south, but turned northwest. Although it seemed like he was moving further away from home at first glance, he had his reasons for doing so. At 0:45 on June 30th, the long-awaited volcanic eruption in the island nation finally began. Perhaps it was because it had been building up for too long. The volcano erupted spectacularly, spewing millions of tons of volcanic ash and various gases in just 1 second, completely changing the atmospheric environment above the entire island nation in less than 10 minutes. The volcanic ash and toxic gases spread at an exponential rate, and within half an hour, surrounding countries and regions had sounded their highest level of alarm. After the first round of attacks on the Tefa failed, the Americans took some time to realize it was a big misunderstanding. They had to order stealth strategic bombers to land at the nearest military base, manually modifying the Lrazam's response code program before launching another attack on the Tefu. However, the pilots had already started their engines when they received an urgent domestic order to postpone actions due to the volcanic eruption. The high concentration of metal components in the ash ejected by the volcano directly caused all electromagnetic detection methods within the range of the volcanic ash to fail, while the thick volcanic cloud rendered satellite optical detection methods ineffective. Just as expected, looking at the warning from the Tefu's radar system, Zhou Lin knew he had made the right bet. The failure of long-range detection methods meant that no country or force could observe the Tefu anymore. Zhou Lin turned off all the lights on the Tefu, plunging the entire sea area into darkness. There should be no other vessels nearby. After confirming this, Zhou Lin put on his diving gear, deployed an unmanned submersible into the water, and jumped in after it, controlling the submersible to head into the distance. Drifting on the ocean's surface, Zhou Lin felt that the Tefu was like a silent mountain. However, he was not afraid, for this was his mountain. Tefu, disappear! Zhou Lin waved his right arm. In truth, he didn't need to make this gesture, but it felt more impactful. The mountain-like Tefu instantly vanished from the surface of the sea, leaving behind a water pit over 300 meters long, more than 30 meters wide, and 20 meters deep. In the next second, water surged into the pit from all sides, creating massive waves. At this moment, Zhou Lin had already submerged into deep water, speeding eastward. Due to the electromagnetic wave shielding caused by the volcanic eruption, the disappearance of the Tefu was virtually silent and unnoticed, which was exactly the effect Zhou Lin wanted. If he were to bring the Tefu into a port in Xiagua under everyone's watchful eyes, it would cause an uproar. At the beginning of the apocalypse, major powers still maintained large armies and long-range strike capabilities. If the Americans, not wanting to let it go, used the Tefu as an excuse to launch nuclear missiles at major cities in Xiagua, Zhou Lin would be in serious trouble. Now that the Tefu had disappeared in international waters, No matter how shameless the Americans were, they couldn't pin this on Xiagua. The seawater was icy cold. But Zhou Lin's heart was ablaze. He did it. It actually worked. Looking at the approaching coastline, Zhou Lin abandoned the submersible at an appropriate distance and removed his diving gear as he neared the shore. Although these items were quite valuable, they could never be seen by the public. At 4 in the morning, a dripping wet Zhou Lin stood on a beach in Qing City, Xiagua, taking advantage of the deserted surroundings to quickly change into a clean outfit he had brought from the Tefu, then smiled like a child. Chapter 7. Selling the house. The electromagnetic wave shielding caused by the volcanic eruption in the island nation lasted for a full 6 hours. Once the radar and observation methods of various countries were back online, the beautiful country government was the first to blow up the Tefert, which then vanished. No matter what means they employed, they couldn't find any trace of the Tefert. To the beautiful country government, it was certainly related to the summer country. They believed that only the summer country had the capability to completely sink or hide the Tefert aircraft carrier. In response to the beautiful country's irresponsible remarks and accusations, the spokesperson for the summer country's foreign affairs issued a strong condemnation and warned the beautiful country not to think about hegemonism at such a critical moment of a global disaster, or else they would become the enemy of the world. Of course, the beautiful country would not let this matter rest, and quickly mobilized military forces around the summer country to investigate and gather evidence in the area where the Tefert disappeared. At this time, Zhou Lin had already boarded the high-speed train to Shenzhen. He planned to deal with the house in Shenzhen and exchange it for supplies before the social order completely collapsed. As soon as the train started, Zhou Lin received a message from AI Bing, asking where he was and why she couldn't reach him yesterday. On a business trip, Zhou Lin certainly wouldn't tell AI Bing what was about to happen. He was currently considering whether to deal with AI Bing before returning to his hometown. AI Bing sent another message. It's been 2 days since we last met. Don't you miss me? Zhou Lin sneered. He was too lazy to type and sent a voice message instead, thinking, I'm about to miss you to death. His words sounded like playful banter between couples, but paired with his gritted teeth expression. A light laugh came from a seat beside him. Zhou Lin turned to look and found it was a young and beautiful woman. Sorry, I usually don't laugh unless. Can't help it? Zhou Lin raised an eyebrow. But what he thought was that it would be a pity if such a young and beautiful woman had no abilities. Perhaps he revealed too much in his gaze. Wu Shue's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, and her smile instantly faded, almost on the verge of asking Zhou Lin. Just then, AI Bing sent a message asking when Zhou Lin would return. Probably has her eyes set on something again, that she wants me to be her ATM, Zhou Lin thought, shaking his head, feeling that in his previous life he must have been incredibly foolish to be completely manipulated by a woman like AI Bing. I'll come find you. Just wait. AI Bing didn't notice Zhou Lin's unusual tone, which was completely different from usual. She was still calculating whether she should buy a new outfit or a new bag when Zhou Lin returned. After replying to the message, Zhou Lin ignored Wu Shui and instead contacted a familiar real estate agent to sell the house. Cash transaction. We can sell it for 20% lower than the market price tomorrow. I'll give you an extra 5% commission, and 1 point will be deducted for each day delayed, with a 5% price increase. The agent was naturally overjoyed and guaranteed to do their utmost. After finalizing the house deal, Zhou Lin closed his eyes. He felt a bit restless. That woman AI Bing. If he could, he would stab her to death and be done with it. But what troubled Zhou Lin was that in his previous life, he had overheard some conversations between AI Bing and Chao Bowen regarding the ability beads. If it were just about obtaining the ability beads, Zhou Lin wouldn't even consider sparing AI Bing's life. The key was the information revealed in their conversation that greatly intrigued Zhou Lin. Chao Bowen mentioned that he belonged to an organization that not only collected a large number of ability beads after the 5th year of the apocalypse, but also mastered the secrets of ability beads shortly after the apocalypse began. Could it be true? Was Chao Bowen just bragging? Zhou Lin couldn't tell, but he hoped it was true. He wanted his parents and younger sister to truly possess the ability to survive in the apocalypse. And it would be best if they could also become ability users or evolved beings. The sooner the better. If he could contact Chao Bowen through AI Bing and then trace back to that organization to obtain the ability beads. Undoubtedly, The future of his parents and younger sister was far more important than AI Bing's life. And besides, letting AI Bing live a little longer would mean he could torment her a little longer. It wouldn't be a loss. Of course, that was a matter for later. The most important thing for Zhou Lin right now was to figure out his own ability. Symbiosis, beginner 103-1000, currently symbiotic vehicle, large surface transport vehicle, unnamed, number of vehicles that could be symbiotic, 0 storage space, 01. First, he needed a name. Tefford, might as well call it Lifu. As Zhou Lin thought this, the attribute of his ability immediately refreshed to symbiosis, beginner 103-1000, currently symbiotic vehicle, Lifu, large surface transport vehicle, number of vehicles that can be symbiotic, 0 storage space, 01. Very good, this experience value. Zhou Lin thought for a while, estimating that it should automatically increase by 1 point per day. He just didn't know if there were other ways to gain experience, what changes would occur after leveling up, and whether it was possible to increase the number of symbiotic vehicles. Lost in thought, Zhou Lin fell asleep. Perhaps it was due to the exhaustion of the past few days. He slept for 7 or 8 hours and woke up just as it was getting dark. Wu Shuai looked at him with curiosity, thinking about what kind of immortal Zhou Lin was to sleep like a dead pig on the high-speed train. However, before she found the opportunity to ask, Zhou Lin, having hastily eaten something, began dozing off again until the train reached its destination in the middle of the night. At this moment, neither Zhou Lin nor Wu Shuai thought that the two people who met by chance would one day see each other again. After sleeping all day, Zhou Lin felt refreshed and didn't rush back home to sleep. Instead, he began his large-scale shopping spree. With over 30,000 in savings and plenty of online loans and credit card perks to exploit, after some operations, he temporarily had an extra 200,000 cash. With more loans expected in the next couple of days, he found a large supermarket that was open 24 hours and began to buy. First, he grabbed a cart full of the unique seasonings from the summer country. Then after checking out, he found a spot in the stairwell without surveillance to directly store them in Lifu's warehouse before going back to shop some more. Frozen snacks? 1 cart. Specialty snacks? 1 cart. Rice? 1 cart. If it weren't for the cashier's strange looks, Zhou Lin would have kept shopping until dawn. Even so, he maxed out 2 credit cards with a total of 100,000. Seeing that it was still early, Zhou Lin gritted his teeth against the soreness in his legs and went to another store to continue buying. He picked up some affordable intimate apparel, alcohol stoves and solid alcohol, sturdy camping tents, outdoor tools, a few sets of electric tools, and mosquito repellents. Damn, I'm out of money. Zhou Lin didn't expect that 200,000 cash would disappear so quickly. It wasn't even dawn yet, and there were only a few hundred left on his card. When he returned home, Zhou Lin felt exhausted, flopped onto the bed, and fell asleep until he was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Bro, someone wants to buy your house. The agent on the other end of the line was very excited. Oh, I'm at home. You can bring them over. Zhou Lin's house had a good location, with convenient transportation, schooling, and medical facilities. He bought it for $4,500,000 2 years ago, fully paid for by his parents. The reason AI Bing never completely sidelined Zhou Lin was largely due to this house. Considering the current market, Zhou Lin's 2-bedroom apartment could easily sell for around $7 million, but to quickly cash out, they finally settled at $5,600,000. After deducting fees and commissions, he would have around $5 million in hand. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after leaving the property center, Zhou Lin's bank account had an additional $5 million cash, and his efforts had paid off. Calculate the time. Zhou Lin started online shopping, set the delivery location to his hometown, and then called his mom, Cheng Yali. What? You want to come back? Cheng Yali was a bit confused. It wasn't a holiday, and there wasn't anything major happening. So why did you want to come back? Mom, you don't want me to come back, do you? Not really, but young people should focus on their careers. Are you bringing Bing Bing back? She has something to do. So let's skip it this time. By the way, I bought some packages. You guys pay attention to check them when they arrive. Our big garage hasn't been sold, right? No, it's still empty, Cheng Yali replied. Then keep it for me. Zhou Lin thought for a moment, but decided not to tell Cheng Yali about the end of the world. He had a high-speed train ticket for tomorrow morning. The entire eastern coastal civil aviation of Xia country had grounded flights. Zhou Lin put all the things he thought were useful into the warehouse of Laifu. Just then, the takeout he ordered arrived. When Zhou Lin opened the door to get the takeout, he saw AI Bing's figure. "What are you doing here?" At that moment, AI Bing looked extremely upset. You actually sold the house?" Zhou Lin secretly found it amusing. What's wrong? What's wrong? AI Bing stepped forward a few paces. "Didn't you say that this house is?" Chapter 8. Early morning shopping. "Didn't you say this was the wedding house your parents bought for you?" AI Bing entered the room and looked at the nearly empty space with her brows tightly knit. Although she only regarded Zhou Lin as a backup option, and one of many, his material conditions were quite decent. At least this fully paid house, in AI Bing's eyes, already belonged to her. Even if Zhou Lin wanted to sell it, the money from the sale, 5 million? Hearing the price, AI Bing's face turned ashen. How could it only be 5 million? Damn backup. Learn to hide private savings, huh? Where's the money? AI Bing asked, trying to suppress her anger. The money is, of course, in my bank account. Zhou Lin smiled. What? You want to help me manage it? Oh. AI Bing's mind raced, and soon she had an idea. She stepped forward, wrapped her arm around Zhou Lin's, swaying her upper body, letting her not-so-large assets brush against him. She thought that this would be enough to make Zhou Lin flustered and lose his train of thought. "Selling it's fine. I happen to know a new property is opening up. Let's go pick a nice one tomorrow, okay? With 5 million, we could choose a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom place over 100 square meters. 5 million. How could that be enough?" Zhou Lin probably guessed what this woman was up to, but didn't he expose her, asking along instead. "It's enough for a down payment. Once we get married, we'll pay it off together, okay?" As she spoke, AI Bing rubbed against him vigorously. The extent surprising Zhou Lin. She is not old yet, but quite relaxed. I wonder how many massages she has had. How did I not notice this in my past life? This woman speaks so sweetly. If we really go buy a house tomorrow, it's likely to include her name. At that time, Zhou Lin would pay the down payment, and the monthly payments would definitely be on him, but she would have half the ownership. Even if they couldn't get married in the future, with her name on the property deed, she could walk away with a large sum of money. She is really good at making a no-investment deal. Thinking of this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but smirk. "Have you eaten? If not, let us eat together." "I've already eaten." To maintain her figure, AI Bing basically skips dinner. After all, her facial features are a bit lacking, and her figure is her biggest asset. "Oh, then don't go tonight," Zhou Lin casually said while eating. AI Bing was slightly taken aback. "Honey, didn't we say that my upbringing doesn't allow for premarital? Besides, we haven't established a relationship yet." "Oh, I see. Then let us not go tomorrow," Zhou Lin said without looking up. "You?" AI Bing was very surprised. Why does it feel like he is a different person? The old Zhou Lin would never talk to her like this. She thought about Zhou Lin's attitude toward her in recent days and suddenly felt vigilant. This dog, could it be he has met another woman? No way. I can't let someone else cut in. If it comes to that, I'll just stay tonight for the sake of 5 million. Fine. I'll stay here with you tonight, but don't get any ideas. It's just a simple companionship. Zhou Lin smiled, thinking, what are you pretending for? Do you think I'm truly interested in you? I plan to go back to my hometown tomorrow. Bashu, didn't we agree to go buy a house tomorrow? AI Bing asked. My mom said that as long as I bring my girlfriend back to meet the family, she'll pay for the wedding house in full. Oh, really? AI Bing's eyes lit up, clearly thrilled. It was evident she was already very willing, but was just pretending to hold back. To make this woman bite. Zhou Lin pretended to be nervous. I just wanted to ask, if you have time, could you accompany me back? I really don't mean to force you. Given your sincerity. AI Bing pouted, then I'll see if I can take a day off from work. But I haven't agreed to actually be your girlfriend. I'm just helping you out this once. As for the future, that depends on your performance. You go ask for leave. I'll book the tickets for you. Seeing AI Bing's hesitant yet inviting demeanor, Zhou Lin couldn't help but chuckle. The future? By the name of my brother, I swear your future will definitely be special. If I don't make you experience a few ups and downs, torturing you to the point of feeling like life isn't worth living. If I let you die easily, then I wouldn't deserve to have a brother. But everything has to wait until AI Bing goes to Bashu. Revenge? Take it slow. Killing you all at once would be gratifying. But how could I repay the effort from my past life? After the apocalypse, modern entertainment methods have almost disappeared, leaving AI Bing to slowly clean up, which isn't a bad kind of pleasure. Besides, Tang Ili, Chao Bowen, Zhang Kachin, and those who were wrapped up with them after the apocalypse. I don't even know where to find them now. If AI Bing is alive, she might still have connections with some of them. Revenge? It has to be thorough. Leaving one or two Zhou Lin would probably leave him with regrets for life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly at AI Bing. Thinking you must strive to live, definitely don't seek death. Otherwise, my joy would be greatly diminished. You don't want me to leave, do you? But I need to go back and pack. See you tomorrow. Zhou Lin didn't forcibly keep her. Returning to his room and lying on the bed, his consciousness sinking into the Lifu ship. As the largest aircraft carrier, there's actually still a lot of space in Lifu that's idle. Not to mention, just the rooms for over 5,000 officers and soldiers add up to at least over 100,000 cubic meters, equivalent to more than 1,000 containers. In addition, there are large and small warehouses, garages, and hangars, all with significant surplus space. Since it's unlikely he would come back to Shenzhen again, Zhou Lin planned to do something big before leaving tomorrow. He had his sights set on the nearby car city. There are cars on Lifu, but right now, he's driving a fancy armored personnel carrier, which seems a bit unsuitable. Not far downstairs is a car city with several well-known brands. Those cars probably don't have time to be sold, so Zhou Lin planned to take a look in the early morning and then head straight to the train station. At 3 in the morning, the alarm rang. After Zhou Lin got up and washed up, he turned off the utilities of the house, took a lingering glance, and then walked out the door. By 3:30, even Shenzhen was in deep sleep, the streets almost deserted. Zhou Lin wore a helmet to avoid the cameras, sneaking around to the back of the car city. After confirming that no one had noticed, he climbed over the wall. Rows of showrooms, some still brightly lit, while others were in complete darkness. Occasionally, he could see security guards patrolling, but compared to the vast car city, a few patrolling guards posed no threat to Zhou Lin at all. Since he was going to do it, he might as well aim for something big. Ordinary cars couldn't attract Zhou Lin's interest. He only focused on those suitable for the post-apocalyptic environment with powerful performance. 2 sets of Benz S4 G63, taken. Don't touch my X7. Audi SQ7 isn't appealing, but a Land Cruiser is okay. 3 sets taken. Surprisingly, there are 4 customized versions of the Falcon. Perfect. 2 Omanique, gladly accepted. Collecting cars as he walked, Zhou Lin had lost track of how many he had taken. He'd figure it out later. He had already spotted rows of tall RVs in the parking lot. Good stuff. Compared to the off-road vehicles that prioritize passability, RVs are equally useful in the apocalypse, especially those modified from heavy-duty truck chassis, self-equipped with powerful off-road capabilities, practically tailor-made for the apocalypse. As a city filled with wealthy people, Shenzhen certainly wouldn't skimp on showcasing a few high-performance, jaw-droppingly priced RVs. In the end, Zhou Lin took 3 RVs. It wasn't that he was being lenient, but these things took up too much space. For example, one of the Amadiro Conquerors has dimensions of 11, 15 meters in length 2, 55 meters in width, and 3, 95 meters in height, with a curb weight of 23 tons and a retail price of over 10 million. In the past, not to mention owning one, even having a couple of peanuts to snack on while drinking would be something I wouldn't dare to dream about when drunk. So zero-cost purchase is the most enjoyable. After leaving the car city, Zhou Lin still savored the experience, but unfortunately, these cars can't be taken out now. Otherwise, he would have wanted to drive back to Bashu from Shenzhen. After dawn, the vehicle theft case in the car city surprisingly did not gain traction online. Probably because the super volcano in the beautiful country erupted. Chapter 9. Home. The eruption of the Great Yellow Volcano was both expected by the world and beyond anyone's imagination. As a super volcano, it had no intention of leaving any escape route for nearby humans from the moment it erupted. The ash blotted out the sun and shot up into the sky, stirring up the winds. It summoned flashes of lightning and thunder, raining down fire and meteors. Those who witnessed it were filled with despair. However, the eruption was just the beginning. 10 minutes later, an accompanying earthquake struck. Roads were torn apart. Mountains were overturned. and countless buildings were ripped apart and collapsed in nearly a magnitude 9 earthquake, turning into rubble. Some managed to escape, covered in ash and dirt, either wailing or stunned, like walking corpses. But many more did not have time to escape. They swayed along with the buildings, mixing together, ultimately becoming one. In the aftermath, statistics showed that over 300,000 people had died at the time of the earthquake. The developed network allowed people around the world to witness the devastation caused by the Great Yellow Volcano's eruption, but the joys and sorrows of humanity were not shared. At least everything on the surface in the summer country was still functioning normally. At the train station, AI Bing was not alone. Beside her was a young woman dragging a suitcase. She wasn't as pretty as AI Bing, but her figure was slightly better. At least she wasn't flat-chested. Young Kiki. Why is she here too? AI Bing's best friend, but if Zhou Lin recalled correctly, it should be the plastic kind. In the previous life, Yang Qiqi had followed AI Bing for the first 2 years, but later, for reasons unknown, the two fell out. AI Bing didn't mention the specifics, but it was probably related to men. Zhou Lin had no particular opinion about Yang Qiqi. In his previous life, he was wholeheartedly devoted to AI Bing, hardly thinking about other women. The final result? He just felt he had been foolish. Qiqi just happened to want to go out for a walk. You wouldn't mind, would you? In front of her best friend, AI Bing was quite protective of her territory. Shrugging his shoulders, Zhou Lin thought it didn't matter. He didn't mind sending another person along. After all, anyone who could be AI Bing's best friend could be summed up in one phrase: like-minded. On the train, Zhou Lin hardly looked at AI Bing. Even with his eyes closed, he was deep in thought. On the third day after the eruption of the Great Yellow Volcano and the earthquake, intense tectonic movements triggered volcanic eruptions around the world. And the summer country was no exception. The dense volcanic eruptions not only caused secondary disasters, but also affected the sky. In about 7 days, the volcanic ash in the atmosphere would reach a critical level, completely blocking out sunlight, plunging the world into darkness for 3 months. Food crops were nearly all lost. Countless plants died, and the food chain was disrupted. The lack of sunlight caused the temperature of the ground and oceans to drop sharply, with severe temperature differences leading to changes in ocean currents and frequent hurricanes. Coastal areas would become uninhabitable due to consecutive bad weather conditions. In the small place, closely connected to Deep City, nearly 10 million people faced extinction due to delays in evacuation. Inland areas, while spared from the wrath of the sea, experienced even faster and more severe temperature drops than the coastal regions. In his previous life, when Zhou Lin and AI Bing evacuated to the South Lake area with the army, the local temperature was more than minus 20 degrees Celsius, and it later dropped nearly another 20 degrees. He remembered the lowest temperature exceeding minus 40 degrees. He wondered if the temperature in the Sichuan Basin would be relatively better. But even if it dropped to minus 40 degrees, Zhou Lin wasn't worried. The 2 nuclear reactors on the live Fu weren't just for show. Zhou Lin, I'm hungry. The boxed meal cart had just passed by, but AI Bing didn't order anything. She thought Zhou Lin would surely suggest going to the dining car. I brought instant noodles. Instant noodles? You just sold your house, and you're eating instant noodles? AI Bing could hardly believe her ears. Zhou Lin had indeed changed. Suit yourself. If you want to eat, make it yourself. After tossing a cup of instant noodles into AI Bing's arms, Zhou Lin stood up to get hot water for the noodles, showing no intention of helping. Bing, why is he like this? Yang Qiqi adjusted her glasses. She usually wore contacts but was wearing glasses because she was going out. How would I know? His dog temper must have flared up again. Let's ignore him for now and deal with it later. Forget it, I'm not eating. I need to maintain my figure. I'm going to sleep. Extremely displeased, AI Bing slammed the instant noodles on his Zhou Lin seat and pulled down her eye mask, looking as if she wouldn't forgive him unless he apologized. Unfortunately, Zhou Lin had already seen through everything and completely ignored AI Bing's act. While AI Bing was sulking, she didn't realize that in Zhou Lin's mind, she had already died several times over. When the train arrived at the Shihuang station, it was already night. After exiting the station, Zhou Lin generously invited AI Bing and Yang Qiqi to a hot pot restaurant. I've already booked a hotel nearby, Zhou Lin said. AI Bing nodded. Although Zhou Lin had been acting strangely these past 2 days, she tolerated it for the sake of millions. However, she had already secretly decided that once the house ownership was secured, she would part ways with Zhou Lin and would not indulge him. Having no intention of being a licking dog at all, was a whole night robbing a car city impressive. I heard they lost tens of millions. What kind of car could be that expensive? It must be made of gold. So you're telling me you're a Tai Sung? Do the conquerors know? One car costs over 10 million, and if it's customized, it's even more expensive. Zhou Lin paused his chopsticks. The news about the car city had already reached Shidu. Had the authorities discovered his identity? If they had, were they taking action against him in secret? With that thought, Zhou Lin couldn't help but lower his head. Everywhere was filled with cameras and surveillance, and he could only try to minimize his exposure. What is a conqueror? Is it really that expensive? AI Bing asked curiously. Yang Chi-Chi also looked up. Sichuan hot pot was both delicious and intimidating to them, and their little mouths were turning red, but they couldn't stop eating. A modified off-road RV based on a Benz heavy truck. 10 million is just the starting price. 10 million is just the starting price. We're probably never going to be able to afford it in our lifetime. AI Bing looked longingly, and Zhou Lin smiled, whispering, actually, it's not a big deal. My family has one. Really? Do I need to lie to you? Zhou Lin smirked. Do you want to try it? Uh-huh. AI Bing nodded while laughing. Maybe in the next life, Zhou Lin thought, if there's one. However, he could let her see it, then experience what it means to see but not touch. As for whether he would expose himself, how could he possibly leak his secrets? The next morning, Zhou Lin yawned and called AI Bing to get up. It was time to set off. After a 2-hour drive, Zhou Lin called his mom, asking the taxi to take them directly to the door. Your family is actually in the countryside? Looking at the farmhouse in front of her, AI Bing could hardly believe it. To her, Zhou Lin's family should at least be considered moderately well off. After all, a family that could buy a house in Deep City outright must be extraordinary. How could a simple farming family manage that? Zhou Lin didn't answer, grabbing his luggage and heading straight for the yard. Before reaching the door, a large black dog came barking wildly, then suddenly lunged at Zhou Lin. Hey Zai, stop, quit licking me. Zhou Lin set down his luggage and used both hands to pet the dog's head, barely avoiding the fate of getting a face wash from the dog's tongue. Following behind He Zai was Zhou Lin's mother, Chengyali. Chengyali, who was in her 40s, looked quite robust, resembling a female warrior, and AI Bing was taken aback. Unsure how to greet her, Zhou Lin had no intention of making introductions. He bypassed He Zai and hugged Chengyali, saying, Mom, I missed you. You were just flattering me. It's only been less than half a year. It's like you haven't seen me for half a lifetime, Chengyali said, but she was actually very happy. However, when she saw AI Bing and Yang Chi-Chi blocked at the gate by He Zai, her smile grew even brighter. Why don't you invite them in, my friend? Ma. Zhou Lin leaned close to Chengyali's ear and whispered, What if I say one of them is my enemy? Would you believe it? Chapter 10. The Zhou family's decision. Your dad went to the slaughterhouse and won't be back until tonight. Chengyali took Zhou Lin, AI Bing, and Yang Chi-Chi into the house, and Heizi obediently squatted at the door. Zhou Lin's room was on the second floor, and Chengyali settled the two girls next door to Zhou Lin. Bing Bing, your boyfriend's family background is quite good, Yang Chi-Chi exclaimed as soon as the door closed. Indeed, it is quite good. The Zhou family's exterior looked simple, but the interior, whether in terms of decoration, appliances, or furniture, was no less than that of big cities. This ignited AI Bing's heart again. With such a family background, perhaps she could reconsider things. If only Zhou Lin didn't have that younger sister, it would be even better. Can you tell me what is going on? Chengyali asked Zhou Lin in a low voice after closing the door. Mom, it's a long story. Then make it short. Chengyali glared at him. Mom, reincarnation. Do you understand what that means? Zhou Lin rubbed his temples. He didn't plan to deceive Chengyali. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get his parents to cooperate unconditionally. A few minutes later. So, you actually died once? Chengyali didn't care about the apocalypse or natural disasters. She only knew that Zhou Lin had died once. And it was AI Bing and others who had pushed him off a cliff. Mom, what are you doing? Zhou Lin grabbed Chengyali. What am I doing? I'm going to kill that little cousin right now. Chengyali's eyes were red, and she was breathing heavily, pulling Zhou Lin step by step towards the door. Mom, listen to me. Zhou Lin turned to block the door. Although the disaster had already started, the world wouldn't be in chaos in the short term. It would be troublesome if others found out, and besides, if you killed her, wouldn't that just benefit her? Then what do you suggest? I can't swallow this anger, Qingyali said, panting. This is a small matter. The key is that we need to move first. Move? Yes. Zhou Lin nodded seriously. Although he couldn't return to Shidu in his last life, the first month of cooling brought continuous snowfall worldwide. In some flat areas, the snow could bury everything below the third floor. In a valley like theirs, the snow could pile up to the roof in just a few days. By then, the snow on the lower levels would turn into solid ice due to low temperatures and its own weight, leaving only a dead end. As for the live Fu Hao, Zhou Lin didn't plan to bring it out for now. He hadn't even told anyone, including Qingyali. This matter needs to wait for your dad to come back to discuss. How many days until the temperature drops? 6 days, Mom. It's not just the temperature drop. There's also darkness. Even having experienced it once, Zhou Lin couldn't help but shake his head. For humanity, a world without sunlight is truly terrifying. Qingyali nodded, indicating she remembered. I'll call your dad right away and have him come back immediately. Okay, but don't let anything slip in front of AI Bing and Yang Qiqi. The mother and son opened the door and went out. AI Bing and Yang Qiqi were still tidying up next door and hadn't come out, giving Qingyali time to adjust her emotions. At noon, Zhou Kaijun came back, unaware of the situation. He was quite happy to see AI Bing and said he wanted to have a couple of drinks. However, he was quickly dissuaded by a glance from Qingyali and could only secretly complain to Zhou Lin about how his position in the family was getting lower. AI Bing didn't sense anything wrong. After lunch, she and Yang Qiqi were dragged by Zhou Lin to the nearby breeding farm. The massive 20,000 square meter breeding shed filled with pigs and chickens truly opened their eyes and gave them a clear understanding of the Zhou family's strength, especially AI Bing, whose eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhou Lin. How much is all this worth? Yang Qiqi asked, though it was actually AI Bing who wanted to ask, but found hard to voice. Hard to say. The family assets are immense, but you can't count the ones with fur on them. As long as they haven't been sold, they can't be considered assets. A disease could wipe out everything your parents worked for this year. I see. Yang Qiqi pouted, feeling that Zhou Lin was brushing her off. After all, just the salaries of the dozen workers on the farm would amount to over $1 million a year. The Zhou family's profit couldn't possibly be less than the wages they paid. Let's go back, AI Bing said, wanting to return and think about whether this business was worth it. Zhou Lin received a message from Qingyali and didn't want to waste any more time. As soon as they turned back home, Zhou Kaijun found an excuse to take Zhou Lin to the study. Despite Qingyali being tall and fiery, the one who could truly make important decisions at home was Zhou Kaijun, who was small in stature and usually meek in front of his wife. What you told your mom, is it all true? As soon as he closed the door, Zhou Kaijun became extremely serious. Dad, can you joke about this kind of thing? Shifushan and Shihuang Volcano have erupted. I know. Zhou Kaijun frowned and handed Zhou Lin a cigarette. There are still over 1,000 pigs that haven't been sold. And there are also 2,000 half-grown chickens. If we rush to sell them, it might not be a big deal, but it could raise suspicions. We can't worry about so much. We need to liquidate quickly and buy supplies. Zhou Lin said. Zhou Kaijun pondered for a long time, until the cigarette in his hand burned down to the filter before he stubbed it out in the ashtray. It wasn't that he wasn't decisive enough. The apocalypse and reincarnation sounded especially absurd. If it weren't for the global volcanic eruptions and constant earthquakes, he would have definitely sent Zhou Lin to a mental health center for a thorough checkup. 6 days? In 6 days, we won't see the sun. Zhou Lin shook his head. We need to move. Mom, did you buy a fully furnished penthouse in Lanshan? It will be the safest for us to live there for the next 3 months. As for here, we'll see if it gets flooded in 3 months. After 3 months, the supplies in the city will basically be exhausted. Even if there are government-organized teams distributing supplies, they won't be enough. And some people will inevitably take risks. Living in densely populated areas will be more dangerous. All right, I'll come up with a plan for the farm. And you and your mom can handle the procurement of supplies. You can use the pickup truck at home for now, but what about those 2 women? Isn't she fond of the countryside? When Mom and I go to the city later, we'll drop them off at Lanshan to clean up the place and make the most of everything. You don't plan to keep supporting them, do you? Dad, I'm not stupid. AI being definitely has to be dealt with. As for Yang Chi-Chi, I actually didn't have any major issues with her in my last life. But if I let her go, I'm afraid the news will leak. If it comes to that, then, having experienced the apocalypse, Zhou Lin naturally considered things more comprehensively. He wanted to squeeze out all the value from AI Bing. For example, the money in AI Bing's bank account theoretically included a part that was his. No, it should all be his now. Zhou Lin told AI Bing that Zhou Kaijun and his wife not only regarded her as a prospective daughter-in-law, but also planned to put the Lanshan apartment in their names. But the down payment and fees would need to be covered by them. I didn't agree, Zhou Lin said. Why didn't you agree? AI Bing asked anxiously. Where would the money come from? The down payment plus fees would be around 700,000 to 800,000, right? I can't just shamelessly ask my parents for it. I have money. You can borrow it from me. AI Bing quickly said. Borrow? Zhou Lin couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 11. Stockpiling by Cheng Yali. The Zhou family's farm is actually not far from Jiaozhou City. It takes less than half an hour to drive there. Looking at the newly purchased large flat rooftop apartment, AI Bing's eyes nearly popped out, and she quietly asked Zhou Lin how much this place cost. It's not Shenzhen. My mom said it should be less than 5 million, right? Oh, we can go to the property registration at 2 o'clock. Are you sure you want to lend me money? If AI Bing had any hesitations before, the moment she stepped into this 380 square meter apartment on the 17th floor, complete with a 150 square meter rooftop garden, she was determined to have her name on the property certificate. Unfortunately, it's not Shenzhen otherwise with this apartment. AI Bing would never let Zhou Lin go without marrying her. Just write an IOU first. I'll transfer the money to you in a bit. The reason she needed to wait a bit was that AI Bing's savings weren't much, only around 20,000. Despite often mingling with wealthy second-generation individuals, they weren't fools. Eating, drinking, and even buying things was fine, but actual cash given was limited, and she had her own expenses. After several years, having this amount was already quite good. To secure more ownership of this apartment, AI Bing decided to use all her credit cards and online platforms, and also borrow a bit from Yang Chi-Chi. She had already thought it through. She'd borrow money in front of Zhou Lin's parents, then slowly take that money back from Zhou Lin's pocket after returning to Shenzhen. Previously, she really didn't understand Zhou Lin's family situation, but since she decided to be with him for a while, she must manage his wallet in the future. As for whether Zhou Lin could earn that much money, he had his parents, after all. I have to say, AI Bing's calculations were quite clever. But no matter how cunning a fox is, it can't outsmart a hunter. When she told Zhou Lin that borrowing 700,000 was no problem, Zhou Lin already knew she was going to borrow money. However, online loans take time to be dispersed, and to get as much cash as possible, AI Bing suggested that they could go to the property center tomorrow instead. That's fine, but in the afternoon. My mom and I are going to buy some supplies for the farm. Why don't you come with us? Upon hearing about the farm, AI Bing couldn't help but think of feed and manure, immediately shaking her head. Zhou Lin didn't mind and suggested that AI Bing could stroll around the city, taste Jiaozhou's cuisine, and they would all return together once they finished their errands. What do we need to buy today? 10 gas cylinders, as much cured meat and sausages as we can get, various frozen goods, all kinds of seeds, and eggs for chickens, ducks, and geese. Stop. I'm getting older. I can't remember all that. You handle the talking, and I'll find a place. It's settled. Deal. The items Zhou Lin mentioned were familiar to Cheng Yali, as she had connections with most suppliers due to running a farm. A quick phone call could get them to prepare the goods, and they could pay and leave as soon as they arrived. Despite the pickup truck being dirty, it was far more efficient for loading than a family car. They ordered a ton of cured meat, sausages, and frozen goods, as well as a ton of rice, flour, and grains. It still wasn't enough, but buying too much would raise suspicions. Zhou Lin had Cheng Yali split the orders into several locations, coordinating delivery times to a spot near their community. Why not deliver directly to the house? It's tiring to move it ourselves. After running around for half a day, spending money is one thing, but it's truly exhausting. If possible, I don't even want anyone to know who bought it. Zhou Lin wiped a sweat and said, Mom, think about it. When the whole city runs out of food, what will those who sold us grain think and do? What will they do? They can't just come and rob us. Is it really that chaotic? Zhou Lin nodded. It'll be worse than you can imagine. More brutal. Chung Yali was taken aback then. Should I call your grandfather? Go ahead. Zhou Lin nodded. If it comes down to it. See if he wants to come and join us. Zhou Lin had strong feelings for the three elders at home. When he was young, Zhou Kaijun and Chung Yali were busy with their careers, so Zhou Lin spent time either at his grandparents' or his maternal grandparents' house. During elementary school, he still went to the countryside for summer and winter breaks until his studies became heavier in junior and senior high school, and he gradually stopped going. Later, when his grandmother passed away, his grandfather moved to live with Zhou Lin's uncle's family in Chung Yali's hometown. His grandparents were not far away, just in the county town, living very close to Zhou Lin's aunt's family. Chung Yali discussed this with Zhou Kaijun last night, and the couple felt that if they told anyone, no one would believe them, so they only subtly reminded Zhou Lin's uncle and aunt, and they would have to take it step by step from now on. When did you say communications will be cut off? Chung Yali asked. Once the heavy snow starts, the base stations will frequently malfunction. The country has been arranging repairs. But in sub-zero temperatures, it's really a life-or-death gamble. Whether it works depends on luck. The mother and son were discussing while moving goods, and before they knew it, it had gotten dark. When Chung Yali checked the time, she was stunned. It was only 5 in the afternoon. Confirming that everything they needed to collect that day was packed, Zhou Lin called AI Bing and took Chung Yali back to the farm, where they saw Zhou Kaijun still busy. There's still half left. We aim to finish it all tomorrow. I've already settled the workers' wages, Zhou Kaijun said privately to Zhou Lin. It really gets dark early today. It'll be even later tomorrow, and dark even earlier. Dad, humanity's good days are numbered, Zhou Lin said gloomily. Zhou Kaijun patted Zhou Lin's shoulder. Tomorrow, you go pick up Lily first. I've already taken leave from her teacher and told Lily that she will pack her things tonight. But I didn't tell her why. 13-year-old Zhou Lily was attending a boarding private school and needed family members to pick her up to leave school. Okay, I'll pick up Lily and head straight to Lanshan. Mom has ordered a lot of things that will arrive tomorrow, Zhou Lin agreed. After a long day of work, all three were exhausted and went to bed early. Meanwhile, at a certain underground research institute in the capital of the Xia country, dozens of people were anxiously awaiting the results of a supercomputer simulation. It's out. A few minutes later, a researcher responsible for monitoring data spoke loudly. Climate simulation requires extremely high computing power and algorithm design, and currently, the only countries capable of achieving this are Xia country and beautiful nation. What's the result? Someone asked. The results have been sent to the terminals in front of you. You can take a look. Just as everyone lowered their heads to check the terminal tablets, an elderly man dressed in a general's uniform solemnly said from the center of the conference table, I remind everyone, the results you are seeing now are state secrets. Without permission, you must not disclose them. Otherwise, you will be charged with treason. However, no one raised their head at the general's words. Almost everyone was stunned by the simulation results. Is this real? It can't be global darkness. Doesn't that mean the end of the world? How much time do we have? Within 10 days? What do we do in 10 days? The Fire Seed Plan, General Zhang. Should we execute the Fire Seed Plan? Chapter 12. The Seed Plan. The Seed Plan of the Xia Kingdom can be traced back to the early days of its founding. At that time, the Xia Kingdom was impoverished and had nothing, and in response to the threat of large-scale weapons of mass destruction from enemy nations, it launched extensive civil defense construction across the country, with the Seed Plan being the core initiative. As the Xia Kingdom's technological and economic strength improved, the Seed Plan evolved from its initial focus on protecting elite survival to encompass a comprehensive plan for the continuation of human civilization, including humanity, species, technology, and more. In the conference room, the old general's resolute gaze swept over everyone. Each of you is a top scientist in your respective fields. At this critical juncture, the country and the people trust your professional judgment. You have all the relevant data and simulation results. You have 3 hours for discussion, and I expect accurate results in 3 hours. With that, the old general stood up and left. In the conference room, over 30 of the Xia Kingdom's leading scientists engaged in heated discussions on whether to implement the Seed Plan. Meanwhile, the old general, having exited the conference room, did not waste a moment and eagerly listened to the latest news brought by the aide. The The beautiful nation issued another statement today, again speculating that their Tefuheo aircraft carrier has been hidden by us. I wonder. General Zhang could not help but comment, then shook his head and said, I won't worry about a war of words. By the way, is there any progress on that strange theft case in the deep city? The aide checked his tablet and reported, General, there is still no update. The theft case in the Auto City attracted General Zhang's attention, not because of the large sum involved, but due to its peculiar nature. For some reason, General Zhang felt a significant similarity between this case and the disappearance of the Tefuheo. Like the beautiful nation, he did not believe that the Tefuheo had sunk. However, the current crisis and the lives of over 1 billion people left him little time to deal with the Tefuheo and the theft case in Deep City. At the same time, the government of the beautiful nation also sensed the looming crisis from the drastic changes in the weather. After a series of government meetings, the president was invited to a private estate to participate in a meeting. Those eligible to attend this meeting were none other than the true elites of the beautiful nation. Some were well-known computer magnates, internet tycoons, physical technology barons, financial moguls, and major shareholders of long-established enterprises, representing nearly half of the participants. Apart from the president and the newly appointed defense minister, the rest of the attendees did not include any familiar faces. However, from the others' attitudes, their positions at the meeting table, and the president's subservient demeanor in front of them, it was evident that their identities, or rather their wealth, far surpassed that of others. Among them, one elderly man with blonde hair, green eyes, a wrinkled face, and a seemingly calm demeanor, occasionally flashing a sharp, cutting gaze, occupied the main seat at the table. Everyone, please take your seats and listen to our chief scientist, Mr. Missy, as he explains the situation. Missy Polanti, known only to the true top echelon of the beautiful nation, was said to possess an IQ higher than that of Einstein and an inventive ability surpassing that of Tesla. His influence could be seen in many of the beautiful nation's cutting-edge technologies, and some unknown black technologies were created by him alone, with his research spanning multiple disciplines. Ladies and gentlemen, what I am about to discuss, no matter how beyond your comprehension it may seem, please remain silent, or you will be expelled. Just like my incompetent students. Despite appearing to be in his 30s, Missy Polanti was actually in his 60s, almost 70, and his extremely strong personality stemmed from the immense confidence derived from his intelligence and capabilities. First, I must say that humanity, at least the current humanity, including all of you present, is about to face extinction. Even with prior warning, Missy Polanti's opening remarks caused the attendees' expressions to change dramatically, their emotions visible on their faces. If anyone else had said such a thing, they might have been indifferent, but coming from Missy Polanti, the likelihood of this happening was already over 98%. In fact, the island nation is already doomed. From the data I just received, the current death rate among the island nation's populace has reached 50%. The volcanic ash from Mount Shifushan has covered 70% of the island's territory. If it were just ordinary volcanic ash, there might still be some hope for the island nation, but after our sampling and testing, we confirmed that the volcanic ash from Mount Shifushan carries a significant amount of radioactive dust. We still do not know where these radioactive elements originated, possibly from the reckless discharge of nuclear waste by the islanders in previous years. In any case, the island nation is finished, and those who remain on the island are also doomed. If the death of a mere island nation and tens of millions of people is not enough to concern these top millionaires, then what Missy Polanti said next about volcanic ash soon sealing off the atmosphere and surface temperatures rapidly dropping completely stunned them. For a long time to come, no crops will be able to be grown on the surface. Please note, I'm talking about crops. In other words, a great famine is inevitable, and all countries on Earth will experience disorder due to food shortages. To make matters worse, prolonged exposure to darkness will lead many to suffer from hormonal imbalances and mental disorders. I know each of you has prepared at least one doomsday fortress or shelter, but how long can you hold out inside? 3 years? 5 years? Without sufficient population and production resources to support you, a shelter is merely a cage, and you are the lab rats trapped inside. Perhaps before the supplies run out, you will choose to meet your maker. 20 years ago, I led the development of the ART project and the Eden project. which are now taking shape and can currently sustain the survival of over 70 million people. If you're willing to join, I'll warmly welcome you and will appropriately disclose the new technologies I possess based on your contributions, including but not limited to technologies related to human lifespan, genetic modification, new aerospace technologies, and industrialized planting and breeding technologies. I believe that as long as we maintain the Ark in Eden and other doomsday shelters, once the disaster passes, we will still be the most powerful country in the world. I conclude that the Xia Kingdom and other nations will be completely destroyed in this disaster. Thank God. The beautiful nation only needs to sacrifice half of its population to eliminate our true rivals and gain total control of the world. Missy Polanyi spoke for nearly 2 hours. He elaborated on the types of natural disasters he predicted might occur and the corresponding countermeasures, even mentioning that great disasters often lead to great changes, claiming that the surviving humans might undergo abnormal transformations, and he had begun preparatory research on this long ago. In summary, Missy Polanyi believed that following his plan, the forthcoming doomsday disasters would be beneficial rather than detrimental to the beautiful nation in the long run. If Zhou Lin could attend this meeting, he would only agree with Missy Polanyi's assessment regarding the island nation. Dad, look at the sky outside. Stop doubting. Before heading to Zhou Li's school, Zhou Lin pointed to the dark sky that remained pitch black even at 8:30. Chapter 13, The Greatest Value of Zhou Lin Zhou Li. Your parents have arrived at the South School gate. Hurry up and go. Do you need me to help you carry something? The dormitory supervisor reminded Zhou Li, who was lost in thought. No need. Zhou Li's voice was cold, completely lacking the innocence and romance typical of her age. She declined the dorm supervisor's offer and rushed to the South School gate as quickly as possible, occasionally looking up at the sky, her expression very serious. It's not light yet. Zhou Lin, do you have any thoughts? Zhou Lin felt that Zhou Li's gaze towards him was somewhat strange. Not like that of a younger sister looking at her brother, but more like a stranger or even an enemy. As for how she addressed him, Zhou Li had preferred to call him by his name instead of sweet nickname since she was little. The rumors were dispelled the day before yesterday, and a group of experts explained yesterday. Do you think it's really the end of the world? If I said yes, would you believe me? Although Zhou Li's attitude was not very good, Zhou Lin felt no displeasure at all. In his previous life, he had cared for and felt guilty about his little sister the most. This time, it will be different, Zhou Lin thought. Is your seatbelt fastened? No need for you to remind me. I heard you brought back a girlfriend, the kind you're going to marry? Marry? Zhou Lin chuckled. She doesn't deserve it. TSK. Zhou Li's lips curled up in a nod. Not bad. My brother finally has a bit of the rich second-generation vibe. You are the rich second generation. Look at the differences between us since childhood. I suspect I might not even be your biological brother. Be more confident, brother. There's no need to doubt, okay? Think about who gave you your pocket money during your 3 years of high school and 4 years of college. Raising sons in poverty and daughters in wealth is an absolute truth in the Zhou family. Although Zhou Li was only 13, her bank and fund accounts combined had over 300,000, not including her pocket money. Meanwhile, before Zhou Lin had a job, he had to surrender 95% of his red envelope money, euphemistically called tuition fees. Zhou Lin, what do you think about what I just said? Of course, I'm driving while looking. Zhou Lin made a joke, but when he noticed his sister's serious expression, he calmed down. You don't really take novels seriously, do you? Art comes from life, and legends may just be historical facts. I don't blame you for reading little, but you should learn to be adaptable. I graduated with a bachelor's degree, and you're just in 7th grade. Zhou Lin tilted his head. I'm just starting 7th grade, but you've already reached the end with a bachelor's degree. Zhou Lin was slightly taken aback. Unable to find a rebuttal, he could only pout. All right. I can't argue with you, but I estimate you'll never have the chance to get a bachelor's degree in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Zhou Li suddenly fell silent for a moment. Wait, you suddenly came to pick me up and even brought a girlfriend back. Do you already know? What are you talking about? Zhou Lin squinted, glancing at the rearview mirror. Sure enough, Zhou Li sighed like an adult. Do you always treat me like a child? Aren't you? Seeing Zhou Li's serious look, Zhou Lin knew he had been exposed again. Indeed, the gap in intelligence couldn't be compensated by acting. Even when he was careful, he was still seen through by Zhou Li. And at this moment, it had been less than 10 minutes since they met. It's not that exaggerated, just a small disaster. As long as small matters are made big, big matters are not spoken of. I'm not talking about you guys, I'm talking about the country. Zhou Lin shook her head, looking like this time it was truly over. What a pity, I haven't even finished learning linear algebra. So you're regretting that? Zhou Lin asked in surprise. Otherwise, life is inherently meaningless. All my happiness comes from the exploration of knowledge. Sigh, your level of intelligence is hard to understand. Let's talk about your girlfriend. Is it that AI Bing? I said, she's not my girlfriend. She doesn't deserve it. I remember you didn't say that before. Let me think. It said that a leopard never changes its spots, and a simp will always be a simp, unless reborn. Knowing the apocalypse is coming but still bringing her along, it's not to continue simping, then it's to set her up, right? What made you suddenly change your mind? If it's like a plot in a novel, your kind of transformation is more likely to be eliminating all impossibilities and leaving only the one answer, no matter how absurd it is. It's the truth, brother. You aren't like those characters in novels who are reborn, are you? Last time you suffered losses at the hands of that woman, abandoning your parents and your biological sister, all for a green tea. For some reason, Zhou Lin felt a chill when he saw Zhou Li's expression through the rearview mirror. Damn. Why does she sound so serious? I'm joking. It doesn't matter if you don't accept it. Zhou Li changed the subject. Let's read. We can't waste time. You're already 13, and you haven't finished college-level math yet. How stupid. Zhou Lin really wanted to curse. If this is considered stupid, what does that make him? A fool? So this is the doomsday fortress you and mom and dad prepared? I actually think the farm is better. As soon as they enter the house, Zhou Li couldn't help but start commenting. After a basic tour, she even took out a draft notebook and a pen to start writing and drawing. This main door has problems, from the elevator to our house, and the stairs over here need to be installed with at least one real security door. I remember their SA brand in the city. What is it called? One door costs about 170,000 or so. Also, the flooring. The thickness of this cast-in-place concrete floor is about 10 centimeters, but it's best to lay a layer of at least 6 centimeters thick homogeneous steel plate, using chemical bolts embedded in the cast-in-place beam to increase strength. Our layout is good. The whole floor is ours. So we don't have to worry about partition walls being damaged, but the insulation layer needs to be redone. If you're worried about time, you can learn from a method of building houses in America, using wood to fill with foam plastic on the walls, and finally sealing it with boards. The soundproofing and insulation effect is quite good. Oh, and the window glass needs to be replaced. Double-layer hollow can only cope with normal conditions. If the temperature difference exceeds 30 degrees, the effect can be ignored. Do you think that that's enough? Zhou Lin was bewildered and shook his head. It seems you really are reborn. You don't understand these things at all. You must have suffered a lot in your previous life, right? Continue with the window glass. Actually, we don't need so many windows. The floor-to-ceiling glass doors in the living room, all the bay windows, and the floor-to-ceiling glass doors in the living balcony can basically be sealed off. It should be done in 2 days. Finally, the rooftop. It's best to enclose it with multi-layer honeycomb PC board materials, with a thickness of at least 5 centimeters. Don't use stainless steel for the frame. Its performance at low temperatures is too poor. The main structure should use qualified anti-corrosion wood. The thicker, the better. Brother, you've been reborn, haven't you? Didn't you bring a space with you? I see there doesn't seem to be much food prepared at home, and water. Both drinking and living water need to be prepared sufficiently. If time allows, after the rooftop is closed, we can set up an inflatable swimming pool with a water depth not exceeding 80 centimeters for safety. Occupying an area of 60 square meters can hold over 45 tons of water, which should be within the safe load range, enough for a family of 4's living water for about a year or two. And Zhou Lin had no idea how the past 2 hours had passed. Clearly, he was the one who was reborn in the apocalypse. But why did Zhou Li seem more professional than him? Many things he hadn't noticed were meticulously written down by Zhou Li in her draft notebook. You make me feel very useless. You have a space. That's your greatest value. Damn, I don't have a space. So you were reborn, right? You really were reborn? Didn't do any good deeds in your last life, did you? Chapter 14. The illusion of AI Bing had a cold expression. She had started messaging Zhou Lin since the morning, but had not received a single reply. This made AI Bing very anxious. Chi, do you think Zhou Lin might be lying to me? He wouldn't dare. A loyal fam like him can't have such strange thoughts. Yang Chi-Chi, careful with her toenails painted, replied to AI Bing while still chatting with someone. Although the other party hardly paid her any attention, she was happy because the person was a true big shot. After all, she had just gotten his WeChat contact. Even if she didn't have the qualifications to marry into a wealthy family, having a wealthy friend was still something to be proud of. Yang Chi-Chi had even made plans to visit him in a few days. As for what they would do after she went there, she didn't care. She wouldn't be at a loss anyway. AI Bing was very worried, fearing that if anything went wrong, she had taken out loans online, and all the fees and interest were a considerable expense. Fortunately, Zhou Lin finally replied. AI Bing was about to explode with anger, but Zhou Lin seemed completely unfazed, wandering around the house and discovering that his parents were not there. Zhou Kaijun was probably at the breeding farm, where there was still a lot to do. Cheng Yili might have gone shopping, and with how busy they were, it was likely that dinner would not be ready today. It was still not yet 4 o'clock, but the sky outside was already as dark as it would normally be at 8 or 9. Without turning on the lights, the house was nearly unseeable. I'm asking you a question. AI Bing pouted. Didn't you say we were going to transfer the property today? Didn't I say yesterday that I don't have enough money? Didn't I say I have it here? Then why don't you transfer it to me? Zhou Lin replied. Let's transfer it when we go to the property center tomorrow. AI Bing calmed down. She was the type who wouldn't let go of a chance until she saw it. She would never transfer the money to Zhou Lin right now. Fine, I'll go see what we can eat tonight. What about Uncle and Annie? I haven't seen them all day. AI Bing had no intention of helping. Mainly, she didn't know how. After 2 or 3 days at Zhou Lin's house, his parents' attitude towards her had been somewhat strange, lacking the enthusiasm one would expect for a future daughter-in-law. And even the treatment for an ordinary guest seemed to be lacking. Busy, Zhou Lin replied from the kitchen. Does your dad and mom not like me? How could that be? They definitely don't dislike you, Zhou Lin said firmly. That's good. AI Bing pretended to pat her chest, which was only slightly better than an A cup, but in her heart, she thought that whether they liked her or not didn't matter, as long as they could buy a house. Little did she know that Zhou Lin was thinking, they don't dislike you. They would rather you die. When dinner was almost ready, Zhou Kaijun returned, but Cheng Yili stayed at Lanshan. With AI Bing and another girl present, Zhou Kaijun basically ate in silence, getting up as soon as he was full and heading straight to the study, completely ignoring AI Bing's presence. I finished eating too. You washed the dishes, Zhou Lin said. Why? You used to be reluctant for me to do these things. That was then, Zhou Lin replied. If you don't show some effort, how can mom and dad feel at ease adding your name to the property deed? Thinking of the property deed, AI Bing compromised, pouting as she started to clean up, while Yang Chi-Chi continued to scroll through her phone. In the study, Zhou Lin received a call from Zhou Li. I forgot an important thing. What? Zhou Lin looked up at Zhou Kaijun, who looked tired and sleepy, and asked in a low voice. Weapons. After the apocalypse, people are very dangerous. If we don't have enough weapons, our granary will be someone else's granary. If we can't get firearms, let's start with some cold weapons. Crossbows, bows, optical sights, spears, javelins, steel bars, and close combat tools like mountain knives and machetes. They must be of good quality. Zhou Li rambled on the phone for over 10 minutes, covering everything from the simplest cold weapons to standard firearms, and even mentioned how to make Molotov cocktails, explosives, and biochemical agents, even discussing how to utilize pesticides from the breeding farm. Zhou Lin couldn't help but wonder if he and Zhou Li were really born from the same parents. Dad, what's your IQ? Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask after hanging up the phone. Me? The university I attended was equivalent to today's top 985 universities. What do you think my IQ is? Then why are you raising pigs? Zhou Lin found it hard to understand. To make money. Just because I graduated from 985 doesn't mean I can't raise pigs, Zhou Kaijun retorted. Zhou Lin scratched his head. Zhou Li just mentioned preparing some weapons, and she brought up fertilizers and pesticides. Do we have any at home? This girl is really clever. Why didn't I think of that? We have fertilizers at home, but not much urea. The pesticides are all low toxicity. Tomorrow, I'll buy goods from 3 agricultural trade companies. They're all good stuff, and you only need simple equipment to make them. Zhou Kaijun's muttering became less clear to Zhou Lin, and even if he understood, he didn't know much about it. Now, he began to feel that Zhou Li was the real biological child of his parents, while he was either a bonus for recharging or picked up from a garbage heap. As the eldest son, Zhou Lin felt a deep sense of sorrow. Dad, I won't get involved with those things, but I can get firearms. By the way, my little sister already knows I've been reborn, and she guessed that I have a space to store things. Zhou Lin didn't mention the aircraft carrier, but seemed he had to show off a bit. Otherwise, his family status wouldn't be secure. Your mom and I have long suspected you of space, Zhou Kaijun said, lifting his eyelids, looking completely unsurprised. We thought if you didn't mention it, we wouldn't either. Well, it turns out that the only ones who won't trick you in this world are your parents. Zhou Lin could only silently accept Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Li's thoughtfulness. Zhou Kaijun talked about the family's current financial situation. He still had 7 million in liquid assets, and Cheng Li said she had 5 million last night. He didn't know how much was left now. Use it as much as you can. After 4 days, it'll basically be bartering. A few years later, the government will introduce credit points. But they'll only be useful in survivor bases, and the credit points in different bases won't be interchangeable. In the end, it still comes down to material goods. Zhou Kaiju nodded, I know. By the way, your grandparents and grandpa don't agree to come. Your mom and I have talked until we're blue in the face. But it didn't help. We can't tell them too much. Forget it. We'll talk about it when we have the chance in the future. A night passed without a word. The only thing that made Zhou Lin a bit happy was that the experience for his ability had increased again in the past 2 days. Coexistence. Beginner 110-1000, currently coexisting vehicle. Laifu, large surface transportation vehicle, available coexisting vehicle count. 0 storage space. 11. Originally, Zhou Lin thought that the experience points would increase a little each day, but it seemed that was not the case. Otherwise, the current experience should be 107, 1000. In his last life, he hadn't activated his ability. For now, as long as there were no significant changes, he could only set it aside since he didn't even have anyone to discuss it with. Perhaps Li could understand. However, thinking of Zhou Li's eager eyes filled with curiosity, Zhou Lin immediately dismissed the idea. He didn't want to be dissected by Zhou Li for research. If conditions allowed, that girl might really do it. The next day at 9 o'clock, Zhou Lin took AI Bing and Yang Chi to the property center. Surprisingly, it was brightly lit inside, and the staff were all at work. However, compared to the usual hustle and bustle, it was relatively deserted at the moment. This made it convenient for Zhou Lin, and he quickly entered the process. When AI Bing saw her name on the submitted materials and that the property was 50 hers, she transferred 70,000 cash to Zhou Lin. When AI Bing walked out of the property center, he had a big smile on his face, holding a file bag and saying, Zhou Lin, how much do you think this house will appreciate if we hold on to it for 2 years? How much? Zhou Lin remained silent, thinking to himself that there was no rush. In a few days, he would find out. Chapter 15, Like-Minded People. Tang Ili. The biggest change in the city is that there are clearly fewer people and cars on the streets. Many shops are simply closed, and only when passing by a few large supermarkets can one see crowded groups of people. AI Bing is somewhat surprised. Her mind has been focused on the house these past few days, and she doesn't understand the people who are frantically shopping, so she asks Zhou Lin why. Maybe they're all going crazy, Zhou Lin chuckles. With Cheng Li taking charge, he doesn't have to fight ordinary people for supplies in the supermarket. It's worth noting that Cheng Li has been busy all day yesterday, either reallocating goods or receiving shipments. Under Zhou Lin's reminder, she cleared out a warehouse at their logistics park to store supplies, and this morning she messaged Zhou Lin to come by and empty the warehouse, clearly having discussed it with her husband last night. Why not go live in Lanshan? Seeing Zhou Lin drive out of the city, AI Bing feels a bit unhappy. After all, her name is on the property deed, so why should they go to the countryside? It's being renovated, Zhou Lin replies. Isn't it already finished? It's still early. Zhou Lin replies lightly and falls silent. AI Bing has no choice but to chat with Yang Chi about cosmetics and luxury goods, which she doesn't really care about, just to keep the conversation comfortable. Soon, Zhou Lin hears the two women suggesting that they should invite more people over to have fun, and AI Bing surprisingly mentions Tang Ili's name. Instantly, Zhou Lin sneers. He didn't know Tang Ili before the apocalypse in his last life. In a sense, They were both AI Bing's loyal followers. One must admit that AI Bing has good management skills and a strong feminine presence. Despite her shortcomings, she can package herself attractively. And women like her are willing to put effort into their appearance, while Tang Ili happens to be a fitness coach. It doesn't matter who made the first move. The outcome is that Tang Ili transformed from a big wolf dog into a little follower. If it weren't for the apocalyptic disasters, Zhou Lin and Tang Ili might have become good brothers. But after the disasters hit, Tang Ili became the most ferocious wolf by AI Bing's side, biting anyone he could catch. Perhaps long-term fitness training made Tang Ili muscular but simple-minded, ultimately losing his ability to think in the harsh environment of the apocalypse. In short, most of the hardships Zhou Lin endured in his last life came from Tang Ili, and those humiliations are something he can never forget. Now that AI Bing is not in Shunsheng, if she were to die, Zhou Lin wouldn't know where to find Tang Ili. Tang Ili Musti. Thinking of the harm that Mad Dog caused him, Zhou Lin couldn't suppress his inner rage. Zhou Lin, Yang Qiqi's friend, also wants to come over to play. You don't mind, do you? I Bing Sudin asks. Hehe, Yang Qiqi's friend? Yes, not a boyfriend, just a close friend. You should understand, right? Yang Qiqi conveniently covers for AI Bing. Understand. Zhou Lin thinks to himself, I understand too well. When Tang Ili arrives, AI Bing, you could go die. The air quality in Shunsheng is terrible. Long-term exposure can lead to lung cancer. If your friend has nothing to do, why not invite them over to have fun for a while and go back once the environment improves? Lung cancer? Is it that serious? AI Bing asks in surprise. Haven't you seen the recent reports online? Shifushan has been erupting continuously, and no one knows when it will stop. The housing prices in Shunsheng have dropped by 30. Indeed, only money-related matters can pique AI Bing's interest. Only benefits can get her think. Returning to the farm, Zhou Lin sees a few electric vehicles leaving in the distance. Those are the last workers, and now the entire farm has been cleared out. It's all empty, Zhou Kaijun sighs. He has truly gone all in this time. If the apocalypse hadn't come, it would have been hard to restore the farm. Dad, I actually hope that the so-called apocalyptic disaster is just a nightmare. But look at the sky. Zhou Kaijun nods in despair, only grateful that his son has been reborn and even brought a space with him. However, neither Zhou Kaijun nor Qingyali has ever inquired about the details of this space. Oh no, I forgot something important. Zhou Lin slaps his forehead. Mom asked me to go to the warehouse to collect things. It's almost overflowing. You even dare to forget your mom's words? Hurry up and go. Fortunately, the logistics park isn't far from here. Traffic is usually smooth, especially now. In just over 10 minutes, Zhou Lin drives into the logistics park and finds his warehouse. I thought you forgot. Hurry up and get inside. I'll lock the door. Seeing Cheng Yali still guarding there, probably not even having time for lunch, Zhou Lin can't help but feel a pang of heartache. Mom, are you hungry? Hungry. I've been hungry for a while now. Just hurry up. There's another truck of goods coming soon. In front of Cheng Yali, Zhou Lin truly has no room to resist and can only obediently enter the warehouse. Cheng Yali doesn't come in, but immediately locks the door. What is all this? Zhou Lin's gaze sweeps over the mountain of supplies in front of him. 30 bags of white sugar, each weighing 200 pounds. 100-pound bags of additive-free salt filling one corner of the warehouse. Various types of chili peppers essential to the people of Bashu, also in 50 bags. 50 jars of bean paste from different regions. 50 large iron barrels of homemade rapeseed oil. Countless bottles of monosodium glutamate, chicken essence, and oils like corn oil, sesame oil, and pepper oil. After sorting half the warehouse, Zhou Lin suddenly feels his vision darken. His lips tingle, his head grows heavy, and his limbs weaken. Cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Oh no! Just as this thought arises in his mind, he collapses to the ground and faints. Cheng Yali, busy outside the warehouse, doesn't hear any noise at all. It isn't until the next batch of goods is almost arriving that she remembers her son is still inside. Why isn't he out yet? Cheng Yali tries calling Zhou Lin's phone, but there's no answer. Could something have happened? Thinking of this, Cheng Yali hurriedly opens the door and sees Zhou Lin lying on the ground. What happened? What is going on? She rushes to Zhou Lin's side, pinching his acupoint and checking his heartbeat. Feeling that Zhou Lin's heartbeat is still relatively normal, Cheng Yali breathes a sigh of relief and increases the pressure of her pinch, successfully waking Zhou Lin up. It hurts, it hurts. I'm so hungry, Mom. I'm so hungry, I want to eat something. Zhou Lin's head is foggy, and he can't even focus his eyes. Eat this. Cheng Yali shoves a chocolate bar into Zhou Lin's mouth, and then pulls out a big handful of chocolate bars from a packaging box in the warehouse. You must be just like your dad, low blood sugar. Zhou Lin doesn't say a word, takes the second one, and continues eating. He eats a total of 10 bars before Cheng Yali dares to stop giving him more. Zhou Lin finally stops eating and lets out a long breath. From now on, always have some sugar ready. Luckily, I came in just in time. Otherwise, you would have been in trouble. Zhou Lin smiles and, with Cheng Yali's help, stands up. He knows this isn't just low blood sugar, but has to do with frequent use of his abilities. Symbiosis. Beginner 121-1000. Currently, symbiotic transportation tools. Lifu. Large water transportation tool. Available symbiotic transportation tools. 0 storage space. 1-1. Sure enough, in such a short time, his experience points have increased by 10. It's just that my body can't take it. Zhou Lin chews and says, Mom, I want to eat hot pot tonight. Chapter 16, The Secret of Superpowers. Although Cheng Yali seemed carefree, how could a mother not be worried about her child? Even if the sky were to fall, we would still have hot pot tonight. That's what I say. Not even Jesus could change that. Mom, I love your spirit. Get lost. Go rest. Cheng Yali said unhappily. I'm not tired, Zhou Lin replied. It's just low blood sugar as long as I replenish it. You said there's more coming soon, right? Oh, I almost forgot. Then hurry up, take care of yourself, I'll go wait outside. A truckload of daily necessities is about to arrive. Cheng Yali found a regional wholesaler. The prices are very reasonable, for less than 200,000. It can last the whole family for decades, provided it doesn't expire. In the warehouse, every time Zhou Lin received a batch of supplies, he carefully felt the changes in his body and superpower experience points. Although he couldn't estimate the precise ratio between the two, it was indeed true that receiving supplies could increase his experience. Additionally, the consumption of physical strength had nothing to do with the supplies themselves, but was only related to the number of times they were used. Perhaps this could explain why Zhou Lin's Fuwan number didn't get drained when he put away. Instead, he nearly died in the warehouse. With this understanding, Zhou Lin figured that after using his superpower 3 or 4 times, he could chew on a chocolate candy bar. Although eating too many could be overwhelming, it was indeed effective for replenishing energy. I don't know if other superpower users are like me, but we should prepare more things like chocolate bars. They are compact, portable, and efficient, and might become hard currency among superpower users in the future. Just as Cheng Yali drove the forklift in, Zhou Lin brought this up. All right, the warehouse of this wholesaler is in the logistics park. I'll go right away. Truly a strong woman, she always works quickly. Zhou Lin thought he would have to wait another day or two for the chocolate bars. But Cheng Yali got it done in an hour. A box of 50 bars, 60 boxes per carton, 3,000 bars, wholesale price 450 yuan. I took all of his goods, 237 cartons. Mom, you're amazing. Zhou Lin gave Cheng Yali a thumbs up. That is hundreds of thousands of chocolate bars. Although they seem insignificant now, one could potentially trade for a woman in the future. If you say that, then I need to get some more. Our logistics park has all kinds of warehouses. Mom, don't go yet. We don't have much money left, right? Zhou Lin suddenly had a flash of inspiration and quickly stopped Cheng Yali. Not much, Cheng Yali nodded. Since last night, her 5 million in the account was gone, and she had directly transferred quite a bit from old Zhou's account. Actually, what I was thinking was, Zhou Lin quietly shared his thoughts. And Cheng Yali nodded repeatedly, yes, but the risk is a bit high. It's actually not a big deal, at most just frostbite, Zhou Lin said. What if someone tries to rob you? Lily said we should prepare some weapons, but I only bought some knives. It's hard to even find decent long weapons. Outside of special areas, where can you find good weapons in an ordinary city? At most, there are some collectibles in the hands of enthusiasts. But who knows where those collectibles are stored? Fortunately, Zhou Lin was not lacking in weapons. He could get anything from handguns to rifles, and even flamethrowers or shoulder-mounted missiles. Mom, look at this. Oh my gosh, where did this come from? Seeing the shiny handgun in front of her, Cheng Yali was stunned. Summer country is not a beautiful country, let alone guns. Even hiding a few bullets can land you in prison for years. The handgun Zhou Lin took out was clearly high-grade military equipment, exquisitely crafted and brand new. Take this, it comes with 3 magazines and a holster. At this time, who cares about legality? As long as you don't brandish it on the street, firing a few shots secretly probably wouldn't attract police attention. But I don't know how to use it. Cheng Yali, being bold, also knew it was a special time and didn't mind carrying a gun. It's simple. Zhou Lin explained the crucial parts. How to disengage the safety, chamber around, change magazines, and aim, and then let Cheng Yali practice a few motions. Currently, they couldn't practice with live ammunition, so they had to start like this. Given Cheng Yali's weight and strength, she should be able to control the handgun. This thing is pretty nice. As the pillar of the family, Cheng Yali quickly adapted and even felt a bit pleased, but before she could put it away, she asked Zhou Lin if he had any more. Yes, Dad has one too. I'll get it for him later. That is good, by the way. Don't give one to your sister. She is still young. If Cheng Yali hadn't emphasized it, Zhou Lin would have wanted to give Zhou Li a weapon. With her brain, she might accidentally shoot herself, and she might be better at using it than old Zhou and Cheng Yali. Besides, with disasters and calamities coming one after another, girls like Zhou Li are definitely the most at risk. After finishing the supplies ordered today, Zhou Lin drove Cheng Yali to Lanshan, where she would spend the night with Zhou Li and continue to procure supplies. In fact, the supplies available for purchase in the city were already limited. Many supermarkets were either closed or severely out of stock. Nobody is truly foolish. Regardless of what the government says, unless they have no money, there's no one who doesn't stock up, not to mention ordinary consumers. Today Cheng Yali was turned away several times. Those who had supplies just wouldn't sell. Hoarding and speculation are not uncommon in any era. Forget about laws and regulations. There will always be people willing to engage in risky business, but nobody wants to make a loss. Nowadays, the time of day has little difference between 4 or 5 in the afternoon and midnight. The situation domestically is slightly better, but in many relatively free countries and regions, prolonged darkness has given rise to more and more crime. In areas without electricity and law enforcement, theft, robbery, and murder have become a norm. People have to make choices to survive, either join in or band together for warmth. The situation in Summer Country is also not optimistic. While large-scale violent crime has not yet occurred, signs of chaos in the basic market have begun to emerge. To maintain social order, the government and military have started to collaborate, implementing martial law in major cities, special cities, and border cities. Strategic and important materials are controlled by the government, and private large-scale holdings will be purchased by the government at cost price, with subsidies provided according to actual circumstances. Seeing these messages online, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel worried. Jiazhou City has not yet implemented martial law, but Cheng Yali has procured quite a bit of supplies, especially sugar, salt, and food. If they wanted to, they could definitely trace it back. What if the government asked them to hand over these supplies later? After thinking it over, Zhou Lin felt uneasy and called Cheng Yali first thing in the morning, saying they should only collect supplies for half a day at most. And then they shouldn't use that warehouse anymore. What difference does it make? Even if we don't use it, they'll know, right? Cheng Yali asked. Burn it. Zhou Lin whispered. Burn? Cheng Yali almost thought she heard wrong. I'll leave some supplies in the warehouse and then burn it down. Even if someone investigates later. It was burned, and no one knows who did it. As for how much was inside when it burned, what if most of it was taken away before it was burned? Chapter 17, the beginning of chaos. The sky was getting brighter later. Even at 10:30 in the morning, it was still dim outside. Zhou Lin got up and casually ate something. Just as he was preparing to go out, AI Bing ran out and called to him. In the afternoon, Chi-Chi's friend is coming, and we need to go to the train station to pick them up. Can you drive us? Zhou Lin stopped in his tracks, thinking that Tang Ili, that sycophant, must be crazy. With the outside world like this, he was still in such a hurry. Love affairs are still hard to change, right? It's good that they're coming. I can deal with them all at once. I have something to do this afternoon. Then just give me a car. I have a driver's license, and I can go with Chi-Chi. By the way, didn't you say last time that you have that Conqueror at home? The Conqueror. Yes. Zhou Lin nodded. But it's inconvenient to park it here. What do you want to do? I just want to see if our family can really afford a car worth over 10 million. Zhou Lin's family background was decent, but it didn't seem like they had that kind of spending power. It wasn't that expensive back then. I'll go get it in a couple of days. Although there was a Conqueror parked in the Life-of-Number 1 hangar, it was a stolen car after all. AI Bing's words reminded Zhou Lin that maybe he should go into the city to take a look at the Four Sons store, rental car companies, or even second-hand car dealerships. Who knows, he might find something good. After the apocalypse and natural disasters, human industrial civilization was basically destroyed, even if there was still a small amount of industrial production. The primary focus was on food, followed by medicine. Cars, if one broke, it was a serious loss. The more, the better. But cars were too expensive to buy. Jiazhou City wasn't like Jinggang, where there were a lot of privately traded imported cars, and there were no complete vehicle manufacturing companies. They could only make plans with retailers. Are you out of your mind? After the apocalypse, you could probably collect several hundred cars just by walking down the main road. If that doesn't work, there must be plenty of nice cars in the basements of nearby communities, right? Is it worth the risk now? When Zhou Lin discussed this with Zhou Li after arriving at Lanshan, he was ruthlessly rebutted. As expected, people with high IQs often have incredibly low emotional intelligence. With someone like Zhou Li, if she were to rely on others, she probably wouldn't last 3 chapters. You're overthinking it. I've learned the idiom to survive by any means necessary. And there's also enduring humiliation and bearing burdens, lying low and tasting bitterness. Stop. Zhou Lin covered his face in pain. All right, I'll listen to you. Where's your little notebook? Have you checked with Mom? What else do we need? Weapons and some medicines that can't be obtained. In Zhou Li's view, these 2 categories were the most troublesome. As for weapons, that goes without saying. Medicine, which seemed very ordinary under normal circumstances, was actually very difficult to procure on a large scale. Without channels, it was impossible, especially since the government had long been secretly controlling it. Currently, there were very few medicines available in pharmacies, and the quantities were also limited. Let Mom buy more Chinese medicinal herbs. I have prepared Western medicine. There's a small hospital on Life-of-Number 1. Not to mention medicine, we have B ultrasound, CT, MRI, whatever you need, I'm not worried at all. The glass probably won't be replaced in time. Zhou Li said regretfully, unlike the anti-theft doors that could be installed right away. Multi-layered hollow glass not only needs to be customized, but installation is also very troublesome. It even requires large cranes, and we currently don't have such conditions. Let's seal it up first. After all, there's no sunlight. It's better that it's opaque, so no one can see in. With a complete and effective ventilation system, Zhou Lin felt that sealing the windows was actually more appropriate. Okay, the materials are all on the platform. Should we call workers or do it ourselves? Zhou Li looked eager to try, but Zhou Lin felt that this matter could be postponed. Starting today, they should accumulate a lot of water. Life-of-No not only had a large reserve of drinking water, but also a complete water circulation system. Although the recycled water was definitely not good to drink, it was fine for daily use. However, Zhou Lin was unwilling to expose the existence of Life-of-Number 1 in the early days of the apocalypse to avoid unnecessary trouble. Storing water on the rooftop of his own house not only concealed their actions, but also provided insulation and heat retention. Under Zhou Li's request, Cheng Yali purchased a lot of building materials and electric tools, most of which were placed on the rooftop, to set up a plastic swimming pool for water storage. They first needed to clean up the area. Zhou Li couldn't do this alone, so Zhou Lin had to stay behind to help. Every time Zhou Lin cleared out a piece of space, Zhou Li would go up to inflate a simple swimming pool, filling it with water at the same time. Jiazhou City was surrounded by water on all sides, and the water pressure on the 18th floor was also acceptable. If they used 2 or 3 hoses at once, they could fill 10 tons of water in a few hours. If it weren't for a phone call from Cheng Yali, Zhou Lin might have been busy on the rooftop until it was dark. There was a robbery at the logistics park, although it didn't happen to Cheng Yali. Several people had been robbed, and the warehouse had been pried open. Cheng Yali was a bit anxious, which was why she called Zhou Lin. I'm coming right now. Worried about Cheng Yali's safety, Zhou Lin told her on the phone to lock the warehouse door and, if necessary, shoot. Preserving life was the priority. However, Zhou Lin never expected that he would be blocked less than 3 minutes away from the logistics park. On the road, a dilapidated car from who knows where squeezed the originally 8-lane road down to just enough space for 1 car to pass. It was obvious that there were people hiding behind those broken cars, and if anyone dared to slow down a pass, they might be attacked. There were other routes, but they would require a much larger detour. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Lin simply put on a military uniform and then aimed the gun barrel out of the car window. Although it wasn't a Xia country military uniform, the sky was already dim, and with the chaos in the world, the other party might not be able to tell clearly. Whether it was the military uniform or the gun barrel that had an effect, Zhou Lin passed through that makeshift passage without encountering any obstruction or attack. "Mom, it's me," Zhou Lin shouted loudly when he opened the warehouse door, afraid that as soon as he entered, his mother would shoot him full of holes, which would be a real injustice. "You finally came." Cheng Yali stood up from behind a pile of bags. Zhou Lin couldn't help but smile wryly. "Mom, can you hide better? Look at the size of that bag. Can it really hide you? Then didn't you still not find me?" Cheng Yali hurriedly replied. "How could I not see such a big person like you?" Zhou Lin laughed. "Isn't there no suitable place? Besides, I have a gun." Cheng Yali shook the weapon in her hand, and after putting it back in its holster, she gestured around the warehouse. "Do you see? The territory your mom has conquered for you is all yours now. Long live the Empress." Zhou Lin joked, not avoiding Cheng Yali, and quickly tossed bags of supplies into the storage space. The storage space for the symbiotic transport vehicle was limited, and its shape perfectly matched the outline of the vehicle. But Zhou Lin still discovered a clever way to utilize it, which was the direct deck of the aircraft carrier. Because there were planes stationed on the deck when entering the storage space defaulted to having a layer of space the same height as the planes, approximately 7 meters high. The deck area of Lifu number 1 was 19,827 square meters, which meant there was 138,000 cubic meters of space available on just the deck, equivalent to more than 1,700 standard shipping containers. That's about it. After looking at the scattered supplies in the warehouse, Zhou Lin chewed on a chocolate bar and let Cheng Yali go out first. He was going to prepare to set a fire. Chapter 18, Unexpectedly Familiar. The fire spread from a corner of the warehouse. Zhou Lin confirmed several times that even if the entire warehouse burned down, it would be difficult to affect other warehouses, and no innocent people would be injured as a result. More than 10 minutes later, flames burst out from the warehouse's ventilation window, and someone reported the fire. The property management of the logistics park called Cheng Yali, and by the time Zhou Lin drove back, the fire was already out of control. The property management could not extinguish the fire and could only try to clear the area around the warehouse to prevent the flames from spreading. Some people took the initiative to comfort Cheng Yali. Seeing his mother, who was surrounded by the crowd, sobbing and pounding her chest in anger, Zhou Lin felt that the Oscar owed her a gold award. By the time the fire truck arrived, the warehouse was basically burned to the ground. With a high-pressure hose spraying, the scene was a complete mess. Even a deity would struggle to make sense of it, achieving exactly the effect Zhou Lin wanted. Those who knew how much material Cheng Yali had recently collected in the warehouse shook their heads, thinking that the Zhou family was in for a big trouble this time, while also feeling sorry for the materials that had been burned. Normally, there should be police on the scene, but the increasingly chaotic situation had already exhausted the police force. They simply had no time to deal with incidents without casualties. "Mom, let's go." Zhou Lin, with his eyes rubbed red, helped Cheng Yali back to the car. Hurry up. Hurry up." As soon as the car door was closed, Cheng Yali urged Zhou Lin to leave quickly, fearing that she might expose herself if the performance continued. Looking at the logistics park receding in the rearview mirror, Zhou Lin felt a bit regretful. After all, there were all kinds of materials in those warehouses. If there was a chance in the future to sweep through them, there might be unexpected gains. As soon as they returned to Lanshan, Cheng Yali entered a frenzied ordering mode, but most of the calls either couldn't get through or resulted in no outcome. While you weren't home, the workers came and installed the anti-theft doors. I'm considering whether to weld the lock holes of 2 of the doors shut. It must be said that Zhou Li, dressed in work clothes and wearing a helmet, did indeed look somewhat like an engineering girl. But Cheng Yali couldn't bear to let her daughter do such rough work and hurriedly asked Zhou Lin to help. "But I don't know how." Zhou Lin spread his hands. "If you don't know, hurry up and search." Cheng Yali put her hands on her hips. "Your sister is delicate. What if she gets burned by sparks?" Indeed, Zhou Lin's entire body was not as important as a single hair of Zhou Li. The concept of gender equality did not exist in the Zhou family. Zhou Li giggled and said to Zhou Lin, "Brother, no need to search. I can do it. I'll teach you. When did you learn how to weld?" There's a saying that goes, You just have to have hands, right? Besides, I studied seriously with a video for half an hour. That's enough, trust me. Strangely enough, Zhou Lin, who had never touched welding before, actually completed the work quite impressively under Zhou Li's guidance. Huh, I can say I'm a welder now. Don't flatter yourself, without me. You're nothing, Zhou Li pouted. That evening, Yali arranged for Zhou Lin to have the hot pot he wanted, and Zhou Kaijun also came over. The family of four ate happily together. That woman left a step later than you. When I left, she hadn't come back yet, Zhou Kaijun said. Taking a sip of wine, she said a friend came to Bashu, and she went to meet her. Brother, you're not being greened, are you? Zhou Li asked with a smile. Yali tapped Zhou Li with her chopsticks. What are you talking about? How could that kind of woman have anything to do with your brother? You know that. I was just joking. What's wrong with that? Brother, I found you a new girlfriend. I'll take you to meet her later. What? You found me a girlfriend and want to take me to meet her? Zhou Lin's eyes widened. Ah, Zhou Li nodded. In our building, hey. How did you meet her? Yali asked. Someone from nearby. Zhou Li covered her forehead, thinking that they would be living at home for a long time. So, she wanted to get a good understanding of the people in the building, to know friends and foes, and if there were any dangerous individuals, to prepare early and, if necessary, to strike first to avoid being harmed later. Stop. Just stop. I don't need you to worry about my affairs. Women only slow me down, you know. Brother, there are no good women in your circle. People gather with like-minded individuals, and if no one pulls you up, and it's not your turn to pull, Zhou Lin said irritably. Don't change the subject. Lily, what does that girl do? What does she look like? Compared to Zhou Lin, Yali clearly trusted Zhou Li more and interrupted him with a glare. She is a PhD student in the clinical department at Bashu University, and she is definitely a campus beauty. She is also from Arjiazhou and just returned from studying abroad. She got back from Shidu just yesterday because of a natural disaster that caused school to suspend classes. Not bad. Yali nodded repeatedly, while looking at Zhou Lin with disdain, as if her son was not worthy of the girl. When will you invite her up to sit? Mom, it's not necessary, is it? It's the end of the world. Why look for a girlfriend? Zhou Lin strongly opposed, but his opposition was of no use. Zhou Li pulled out her phone and sent a few messages before getting up to open the door. Shaoli, Shuejia. At the door, a tall and short figure embraced each other. If one hadn't just heard Zhou Li say they had just met, one would definitely think they were sisters who hadn't seen each other for many years. However, looking at the woman at the door, Zhou Lin felt she looked somewhat familiar. He remembered that she was the girl from the train, the one who was so charming. Wu Shui didn't expect it to be such a coincidence either. Smiling at Zhou Lin, she said, So you're the brother Shaoli was talking about. What a coincidence. Zhou Lin nodded, giving Wu Shui a seat. After a brief introduction from Zhou Li, Wu Shui was considered to have met Zhou Lin's family. Just as Zhou Li said, they indeed met online. Although there was some age difference, they had many common interests, such as swimming, playing badminton, and playing guitar. Having common interests meant they had plenty to talk about. And Wu Shui lived downstairs, just with a smaller area than the Zhou family's house. Shui, is it okay if I call you that? Yali smiled, so much her eyes were almost closed, very satisfied. Of course, my mom calls me that. Unfortunately, they are abroad, and flights are all suspended. Plus communication isn't very smooth. Wu Shui said, a hint of worry appearing on her face. Then where are they now? Yali asked. They went to Europe for vacation. The last time I spoke to them, they were still in Switzerland. Son, is Switzerland safe? Zhou Lin thought for a moment and shook his head. It's hard to say. There are fewer people and relatively more resources, but the temperature is lower than in Bashu. What are you talking about? What low temperature? Wu Shui asked. Yali cleared her throat, glanced at Zhou Lin, and said, You should ask him for specifics. He has a lot of research on climate change. When did I have research on climate change? Looking at the eyes, Wu Shui turned to him. Zhou Lin felt very wronged. Even his mother shouldn't set him up like this. Chapter 19. Being an older brother is tough. This story starts with a volcanic eruption in the island nation. Zhou Lin feels like he's been pushed into a corner by his mom, and he knows he can't come up with a good excuse today. Otherwise, he'll definitely get in trouble later. If Zhou Lin's encounter with Wu Shui is fate, then AI Bing and Tang Ili are undoubtedly a case of doomed fate. The reason AI Bing can casually say a few words to make Tang Ili rush to Jiazhou like a dog is that Tang Ili has a classmate in Jiazhou who shares a similar taste. His brother, Sun Qinghao. After receiving Tang Ili's message, Sun Qinghao first went to pick him up at the train station, and then the two met up with AI Bing and Yang Qiqi. The four of them drove around Jiazhou City. And Sun Qinghao initially wanted to show off his local knowledge in front of the two beautiful women, AI Bing and Yang Qiqi. However, due to the bad weather, many shops had closed early, and they almost couldn't even find a hot pot restaurant. As the night fell and Zhou Lin still hadn't contacted them, AI Bing, feeling a bit annoyed after having a couple of drinks, decided to give Zhou Lin a taste of his own medicine. As long as Zhou Lin didn't take the initiative to find her, she wouldn't go back. A few days ago, she felt helpless, but now with Tang Ili and the unexpected surprise of Sun Qinghao, she felt more secure. With AI Bing's keen eye, she immediately noticed that Sun Qinghao was also a sly character, a seasoned player in love, who was being overly attentive to Yang Qiqi while secretly flirting with AI Bing. Most of the time, what AI Bing shows is just a facade. She actually looks down on both Zhou Lin and Tang Ili from the bottom of her heart. Although Sun Qinghao drives an expensive imported car worth over 300,000, he still rents a place, which also places him in the loser category in AI Bing's eyes. AI Bing, don't go to your relative's house tonight. We haven't seen each other for a long time. We should chat more, Tang Ili said, his eyes filled with desire from the alcohol. All right, if they don't call, I want to go back. Sigh, there's nowhere to play. Hearing AI Bing complain, Sun Qinghao quickly suggested they could buy some food and go to his place, and the four continued drinking. AI Bing shot a glance at Sun Qinghao, who was pouring drinks for Yang Qiqi, and guess what this jerk was planning? Unfortunately, whether it was Tang Ili or Sun Qinghao, they were at least 20 years short of skill if they wanted to get AI Bing and Yang Qiqi drunk, unless they used some underhanded methods. But seasoned women like them wouldn't easily fall for such tricks. In the end, both Sun Qinghao and Tang Ili ended up drunk, watching the two shirtless men embrace. AI Bing and Yang Qiqi excitedly took some funny pictures and then recklessly rummaged through Sun Qinghao's house. Sigh, what a poor guy, he has nothing. Unbelievable. His drinking capacity is terrible. I bet he is not that great in bed either. Actually, Tang Ili is okay. Do you want to give him a try? Just him? Humph, he is not worthy. Only you still think of him as a treasure. Yang Qiqi burped, since it was clear that Sun Qinghao was a typical loser. AI Bing lost all interest in him. Although Tang Ili didn't have much money, at least he was easy on the eyes, physically fit, and had a strong presence, which could basically satisfy her. In her words, he was a decent tool. With some free time on her hands, AI Bing couldn't help but think of Zhou Lin. No matter how she looked at it, his value seemed to be higher than the combined worth of Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao. Now she felt a bit regretful. What if Zhou Lin misunderstood her actions? But then she thought, even if Zhou Lin were to cause a scene, it would still be within her control. Jiazhou City isn't large. In fact, AI Bing was currently less than a street away from Lanshan, and if she chose the right direction, she could see Zhou Lin's house. In the living room, after Zhou Lin explained his situation, Wu Shui didn't panic. On one hand, Zhou Lin repeatedly emphasized that this was just his personal opinion, and on the other hand, it was Wu Shui's character. After all, being able to pursue a doctorate in the clinical department of Bashi University is not something ordinary people can achieve. My dad is a very good doctor, and my mom is an expert in mechanical engineering. This trip to Europe is because my mom is attending an international conference. Wu Shui spoke as if she was telling Zhou Lin, but also felt like she was talking to herself. However, Zhou Lin understood. This meant her parents were extremely valuable elite talents. Any country that knew about her parents' abilities would definitely pay them enough respect, and compared to ordinary people, their survival rate in the face of disaster would be much higher. Moreover, talents like Wu Shui's parents will be better equipped to handle crises than ordinary people. So the biggest problem now seems to be me. Wu Shui self-deprecatingly laughed. I didn't expect things to get so serious. So I wasn't well prepared in terms of supplies. I think I might starve to death at home. Suddenly, Zhou Lin's sister, Zhou Li, who had been reading on the sofa, lifted her head and said, Sister Shui, don't worry. If I have food, you'll definitely have something to drink. Thank you, Zhou Lin, but I feel embarrassed to take advantage of you. Besides, things might not be as bad as your brother said. Not that bad. Zhou Lin smiled. And before he could speak, Cheng Yali, who had just cleaned the dining table, walked over with a smile. Xiao Shui, you're being too polite. It's okay. Don't mention eating and drinking at our house. You're welcome to stay. You're a true genius. If you help Zhou Lin with her studies during your free time, that would be a gain for us. Zhou Lin is really smart. Faced with Cheng Yali's invitation, Wu Shui neither agreed nor declined. It's getting late. I should go home. Wu Shui stood up to leave, but Zhou Lin grabbed her and took her to her room. After about 2 hours, the two women came out smiling. After Zhou Lin sent Wu Shui off, Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask, You've only known her for a few days, and you already took her to your room? Aren't you afraid of revealing too much? Do you think I'm as foolish as you? Zhou Lin turned around, serious. I click with her. Do you know her IQ? It's just a bit lower than mine. Speaking of which, she and I are the ones who really have common topics. Also, do you think I only like her for this? Zhou Lin continued, With your IQ, it's already a stretch for you to think this far. The gap between people can sometimes be as vast as that between humans and monkeys. Who said that? Zhou Lin felt this sounded familiar. Who said it doesn't matter? Zhou Lin waved her hand confidently. Let me ask you, in the face of apocalyptic disasters, is our family really prepared? Zhou Lin thought for a moment. It seems we're about ready. What are we lacking? Of course there are. Zhou Lin pointed at Shou Kaijun, who was smoking at the dining table, and Cheng Yali, who was eating sunflower seeds. Look at them, old folks in their 50s or 60s. After a lifetime of hard work, they're probably already frail. When the apocalypse comes, if either of us gets a headache or fever, even if we have medicine, do you know how to take it? So what you actually value is still Wu Shui as profession and abilities? Zhou Lin asked. Children can be taught. I'm very pleased, Zhou Lin replied. Dad, Mom, let us send this girl away. I can't take it anymore. Chapter 20. Zhou Lin's ecosystem on June 25th. Zhou Lin got up and clearly felt the temperature drop. It was now 8:30 in the morning, and it was still pitch dark outside. The city no longer had the dazzling lights of the past. Many areas appeared quite dim, and the neon lights had become fewer, likely because more shops had chosen to close. The entire world was sliding into an abyss, and no one could stop it. Sighing, Zhou Lin forced himself to perk up. Today, his parents are going back to retrieve some things they would need, and anything useful but inconvenient to move would be sealed up. Last night, Zhou Lin had given Zhou Kaijun a pistol for magazines and a box of bullets in return for something he had taken. Considering that communication might be interrupted due to power issues, Zhou Lin also found a military short-range communication system on the Lifu vehicle. Each family member would have a terminal, with the main unit set up on the rooftop platform. This system had an effective communication range of about 20 kilometers, and he believed that even if someone had to go out in the next 2 months, they wouldn't exceed this range. Zhou Lin was busy on the rooftop all morning. He and Zhou Lin were to complete the remaining window sealing work today. He also planned to build a sturdy tool shed on the platform, since heavy snow would come after the temperature dropped, and some tools and materials would quickly deteriorate if left under ice and snow. Brother, since you want to build, why not make it a bit bigger? It can not only store things but also be used to raise some chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits, Zhou Lin said. Raise small animals? What would I use to raise them? Zhou Lin replied. Feed. I had Mom buy some, Zhou Lin said seriously. When did you buy it? Where is it? In the logistics park. Chicken, duck, goose, quail, rabbit feed, dog food, cat food, various small snacks for animals, and I also had Mom buy a lot of cat litter, Zhou Lin said, counting on her fingers. Zhou Lin slapped his forehead. He hadn't paid attention to what he was collecting from the logistics park and was surprised to find out about these items. Thinking that these things might come in handy in the future, he couldn't say Zhou Lin was wasteful. But it seems we don't have any other animals besides Blackie, he said. A few days ago, Blackie had been watching over the house in the countryside, and today Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali would bring it back. The doghouse in the hallway was already prepared. You don't need to worry about those. I have it all planned out, Zhou Lin said confidently. All right, just tell me what to build, Zhou Lin replied. Building a tool shed was not difficult with ample materials and tools. Zhou Lin played a significant role. It seemed she already had a set of precise plans in her mind down to the millimeter. All Zhou Lin had to do was cut the materials to the dimensions she specified and assemble them like building blocks. Looking at the structure before him, which was 3 meters tall, 12 meters long, and 9 meters wide, Zhou Lin fell into deep thought. Had he really built this in just half a day? Could it be that his talent was actually as a builder? Turning to glance at Zhou Li, who was squinting and seemingly calculating something, he thought, well, as always. Without Zhou Li, he was nothing. The tool shed, with an internal area of over 90 square meters, had a space designated by Zhou Li on the left for a generator and filter equipment, as well as chicken coops, duck pens, and goose enclosures. On the right was a simple fish pond with quail cages above it. The scattered feed and quail droppings would drop directly into the fish pond, serving as fish food. The boiler was set up not far from the fish pond for efficient heat utilization. The remaining space was used for raising rabbits. Finally, the middle area of over 20 square meters was designed as rotating planting racks, equipped with red and blue LED lights, allowing them to grow over 1,000 vegetables simultaneously. Zhou Li mentioned some nutrient solution and artificial light cultivation technology that could ensure the basic needs of their family of 4. These were all blind spots in Zhou Lin's knowledge. He really didn't know where 13-year-old Zhou Li had learned such peculiar knowledge. It made Zhou Lin feel that it was Zhou Li who had transcended time and space, not him. If our world is real, then the possibility of time travel or reincarnation doesn't exist. You merely surpassed your own dimension on the quantum fluctuation level. Conversely, if this world is not real, then time travel and reincarnation also don't exist. It can only be that the system specially preserved your data and backed it up in a replay program. I'll go cook, Zhou Lin said. He couldn't understand what Zhou Li had said, but he couldn't give up his pride as an older brother. So he chose to do what he was good at. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. The kitchen is Zhou Li's forbidden zone. No matter how high her IQ, she can't cook a decent fried rice, let alone her favorite golden fried rice. Delicious. Looking at the scattered golden rice on the table, Zhou Lin finally felt a sense of his sister returning. This was what a 13-year-old child should be like. The phone rang. It was AI Bing calling. Zhou Li perked up her ears like Blackie. It wasn't that she was gossiping. She only liked gossip related to Zhou Lin. Why didn't you call me? Sure enough, AI Bing started off with a complaint. If Zhou Lin had no experience from his previous life, he would have been confused at this moment. It's so dark. Come pick me up. I've been waiting at a friend's house all night. I've sent you the location. Killing such a woman, brother. You have big plans. Do you have a strategy? Tell me, and I'll help you strategize, Zhou Li whispered in Zhou Lin's ear. Just wait and see, Zhou Lin said, and then glanced at the location AI Bing had sent. Well, it was just half a street away from the back gate of Lanshan community. The key was that the community was not low-end. How did AI Bing and Tang Ili manage to live there? They couldn't possibly own a house in that community. Tang Ili wasn't from Bashu either. Did they rent it? Knowing where AI Bing was, Zhou Lin felt less anxious. The reason AI Bing called was that she hadn't brought any luggage when she went out, especially some warm clothing still at the breeding farm. It had started to cool down last night, and now it wouldn't be easy to go out and buy a set, as there were very few shops open. Taking advantage of the time, Zhou Lin briefly told Zhou Li about the things related to AI Bing. Not bad. You're becoming more shrewd, Zhou Li said, patting Zhou Lin's shoulder. Your decision is correct. Let such a woman taste the bitterness of the apocalypse first, then give her a glimmer of hope for survival, and finally completely shatter that hope so that she is left in despair. When she is desperate and wants to die, make her live in such a way that it would be better for her to die. When she gets used to living in despair, make her die in utter humiliation and regret. TSK. Perfect. Have you been reading palace intrigue novels lately? You should watch less of that. It lowers your intelligence. Zhou Lin didn't want his sister to become like Shihuang. The world was already so difficult. Why add to the burdens of a living? Let's talk about something realistic. The temperature will drop to 0 degrees tomorrow. 0 degrees? Zhou Li's attention was indeed diverted. She preferred challenging matters over simple ones. Do we have enough coal and oil? I think we have enough, Zhou Lin replied. The fuel reserves in Lifu were quite sufficient. They had gasoline, aviation kerosene, and diesel, with aviation kerosene being the most abundant. Under normal circumstances, this fuel shouldn't be used in regular gasoline engines, but it could be used in diesel engines. For instance, the Conqueror RV that Zhou Lin had collected would run on a 15.6-liter six-cylinder diesel engine, and, theoretically, using high-quality aviation kerosene wouldn't have a significant negative impact. As for coal and charcoal, those were purchased by Changyali later. They had about 30 tons of anthracite and 50 tons of charcoal, which should be enough to last over a year under normal circumstances. Even so, Jolie was still somewhat dissatisfied, pulling out her phone and scrolling continuously until she stopped at a location 20 kilometers from Jiazhou City. A coal mine? Zhou Lin didn't understand what Jolie meant by pointing out Jiayang coal mine. If there's a chance, let's go there, Jolie said. Isn't it enough? Plans can never keep up with changes. Smart people never wait for tomorrow, but choose tomorrow instead. Zhou Lin shrugged in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other end, AI Bing, who had been hung up on, was almost driven mad. Chapter 21. The Fall of the Island Nation at Sun Qinghao's home. AI Bing and others waited for Zhou Lin, but received no calls or messages, which filled her with anger and an ominous feeling. Could it be that he sensed something? Looking at Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao, who were busy playing games online, AI Bing felt something was off compared to the Zhou family, who had been bustling about for days. It was already noon, yet the sky only showed a hint of light. The bright July sun was obscured by thick clouds, making it colder than the moon, like a long-stored duck egg yolk. Bored, AI Bing scrolled through her phone and found that discussions about the apocalypse were rampant online, with posts that would have been deleted just a couple of days ago, now allowed to flow freely. Could it be? Reflecting on the Zhou family's actions, it seemed they had been preparing for a while. If that were the case, for her own safety, AI Bing thought it would be better to go to Zhou Lin's house as soon as possible. AI Bing, are you hungry? Let's go out to eat. Tang Yili finally put down his phone, realizing he was a bit hungry. Go out to eat? AI Bing pointed out the window. In this weather, do you think any restaurants are open? In fact, there hadn't been any restaurants open nearby since last night. Food supplies were either controlled or sold out. Without ingredients, how could restaurants operate? It's okay, I have instant noodles at home. As a typical single man, Sun Qinghao had stocked up on instant meals. But AI Bing was unwilling to eat them, unhealthy and bad for her skin. Seeing the instant noodles Sun Qinghao brought out, AI Bing couldn't help but think of the Zhou family's farm, and the pigsty and chicken coop she once disliked now made her feel a sense of longing. They surely wouldn't lack food. AI Bing exchanged a glance with Yang Qiqi, and surprisingly, their thoughts aligned perfectly. We're leaving. Zhou Lin still hadn't called, and AI Bing's message went unanswered, making her a bit anxious. As a strong-willed woman, she had to clearly judge the value of her backup plan. Currently, Zhou Lin, with a large house and a farm supporting him, was undoubtedly worth far more than Tang Yili. AI Bing could differentiate between temporary happiness and filling her stomach. But Tang Yili was unhappy. He traveled a long way from Shenzhen. Was it just for one night? Let's stay a couple more days. You just want to eat, right? I'll go buy something. AI Bing couldn't stop Tang Yili in time, and she never expected that as soon as he left, Sun Qinghao would approach her. If Yang Qiqi hadn't gone to take a shower, Sun Qinghao wouldn't dare to be so bold. AI Bing, your voice was really nice last night. What do you want? AI Bing replied coldly. Hey, what can I do? Old Tang and I are brothers, and you're his woman. How could I casually touch you, right? Though he said that, Sun Qinghao's expression contradicted his words, clearly expressing his interest in AI Bing. To be honest, AI Bing didn't care much about that sort of thing. She cared about value. Any effort would come with a cost, and if she couldn't gain anything, she would never let anyone take advantage of her. What could Sun Qinghao offer her? Meanwhile, after leaving, Tang Yili quickly regretted it. Cold. So damn cold. With the doors and windows tightly closed at home, he didn't feel it much, but out on the street, the wind blew fiercely, making it feel like he was undressed, his hands and feet nearly frozen. Even though it was July, it felt like the depths of winter. He had wrongly blamed Jiazhou. In fact, it had never been this cold in Jiazhou, and Shenzhen was even colder. Due to the complete disruption of the atmospheric circulation, surface cooling was no longer caused by cold air from the north, and Shenzhen, being close to the sea, could no longer be protected by warm, oceanic air masses. If Tang Yili had contacted friends back in Shenzhen, he would know that by yesterday noon, it was already freezing. Not only Shenzhen, but almost all coastal cities were experiencing unprecedented low temperatures. A massive meteorological disaster had formed globally, and rescue efforts had become the primary task of governments. In contrast, the island nation was perhaps the most severely affected country in the world. Because of volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and severe convective weather leading to heavy rainfall and secondary disasters. All cities in the island nation, except for the capital, were completely paralyzed. Ordinary citizens could not receive any assistance beyond self-rescue, which often proved ineffective without preparation. 13 cities were completely submerged by floodwaters, with 3/4 of the population missing, essentially equivalent to being dead. Additionally, 3 small cities near the mountains disappeared entirely in mudslides, with almost no one managing to escape. Centered around Shifushan, a 30-kilometer radius was filled with toxic volcanic ash and unbreathable gases, leaving no chance of survival for anyone or any animal that couldn't escape in time. The island nation's government could only express its helplessness. It was said that the royal family had shamefully evacuated, not heading to the militarily strongest, beautiful country or the wealthiest Europe, but directly to economically backward Africa. This indicates that previous reports about the island nation making various arrangements in Africa were not false. After all, living in such a natural environment, everyone might fantasize about what to do if the apocalypse arrived. Those with power and money also left, most of them evacuating on the day of the eruption at Shifushan. Some went to Africa, while most went to Europe, especially the wealthy, who found their properties in various European countries finally useful. With a stealthily built navy and a large private fleet, the island nation's royal family and government had sent 2/3 of the military forces into the sea, heading straight for Africa. Perhaps they saw this natural disaster as an opportunity for the islanders. In peacetime, they would never dare to openly occupy African land. Yesterday morning, a cold wave of unknown origin struck the island nation, advancing like a real-life ice queen from south to north, causing temperatures to drop by as much as 50 degrees along its path. A film once depicted the destructive effects of strong convective storms leading to ultra-low temperatures, and many believed it was an exaggeration of art, thinking such situations could never occur on Earth. But now it had happened, and all countries around the world were watching to see what kind of destruction this new cold wave would cause. Through temporarily undamaged cameras and networks, it was possible to see how the cold wave instantly froze a river, how it frostbit a skyscraper in moments, and how people walking turned into sparkling ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Professional institutions estimated through video footage that the temperature at the center of this cold wave might be minus 100 degrees. Even the hardiest Eskimos could not survive in such low temperatures. Chapter 22. Persuaded Wu Shui, the tragic situation in the island nation has prompted governments around the world to accelerate their responses to the apocalypse. If there were any dissenting voices among the high-ranking officials of various countries before, these voices completely disappeared after witnessing the fate of the island nation. After all, only a madman would choose self-destruction. Rational people think about how to survive. The Eden and Ark plans of the beautiful nation, the Spark plan of the summer nation, the Olympus plan secretly united among several major European countries for years, and the hibernation plan of the Bear Nation all began to be implemented at an accelerated pace. In contrast, countries with second or third-rate economies, technologies, or natural conditions faced much worse situations. It's not that their high-ranking officials can't see the reality, but even if they do, they are powerless. They either lack economic support, lack sufficient technological strength, or simply have no place within their borders to execute plans. For instance, the Cold Nation and the Golden Nation, neighbors of the island nation, have taken completely different development paths over the past few decades. The Cold Nation is far ahead in economy and technology, to the point where its citizens once looked down on their former compatriots. However, when this natural disaster struck, the Cold Nation, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, suddenly found that they had nowhere to retreat. The islanders at least had their earlier plans in Black Continent, while the high-ranking officials and tycoons of the Cold Nation lacked such foresight and capability. In comparison, the closed and backward Golden Nation is connected to the continental shelf, as long as the Summer Nation shows a bit of kindness with the protection of the mountains. The chances of survival for the high-ranking officials and citizens of the Golden Nation will increase significantly. In fact, the relationship between the Golden Nation and the Summer Nation has always been quite good. Moreover, given that this is a disaster for all humanity just a few days ago, the top leader of the Golden Nation communicated with senior officials of the Summer Nation and received permission after making a commitment that its citizens could enter the territory of the Summer Nation to build shelters when necessary. To avoid social unrest, governments around the world have tacitly chosen to keep their survival plans confidential for the time being, only prioritizing the notification of important figures and elite groups according to the plan's requirements, urging them to silently head to the nearest evacuation points. Wu Shui's family and Yang Qiqi, among others, were obviously not included in the notification range. However, Wu Shui received a notification last night. The notification clearly informed her that she belonged to the third category of elite talents and could go to the nearest military station for support using the QR code sent with the message. If conditions allowed, the military would escort her to the shelter under the Spark plan. After receiving the news, Wu Shui couldn't sleep nearly all night. She certainly believed in her country, but she didn't know if there would be any chance of coming out once she entered the shelter. If she could no longer contact the outside world by then, she might completely lose the opportunity to search for her parents. What if she didn't go to the military? Wu Shui took the time to catch up on many apocalyptic novels, and it wasn't until the afternoon that she sent a message to Zhou Lin, her eyes still bearing the marks of sleeplessness. "Oh!" Zhou Lin exclaimed upon seeing the message and immediately ran to the door, leaving Zhou Lin behind. "Sister Shui, Xiao Li." Wu Shui's smile was clearly a bit forced, and she walked somewhat unsteadily, not only due to lack of rest, but also because of her mental exhaustion. The two women returned to the room, and Wu Shui looked around and asked about Zhou Kaijun and Qingyali, as she believed that many decisions were beyond Zhou Li's authority and required adult consent. "It's okay, I have a say in this family." Zhou Li patted her chest and said. Wu Shui still didn't believe it, so she inquired about Zhou Lin. Zhou Li thought for a moment, took out a walkie-talkie, and called down Zhou Lin, who was working on the roof. Hearing about the Spark plan, Zhou Lin was not surprised. He not only knew about the plan, but also knew the exact locations of many Spark plan bases. "My suggestion." Zhou Lin glanced at Zhou Li. Both women had somewhat scary intelligence, and he was afraid of accidentally letting something slip. Listen to me, Sister Shui. Just stay here. We've prepared everything well," Zhou Li said while dragging Wu Shui towards the platform. When Wu Shui saw the water reservoir and the newly completed tool room that still smelled of paint, she was quite shocked. "So you anticipated this all along?" "Not us, just me." Zhou Li proudly pointed to herself. "It was my unreasonable, willful demands that made my parents and brother do all this to accommodate me. Li, if you can't use idioms, let's not use them, okay?" Zhou Lin could no longer hold back and spoke. "I like using them this way. It's none of your business." Zhou Li shot Zhou Lin a glare and turned back with a smile to introduce the facilities and plans in the tool room to Wu Shui, even showing her some supplies meant to obscure the truth. "Xiaoli, you really are a lucky star." After touring the tool room and returning downstairs, Wu Shui couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Zhou Li, she felt like a bookworm, knowing nothing and not thinking about anything beyond her expertise. "So, Sister Shui, have you decided to join us?" To be honest, Wu Shui was tempted, but the apocalyptic novels she had read made her aware of the status of ineffective women in an apocalypse. The only valuable skill she might have was in medicine. "I often exhaust myself thinking about my brother, worrying he won't find a wife." "Why?" Zhou Li curiously diverted the topic. "If he can't find a wife, then my parents will use me as a substitute, and my fate will be tragic." Wu Shui was taken aback, her face slightly flushed. "So, exactly." Zhou Li stood on the sofa, waving her hands with enthusiasm. "From the first moment I saw you, I understood, and I willingly let you be my sister-in-law." I should probably leave first." Although Zhou Lin wasn't present, Wu Shui still felt incredibly awkward. It wasn't that she disliked or looked down on Zhou Lin. In fact, she had never considered matters of romance. As a top student among top students, she had spent almost all her time on her studies. which was why she had achieved so much and became one of the third batch of notifications under the Spark plan. Her impression of Zhou Lin had always been limited to that of a friend, or perhaps Zhou Li's brother. Where are you going? Sister Shui, I advise you not to hesitate. When you decide, act decisively. Besides, you already know our family situation inside out. I will never allow things to drift. Wu Shui held her forehead. All right, if you don't use idioms, we can still be good friends. I can join, but as for being your brother's girlfriend, let's plan that out thoroughly, shall we? Yay! Zhou Li jumped into Wu Shui's arms. I've always wanted a smart sister. Finally, my wish is fulfilled. That's gender discrimination. Zhou Lin, who was just coming downstairs, exclaimed angrily. Wrong. Zhou Li lifted her head from Wu Shui's embrace. With your ignorance and inability to discern right from wrong, you are not qualified to talk to me. Watching the siblings bicker, Wu Shui couldn't help but laugh. She suddenly felt that this family atmosphere was really quite nice. While it couldn't be described as elegant or tasteful, it was genuine and warm. So her choice probably wasn't wrong. Just as Zhou Lin was about to give Zhou Li a good lesson, the doorbell rang. Chapter 23, Cheng Yali's Fury. The man standing outside the door had a somewhat special identity. I'm the property manager of the community, Xiao Hang. Oh, is there something you need? Zhou Lin was meeting Xiao Hang for the first time. His first impression wasn't particularly good. Even though Xiao Hang's attire and demeanor gave off a solid and steady vibe, something felt off. Perhaps this was the intuition honed from surviving in a post-apocalyptic world. Blocking the doorway with his body, Zhou Lin used his height advantage to prevent Xiao Hang from peering down the corridor. Some community owners reported that you have constructed without permission. Xiao Hang pointed to the newly added explosion-proof door. This area is public, and we are here to discuss it with you after receiving complaints from other owners. I see. Zhou Lin did not outright deny it. He was a reasonable person. Since there are complaints from other owners, we'll have the renovation company come to dismantle it. It should take no more than 3 to 5 days. Xiao Hang was somewhat taken aback. This was too agreeable and felt unreal. Then we'll trouble you. If you need any assistance from our property management, please feel free to ask, and we will do our best. Okay, when my parents return, I'll have them contact a renovation company. Don't worry. As soon as we find one, it will be dismantled immediately. That is fine, but the premise is finding a renovation company. Xiao Hang did not notice the trap in Zhou Lin's words and took out his phone to let Zhou Lin scan a code to join the Lawn Mountain Community Owner Group. Your parents are a bit older. I didn't mention this to them the last few times I met them. Anyway, as long as one person from the family is in the owner group, it's fine. While operating his phone, Xiao Hang continued. The recent weather has been terrible, and I don't know when it will return to normal. Some owners in our community are quite capable. A few days ago, one owner from Building 3 contacted a farm and brought 5 truckloads of fresh vegetables for everyone. There is also an owner in Building 5 who is in the grain and oil business. If anyone in the community is short on food, they can contact him, but the quantity can't be too much, just enough for a family for 3 to 5 days. At this point, Xiao Hang looked at Zhou Lin. I heard that Boss Zhou is a large-scale farmer in our city. I wonder if you have any pork. If Zhou Kaijun and Qingyali had not mentioned anything, how would the property management company know these details? This was somewhat complicated. My family's farm was sold off a while ago. Otherwise, we wouldn't have moved here as a whole family. If I had known this would happen, I might as well not have moved. What do you think? At least we wouldn't be short of food in the countryside. Xiao Hang was clearly surprised and somewhat disappointed. Then, do you have any stock left in the countryside? No. Zhou Lin spread his hands. My family is in livestock farming, not processing. I see. Well then, if there is anything, we can communicate directly via text. We won't disturb you. After watching Xiao Hang lead 2 security guards into the elevator, Zhou Lin finally closed the door. Zhou Li and Wu Shui, hiding behind the slightly ajar security door, overheard everything. Xiao Hang tried to add me to his contact a couple of days ago at the community entrance, but I refused, Wu Shui said. He's sneaky. He's not a good person. Zhou Li nodded. Sister Shui, don't pay him any mind. Zhou Lin agreed with Zhou Li's statement and then called Cheng Yali to inform her about the explosion-proof door. Zhou Kaijun firmly told Zhou Lin that he and Cheng Yali had never mentioned to anyone in the community what their family did for a living. Could it be the developer? The community property management is a subsidiary of the developer. Cheng Yali reminded Zhou Kaijun from the side. It's fine. Anyway, let's not get involved in community matters. When will you be back? We're already on the way. Old Joe, slow down. There's something blocking the road ahead. Brake. Chung Yali's shout made Zhou Lin's heart tighten instantly, and the subsequent sound of a collision made him jump up. Brother? See tights. Zhou Lin heard the busy tone coming from his phone, his face turning pale. Something happened. It definitely wasn't an accident. Old Joe's driving skills shouldn't lead to a crash. Plus, Chung Yali clearly shouted that something was blocking the road. Zhou Lin's first thought was a roadblock. Using roadblocks to rob passing vehicles is a simple and effective tactic that inexperienced people can easily fall for. He had to blame himself for being a bit careless, thinking that the situation in Bashu was relatively stable. He had to go save them. Here, take this. You know how to use it, right? Without time to explain, Zhou Lin handed a handgun and 2 magazines to Zhou Li, avoiding Wu Shui's line of sight. Zhou Li's small hand trembled as she hid the gun in her thick homeware, calmly saying, "Brother, be careful." "You too," rubbing Zhou Li's long hair. Zhou Lin opened the explosion-proof door and stepped outside. Outside, the cold wind was biting, and the sky had almost lost all light. The next time humanity would see the sun would be in about 2 months. The real cold would officially descend upon the earth tonight. Zhou Lin had to find Zhou Kaijun and his wife as soon as possible. Otherwise, all 3 of them might be in danger. At this moment, he completely abandoned his concerns and jumped into the car, fully armed. Wearing a complete set of American Special Forces gear, he had everything, even the infrared microlight night vision goggles on his head. Once the car drove out of the community, Zhou Lin immediately took out 2 handguns and a submachine gun, placing them within easy reach, and slammed down on the gas pedal. On the road leading to the farm, Zhou Kaijun and Chung Yali's pickup truck was skewed on the roadside. Not far ahead, a group of people was slowly surrounding the pickup truck. Inside the car, Zhou Kaijun was holding his forehead, blood seeping through his fingers and smearing his eyebrows and eyes. Fortunately, he was still conscious and kept reminding Chung Yali to lock the doors and windows. Earlier, due to poor visibility, Zhou Kaijun saw the roadblock a bit late. To avoid crashing directly into it, he had to slam on the brakes while slightly steering the wheel, trying to use the pickup truck's strong off-road capability to drive past the roadside farmland. But he didn't expect such bad luck. The pickup truck's undercarriage hit a large rock next to the farmland, causing the engine to stall and Zhou Kaijun to bump his forehead. However, Zhou Kaijun's maneuver caught those who made the roadblock by surprise. They had planned to wait for the truck to crash before robbing it, but instead, the pickup truck came to a stop about 20 to 30 meters away. Chung Yali wasn't too flustered. She locked the doors and windows while checking Zhou Kaijun's injuries. After confirming that there were no issues other than his forehead, she looked out the window. On the dark road, a group of figures was approaching, and it was clear that they were armed with various weapons, some even reflecting metal glimmers under the car lights. "Dare to rob my mother." Chung Yali reached into her clothes, pulled out the handgun Zhou Lin had given her, smoothly chambered around, and was about to get out of the car. Ziz, ziz. The sound from the walkie-talkie and Zhou Kaijun's attempts to stop her made Chung Yali pause. "Son, I'm your mother." Hearing Chung Yali's voice, Zhou Lin, who had been calling, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Mom, are you okay? Where are you?" "We've been ambushed. At Yangbakozi. I'm going to kill them." "Mom, don't panic. I'm on my way. Don't go yet." Confirming their location, Zhou Lin accelerated again, knowing Chung Yali's temper. Once she said she would kill those people, old Zhou definitely wouldn't be able to stop her. Chapter 24, No Survivors. The continuous rain, mixed with snow, made the road slippery. If it weren't for this, Zhou Kaijun wouldn't have let the pickup truck completely lose control, and he wouldn't have been injured. Zhou Lin put on his infrared night vision goggles. Even though the headlights weren't bright enough, they were sufficient for him to see the road ahead clearly. Before reaching Yangbakozi, he already spotted obstacles piled up in the middle of the road, several construction machines. Their menacing appearance suggested that if he crashed into them, the drivers and passengers in the front row would probably be dead on the spot. The one who set up these roadblocks clearly intended to take lives, not just rob. Anger surged in Zhou Lin's heart as he slowed down and scanned left and right, trying to see where the bastards were hiding. However, before he could stop the car, a crisp gunshot rang out ahead. "Damn it, Zhou Lin didn't dare to hesitate. He grabbed his submachine gun, jumped out of the car, and ran forward. The gunfire continued, mixed with human screams and howls, along with frantic dog barks. As Zhou Lin maneuvered around the obstacles, shadows appeared in his night vision goggles. Some were running back towards him, others were diving into the nearby fields. Some were jumping onto the pickup truck, and some were already lying on the ground. Through the night vision goggles, Zhou Lin could confirm that Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were still in the car. The figure in the passenger seat was spraying bursts of red light from a gun in her hand. It was undoubtedly the furious Cheng Yali reaping lives. Since the shooting had already begun, Zhou Lin couldn't let anyone present escape. He immediately aimed his gun at the nearest figures and pulled the trigger. With a slight sound, bullets left clear trajectories in the night vision goggles, helping Zhou Lin adjust his aim until he took down those few people. The few who ran away couldn't help but look back upon hearing the gunshots, but then they turned and continued to flee. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun bullets. Having experienced the apocalypse, Zhou Lin wouldn't go soft just because he had killed a few people. The micro submachine gun used by the special forces was very stable, and with the aid of the night vision goggles, Zhou Lin found it exceedingly easy to shoot. After emptying 3 magazines, he could no longer see anyone standing in the night vision goggles. Oh, except for Cheng Yali. So, Cheng Yali, who had gotten out of the car, called to Zhou Lin while pointing her gun at the person on the hood, or rather, the corpse. "Mom," Zhou Lin greeted her, then pulled the trigger at a still, struggling person. "Quick, let us go." Cheng Yali, who had calmed down, finally began to panic. "Don't rush." In comparison, Zhou Lin was much calmer. He had the night vision goggles and could clearly see who was truly dead and who was pretending. Don't be fooled by the fact that Cheng Yali just emptied 2 magazines. In reality, only the first 2 brutish men had died under her gun. When the crowd started to scatter, her aim was completely off. Watching Zhou Lin calmly finish off the remaining targets even made Cheng Yali feel a chill, especially when she saw a man with a wounded ankle pleading pitifully in front of Zhou Lin, who, without any reaction, executed him as if he were killing a chicken. Cheng Yali couldn't help but turn back to the car. "Old Zhou, is that still my son? Weren't you shooting just now?" Zhou Kaijun felt much better now, and the wound wrapped in a towel didn't seem to hurt as much anymore. Although he hadn't experienced the apocalypse and hadn't been a soldier, he usually appeared less fiery than Cheng Yali. "I did it to save you. Wife, you did well." Zhou Caijuan's tone softened instantly, even calling her wife after a long time, which made Cheng Yali unable to hold back, and she hugged him tightly. "Be gentle. Hubby, I was so scared just now." "I was scared too. I told you not to get out of the car, but you didn't listen. If you don't listen next time, I will." Outside the car, Zhou Lin said, "Dad, Mom, while I'm glad to see you two being so affectionate, can we hurry up? It's very cold." "Who is being affectionate?" "You little brat. Come help your dad down." "Mom, you can handle this on your own." Zhou Lin pretended to check the cargo in the back of the truck. Poor black dog was locked in a cage, its mouth frothing from barking, and it must have wanted to protect its owner just now. Zhou Lin noticed blood on Black Dog's gums and wondered if it had hurt itself biting the cage. "Don't worry, Black Dog." Zhou Lin opened the cage door, and Black Dog dashed toward the driver's seat. Zhou Lin ignored it and began to collect the items in the back. In addition to supplies, there were 10 chickens, 6 ducks, 2 geese, 1 male, and 3 female rabbits, and a cage of quails in the truck. These living creatures couldn't be stored in the space. Zhou Lin could only call on Black Dog to help, carrying them one by one into his car. After moving everything, Zhou Lin also put away the pickup truck. He couldn't care less about the bodies on the ground. Even if someone investigated in the future, if they couldn't find the pickup truck as crucial evidence, they would have no way to trace it back to his family. In the car, Cheng Yali was protecting Zhou Kaijun in the back seat, while Black Dog sat in the passenger seat panting. Zhou Lin took off his gear and tossed it into the space, smiling as he started the car. On the road, Zhou Lin talked about Wu Shui's situation, and Cheng Yali repeatedly praised it, saying that it was useful. Zhou Caijuan's forehead wound was not small, and an ordinary person wouldn't know how to handle such an injury. "Mom, call Lily and have her prepare supplies with Wu Shui. Don't let Dad lose too much blood." A few minutes later, when Zhou Lin saw the community gate, he slowly reduced the speed of the car. However, while waiting for the gate to open, A figure suddenly dashed out from the guardhouse, followed by another figure. Zhou Lin almost drew his gun, but thankfully AI Bing shouted loudly. "What are you doing here?" "I was freezing to death." "Let's get in the car first." Due to the angle of the light, AI Bing couldn't see Zhou Kaijun and Qinyali in the car. She stomped her feet and reached for the car door, but it didn't open with a pop. "You. Let them in," Zhou Lin told the guard, but he stepped on the gas and drove away, watching the taillights of the car disappear into the underground passage. AI Bing was almost furious. "Miss, do you still want to go in?" the guard asked, holding back a laugh, thinking that the lives of the wealthy were so simple and unadorned. No matter how beautiful the woman was, she was still like a sycophant in front of them. "Of course I want to go in. I just said I was your owner, but you didn't believe me." AI Bing turned sharply, venting her anger on the young security guard. "What happened?" Just then, Xiao Hang, who was passing by, heard AI Bing scolding and walked over to ask, "You, what about me? By your looks, you should be someone in charge. Tell your security guard to recognize me. I am the owner of Building 8, Floor 17. Don't just stop me and ask this and that. Be careful, or I want to pay the property fee." Xiao Hang was slightly taken aback. Then he suppressed a smile and said, "Miss, our community's property fees are all prepaid. If I remember correctly, Mr. Zhou, the owner of Building 8, Floor 17, has prepaid for the next 5 years of property fees. Are you sure you're the owner?" I'm his daughter-in-law." "Move aside." AI Bing stomped her foot and dragged Yang Qiqi away. Watching AI Bing and Yang Qiqi's alluring figure sway away, Xiao Hang pondered. "What has happened? Tell me everything from the beginning." Chapter 25. At the end of his rope, "Who? Come out." Xiao Hang suddenly turned around and shouted at the shadow outside the door under the light after hearing half of what the security guard had said. "If you don't come out, we're going to take action." "I'm just passing by." Tangled and shivering, Tang Ili crawled out from the shadows, glancing around the community as he spoke. "You, came with those 2 women just now? That's my girlfriend. I'm here to catch her cheating." "Oh." Xiao Hang smiled slightly. "Catching her cheating? But that lady just now didn't say so. How can you prove it?" Tang Ili obviously had no way to prove it. "Do you want to go in and confront her?" Seeing Tang Ili's clueless expression, Xiao Hang felt anxious for him and could only guide him with words. Yes. I want to go in and confront her. But why should I let you in? You should know that the people living inside are all wealthy. I don't want to offend them for no reason." "Bro." At this moment, Tang Ili was no longer flustered and leaned closer to Xiao Hang, whispering, "I can give you a little incentive. Just tell me which place she went to, and the subsequent matters will have nothing to do with you." "You say it won't involve me, and it won't?" Xiao Hang coldly smiled. "How about you come to my office and tell me in detail?" Tang Ili really didn't want AI Bing to have any relations with other men, so without thinking too much, he agreed to Xiao Hang. At this moment, Zhou Lin's family of 3, along with the black dog and poultry rabbits, entered their home. Seeing Zhou Kaijun's blood-covered face, Zhou Li couldn't help but gasp. Even though she was mentally prepared, Wu Shui remained calm but was slightly nervous. "Mom and Dad, you go to the 2nd floor." Zhou Lin nodded to Wu Shui. "Sorry for the trouble." "It's no problem. Let us go upstairs." Although she didn't understand why they had to go to the 2nd floor, Wu Shui didn't say anything since Zhou Lin had spoken. Just as the 4 of them went upstairs, the doorbell rang. As soon as Zhou Lin opened the door, AI Bing and Yang Qiqi felt a wave of warmth hit them, almost like stepping into 2 different worlds compared to the cold outside. "You, why didn't you wait for me?" AI Bing twisted her body, then smiled and reached out to hold Zhou Lin's arm. Normally, this tactic worked flawlessly for her. Almost no man could resist, but today she miscalculated. Zhou Lin took a step back, expressionless. "What do you want?" Not expecting Zhou Lin to have this attitude, AI Bing's smile instantly stiffened. "What do you mean? Didn't you invite me to play? Don't forget, I have a stake in this house too." AI Bing hadn't thought of this when she was at the door, but now that her mind was thawed, her intelligence seemed to return. Zhou Lin didn't deny the ownership issue, but at this point, what did ownership matter? Everything had to rely on strength. "I don't care. I just want to live here." AI Bing pushed past Zhou Lin, striding into the living room. The warm and comfortable feeling made her squint her eyes. Then she saw the snacks and fruits on the coffee table and immediately reached out to grab some and stuff them in her mouth. Is there anything to eat? I'm starving. Seeing Zhou Lin locking the door and turning around, AI Bing thought she had won again and started to boss around. There's food. Zhou Lin coldly nodded, but do you deserve it? AI Bing stopped, her eyes wide staring at Zhou Lin. She almost thought she had recognized the wrong person. Was this still Zhou Lin? She glanced at Yang Qiqi, trying to confirm if she had just imagined it. Don't you understand yet? Zhou Lin walked over, pulling AI Bing up, pointing towards the sealed floor-to-ceiling windows. It's the end of the world. AI Bing, the end of the world. What end of the world? Didn't they say the climate was abnormal, but would recover soon? I Bing gestammt. Recover? Zhou Lin shook his hand and threw AI Bing's side. Didn't you go to find a friend? Why didn't you stay with him? I just want to see him. There's nothing between us. I'm your girlfriend. Stop. I have nothing to do with you. Do you think you're qualified to be my sister-in-law? Zhou Li came down the stairs with a cold face, walking to Zhou Lin's side and linking arms with him. Bro, how could you let them in? Zhou Lin smiled and ruffled Zhou Li's hair. What do you think? Bro, you would have done something first, then something else, right? That would be too perverted. AI Bing swallowed nervously, looking at Zhou Lin. No. If I'm not welcome, I'll leave. Let us go, Qiqi. Leave? You must be thinking too much. Since blood had already been shed today, Zhou Lin didn't plan to hold back any longer. He stepped forward and slapped AI Bing hard, sending her crashing to the ground, scaring Yang Qiqi into covering her head and screaming, not daring to intervene, unsure of where to run. Shut up. Zhou Lin slid in front of Yang Qiqi and then punched her in the abdomen. Yang Qiqi immediately opened her mouth, silently rolling her eyes and collapsing to the ground. Fainting from the pain. Call the police, I want to report. AI Bing climbed up, her left cheek swollen and her words leaking air. Report my ass. The repressed anger in Zhou Lin erupted completely as he rushed over, grabbing AI Bing and throwing her down hard. The floor, reinforced with homogeneous steel plates, made a crunching sound as bones broke, and AI Bing was in so much pain that she couldn't even scream, gasping like a dying fish, unsure if she was still breathing. Treating me like a spare tire. ATM, servants, nannies, bodyguards, desperately helping to find food, and in the end, you sleep with someone else, cheating on me to my face and mocking me as a useless piece of trash, pushing me off a cliff. In his fury, Zhou Lin had completely forgotten that Zhou Li was still beside him. He didn't use any weapons, relying solely on his fists and feet, continuously raining blows on AI Bing, actually lifting a person weighing over 90 pounds into the air, keeping her suspended for several seconds without her falling. Wow, so violent. Oh, you're awake? If you're awake, come over and have a look. If you don't like it later, I can let him change his method. Zhou Li smiled at the trembling Yang Qiqi, who had just opened her eyes. Seeing her best friend, now unrecognizable after hitting the ground, Yang Qiqi dry heaved several times. I didn't see anything. Please let me go. I want to say anything. Really, I want to say. At this moment, Zhou Lin didn't have the time to deal with Yang Qiqi. AI Bing wasn't dead yet, although she was barely hanging on. Zhou Lin was no ordinary fighter. AI Bing's internal organs were basically destroyed, black blood oozing from her 7 orifices. AI Bing, you must be very curious why I'm treating you this way. Come, let me tell you. Grabbing AI Bing's ear, Zhou Lin continued to torment her wounds while whispering, I am reborn in my last life. About 10 minutes later, AI Bing finally exhaled her last breath and died. Zhou Lin also let out a breath of relief. Looking at AI Bing, her death was somewhat tragic, but Zhou Lin felt a bit regretful. It wasn't satisfying enough. Then he turned to Yang Qiqi. Wait, didn't you say the end of the world? I have a friend, a real wealthy man. Even if the end of the world comes, he can help us live well. Don't believe me? Look, this is our chat history. If you don't kill me, when he sends someone to pick me up, I'll bring you along. Yang Qiqi raised her phone. Zhou Lin originally didn't want to listen until he saw the note in the chat box. General Manager Chow. A thought flashed through his mind, and Zhou Lin changed his fist into a grab, lifting Yang Qiqi up. Your friend's last name is Chow? What is his name? Gao Baoen, Zinadomana Gao. Chow Bowen? Are you sure? Yes. You know him? Of course I know him. I know him better than anyone else. He said he would come to pick you up? Yes, Yang Qiqi replied. All right, you don't have to die for now, but first help clean this place up, and then you'll be in charge of the breeding facility upstairs. Chapter 26. Wu Shui's skills. Yang Qiqi didn't expect that she had already agreed to let President Chao accept Zhou Lin's family. Yet Zhou Lin would treat her like this, making her live in the breeding farm. What did he take her for? I said, no idle people. Zhou Lin sneered. Tomorrow my mom will teach you how to raise these animals, and Xiaoli will tell you how to take care of the planting pipes. Yang Qiqi's chest heaved violently. The words of rejection were on her lips, but they eventually turned into a sound of indignation. Just because Zhou Lin pointed outside, if you don't want to, you can leave. It's minus 15 degrees outside, and the temperature will continue to drop. Minus 15 degrees was a temperature Yang Qiqi had never experienced in her life, and she didn't want to experience it either. Although the tool room was simple, messy, and smelly, it was sturdy and warm. The boiler in the corner continuously released heat, keeping the temperature in the room at a constant 20 degrees above zero, which felt like heaven compared to the outside. I want to eat something. Facing reality, Yang Qiqi chose to endure. Even now, she still didn't believe that darkness and low temperatures would last forever. She had even thought of a plan. Once social order returned to normal, she would make Zhou Lin notorious. Best if he had no place to be buried. Why keep that woman and give her food? If you put her in a tool room, aren't you afraid she'll cause damage? You aren't getting soft-hearted, are you? I warn you, don't think about it. In the small living room on the second floor, Wu Shui was still treating Zhou Saijuan's wounds, while Cheng Yali, who was helping, was somewhat dissatisfied with Zhou Lin's arrangements. Don't mind Xiao Xue. That woman has nothing to do with him. As for AI Bing, if Zhou Lin doesn't take action, I will. She's too despicable. Wu Shui nodded and shook her head again. Wearing a mask made it inconvenient for her to speak, and she probably didn't know what to say. Zhou Saijuan's forehead injury was significant. The deepest part had already revealed the white skull, and after Wu Shui's examination, she felt there might be a certain degree of fracture. Fortunately, it hadn't deformed, and this position didn't need special fixation, as long as he was careful not to hit it again in the next few months. Fortunately, Zhou Kaijun didn't show obvious signs of concussion or other brain injuries. The most important thing was disinfection and stitching. As a clinical doctor, these two tasks were not difficult for Wu Shui, who had been following her mentor in the hospital since her last undergraduate year, mastering various skills quite well. The choice of the finest thread for stitching Zhou Kaijun was a testament to her skill. Someone who wasn't adept wouldn't dare to do this. The whole process was done without anesthesia, and the seemingly frail Zhou Kaijun managed to stay completely still, which impressed even Wu Shui. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Shui finished stitching, disinfected, and took off her mask. At this point, a thin layer of sweat had formed on her forehead, and her delicate nose was also damp, indicating that she was somewhat nervous while treating Zhou Saijuan's wounds. However, both Zhou Lin and Cheng Yali felt that she had handled it very well. After the wound was stitched, it surprisingly stopped bleeding, and after cleaning the surrounding area with alcohol, no wrinkles from pulling the skin were found, apart from the wound itself. Everything else looked exactly the same as before treatment. I did not fail my mission. Wu Shui gently exhaled, starting to clean up the battlefield. Zhou Kaijun had just endured the pain and was already soaked in sweat. He only wanted to take a refreshing hot shower and then sleep soundly. After Zhou Li's reminder downstairs, everyone remembered that dinner hadn't been eaten yet. Surrounded by the dining table, although it was just home-cooked food, thinking about Zhou Kaijun and his wife's experiences that day made one realize what the situation outside was like. I'll take her some food. After eating and drinking enough, Zhou Lin remembered Yang Qiqi on the rooftop. Seeing the large bowl of food in Zhou Lin's hands, Yang Qiqi suddenly stood up and rushed over to catch it, silently starting to dig in. It's delicious. After you finish eating, remember to work. In short, as long as you behave, I won't let you starve. After saying that, Zhou Lin began to check around the tool room. The main purpose was to ensure that all equipment was operating normally and to check if the poultry and rabbits were having any adverse reactions, as well as whether the temperature and other conditions for food and water were appropriate. Strictly speaking, Zhou Lin was not lacking in poultry, eggs, or meat. The frozen storage area of Life Number 1, which was at a minimum minus 60 degrees, was filled to the brim, and even with Wu Shui, they couldn't finish it all. Raising these animals was more of a sentimental gesture, a reminiscence of a better past, and a hope for the future. So after Yang Qiqi finished eating, Zhou Lin reminded or warned her not to think about causing any damage in the tool room. Otherwise, he would lock her outside the tool room. On the 19th floor rooftop, it was minus 30 degrees, and just thinking about it made Yang Qiqi shiver involuntarily. Although mobile communication was still operational and had not been confiscated by Zhou Lin, Yang Qiqi had already tried calling the police, but the phone could not get through. And even if it did, what would happen? She realized Zhou Lin's intentions. He was openly using a strategy. He had never resorted to coercive measures. He hadn't used force to hold her, nor had he violently harmed her. He merely let her know how warm it was here and how much food there was. That was enough. The darkness and cold were not only in Bashu. Yang Qiqi's hometown was closer to the equator than Bashu, yet the current temperature was more than 10 degrees lower than Bashu. All rivers were completely frozen, and over 99% of the plants had died from the frost. Forget about food and vegetables. There wasn't even a piece of bark that could be eaten. So Yang Qiqi had truly resigned herself to her fate. She wanted to survive, not freeze or starve to death. She could only wait. Wait until President Chao sent someone to pick her up. By then, with President Chao's influence, dealing with the Zhou family would be a piece of cake. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Lin was thinking the same thing. If it weren't for knowing this, Yang Qiqi should be like AI Bing now, packed in a sealed bag and frozen in a corner of the rooftop, waiting for the weather to warm up in the future, where fertile land would be the best place to go. Before leaving, Zhou Lin gave Yang Qiqi a sleeping bag, an outdoor sleeping bag, warning her to use it carefully. If it got dirty or damaged, there would be no second one for her. I know, Zhou Lin. Why don't you just let me go? Holding the sleeping bag tightly, Yang Qiqi asked with a pitiful expression. Unfortunately, Zhou Lin didn't even glance at her, just opened the door and left. Damn it! Yang Qiqi stomped her foot hard, silently venting her emotions by clawing at the door, unknowingly being watched by Zhou Li, who recorded everything. With her intelligence, how could she trust a stranger with the tool room? Zhou Li had installed several surveillance cameras in the tool room. Originally, these cameras were not meant to target Yang Qiqi. They were used to observe the growth of the plants and animals inside, as well as the operation of the equipment. Now they found a new purpose. Brother, look at this woman. She won't cry until she sees the coffin, living in blessings without knowing it. It's a bit, but you might be even more excited than her. Zhou Lin glanced at the video and said, Absolutely impossible. Zhou Li constantly switched between surveillance feeds, mumbling about how to utilize this and that, how she could create certain tools, and how not only could she safely leave the rooftop, but also leave behind a mess that could be fatal. To this, Zhou Lin could only say that everyone was not on the same wavelength. If Yang Qiqi had Zhou Li's intelligence, she wouldn't have ended up like this. However, what Zhou Lin didn't expect was that there were even more dim-witted people. Chapter 27. Novels Can Save Lives. Lanshan Community Property Management Office. As a high-end, wealthy community, the Lanshan Property Management Office is a fully equipped residential area with offices and staff dormitories. Xiaohang brought Tang Ili to the office and poured a cup of hot water for him. He had just sensed that Tang Ili was not a local, and upon questioning, it turned out to be true. What do you do? Xiaohang's gaze swept over Tang Ili's muscular physique. Fitness coach. Oh, just training? We do weight loss, strength training, various fitness classes, and even Sanda. In fact, the fitness coaching industry is quite competitive, as the entry barrier is relatively low. As long as one has a good physical foundation and is willing to push themselves, they can generally succeed. Therefore, it's important to understand the field well. When Xiaohang heard that Tang Ili also knew Sanda, a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. He pointed outside, where it was snowing and traffic had stopped. Do you have a place to stay in Jiazhua? I'm staying at a friend's house. Tang Ili replied honestly. Does he have food? Tang Ili swallowed hard. It wasn't that Sun Qinghao's house didn't have food, but it was too monotonous, so he hadn't eaten. After chasing after AI Bing, he came out feeling cold and hungry, and his stomach was grumbling now. Do you know what people online are saying about the current situation? Xiaohang took out a bag of bread and a box of milk, placing them in front of Tang Ili. It's the apocalypse, the end of the world. The whole world is snowing and getting colder. Have you thought about how to survive in the future? And no, Tang Ili shook his head while munching on the bread. You see, this community can be said to be the most upscale in Jiazhua City. The people living here are either rich or noble, and they have many connections. Why not stay here and work with me? As long as I have food, you won't go hungry. Tang Ili thought for a moment and felt that Xiao Hang was right, but he had one request. AI Bing, right? Don't worry. As long as I don't nod, she can't leave this community. At times like this, we shouldn't place too much importance on women. As long as we have food and weapons, what kind of women can't we have? I tell you, women living in this community, AI Bing S level is nothing among her peers. But I like her, Tang Ili said as he swallowed the last piece of bread. Okay. I guarantee that AI Bing will definitely belong to you. How about that? Good. This time, Tang Ili no longer hesitated and nodded vigorously. Then I'll work with you from now on. Good brother. Xiao Hang laughed heartily and patted Tang Ili on the shoulder. I'll get you a winter security uniform to wear and then introduce you to the others. Just like that, Tang Ili transformed into a security guard at Lanshan Community. After some careful consideration, he even called Sun Qinghao, of course, with Xiao Hang's permission. On the phone, Tang Ili convinced Sun Qinghao with the reasons of food and forming a group for warmth, promising to join the organization as soon as possible. That's right, it's an organization. Although Xiao Hang hadn't read many books, he was quite clever. At 30 years old and unmarried, he liked to read various types of online novels, including those about apocalyptic themes. So when the abnormalities began to appear around the world, he started comparing them with the online novels he had read. Today's online novel writers are indeed impressive, using enough content to exchange for quality, essentially covering various apocalyptic scenarios and the possible responses of different classes. Among them, there are certainly many ridiculous contents, such as claiming the temperature can reach 70 degrees. Even Xiao Hang, who barely passed his 9 years of compulsory education, knows that protein begins to solidify at around 60 degrees. However, aside from those absurd claims, there are still many things for Xiao Hang to learn from. For instance, how to stockpile supplies, weapons, and find suitable shelters, etc. Among these, Xiao Hang believed that the most correct and suitable strategy for his current situation was to recruit manpower. As long as conditions allow for human survival, even if the resources at hand are insufficient, having enough manpower would solve other problems. Xiao Hang had begun communicating with the security team below for several days, trying to pull them into his camp. If he couldn't recruit them, he would use his authority to transfer them to other properties managed by the company. Although this would reduce manpower, it would ensure the purity of his team. In addition to the obedient security team as the core strength, Xiao Hang also set his sights on young, strong passersby who had no support. Tang Ili was not the first he recruited, nor would he be the last. Uncertain about how the disaster would develop next, what measures the government would take, or whether social order would completely collapse, Xiao Hang made two preparations. As long as social order continued to exist, and there was still a chance for the situation to improve, some less-than-legal activities could be entrusted to the recruited passersby. Even if problems arose, Xiao Hang could easily extricate himself by eliminating all witnesses and evidence. Meanwhile, Xiao Hang was also assessing all the residents in the current community. Through the security guards, surveillance, and various means, he felt he had grasped over 90% of the community supply situation. He recorded which family purchased what supplies, the approximate quantity, and even noted how many people lived in each household and their consumption rates. With these preparations, Xiao Hang believed he would undoubtedly become the happiest person living in the apocalypse. He even felt a bit grateful for the arrival of the apocalypse, as it allowed him to do many things he couldn't do in a normal society and enjoy things he originally couldn't enjoy. As long as he sealed the community's gates, he, Xiao Hang, would be the local emperor of this community. When Sun Qinghao arrived, he almost froze into a popsicle. At this moment, there were hardly any vehicles left on the road that could still move. In such low temperatures, ordinary vehicle engines would fail to ignite once they cooled down, and some lower-quality cars would even stall outright. What's worse was that some areas experienced power outages due to faults in the electricity supply lines. Without electricity, heating would become a significant issue. "It's over, Lao Tang, it's all over," Sun Qinghao cried, with snot and tears. Sun Qinghao, right? Don't worry. Our community has enough fuel and generators. Maintaining heating in this apartment is not a problem. Besides, I gathered everyone together to face even worse situations. Xiao Hang began his persuasion again. There's a gas station not far away, but can you get the fuel out by yourself? Even if you could, how much can you carry alone? Many hands make light work. If we combine our efforts, not to mention fuel, we could even take down the entire gas station. There are other supplies. There are plenty of supermarkets in the city. Or would you dare to go alone? Would you even be able to come back? Manager Xiao, no, brother, I'll work with you. Chapter 28. Eternal Night's extreme cold in the early morning of July 6th. Zhou Lin was awakened by the cold. Not from freezing, but the indoor temperature was probably only 10 degrees and the power was out. The electricity supply was actually very fragile. A strong wind could lead to widespread power outages in the city. It was impossible for society to maintain power supply for a long time after a natural disaster. As some novels depict, in the real world, a flood lasting 2 or 3 days could cut off power in an entire area for a week or even half a month. At this moment, ordinary people could hardly engage in outdoor activities. The power outage also meant a disruption in regional civilian communications. And the government and power companies could not organize personnel for repairs. As time went on, the situation would only worsen. Zhou Lin knew that for the vast majority of people, it was essentially time to say goodbye to the electrical age. In the next 3 months, solar power generation equipment suitable for individuals and families would not function. There were no simple conditions for hydroelectric power generation, and even wind turbines could not operate normally. They would have to rely solely on thermal power generation. In the tool room, it was pitch black. Only the terrified voice of Yang Qiqi could be heard. Who? Me? The power is out. Zhou Lin shook his flashlight and saw Yang Qiqi wrapped in a sleeping bag, looking like a maggot. The boiler was still functioning normally. As long as Yang Qiqi remembered to add coal every 8 hours, it wouldn't go out. In comparison, it was warmer here than the 2 floors below, with a thermometer showing a full 23 degrees. The RR-marked engine had fuel prepared. Zhou Lin only needed a few simple steps to start it, and after a few seconds, the lights came back on. I've locked all the windows. No one is allowed to open them without my permission. Ignoring Yang Qiqi's intentionally exposed half-body, Zhou Lin threw down a warning and went downstairs, only to find everyone was up, including Wu Shui, who had started staying over since last night. Originally, Wu Shui was reluctant, but Zhou Li's reasoning was very sound. As Zhou Saijuan's attending physician, Wu Shui should see it through to the end. Holding hands with Zhou Li, Wu Shui was filled with gratitude towards her. If Zhou Li hadn't insisted on her staying, she would have been enduring the pain of power and heating outages at her own home, which might have been even worse. The apocalypse had officially begun. Zhou Lin signaled everyone to sit at the dining table. From now on, the enemies we will face are not only the harsh natural environment, but also those who are starving and cold. Except for Wu Shui, Zhou Kaijun and his wife, as well as Zhou Li, appeared calm. Cheng Yali had actually shot and killed someone before, and Zhou Kaijun had extreme calmness and wisdom within his frail body. As for Zhou Li, she might be the least fearful of the apocalypse among the family. Although there were blast-proof doors and unnecessary doors have been welded shut, that didn't guarantee complete safety. Lily had installed surveillance in the corridor, rooftop platform, and tool room, with abnormal software that would trigger alarms. Whoever heard the alarm had to promptly notify everyone in the house. After saying this, Zhou Lin handed a small communication terminal to Wu Shui, asking Lily to teach her how to use it. Then Zhou Lin mentioned some precautions and assigned tasks to everyone. Cheng Yali continued to be responsible for the family's daily needs, while Wu Shui voluntarily offered to assist. Zhou Saijuan's most important task now was to recover his health, and Zhou Li was in charge of maintaining and updating all technological products in the house. Zhou Lin assigned himself 2 tasks. One was to supervise Yang Qiqi in managing the tool room, and the other was to exercise. If there was anything worth Zhou Lin being happy about these days, it would probably be the changes in his abilities. Symbiosis, Beginner 578-1000, currently symbiotic vehicles. Laifu, large water surface transportation vehicle, available symbiotic vehicle capacity, 0 storage space, 11. Zhou Lin insisted on repeatedly using his abilities as long as his physical condition allowed, resulting in a rapid increase in experience points. He also discovered that his body was changing. First, his strength had increased. Previously, carrying a 20-kilogram bag of rice would leave him sweating, but now he could easily lift it with one hand, and only 50 kilograms made him feel weak. Secondly, his stamina had improved. He hardly felt tired while doing things, possibly because he engaged in any intense labor or training. Another change was that his five senses had become sharper and his nerve reaction speed quicker. For instance, in the same room, he could hear everyone's breathing. If it was quiet enough, he could even hear heartbeats. He estimated his hearing was about the same as that of Zai. His vision and sense of smell had also improved, although he had no instruments to test this. Zhou Lin was familiar with this. Wasn't this the hallmark of an evolved being? In his previous life, Zhou Lin had heard those evolved beings say that evolution was not instantaneous, but a long-term process. As long as one persevered in training and consumed enough food and energy, the benefits of evolution would become greater and greater. As for where the ceiling for evolved beings lay, Zhou Lin in his previous life didn't know and had no right to know. He only knew that many evolved beings lacked food and thus didn't dare to train or expend energy, resulting in stagnation. When they encountered insurmountable dangers, they died humiliatingly. Since Zhou Lin had fortunately embarked on the path of evolution 5 years early, he would never give up on the path of continuous strengthening. Perhaps in this life, he could reach the ceiling of evolved beings, if it existed. The Zhou family's house spanned several hundred square meters over 2 floors, with 6 suites, a large living room, a small living room, a reception room, a tea room, and a study. Zhou Lin finally transformed the 30-square-meter reception room into a temporary gym. The fitness equipment was taken from the Laifu. It was professional gear used by soldiers from the beautiful country, and with his current strength, it wasn't too troublesome to install. You all need to exercise in the future. The environment will only become harsher. I hope each of you has the ability to protect yourselves. Because of Wu Shui, firearms were not to be exposed for the time being, so practicing with cold weapons was very necessary. In fact, the house downstairs can also be utilized, Wu Shui said. I've considered it, Zhou Lin replied, but there's no need for that at the moment. Your house hasn't been reinforced, and the doors and windows haven't been modified for extreme cold weather. Zhou Lin had no shortage of materials for renovation, but renovations would require various tools, which would inevitably let the entire community know that their family still had power. Although it was certain that more than just their family had power, who would be doing renovations at such a time if they didn't have sufficient energy? Let's wait and see if the government does something. Zhou Lin had his reasons for saying this. After a week of eternal night, there would be a temporary rise in temperature, lasting almost an entire week. The summer country government, with its strong infrastructure capabilities and prior preparations, managed to restore the most basic power supply to some extent. Through thermal power generation and underground electrical conduits, they implemented targeted access to densely populated communities and neighborhoods for limited power supply. By that time, they could see if it was necessary to renovate Wu Shui's house. When Zhou Lin started to get busy, Jolie was sitting on the sofa playing with her phone. Wu Shui was somewhat surprised. Her phone hadn't received any messages since midnight, so Jolie was actually playing a single-player game. Sister Shui, do you want to go online? Jolie blinked innocently, appearing naive and yet like a little devil tempting one to commit a crime. Chapter 29. The Curious Female Doctor in Beautiful Country. The Eden and art projects hosted by Mississippi have progressed smoothly with the support of the top wealthy circles. With the foundation laid during World War II and years of relentless efforts, before the arrival of Eternal Night, there was 1 Eden, 3 arcs, 8 super shelters, and 23 large shelters, along with numerous civilian shelters in operation within Beautiful Country. These shelters certainly cannot cover the 200 million population of Beautiful Country. Not to mention the illegal immigrants who are not even included in the statistics, but Mississippi never considered those people. Regardless, the plans for Eden, Ark, and other shelters can indeed protect the most important elite classes and the wealthiest classes who hold the most resources in Beautiful Country. For reasons unknown, only those who have been notified know the location of Eden. and even the current president of Beautiful Country and his staff do not qualify to enter Eden. Inside Ark 1, the elderly president of Beautiful Country, Old Bai, trembled as he faced continuous reports from various departments for several hours, having completely lost his ability to think. While he appeared to be listening to the reports, he was actually thinking about when he could go home to have dinner prepared by his wife. I already know. Let's leave it at that. The subsequent solutions and specific tasks for each department will be distributed to each of you, and you just need to execute them. This was not what he wanted to say, but rather what the tiny earpiece in his ear was telling him. The secretary announced that the president's work for today was over, and everyone could leave. Once the door closed, the secretary even patted Old Bai on the shoulder, saying he did well and could now go home for dinner. Don't worry, as long as you follow the instructions, your family will be fine. Old Bai nodded, and with the help of what was nominally a bodyguard but was more like a caretaker, he sat in an electric wheelchair and left through another door. Ark 1, also known as the Washington, Arkansas, can accommodate over 300,000 residents and is powered by nuclear energy. It is divided into 7 parts: energy zone, resource zone, recycling zone, production zone, control zone, living zone, and military zone. Utilizing high-power communication equipment, the Washington, Arkansas can exchange data with most Beautiful Country satellites in space, ensuring smooth communication and network connectivity. The sizes and conditions of Arks 2 and 3 are nearly identical to that of the Washington, Arkansas, normally accommodating 300,000 people, but capable of accepting up to 1 million during critical times, located on the eastern and western sides of Beautiful Country. The 8 super shelters are slightly smaller than the Arks, but due to the lack of dedicated military zones, they can actually accommodate more people than the Arks, typically 400,000 and up to 2 million during critical periods. The large shelters can hold 200,000 people under normal circumstances and 500,000 in emergencies. In other words, without considering Eden, the Arks and super and large shelters can normally accommodate nearly 8 million people, and during special periods, they can support the survival of 24 million people. Although this number seems large, it is still only a fraction of Beautiful Country's population, with eternal night just having descended and temperatures not yet at their extremes. The resourceful people of Beautiful Country are still striving for self-rescue. In comparison, the challenges faced by the Summer Country government are undoubtedly much greater. The combined populations of the top 10 cities in Summer Country are roughly equivalent to the total population of Beautiful Country. In the face of such a vast, disaster-affected group, the Summer Country government first completely opened up its defensive systems that were previously reserved for wartime. Civil defense works, underground passages, and the entire subway system serve as the best shelters against the cold. Local governments and stationed military forces cooperate to manage and guide the public to enter the shelters in an orderly manner, allocating areas and tasks. While it cannot guarantee that all cities will have sufficient shelters or that all citizens will receive assistance, it has indeed maximized the preservation of the Summer Country populace, achieving remarkable results. At the same time, efforts to expand more underground spaces, repair the modern industrial system, develop new energy sources, and build underground food crop gardens are all proceeding in an orderly fashion. A large amount of stored food has been activated, and even without considering losses and shelf life, there won't be hunger for the next 2 years. Of course, being full and eating well are 2 different matters, as staple foods and essential fruits, vegetables, and trace elements are not the same. Additionally, a brand new communication system is being accelerated under national guidance, with a certain launch center already preparing a series of satellite launch plans. Compared to the current mobile communication system, the new system will no longer rely on ground-based stations. Although it may not match the existing system in speed and bandwidth, it offers greater resistance to external interference. The reason Zhou Lin is still able to access the internet is that she is utilizing the satellite communication system. If it's just text content, sending and receiving through specialized software has almost no delay. Zhou Lin has made some modifications to the satellite communication equipment on the Li Fu, allowing her to connect directly with Beautiful Country satellites in space using an ordinary mobile phone, logging into a satellite network that only a very few people can currently access. Outside the gym, transformed from the reception room, Wu Shui watched the sweating figure inside, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed. It wasn't that she had any strange thoughts. As a clinical doctor, Wu Shui also had a certain degree of occupational illness. Is there something you need? Zhou Lin paused his training and asked. Oh, Lily said you agreed to let her open the permissions for me. I want to see if I can contact my parents. While speaking, Wu Shui's eyes roamed up and down, completely disregarding Zhou Lin's feelings. What is this girl up to again? What does she need my approval for? Fine. I'll tell her after I'm done. Is there anything else? Seeing that Wu Shui had no intention of leaving, Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask. Well, it's like this. How much time have you spent training to get to this point? Wu Shui took a step forward and immediately felt the heat radiating from Zhou Lin's body, causing her to feel slightly dizzy. I don't remember that. Zhou Lin shrugged and turned away, mainly to avoid making eye contact with Wu Shui. Training? If it weren't for his body beginning to evolve, the difference between him and a fat couch potato might only be a few dozen pounds. However, speaking of which, the effects of evolution are quite evident. Every muscle in his body seemed to be in optimal condition after just 2 or 3 days. Compared to appearance, Zhou Lin felt that the sensation brought by the increase in strength was even more wonderful. After all, looks can't be eaten in the apocalypse. But strength can at least help you live a little longer. Can I collect some data? Seeing Zhou Lin continue to work out, Wu Shui suddenly asked. Sure, but do you have the equipment? I have some at home. I'll go get it now. Taking advantage of Wu Shui going downstairs to get the equipment, Zhou Lin rushed into the living room. What do you mean? Bro, are you really that slow? Don't you understand? If this woman owes you too much, even if she doesn't like you in the end, she'll accept you out of gratitude. Don't you like her? Chapter 30. Each with their own thoughts. The equipment that Wu Shui brought over was actually some very common medical instruments, such as stethoscopes, blood pressure monitors, and blood glucose meters. Testing basic data is not about treating illness. It doesn't require complex equipment. The key is to persist over the long term, measure repeatedly, and compare the details to draw accurate conclusions. On a professional level, Zhou Lin had no way to refute this. He just felt a bit embarrassed, especially since he was wearing a tight-fitting sports outfit that made certain lines too obvious. In contrast, Wu Shui appeared very calm. Even when she touched Zhou Lin during the examination, she didn't show the same flushed embarrassment as before. All right, I've recorded the basic data. I'll draw it into a chart later. Try to measure it once a day, and we'll quickly get a complete change curve then. With Zhou Li's intelligence and knowledge, she could no longer understand the increasingly professional terms Wu Shui was using, and Zhou Lin felt even more lost. He only knew that after examinations like the one just now, he had to come back every day. It was a bit overwhelming, especially when Wu Shui's soft little hand touched him. The more he thought about it, the harder it was to control himself. And ultimately Zhou Lin made the excuse of needing to shower and slipped away. Sister Shui, don't forget your original intention. What were you planning to do? All right. Prompted by Zhou Li, Wu Shui finally remembered and hurriedly asked what to do next. Things are in human hands. Bring the phone over. Installing a satellite communication program was very simple for Zhou Li, and it was done in a few minutes. Besides partially restoring the phone function, Zhou Li also helped Wu Shui join a forum called the Doomsday Human Alliance. Currently, there were fewer than 100,000 users on this forum. Although its interface was rudimentary and its functions limited, it was already impressive that it allowed strangers from around the world to communicate. The first thing Wu Shui did upon getting her phone back was to call her parents, but as expected, the call didn't go through, unless her parents could also connect to the satellite using a regular phone. How about sending a message instead? Zhou Li suggested. Wu Shui nodded and complied. However, after a few minutes, there was no response. Wu Shui could only comfort herself, thinking that her parents might not have seen the message or perhaps had thrown away their useless phone while fleeing. The eternal night and freezing temperatures had caused human society to regress overnight from the technological era back to an almost primitive state. The consequences of the power outage were not just the loss of lighting and communication. Without electricity, it meant that water supply, heating, and nearly all manufacturing industries had shut down. In other words, without the restoration of electricity, everything in human society, except for humanity itself, could not operate. In the tool room, Yang Qiqi poured a shovel full of smokeless coal into the furnace. Her face no longer bore the delicate makeup of the past. It was a mix of black and white, with a smudge of ash on her nose and a few white feathers tangled in her hair. She looked no different from a rural woman. But Yang Qiqi's emotions were quite complex at that moment. She hated Zhou Lin, but not because of the dirty and heavy work in front of her, rather because Zhou Lin had intentionally exposed her without any shame. Yang Qiqi felt she was not inferior to AI Bing, and even thought she was 2 sizes larger than AI Bing. Even CEO Chao seemed to be infatuated with her. How could a mere loser like Zhou Lin be so blind to her? High standards? If he truly had high standards, he would have even looked at AI Bing. She knew how Zhou Lin used to act around AI Bing, like a dog circling around her, saying heartfelt things, never leaving her side, no matter how AI Bing treated him. Was it just to get AI Bing's body? Now, with her perfect figure, she could easily give herself to him. So why act so high and mighty? Dog man, smelly man. The more she thought about it, the angrier Yang Qiqi became. She even considered destroying everything she could see in the tool room. That way, Zhou Lin's family would definitely struggle to survive. He, along with his parents and little sister, would surely suffer and eventually die helplessly in the freezing temperatures. Just thinking about it made her happy. But it was just a thought. In the end, Yang Qiqi didn't have the courage to act, not only because Zhou Lin had warned her, but also because she knew that she might be the first to freeze to death. More importantly, Yang Qiqi still had hope, and that hope was Chao Bowen, CEO Chao. There would always be an opportunity. Like all timid people, Yang Qiqi ultimately convinced herself. She had read about a saying called lying on the and tasting bitterness. Although she had a warm sleeping bag, being in a room with chickens and ducks meant her ears were constantly filled with their noises. And her nose was filled with an indescribable smell. How is this any different from lying on the and tasting bitterness? Suddenly, Yang Qiqi thought about what Tang Ili was doing, and what about his brother named Sun Qinghao? What a useless brother. She had seen through him at first glance. Just a drinking buddy, and he even had inappropriate thoughts about AI Bing and her. They must be starving by now, Yang Qiqi thought. Even if they haven't starved to death, they must be freezing to death, or maybe they already have. If she knew that Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao were enjoying a bowl of hot instant noodles, she wouldn't know what to think. After you finish eating, go to the garage. In the property office, an iron stove appeared at some point, with a long chimney extending out through the air conditioning hole. The roaring flames jumped in the furnace, keeping the entire room warm. Xiao Hang sat on the sofa, holding a thick notebook, sketching occasionally in the light of the emergency lamp. Everything seemed to be going according to his expectations. The communication blackout and drop in temperature had even made the wealthy owners too timid to bother him. The generators and fuel meant for emergency elevator and lighting use in each building had already been gathered by him into an empty room below the property office. Even though the quantity was considerable, Xiao Hang still didn't allow anyone to use them. People must have a sense of crisis. If the disaster cannot be alleviated in a short time, who among you can repair the generator, and who can bring in a large amount of gasoline? These are non-renewable resources. Do not waste them unless absolutely necessary. What is there to be afraid of being a little cold? This stove made by Old Zhao works just fine. With so many green plants in the community, aren't those wooden pavilions and buildings fuel as well? If it really comes to it, wooden furniture is fuel too. In addition to cutting costs, it was more important to find new sources. The situation outside was unclear for now, but there were plenty of cars in the underground garage. Where there are cars, there's gasoline. Few owners in this community are frugal with fuel. Are they really going to wait until those owners remember to siphon their own gas? Tang Ili, Sun Qinghao, and a few others recruited by Xiao Hang, after filling their stomachs, took their tools and followed several security guards with flashlights into the underground garage. The once brightly lit garage was now pitch black. Truly a place where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. However, due to being deep underground, the temperature here was actually warmer than outside. Let's get to work. Form groups of 3, and try not to damage the cars. The manager said these cars might still be useful in the future. Chapter 31. Sun Qinghao's ambition, heavy snow, fell all night. Not only in Jiazhou City, and not just in the Xia Kingdom, but almost everywhere in the world was blanketed in snow. The snowflakes, larger than goose feathers, covered the entire world overnight. In slightly higher terrain, some households were buried in their cold dreams, struggling to escape, only to freeze to death in the snow and cold wind. Those who slept through it might have had a bit more luck. The Lanshan community was situated at a high elevation. After all, it was a wealthy area. The principle was to stand high and see far. Otherwise, Zhou Lin wouldn't have agreed to move here. The Zhou family's place in the suburbs would have likely been buried under 4 or 5 meters of snow by now. In fact, being buried deep has its advantages. Due to gravity, the snow at lower layers quickly turns to ice, forming an impenetrable layer. In a sense, it serves as protection. Just think of the ancient corpses found on icebergs after thousands of years. They still look as if they just died. The sun would not rise again. And without external light changes to gauge time, power outages and low temperatures rendered most electronic devices useless. Even mechanical or quartz watches, most of which couldn't withstand the cold, were either malfunctioning or in the process of failing. Only timing devices specifically designed for harsh environments were still operational. Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao were panting as they followed the security guard leading the way, carrying an oil drum. Almost all the cars in the underground garage had been used, reminiscent of simpler times. The results were impressive. After counting, Xiaohang rewarded everyone with a box of instant noodles. Another box of instant noodles. Sun Qinghao leaned closer to Tang Yili and whispered, "Old Tang, eating instant noodles all the time isn't sustainable. We can't keep working for others." Don't be fooled by Tang Yili's muscular build from years of fitness. He lacked intelligence. To put plainly, he was somewhat foolish. Ancient wisdom often states that those with strong bodies but simple minds are not without reason. Exceptions are rare, and Tang Yili was a typical case. In contrast, Sun Qinghao was much more astute. After all, he didn't consume protein powder. Shortly after arriving, Sun Qinghao had a rough idea of what Xiaohang was planning. It was all about leveraging him, Sun Qinghao, without considering his own worth. Outside, it was freezing cold. Tang Yili completely missed Sun Qinghao's intent, shivering as he spoke. Those who have low body fat from long-term fitness might look good, but they cannot withstand prolonged cold. More muscle means that even sitting still leads to continuous calorie burn, and the only source of heat is food. In peaceful times, food is certainly not a problem. Having money is enough. But now, throughout his life, Tang Yili was never one to think deeply. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a fitness coach. Therefore, when Sun Qinghao mentioned prospects and power, Tang Yili didn't understand, which made Sun Qinghao a bit anxious. To save on heating costs, as people gradually gathered in the room, Sun Qinghao dared not speak further. If word reached Xiaohang's ears, it could lead to dire consequences. It's common for a few people to die in peaceful times, let alone now. Sun Qinghao empathized, believing that someone like Xiaohang could indeed do something like that. So far, Xiaohang was satisfied with his subordinate's performance. They had nearly 2,000 liters of gasoline. During times like these, one didn't need to be particular about the grade. Coupled with a few large oil barrels prepared in advance under the property management's banner, if used sparingly, it felt like it could last a year or two. Didn't those apocalyptic novels say that weather alternates? Cold followed by heat, heat followed by cold. Xiaohang also believed that the weather couldn't stay cold forever. Balance is essential. The current issue was the lack of food, and they needed to go out and find some. Additionally, the community's entrance and exit pathways needed to be kept clear of snow. The property management office was on the 3rd floor, but the snow outside the windows was nearly level with the ground. If the snow could be this deep in Lanshan, what about other places? Not to mention some supermarkets were underground or on the 2nd floor and were likely buried under 15 to 20 meters of snow. It would be troublesome to search for supplies inside. However, Xiaohang thought that might be a good thing. It wouldn't be easy for others to take their supplies. Glancing at Tang Yili and the others, Xiaohang opened his notebook to write. He believed that everything should be planned, and good ideas must be recorded promptly to avoid forgetting them. In this regard, he and Zhou Lin were somewhat similar. Just now, Zhou Lin had gone up to the platform and collected 2 eggs, 1 duck egg, and a small bowl of quail eggs. Zhou Lin had even recorded this with her phone. Is it necessary? Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask. Zhou Lin nodded, without accumulating small steps. One cannot reach 1,000 miles. With records, I can estimate the egg production. 1,000-mile dike is breached by an ant's hole. I can't let that woman steal any. Aside from shouting 666, Zhou Lin truly didn't know what else to say. That woman? Wu Shui walked over and casually asked, but she quickly ignored it. I received messages from my parents. The genuine joy on Wu Shui's face made her look radiant even without makeup. Last night, or rather while Wu Shui was asleep, her phone received several messages, most of which were from her parents. What's the situation? Zhou Lin asked. They said they're safe now and have been selected for something called the Olympus Human Apocalypse Rescue Program. By the time they sent me the message, they were already in an underground shelter and had been allocated a small room, but both of them need to work for the shelter. Thus, those with real skills and knowledge will never be overlooked at any time. If Wu Shui and her parents were merely wealthy merchants or politicians, they would certainly not have received the Olympus program's attention and might have been excluded in the first round of selection, leading to a dire outcome. Upon receiving Wu Shui's message, her parents' first reaction was that their daughter was definitely being protected by the state. Although she hadn't officially graduated, Wu Shui's abilities were quite impressive, and youth itself is the greatest value. When they learned that Wu Shui hadn't gone to the state shelter, her parents were extremely surprised and even urged her to reconsider. From any perspective, an individual cannot compare to the state. So, Sister Shui, are you planning to leave? People strive for higher places while water flows to lower levels. Although I think that that's not wrong, I still feel that my home might be more suitable for you. Zhou Li looked at Wu Shui with a pitiful gaze, her eyes turning red in an instant. Chapter 32, The Wisdom of Women. Wu Shui certainly did not want to leave. Even if her parents thought that the shelter would definitely be better than the Zhou family, it was because they did not know how prepared the Zhou family was for this disaster. At least Wu Shui felt that she was freer here. Upon hearing Wu Shui say she wouldn't leave, Zhou Li immediately smiled again, her mood changing faster than flipping a page. I'm going to work out. Currently, there wasn't much for Zhou Lin to do. Since he had already entered the ranks of evolvers, he couldn't waste this precious opportunity. Moreover, Zhou Lin wanted his parents and Zhou Li to have abilities and become evolvers. In his previous life, the way to obtain abilities was not only based on luck, but also heavily dependent on strength. Those ability orbs that fell from the sky were not suitable for everyone. Or rather, there was a matching process involved. Some lucky individuals picked them up without even seeing what they were and had already fused with the ability orbs, while others tried countless times but could never fuse with any of the orbs. The patterns could not be summarized, and no one knew why. Therefore, to ensure that his parents and Zhou Li became ability users, the safest way was to obtain enough ability orbs or more opportunities to try, and the sooner, the better. The earlier one obtained abilities, the easier it would be to become a high-level ability user. This was why Yang Chi-Chi was important, at least for now. She was the only lead Zhou Lin knew of. In the later stages of the apocalypse, ability orbs had become a form of wealth. But this wealth was limited to the upper echelons of society, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If the apocalypse progressed, as it had in his previous life, then Zhou Lin, who now possessed abilities and was starting to evolve, was destined to become part of the future upper class. Although the upper class enjoyed unimaginable resources during the apocalypse, they also faced immeasurable risks. Resources were always limited. In a world of scarcity, everyone wanted to possess more for themselves, and the only way to achieve this goal was through plunder. Plundering from others was always faster and richer than collecting for oneself. The upper class plundered from each other just like ordinary people. If one did not possess sufficient strength, the more one had, the more hungry wolves would come. Symbiosis. Beginner 742-1000, currently symbiotic transportation. Laifu. Large surface transportation. Available symbiotic transportation slots. 0 storage space. 1-1. Zhou Lin discovered that there seemed to be some magical connection between abilities and evolution. If in the past, using abilities a certain number of times would increase experience points a little, now after evolving, each use increased 2 points. It was still unknown whether the degree of physical evolution would affect the experience points of abilities, but this had already greatly improved efficiency. Zhou Lin calculated that perhaps in 4 or 5 days, he could reach the intermediate level. Would the symbiosis at the intermediate level change, and how would it change? Zhou Lin hoped that the number of symbiotic connections would increase after the abilities upgraded. Although the Lifu had enough space and abundant resources, it cannot be truly utilized at present. Even though the heavy snow outside was significant, it was not enough to completely bury an aircraft carrier. If someone saw it, even if the country did not come to ask him about the aircraft carrier, he would not be able to explain how it ended up in Jiazhou. If others found out he had abilities, even if the country's research institutions would not do anything to him, there would always be greedy people trying to control him and dig into the secrets of abilities and evolution. If it were like his previous life, alone and isolated, Zhou Lin might not worry too much. If it came to it, he could just find a deserted area to hide in. At that time, it would be unclear who was the hunter and who was the prey. He was not a soft persimmon. But now it was different. Zhou Lin could not let his parents and little sister live in danger. As for his parents, there was no need to mention them, although Zhou Li was smart. What good was being smart in the apocalypse? What was needed was real strength, the kind that could truly look down on some crises. Thinking of this, Zhou Lin truly wished he could torture Yang Qiqi for answers right now. But he also knew that this would be useless. As Yang Qiqi still did not know Qiao Bowen, she didn't know anything. Keeping her around was merely a hope, hoping that, by some chance, she would eventually cross paths with Qiao Bowen. Let's work out first. Are we going to start working out? Wu Shui followed Zhou Lin into the gym. Seeing the curiosity in her eyes, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel his heart race. Are we doing it today too? Wu Shui nodded, smiling a bit awkwardly. Scientific research. Don't misunderstand. What else could Zhou Lin say? It was all Zhou Li's trouble. However, Zhou Li would not take the blame. And even when Wu Shui came out of the gym, Zhou Li did not forget to tease her. Sister Shui, your efforts to cover it up are too obvious. Wu Shui was taken aback. Zhou Li's use of idioms was confusing. But was her statement really that confusing? Have you read novels? People like my brother would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one go. Saying this, Zhou Li raised her hand and made a slicing gesture. What? Wu Shui was even more confused. So Zhou Li meant to slice Zhou Lin directly? Conditions did not allow for that. Sister Shui, you're wrong about this. If there are difficulties, we should tackle them head on. If there are no difficulties, we should create some to tackle. Understand? We need to focus and tackle it. Lily, where are you going with this? Wu Shui finally understood, stamping her foot. I don't have that kind of idea. Sister Shui, no, sister-in-law, you just drooled a bit. 13 years old. Wu Shui finally believed that intelligence could lead to precociousness. Throwing down her small notebook to cover Zhou Li's mouth, Wu Shui whispered, "Let me teach you an idiom. Joy at the sight of a hunt. That's just my professional habit." Zhou Li broke free and whispered, got it, sister-in-law. You're a female profession, rogue. Zhou Lin, who was working out crazily in the gym, still had no idea that his precious little sister had privately reached an agreement with Wu Shui. After some initial negotiations, the two girls moved their battlefield to Zhou Li's bedroom and began to analyze in detail. Zhou Li believed that the harsh environment would last for a long time, and the inherent order of human society or even a national system might be difficult to maintain. The future world would inevitably respect the strong. Wu Shui agreed. Zhou Lin's demonstrated strong physical qualities would attract admiration from the opposite sex even more in adverse environments. Wu Shui believed that this admiration was ingrained in human genes, aimed at better reproduction. So this is not love, Wu Shui said calmly. So what? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Are you planning to give my brother to other women? Like that one in the tool room? Zhou Li asked. Lily, do you think people like us dream of love? Wu Shui crossed her arms. You're right. Becoming your sister-in-law is currently my best option. Zhou Li smiled. Despite the academic nature of their discussion, they were actually just lusting after Zhou Lin's body. That said, if Zhou Lin were not her brother, she wouldn't be able to resist either. The reason Zhou Li chose to support Wu Shui was based on comprehensive considerations. In terms of personality, ability, knowledge, wisdom, and even looks, Wu Shui was exceptional, making her the best match for Zhou Lin. Among all these considerations, Zhou Li did not take Zhou Lin's thoughts into account, not because she did not respect him, but because she felt Zhou Lin had no reason to disagree. Secretly, things were settled this way. Zhou Li hurriedly ran to Zhou Kaijun and his wife to share the details of her discussion with Wu Shui. The two elders had no objections. Zhou Caijun's forehead injury had not yet been stitched, and who would dare to say Wu Shui was not good? Sheng Yali would be the first to object. After dinner, Zhou Lin felt that the atmosphere at the dining table was a bit off. Did I eat too much? Chapter 33 Collective Action Eating Well is a Blessing. Sheng Yali's smile was so bright it seemed about to bloom. She glanced at her son, then at Wu Shui, and her thoughts were obvious even to a fool. Zhou Li was grinning like a cat that had stolen a fish. Even the dog under the table, Haizi, was nodding along. This might just be Zhou Lin's illusion. In short, everything was filled with the scent of conspiracy. Son, come here, Mom wants to ask you. Sheng Yali had only said half of it when the alarm rang, indicating someone was outside. That clueless one. Furious, Sheng Yali stood up, kicked her chair aside, and was about to go open the door. Zhou Lin quickly followed. Who is it? The thick blast-proof door couldn't stop Sheng Yali's lion-like roar, startling Xiao Hang, who quickly introduced himself. Property manager? Haven't I paid the property fees? Sheng Yali yelled through the blast-proof door. It's not about the property fees. I'm here to discuss something with you, Xiao Hang said, but there was no sound on the other side. Sheng Yali asked Zhou Lin, what did he say? I'll go. Seeing that only Xiao Hang was outside, and he came empty-handed, Zhou Lin decided to open the door to chat. A big man with no dignity, useless. Sheng Yali pouted. But she didn't leave, worried her son might be bullied. Opening the locked blast-proof door was quite troublesome, but luckily, Xiao Hang was very patient. When he saw the door panel that was a full 20 centimeters thick, his eyes shone. Our property management company is dedicated to serving the owners. After some statistics, we found that many households are running low on food and heating supplies. To ensure the safety of the owners' lives, we went through great lengths to find a large supermarket not far from here. While saying this, Xiao Hang complained internally. Although Zhou Lin had closed the security door when he came out, Xiao Hang could still feel the temperature difference between the corridors inside and outside. The blast-proof door wouldn't even let him in. He was freezing. Such atrocious behavior must be noted down. Plus, this family's supplies seemed quite abundant. Perhaps a good fat sheep. Shall we go collect supplies together? Zhou Lin squinted, his intuition telling him that this property manager was likely an old fox. But he didn't oppose the idea of collectively going for a zero-cost purchase. Who would refuse more supplies? Besides, he had the LIFO number, a large warehouse that couldn't be filled up. Even if Xiao Hang didn't come, he still planned to go out for a stroll. Although the permanent population of Jiazhou City wasn't large, it was a significant transportation hub in the southwest of Xia Country. Just in the logistics park on the west side of the city, there was no telling how many living supplies were stored. If you're willing to participate, please register first. Once the action time is confirmed, I will arrange for someone to notify you. All right, just register me, Zhou Lin said. He was worried about the others at home going out. The scariest thing outside wasn't the weather, but people. Sheng Yali didn't quite understand. She thought their supplies were sufficient and that there was no need to take risks outside. The outside was not just dark, although the snow had stopped falling. Who knew what the thick snow concealed? Moreover, it was only minus 30 degrees outside. If they dressed too lightly, they might freeze within minutes. We still have to go, Zhou Lin explained. Although the Lawn Mountain community had a low occupancy rate, there were still 200 to 300 households. If they acted too unusually, it would raise other suspicions and might make them targets of envy. Seeing Wu Shui eager to try, Zhou Lin quickly waved his hand. I'll go alone. You all aren't suited for this. Thus, Zhou Lin managed to convince everyone. After returning to his room, Zhou Lin prepared a set of gear for himself. The polar combat suit from LIFO number came with a bulletproof helmet and goggles, had a heating function, adjustable temperature, and could withstand temperatures as low as minus 50 degrees. It was also relatively lightweight, not hindering movement when worn. He had a pair of snowshoes, essential for snowy operations. A concealed pistol and a fully loaded magazine were mainly for emergencies. Additionally, he modified a large suitcase to serve as a sled. All that was left was to wait. Xiao Hang didn't personally notify every household. Most owners were informed by ordinary security personnel. Even so, it took almost 6 hours to gather the owners' intentions to participate, and the tally was quite good, with basically every household having someone joining. A few families who had someone at home but were unwilling to go out to collect supplies were specially noted by Shihuang. These families would need to be closely monitored in the future, either because they didn't lack supplies or they were troublemakers. Power for the elevator would start at 11:30. At that time, the owners participating in the supply collection would gather outside the property management office. They were advised to dress warmly and preferably bring their own carrying tools. Setting off promptly at 12 with no delays. Although the sun was not visible, it hadn't disappeared. At noon, the light would be slightly better, and the temperature would be a bit higher than at other times. This was all data Shihuang had painstakingly collected. He had put in a lot of effort to keep control of Lan Mountain. I'm leaving. Don't open the door while I'm gone. Little sister, pay attention to that woman. If she doesn't behave, you just... Zhou Lin was dressed like a cotton ball, which was completely unnecessary. But there's a kind of cold called Mom Thinks You're Cold. Luckily, the property management was willing to power the elevator. Otherwise, dressed like this and dragging a modified sled, Zhou Lin really wouldn't know how to get downstairs. As the elevator descended, residents occasionally entered, all strangers to Zhou Lin. Even if he recognized them, he might not be able to tell who they were, as everyone was bundled up tightly, and he could only distinguish between genders and ages based on body shape or voice. To Zhou Lin's surprise, there were indeed women coming out, and quite a few. Whether it was because there were no men at home or for other reasons remained unknown. When Zhou Lin followed others to the property management office, a considerable number of people had already gathered there, but almost no one was speaking. Today, Shihuang was wearing a flashy red cold-proof outfit, topped with a blue cold-proof hat. In a moment, our security will lead everyone to the location of the supermarket. But currently, the supermarket is buried under heavy snow, and there may be ice underneath. We need everyone to work together to clear the snow before we can enter. The government representatives came 2 days ago, and our shelter is currently full, so the government has authorized our community owners to go out and find supplies on their own. This is not illegal. Please make sure to pay attention to safety. If you encounter other teams collecting supplies, please strictly follow our security's orders. In these special times, we must unite and present a united front. Even if conflicts arise, do not be afraid. As long as we are in the right, the government will not punish us. Shihuang had some eloquence. At least his words gained the approval of most owners present. Zhou Lin kept silent in the crowd, but someone actively approached him. Hey, this sled you made is quite good. I have a suitcase of a similar size at home. Could you come to my house after we return and help me modify it? Although Zhou Lin couldn't see the appearance of the woman who approached him. Her voice sounded pleasant, and her words were very articulate. If she were a rookie, she might have eagerly agreed. Chapter 34. The neighbor of the adjacent building Zhou Lin's home is in Building 8, the best one in the area, and the woman talking to him is from Building 7, next door. Coincidentally, this woman named Huang Minjing also lives on the 17th floor, but in Building 7. The 17th floor has 2 households, unlike Zhou Lin's, which is 1 household. I saw the house on your rooftop platform with lights on, Huang Minjing whispered into Zhou Lin's ear. Although Zhou Lin had never thought that the existence of the tool room could be hidden from everyone. Perhaps the only one who could see the light coming from the tool room was Huang Minjing. What do you mean? Is this a threat? Zhou Lin remained silent, just looking at Huang Minjing. I just wanted to express a bit of envy, Huang Minjing said, showing no signs of nervousness. The more friends, the more paths. Don't you think? Let's go, everyone follow along. Shihuang's voice interrupted Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing's conversation. Zhou Lin took a step forward and, surprisingly, Huang Minjing followed closely behind. Actually, I know your mom. Huang Minjing's words made Zhou Lin's mind automatically add, I can still be born. Cheng Yali is 57 this year. So how old is Huang Minjing? Don't believe me? I also know that your mom recently purchased a large amount of instant food. Guess who she bought it from? At this point, Zhou Lin understood. Huang Minjing or her family might be in the instant food business and could possibly be agents for certain brands. Zhou Lin was most afraid of encountering such situations. Others might not know how many supplies the Zhou family had, but those who sold supplies to Cheng Yali definitely knew, although he paid the price of a warehouse for it. In special circumstances, such a concealment tactic was completely useless because people only believe what they want to believe. Just like Huang Minjing, if she believed that Cheng Yali had hidden away all the instant food she purchased, no matter how Zhou Lin explained. She would only think he was lying to her. This is troublesome. We'll talk later. Perhaps not wanting to draw too much attention, Huang Minjing ended the conversation. Zhou Lin let out a slight sigh of relief as he walked and pondered how to deal with things in the future. The large supermarket that Xiaohang mentioned was actually known to many residents. It was a local chain not far from the community, relatively large in scale, and the quality of goods was decent. The most important point was that this supermarket was not underground, but rather on the first and second floors facing the street. Compared to the underground levels, it was easier to excavate this kind of supermarket. Normally, it would only take about 10 minutes to get there, but this time it took a whole half hour. To avoid drawing attention, the security guards did not allow everyone to turn on their lights, making it impossible to see if anyone was peeking from the dark. Upon arriving at the location, the security guards began to assign tasks. Men like Zhou Lin were naturally the main force for digging, and everyone was assigned tools, which were probably used for the community garden: shovels, hoes, and iron spades. In short, all usable tools were put to use. Since the supermarket was an independent 3-story building, it didn't need to be dug too deep. When the first window was exposed, the security guard stepped forward to break it, squatted down, and turned on his flashlight to observe. After confirming there was no problem, they began to assign personnel. It was not possible for everyone to enter. 1/3 of the people were assigned to guard outside. The room with the window was clearly an office, leading out to a corridor with rooms on both sides marked with different signs. Once inside, the security guards no longer stopped everyone from turning on lights. Moreover, it was impossible to avoid it, as it was much darker inside than outside. One of the security guards lit a candle, claiming it could measure whether the oxygen content was sufficient. There were traces of rummaging everywhere, indicating that someone had already been there, which made everyone a bit worried that they might have made the trip for nothing. Fortunately, this supermarket was quite large, covering 2 entire floors, with products encompassing all aspects of daily necessities. To improve efficiency, the security guard allowed everyone to form teams freely. The second floor focused on household items, while the first floor was dedicated to food, which was the main goal of this operation. However, Zhou Lin did not rush down to the first floor. Once he was alone, he took out his night vision goggles and put them on. Although the night vision had issues like color distortion, it was undoubtedly much more convenient than a flashlight. He could see that many counters on the second floor had been smashed, but not much had actually been taken away. Zhou Lin casually collected some clothes, then wandered to the daily necessities area. After confirming that no one was around, he began to gather items like shampoo, shower gel, mosquito repellent, soap, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. Although the warehouse at the Le Faheo was not lacking in these supplies, the saying still stands: who would complain about having too many supplies? Even if his family might not need them in the future, they could be used for trade. While collecting, Zhou Lin occasionally tossed items into the sled behind him. When he reached the women's supplies counter, he inexplicably stopped. He didn't need to worry about what Cheng Yali and Zhou Li needed. With Zhou Li's meticulousness and Cheng Yali's large-scale purchasing, Zhou Lin had no idea how much they had stocked up. Right now, he was mainly considering Wu Shui. What size should she be? He thought, knowing that Cheng Yali's would definitely not fit, and Zhou Li's would be too small. After thinking for a while, Zhou Lin decided to collect some anyway and let Zhou Li inquire when they got back. Continuing to wander, Zhou Lin found that he had reached the kitchen supplies area. He didn't miss anything: knives, cutting boards, various tools, trash cans, trash bags, brooms, mops, and everything he could think of, or even things he didn't know the use for. Since he had no intention of coming back, if others found this place empty later, they would surely think that someone had moved everything away. Just look at Zhou Lin's sled. It had pitifully few items. Not everything was worth collecting, however. For example, at the craft supplies counter, various decorations were completely useless. Art is appreciated only when one has had their fill of food and drink. Walking further, even the most beautiful artwork is worth less than an expired sausage. Having nearly finished exploring the second floor, Zhou Lin dragged his half-full sled to the first floor. At this point, he had already taken off the night vision goggles. The dark sales area was filled with erratically swaying beams of light, and wherever he looked was a scene of chaos. Many counters were completely empty, and the area where fruits and vegetables were located was strewn with ice shavings and debris. To Zhou Lin's surprise, there was still a small pile of packaged rice, estimating around 70 to 80 bags remaining. Residents were bustling back and forth, some using their own tools, while others were directly using supermarket carts. In short, everyone was very enthusiastic. The meat counter was probably the first to be cleared out, looking as clean as if a dog had licked it. The family supplies counter was similar, with not a single egg left. The condiment counter was slightly more abundant, perhaps because everyone prioritized moving grains first. After all, taste is less important than hunger, and when necessary, a bowl of plain rice is the ultimate delicacy. Before this operation, Shihuang had already stated that regardless of how many supplies were found, they would ultimately be distributed based on the labor contribution of each household, meaning that every participant in the collection would get their share. Thus, Zhou Lin began throwing oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea into the sled, secretly putting some into his space as well. By nearly 4 o'clock, the security guards announced that all staple foods had been moved out and everyone should head back. Chapter 35 News of Dehydrated Vegetables. The first collective action of the homeowners in Lanshan community was relatively successful. After returning to the community, they conducted a preliminary inventory and found that they had brought back more than 80 bags of rice, including over 20 large bags from the supermarket, each weighing 200 pounds. Perhaps it was because they were too heavy that these large bags of rice remained in the supermarket. Altogether, the rice weighed several tons, and each participant in this action could receive 100 pounds. No one objected to the distribution plan proposed by Shihuang. 100 pounds of rice was enough for a family to last 1 or 2 months, not to mention the flour and various coarse grains, which meant each person could get over 10 pounds. For a family of 3, that could easily last a month. Aside from food, there were also many snacks and daily necessities, but the only regret among everyone was that they had collected almost no fruits or vegetables. Prolonged absence of fruits and vegetables could not only lead to a decline in immunity, but also easily trigger various diseases. Although various technologies and methods could supplement this, it still fell short, and not every household was prepared for it. While waiting for the distribution of supplies, Huang Minjing approached Zhou Lin and whispered, "Do you still have dehydrated vegetables at home?" "No," Zhou Lin replied without hesitation, thinking Huang Minjing was trying to probe for information, completely unaware that he was mistaken. "I know there's a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables in the logistics park. That batch of goods was originally meant for export, but hasn't been shipped yet," Huang Minjing said quietly. She was aware that resources were scarce, and she mentioned this to Zhou Lin partly because of Cheng Yali and also due to the precognitive abilities displayed by the Zhou family. Although it was usually not far to the logistics park, it was not easy to go there now. It was likely that there wasn't a single vehicle capable of operating on the snowy surface in the entire city of Jeju. Zhou Lin reflected on this and wondered why he hadn't thought of it earlier. But upon reconsideration, he realized that it was impossible to buy a sled in the southern part of summer country. Even if he wanted to prepare, he couldn't. Seeing that Zhou Lin was silent, Huang Minjing thought he didn't believe her. "I'll come to find your mom then." Without the context, Zhou Lin felt as if Huang Minjing was scolding him. Once the supplies were distributed, Shihuang ordered the generator to be started to power the elevator and reminded everyone to return home quickly since fuel was limited. At this time, a homeowner suggested going out to get fuel, as there was a gas station not far away, and there were professionals among the homeowners who could help with that. With sufficient fuel, not only could they provide heating for every household, but at least the issue of lighting could be solved collectively. Many worried that if they continued in the dark, their eyesight would deteriorate. For Shihuang, this homeowner's proposal was an unexpected delight. There really was no one in his management team who understood gas stations. "Let's discuss it. Other homeowners can also bring their things back first and then come down, and we can work together." Today's success, along with the deliberately cultivated image, helped Shihuang establish a relatively positive image in the minds of many homeowners. So several of them indicated that they would come down to participate in the discussion shortly. "Aren't you joining?" Huang Minjing asked, thinking of what Huang Minjing had said earlier. Zhou Lin replied oddly, "I'm still a child." Huang Minjing was taken aback for a moment, but then couldn't help but chuckle. He dragged a sled full of supplies into the elevator and went upstairs to his home. Cheng Yali ignored the supplies and only cared about whether anyone was injured or frozen. "You two see if there's anything you can use and take it." In the elevator, Zhou Lin took out some items specifically prepared for Wu Shui and placed them on the sled. To avoid awkwardness, he deliberately pulled Yali aside and asked if she knew Huang Minjing. Boss Huang, have you met her? Zhou Lin nodded. I almost forgot. Her family lives in our community. Which building are they in? Next door, across from us. Zhou Lin pointed in the direction of Building 7. She not only remembers that you bought a lot of instant food, but also saw the lights in our tool room. Oh, what should we do then? So, why don't we sneak over tonight and silence her? Zhou Lin's mouth twitched as he stared at Yali, unsure of what to say. Just kidding, just kidding. As long as my son comes back safely, I'm in a good mood. We have plenty of food and clothing at home, and we have electricity and heating. 3 months is nothing. Boss Huang is a good person. She shouldn't speak out of turn. But her mother is another story. I noticed her poor card-playing skills when we played cards together. You play cards with Huang Minjing's mom? How old is she that you still play cards with her? Huh? Yali was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. You got it wrong. Boss Huang's mom is from the same generation as me. Boss Huang is very young. Not yet 30. Only then did Zhou Lin realize that he had jumped to conclusions, as Huang Minjing's earlier words had misled him. Boss Huang is not simple. Her father passed away 5 years ago. Yali talked for half an hour about Huang Minjing's rise to success and then expressed her dissatisfaction with her own son, saying he was 25 or 26. If it weren't for his rebirth, he'd be a total waste, without even a wife. In desperation, Zhou Lin quickly mentioned that Huang Minjing might come and probably want to talk about the dehydrated vegetables in the warehouse at the logistics park. There's indeed a company in the logistics park dedicated to exports. I even visited their planning area before. They don't use pesticides or fertilizers at all, supposedly supplied from an island country. At that time, I couldn't believe it. Why is it that the islanders can have access to such green vegetables while we, in summer country, cannot buy them? Guess what the people from that company said? They said it's mainly because it's expensive. If there really is a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables, I'd love to go get some. They deserve it. Mom, please don't casually agree. We have no transportation. While Zhou Lin and Yali were discussing in the room, Wu Shui and Zhou Li were busy organizing the supplies around the sled. The rice and staple foods went without saying, so they set them aside first. Zhou Li put all the snacks into the living room coffee table and snack cabinet, only to find a lot of women's intimate clothing. With Zhou Li's intelligence, she chuckled after glancing at the sizes of those clothes. Sister-in-law, if you want people not to know, you must not do anything yourself. Just take these. Don't you and Annie want them? In fact, Wu Shui was not particularly lacking in this type of clothing at the moment, but it was always good to prepare more, as it might not be easy to find when she needed it in the future. Sigh, a little horse with a big saddle. My brother probably doesn't think of me anymore. Where have all the peach blossoms gone? The person's face still smiles in the spring breeze. Wu Shui looked grim. Little Li, it seems you've got it wrong. Really? But what I see on your face is just the spring breeze. Ah, don't hit me. I'm leaving first. Brother, save me, save me. Sister-in-law is going to beat me. Their harmless banter made the atmosphere in the house feel warmer, especially for Yali, who couldn't help but nudge Zhou Lin with her elbow. When are you planning to move into a room together? Chapter 36. The isolated mother and daughter Huang Minjing's home is far less warm than Zhou Lin's. In the living room, there is a grand-looking fireplace, burning large pieces of wood, but at a glance, there is hardly any furniture in sight. A thick leather mat is laid in front of the fireplace, where Huang Minjing's mother lies, her eyelids drooping, unable to get up even at the sound of the door opening, only greeting weakly. Mom, there's food ready. Wait for me. I'll make you some porridge. There was no one else in the house. After Huang Minjing's father passed away 5 years ago, her mother was so devastated that she lost interest in managing the factory, leaving all the burdens on Huang Minjing, who was still pursuing her master's degree at that time. In the end, Huang Minjing had to work while studying, exhausting herself to the point of nearly breaking down. After completing her master's defense, Huang Minjing devoted herself entirely to the factory, sometimes eating and sleeping there, not only stabilizing the faltering business, but also making it grow stronger, eventually becoming a leader in the convenience food industry in Bashu. As her career reached such a level, personal issues were repeatedly set aside. Being busy was one reason. while concerns about others' ulterior motives were another. Fortunately, Huang Minjing's mother was relatively open-minded and didn't constantly nag her about it. However, no one expected that the apocalypse would come. Just a few days into the eternal night, both mother and daughter deeply felt the pain of living without a man in the house. Without food, they dared not open the door to ask for help. When they ran out of fuel, Huang Minjing could only chop up the expensive furniture in the house. Luckily, her late father particularly liked wooden furniture, which allowed the fireplace to keep burning until now. Even so, the wooden sofa, dining table, bookcase, desk, chairs in the study, and even the lounge chair on the balcony and the solid wood bed in the bedroom had all been burned away. If they continued, they would only have the solid wood floors left to pry up. The porridge made with rice mixed with millet and corn fragments was fragrant, and the two of them finished a large pot, snuggling by the fireplace with satisfied smiles. "Mom, today I ran into the son of Boss Chung." "Which Boss Chung? The one you often play cards with? She has a farm, and you used to love her grain-fed chickens and eggs. Have you forgotten?" Huang Minjing's mother squinted, remembering. "What? Are you interested in her son?" "That won't do. There's a generation gap." "Where did you get that idea?" Huang Minjing rolled her eyes at her mother. "There's something I haven't told you. I've always felt that Boss Chung's family must have known this would happen. Do you know how much goods she took from me not long ago?" "How much?" "All kinds and flavors. She ordered a total of 300,000 worth of goods. They don't have a sales business. 300,000 is enough for them to eat for 3 to 5 years if they kept it for themselves. Even though the convenience food produced in Huang Minjing's factory varies in price, how expensive can the factory price be? 300,000 worth of goods filled a whole truck, delivered directly to the Zhou family's warehouse in the logistics park. Isn't that warehouse burned down? Huang Minjing's mother recalled that she had tried to call Yali to offer comfort when she heard about it, but couldn't get through. "I don't believe it." Huang Minjing shook her head. If it weren't for the disaster that followed, she might not have doubted it. But from the moment she saw Zhou Lin, she felt that the fire at the warehouse must have been a setup by the Zhou family. In fact, anyone with a brain would think like Huang Minjing if they connected Zhou Kaijun closing the farm with Yali's frantic purchasing. No one could predict how the future would unfold, but Huang Minjing was certain that unless the disaster passed, it would be impossible for just the two of them to go far. Today, the community property management could still organize everyone to go out and collect supplies. But what about next time? How many nearby supermarkets could they raid collectively? If there was no organized collective action, what would they do if they ran out of food, drink, and heating a home? Would she dare to go out alone? Moreover, the disaster had just begun. Today, Huang Minjing also heard someone say that the government did not expect the situation to improve in the short term, and the shelters established by the country were already at full capacity. Having gone through brutal business wars, Huang Minjing knew that when standing alone is untenable, one must ally with the strong. Yali was a decent person, as could be seen at the card table. Her husband, old Zhou, was also a good man, and their son wouldn't be too much of a jerk. If you want to test the waters, I don't oppose it. Huang Minjing's mother nodded, but she cautioned. You mustn't casually mention where we hid that last batch of goods. Of course not. Huang Minjing smiled. Jiaying Company has a batch of dehydrated vegetables meant for the island country that hadn't been shipped out in time when the disaster struck. They're still in the warehouse at the logistics park. This batch of dehydrated vegetables can not only be used to test Zhou Lin, but is also a crucial resource for the future, even rivaling staple foods. With a plan in place, Huang Minjing didn't even take a break. After settling her mother, she hurried downstairs to Zhou's house. When she arrived, Zhou Lin was sweating it out in the gym, so the reception had to be left to Yali. Because of their previous relationship, Huang Minjing was allowed to enter the house directly, and her first impression was warmth. There were no heating devices visible in the living room, nor was there any smoke, indicating that the Zhou family had a complete heating system that was still functioning normally. Huang Minjing immediately thought of the tool room on the rooftop terrace. The Zhou family must have stockpiled a large amount of coal. My son just mentioned you. Boss Huang Yali's ability to handle people was beyond doubt, unless it was someone she disliked. The two women chatted about trivial matters, and Wu Shui, displaying keen insight, brought in tea and then discreetly retreated. Let us not call each other boss anymore. We're all refugees now, Huang Minjing said with a smile. then got straight to the point, expressing her desire to collaborate. I can't really decide on this matter. The son is grown, and doesn't he listen to his mother? Zhou Lin, come here. Zhou Lin, dressed in sportswear, appeared in the living room with a towel in hand. Seeing Huang Minjing, he was somewhat surprised. If he had known Boss Huang was so young, he would have changed his clothes first. It wasn't he to attract Huang Minjing, but he simply felt it was a bit impolite. Are you still working out? Huang Minjing asked, somewhat incredulously. What kind of family still dared to exercise now? Was food free? Just passing the time? Zhou Lin wiped his sweat and sat down next to Chengyali. Mom, have you two reached an agreement? What's there to talk about? You weren't here. How could we discuss anything? Huang Minjing explained that they might not be able to move all the dehydrated vegetables in the warehouse, and that she had no one she trusted in the community to help, suggesting he think about discussing it with the property management, as many hands make light work. Property management? Zhou Lin thought of Xiaohang, not yet aware that Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao were also part of the property team, just that they hadn't shown up last time. I disagree. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Lin replied. Chapter 37, A Prophetic Saying Why. Huang Minjing was not agitated by Zhou Lin's refusal to cooperate with the property management. Instead, she calmly awaited an explanation. I don't trust them. Zhou Lin was direct. Cooperation requires efficiency. If Huang Minjing couldn't even trust him on this point, then there was no need for further discussion. Chengyali, standing aside, remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Zhou Lin's approach. Huang Minjing fell in a deep thought. It wasn't doubt about Zhou Lin. Rather, she was reflecting on whether there was information she didn't know that led Zhou Lin to have a completely different view of the property, which seemed quite good on the surface. As an entrepreneur, being overly stubborn is not acceptable, especially when information is lacking. One must avoid making arbitrary conclusions, as this could lead to failure. In the past, during a peaceful society, failure might just mean losing money, but now failure could mean losing one's life. Can you tell me the reason? Zhou Lin shook his head. If Huang Minjing had immediately agreed without question, he would have given her more trust. But once she asked that question, Zhou Lin knew that their cooperation might only last this one time, unless Huang Minjing's actual performance could change his mind in the future. But that seemed difficult. It's intuition. Zhou Lin's face lost its smile, becoming somewhat serious. If you decide to bring in the property management, then I will choose to withdraw. Zhou Lin's decisive stance caught Huang Minjing off guard, leaving her unsure of what to say. In the end, she looked toward Chengyali for help. All right. It's not decided yet. By the way, you still have a walkie-talkie, right? Give one to Boss Huang, so we can discuss later. It's freezing outside, and without electricity, it's dangerous for Boss Huang to go back and forth. Zhou Lin certainly wouldn't treat a mere walkie-talkie as a treasure. Moreover, military products are reliable in both performance and function, as long as the main unit was in Zhou Lin's hands. He could control when Huang Minjing could use it and what she could or couldn't hear. At that moment, no one expected that this device would soon come in handy. After Huang Minjing left, Chengyali asked Zhou Lin if he had discovered any problems with the property management. Zhou Lin couldn't provide a specific answer. Shall you come? Zhou Li walked out of the room, rolled her eyes at Zhou Lin, and then said, those not of my kind must have different hearts, the property and the owners. They will never interact. You girl, can't you speak properly? If you were my own, I would want to smack you. You know she doesn't have much education. Why be so pretentious? Chengyali thought. Those who believe me shall have eternal life. Eternal life. Eternal life. I command you to have eternal life. In Chengyali's view, there was no gender bias. She always believed in fairness. Whether it was Zhou Lin or Zhou Li when she struck, it was absolutely equal without distinction. Zhou Li was beaten and fled, covering her head, while shouting that Chengyali was not following the rules, warning her to be cautious. Wu Shui, watching from the side, covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Shaking his head, Zhou Lin returned to the gym to continue his workout. Just as he was about to warm up, Huang Minjing's scream echoed through the room. Help, murder! Help! Wu Shui was the first to hear it. She reacted quickly and rushed toward the gym, almost colliding with Zhou Lin, who was rushing out. Yes, it's Boss Huang. I'll go take a look. Zhou Lin quickly put on his polar combat suit and dashed out. At that moment, Chengyali's voice came from upstairs. Be careful. Take something with you. Even in a panic, Zhou Lin didn't forget to check the surveillance before opening the door, ensuring there were no hidden threats outside. Better safe than sorry. In this apocalyptic world, no caution is too much. The elevator was not powered, so Huang Minjing must have taken the stairs. Zhou Lin estimated her speed and figured she would only have reached the first floor at most, though other possibilities couldn't be ruled out. As he leaped down the stairs, Zhou Lin felt like he wasn't descending, but rather jumping from a building. He could practically skip 2 steps at a time without any discomfort. Before becoming an evolved being, he would have likely sprained an ankle on the first step, broken bones on the second, and face paralysis by the 3rd or 4th step. 10th floor, 7th floor, 3rd floor. When Zhou Lin jumped to the 2nd floor, he heard voices. To be precise, it was a woman shouting, mixed with the low voices of 2 men. Let go of me, I'm the owner. Security, where's the security? We are the security. What is wrong with being the owner? It's your luck that we're interested in you. In this weather, who the hell would care about your business? Were the security guards this rampant? If Zhou Lin hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would have found it hard to believe. He knew that as the apocalypse approached, social order would inevitably collapse. But this was happening too quickly, wasn't it? Turning off his flashlight and putting on night vision goggles, Zhou Lin slowly stepped out of the stairwell and saw 3 figures entangled. A flashlight rolled on the ground next to them, likely belonging to Huang Minjing, while another flashlight was still lit in one of the men's hands. In the nearly dark corridor, the inadequately powered flashlight wasn't bright. As long as the beam didn't directly sweep over, the 3 men wouldn't notice Zhou Lin's presence. Considering the current situation, Zhou Lin decided not to reveal his identity. He pulled out a collapsible baton to test it, then swung it hard at the flashlight in the man's hand. Bang! With a man's scream, the flashlight shattered, the light suddenly extinguishing, plunging the area into deeper darkness. Zhou Lin didn't hesitate. He quickly picked up Huang Minjing's flashlight and turned it off, leaving only him able to see. The 2 startled men panicked, forgetting about Huang Minjing, threatening her with fierce expressions as they fumbled blindly for the stairs, thinking Zhou Lin, like Huang Minjing, couldn't see. In contrast, Huang Minjing remained much calmer. Having just regained her freedom, she crouched down and curled up, in complete darkness. This self-protective action was undoubtedly the wisest choice, as a smaller body occupied less space, reducing the chance of being randomly attacked. Ignoring the 2 crazed security guards, Zhou Lin quietly approached Huang Minjing and whispered, "Boss Huang, don't say anything, come with me." Hearing the voice, Huang Minjing instinctively looked up, but unfortunately, it was still pitch black. However, she recognized Zhou Lin's voice, and instantly, she felt relieved. Zhou Lin took Huang Minjing's right hand and pulled her up, then slowly walked down the stairs. The light in the lobby below was much better, allowing Huang Minjing to see Zhou Lin's silhouette. "Thank you. It seems you were right. I was naive. No need to be polite. It's too cold outside. Let's get down to the garage." "Is it dangerous in the garage?" Huang Minjing asked, gripping Zhou Lin's hand tightly. "I'll take you back," because he didn't know if there were property management personnel in the underground garage. Zhou Lin still didn't turn on the flashlight. With him guiding her and providing timely reminders, Huang Minjing found it manageable to walk. Although the temperature in the garage was slightly higher, the air was murky and, compared to outside, it was completely dark. Even with a flashlight, Huang Minjing wouldn't dare to go down alone. "It feels like descending into hell," Huang Minjing remarked. Chapter 38. Saving people hell is empty. Before turning on the flashlight, Zhou Lin first put away his night vision goggles. He thought it would take some time to adapt, but he found that it was not as he imagined. For Huang Minjing, perhaps only the area illuminated by the flashlight was bright, but Zhou Lin could see a large range around the beam, and even the shadowy corners were clear to him. Did evolution enhance his senses as well? Zhou Lin planned to test whether he could see in complete darkness later. It wasn't far from the underground parking lot to Building 7. It would only take a few minutes. However, to avoid any accidents, Zhou Lin insisted on escorting Huang Minjing upstairs. "Thank you so much," Huang Minjing said, adjusting her torn clothing. The temperature in the stairwell was much lower due to the chimney effect. "Don't you have warmer clothes?" Zhou Lin asked. Huang Minjing gave a miserable smile and shook her head. She wasn't short on money, but she wasn't the type to prepare specialized cold weather gear for extreme environments. Even a fur coat was more about fashion than functionality, and even if modified, it would be inconvenient to move in. I'll go home and see if I have something suitable for you. We should act quickly, Zhou Lin said. He didn't ask Huang Minjing whether she still wanted to involve the property management. Smart people often don't need to say much. If Huang Minjing was the kind to insist on that, Zhou Lin wouldn't have come down to save her at all. Is leaving at 10 tomorrow okay? Huang Minjing bit her lip. I'll have the walkie-talkie. You don't need to come up to get me. Where should we meet? At the entrance lobby of your building, Zhou Lin replied. Okay, we've arrived. Do you want to go in and rest for a bit? No need. Zhou Lin refused Huang Minjing's invitation and returned the flashlight. How will you get out without a flashlight? I have one, Zhou Lin said, then turned into the stairwell. Darkness instantly swallowed his voice. And although Huang Minjing saw no light, she could hear Zhou Lin's determined footsteps fading away. Sure enough, I can see. A smile appeared on Zhou Lin's face in the dark. Evolution had indeed enhanced his senses, at least in terms of vision. He dared to say he was no worse than a feline. Although the images were somewhat blurry, they were enough for Zhou Lin to descend normally without stumbling. He could imagine that if he encountered an enemy in such an environment, he would basically be invincible unless the opponent had similarly sharp senses or night vision abilities. That was basically impossible. When Zhou Lin returned home in high spirits, Tang Yili and son Chenghao were complaining to each other. Son Chenghao was supporting his left hand with his right, and it was clear that his left hand was deformed, with fingers twisted to varying degrees, red and purple. What were you doing at that time? Didn't you notice someone was coming? I'm not a dog with big ears. Didn't you hear it either? Tang Yili, who felt a little guilty at first, was finally irritated by son Chenghao's nagging. Why should I indulge you? I just want to catch that woman first. Son Chenghao glared. Isn't it your fault? You can't even move when you see a woman. Damn it. If you weren't trying to take advantage of her, would you have gotten hit? You totally deserve it. Am I the only one try to take advantage? Aren't you the same? I was just talking. You were the one who went up to pester her first, wanting to sleep with her over a pack of instant noodles. I can't believe you came up with that. What's wrong with a pack of instant noodles? I'm offering her a pack. That shows I think highly of her. Do you believe I could survive a whole day on just one pack? Forget it. Stop arguing. Let's find a doctor first and see if we can fix my hand. Damn it, I can't feel it. We'll have to find a boss. You better be nice to him later. Tang Yili and son Chenghao had been friends for many years, and it was normal to argue, but he couldn't just ignore him like that. Doctor? Xiaoheng glanced at son Chenghao's hand and couldn't help but ask how it happened. Sorry, I can't tell the truth. Son Chenghao and Tang Yili had agreed to say he got caught in a door. Did you really get caught in a door and end up like this? Are you out of your mind? If not long ago, Xiaoheng had to pretend to be refined in front of them. Now he had basically dropped the facade, showing his true rough nature. Don't listen? Then you won't eat, and you'll have to go out and freeze. However, even a piece of toilet paper has its uses. But if that piece of toilet paper is torn, it's not completely useless, but you wouldn't dare use it for wiping. To ensure this piece of toilet paper retained its function, Xiaoheng opened his notebook. As a property manager, how could he not understand his client base? He had basically noted down the background and professions of every homeowner and their main family members in the community. We have a total of 8 homeowners in this regard in our community. Let's skip the 16th floor of Building 8. It's hard to deal with. You could try 301 in Building 2. Both of them are doctors. The husband runs a physiotherapy clinic, and business should be good. I just don't know how good he is. A dead horse can be treated as a living horse. Remember to bring some food or gifts as a courtesy. Go get some from Captain Zhang. This is a one-time exception. With a big stick and a carrot, Xiaoheng was quite skilled in his tactics. Son Chenghao felt he saw through it, but couldn't call it out, while Tang Yili was extremely grateful, almost wanting to bow to Xiaoheng, especially when he heard the gifts wouldn't come from them. At this moment, which landlord still had excess food? Moonlight? Sunshine? No. Tang Yili was a standard case of having nothing to eat. When Zhou Lin returned home, he inevitably had to explain again. He had simplified it enough, but it still surprised Chengyali, who immediately turned to the walkie-talkie to comfort Huang Minjing. While she called it comforting, she actually just wanted to hear Huang Minjing praise Zhou Lin. Isn't having a son just to make oneself proud? Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to just have a placenta and throw it in the toilet? Sister-in-law, do you believe it now? Those who believe in me will live forever. Homeowners will never be slaves. Being called sister-in-law in front of Zhou Lin made Wu Shui a bit shy, and she secretly glanced at Zhou Lin, only to find he had no reaction, which made her unable to hold back. She stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Lin's arm. Huh? What? Time for a physical checkup? Seeing Zhou Lin being dragged away by Wu Shui, Jolie rolled her eyes and called over Heisey. Confused, Heisey thought there might be something delicious, only to have Jolie put a camera around his neck. Go. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how will you catch the tiger cub? Record everything. The prodigal son returns. Gold is priceless. At first, Heisey was indifferent, until Jolie pulled out a piece of beef jerky. Beef jerky? Even Heisey, who had a proud demeanor, couldn't resist such temptation and ultimately succumbed to his little master's sugary traps, sneaking to the gym's entrance with half his head inside. Wow, how are you so strong? After the same intensity of exercise, your heart rate went down again. Thicker by another centimeter. If this goes on, won't you turn into Guidacetin? TSK. So hard, who can stand this? Perhaps every seemingly quiet little fairy hides a devil inside. Zhou Lin didn't know what Wu Shui was thinking. He only knew he couldn't think of anything right now. Chapter 39. The logistics park is a vast snowfield for those living in the apocalypse. Today brings good news. The snow has stopped, although the temperature hasn't risen. The cessation of snow means that many people no longer have to worry about waking up to find their houses buried under snow, or worse, suffocating in their sleep due to lack of oxygen. Zhou Lin, who is once again prepared, heads out after just contacting Huang Minjing, who is also ready. Dehydrated vegetables may not be too important right now, but their significance will become increasingly clear over time. After passing through the underground garage, Zhou Lin finally takes out his sled. The elevator is out of service again today, and he certainly won't foolishly carry a suitcase as tall as himself up the stairs. He dons his cold weather gear and snow boots. In the empty lobby, Zhou Lin opens the sled and takes out the supplies he had prepared in advance for Huang Minjing. He is truly grateful. Huang Minjing feels a bit emotional. Although their relationship is merely a partnership, women are often more sentimental, easily stirred by acts of kindness, leading to promises of eternal gratitude or even pledges of devotion in the next life. As they exit the lobby, they are spotted by security, who immediately inform Xiaohang. That Zhou kid, what's his name again? Xiaohang ponders. Are they going out to gather supplies? Never mind. Let's see if they can come back first. The community gate is locked, but there is a small iron gate that can be opened from the inside. As Zhou Lin passes through the small gate, he suddenly glances back. Though the surroundings are dim, he feels as if someone is watching him from the shadows. It should be Xiaohang or someone from the property management. Zhou Lin thinks little of it. He simply doesn't want to expose too much right now. However, if anyone were to provoke him or his family, like that group of people who blocked their way last time, he would not hold back. Huang Minjing's visibility is quite limited. Zhou Lin refuses to use a flashlight or emergency lights, as that would easily reveal their position. How can we walk if we can't see anything? She asks. You sit on the sled, Zhou Lin replies, pointing to the sled on the ground. He has calculated the distance between the two locations along with Huang Minjing's speed and stamina, and the conclusion is disheartening. It will take at least 12 hours, not counting the time spent in the warehouse. This is unacceptable to Zhou Lin. The best way is for him to pull Huang Minjing, which, with his current strength and stamina, can shorten the time to 8 hours. Then he thinks of using skis. As a southerner, he originally didn't know how to ski, but learned desperately for survival after the apocalypse. Putting on the skis significantly increases his speed, but only someone like Zhou Lin, who has both strength and sufficient skill, can quickly move forward while pulling a rudimentary sled. During the day, the faint light filtering through the dust clouds may not be enough for an ordinary person to see, but Zhou Lin can see clearly within 100 meters. Not to mention skiing, this visibility is sufficient for driving. The reason he doesn't push himself to the physical limit is that the wind is too strong. Zhou Lin can handle it due to his movement, but Huang Minjing, in the sled, is nearly buried and still shivering from the cold. Stop, let us take a break. After half an hour, Huang Minjing calls out with a trembling voice. She feels that if they don't stop to warm up, she might freeze solid before reaching the logistics park. We've covered about a third. As Zhou Lin speaks. A long plume of white mist escapes his mouth, like a winding jade dragon gradually dissipating in the cold air. Wow, you're fast. Aren't you tired? Huang Minjing asks. Not really, Zhou Lin replies, shoving a chocolate bar in his mouth. The biggest similarity between evolvers and those with abilities is their appetite. When they are inactive, it's manageable, but once they start moving or using their powers, they become like food-destroying machines, sometimes chewing without stopping. Sometimes Zhou Lin also thinks that not letting everyone become evolvers or ability users might actually be a form of protection for this world. After all, there aren't enough resources to sustain such consumption. Looking at the map, Zhou Lin realizes he is currently near a commercial center, with two iconic buildings less than 50 meters away. Since these were commercial office buildings, it's likely that everyone evacuated when the disaster struck. Zhou Lin hasn't seen any light behind the glass. Suddenly, Zhou Lin thinks of the official shelters. He didn't know their exact locations since he wasn't in Jiazhou last time, but as a local, he can guess a few possibilities since those places were known for their civil defense works. And two of them were even developed into underground shopping centers. Apart from these large shelters, hospitals and state-owned factories also had their own civil defense constructions. And as long as they weren't demolished or filled in, they should still be usable as shelters, since they were originally designed to withstand potential nuclear war. If they can withstand a disaster like a nuclear strike, then surely they can handle mere low temperatures. What truly led to the massive decline in population later was the lack of supplies. Therefore, Zhou Lin has his own plans for this trip to the logistics park, aside from the dehydrated vegetables. However, he will definitely avoid Huang Minjing when the time comes. The four members of the Zhou family have kept quiet about the spatial matter. Huang Minjing doesn't know, and even Wu Shui is unaware. Perhaps only when ability users start to emerge will others be qualified to know this greatest secret. Come on, I think I'm good to go again. The two continue on their way, stopping once more for Huang Minjing to catch her breath. By noon, Zhou Lin sees the row of flagpoles at the entrance of the logistics park. The 30-meter-high flagpoles stand strong, with less than two-thirds exposed to the air. The flags are surely long gone, but the poles still stand, as if to signify the existence of the logistics park. However, apart from these flagpoles, Zhou Lin's field of vision is filled with a vast expanse of white snow, resembling the northern landscapes depicted in poetry. It sounds beautiful and romantic, but neither of them has the heart to appreciate it at this moment. Let me think about the approximate location. How deep do you think is down there? After parking the sled at the flagpole, Huang Minjing stands up and turns on the flashlight. Over 10 meters. All the warehouses in the logistics park are about 9 meters high. I'm really curious. How did you see all this along the way? Huang Minjing has been curious about this for a long time and can't help but ask. Maybe it's because I particularly like eating fish. Zhou Lin answers without hesitation. Who believes that? It's fine. At least Zhou Lin believes it himself. He can't possibly be sliced up by Huang Minjing just for this. Let's look at the map. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin doesn't think Huang Minjing will be able to find the exact location of the dehydrated warehouse in the vast snowfield. So he advises against randomly pointing and wasting their strength and time. Chapter 40, the benefit of the eternal night, is that as long as there is no light, it can be basically determined that there won't be anyone nearby. Even if there are people, they can't possibly see what you are doing, unless someone has night vision abilities like Zhou Lin. With the help of the map and military compass, Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing finally locked onto an area. If nothing unexpected happens, digging down should lead to the warehouse storing dehydrated vegetables. Let's get started. Time is limited, and we each have our tasks. On the way here, the two had already discussed it. Zhou Lin would be responsible for digging out the warehouse, while Huang Minjing would prepare a temporary shelter, which would be a snow house. Normally, a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables would contain at least dozens or even hundreds of tons, not to mention just the two of them. Even if 10 or 20 people came, it would be impossible to move it all at once. Furthermore, regardless of whether it continues to snow in the future, at least before the accumulated snow completely melts, every time they come to transport the dehydrated vegetables, they would need to go through a process of digging a pit and then filling it back in. Otherwise, there would be a risk of exposing the warehouse. A relatively fixed resting point could not only be used for resting, but also for storing supplies. Zhou Lin took out 2 shovels from the sled and handed one to Huang Minjing, and they got to work. Although the intensity of their labor was vastly different. When Zhou Lin reached the roof of the warehouse, Huang Minjing had only dug a shallow pit, not enough to bury her calf. Focus on the time, Zhou Lin said lightly. In the apocalypse, there is no compassion. Only when one is well-fed can they think of other things. People suffering from hunger and cold will desperately fight to survive, and anyone who slows them down will be ruthlessly abandoned. Huang Minjing also felt embarrassed, but the snow on the ground had already frozen hard. With Zhou Lin's current physical condition, this little exercise didn't require any rest, and he quickly dug out the ventilation window under the warehouse roof. I'll go down and take a look. After greeting her, Zhou Lin knocked open the glass and climbed into the pitch-black warehouse. Huang Minjing waited anxiously outside the window. The near-absolute darkness of the warehouse forced Zhou Lin to turn on his flashlight for illumination. Not bad luck. Once on the ground, Zhou Lin saw neatly stacked sealed boxes in the warehouse, all marked with Japanese characters and various vegetable patterns. It should be correct. Each box of dehydrated vegetables weighs 30 kilograms, and if they use a standard of 100 grams per meal, it would be enough for one person to eat for about half a year. The entire warehouse contained at least tens of thousands of boxes of dehydrated vegetables. Unfortunately, since he came with Huang Minjing this time, he couldn't take them all into the Fuhua warehouse. Zhou Lin took around 2,000 boxes. Leaving a small part of the warehouse empty should not raise Huang Minjing's suspicion. Come in, it's safe. Seeing the boxes of dehydrated vegetables, Huang Minjing was so excited that she shed tears, and it took her a long time to calm down before asking Zhou Lin how to get them back. What else can we do? We can't let Zhou Lin take out the Conqueror to load it, can we? You go up top to keep loading. This time, we'll take 10 boxes back to split, Zhou Lin said. Huang Minjing thought for a moment and found no better solution. It might not be easy to expose themselves on the way, but once inside the community, it would be another story. If they ran into property management personnel, who would let Huang Minjing trust them again? Anyone who did would be put on her blacklist. 10 boxes of dehydrated vegetables were still a bit too much for the modified sled, to the point that Huang Minjing could only sit on top of the vegetables. Watching Zhou Lin, who was striding forward with snowshoes, Huang Minjing's mood was complex. When they stopped for a break on the way, Huang Minjing was particularly attentive to Zhou Lin, feeding him and offering him water, almost to the point of chewing it up to feed him directly. Boss Huang, there's no need to be so polite. Zhou Lin found it a bit hard to accept. Why call me Boss Huang? If you don't mind, just call me Sister Huang. Or you can just call me by my name. Zhou Lin understood a bit and quickly said, That's enough, let us go. Otherwise, we won't make it back tonight. All right, I'm sorry for the trouble. Come to my house tomorrow, and I'll cook for you. No need, it's not troublesome. Zhou Lin pulled the sled with all his might, and once he picked up speed, Huang Minjing didn't dare to speak anymore. It was too cold. As they passed by a building, suddenly several beams of light focused on Zhou Lin and the sled. Not good. Zhou Lin immediately threw away the snow barrier and then pulled out his gun. The next moment, he saw 7 or 8 figures rushing out from the building, each holding a weapon. Although the lighting was poor, Zhou Lin could see clearly that they were holding baseball bats or kitchen knives or similar items. Don't move. Leave the stuff behind. We don't want to kill anyone. Don't resist. Perhaps it was because the apocalypse had only just begun, so this group of robbers still had some bottom line, but it could also be that this was just their pretense. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't kill if they truly gave up resisting? Huang Minjing was so nervous that she couldn't even speak. She had never encountered anything like this in her life and had no idea what to do, seeing that the other side was unarmed. Zhou Lin also put the gun back and directly approached the man at the front who was holding a watermelon knife high. Squint punch. His fist, as big as a sand bowl, created a sonic boom as it slammed into the man's solar plexus. There was no thought of holding back. Zhou Lin would have done the same in peacetime. Several layers of cotton jackets and winter clothes couldn't fully absorb the power of this punch. Through the thick fabric, one could hear a clear sound of bones breaking. The watermelon knife man opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but his eyes instantly filled with blood, bulging, and gradually lost their luster. With his collapse, the 5 men behind him suddenly stopped in their tracks. They were also just ordinary people, When faced with a real-life scenario straight out of a movie where one punch could decide everything, who could muster the courage to attack Zhou Lin? People are inherently driven by self-interest. Gulps. Someone swallowed hard and then slowly retreated. There was no negotiation. It was too cold, and speaking was a waste of heat. Once they confirmed that Zhou Lin had no intention of pursuing them, the 5 men all retreated and finally turned to run. Is it over? Are they dead? Once the beams of light from the flashlights disappeared, Huang Minjing finally dared to turn on her flashlight. She shone it on the man on the ground, whose face was already covered in frost, and asked in disbelief, "Let us go." Putting on his snowshoes again, Zhou Lin shook his head. If it weren't for Huang Minjing being a burden, he would have definitely chased after those people into the building. Not to kill. He wasn't that cold-blooded and brutal. He just wanted to figure out how they discovered him and Huang Minjing. This question needed to be resolved. Otherwise, the next time they encountered this group, they might use ranged weapons. Hot weapons, bows, crossbows, or slingshots, who knows? But it would definitely happen, even if Zhou Lin just gave them a warning. In the face of starvation and the desperate gamble for survival, Zhou Lin himself would choose the latter, unless he could prevent these people from seeing them. To achieve this goal, he needed to first understand how they were able to do it. Dragging the sled, they continued on their way. As they approached the community gate, Huang Minjing jumped off the sled to open the door. "Don't turn on the lights. Let me handle it," Zhou Lin suddenly said. "Why? Is it still unsafe once we reach the community?" Chapter 41. Ability upgrade. Sure enough, they went out to collect supplies. At the window of the property management office, Xiaohang used a device to see through the layers of darkness and spotted Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing just entering. How did those two get together? Xiaohang muttered to himself, and Huang Xiefeng, who was standing nearby in a security uniform, quickly asked if he should arrange for someone to ask them. "Ask what?" Xiaohang put down the night vision device, turning it over in his hands. "This thing is good. You should go ask that kid if he has any more." "None left," Huang Xiefeng replied. "That kid was nearly starving, whatever he said. He even gave me the photos he secretly took of the female homeowner." "Photos? Great. Let me see first. Which building is she from?" Xiaohang squinted his eyes, intrigued. As for Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing going out to collect supplies, Xiaohang was not anxious. How much could that sled carry? It wouldn't last them for many days. As long as he kept a close watch, he could arrange for someone to follow them the next time they went out, and the pot will be served to him. "Let me help you take it up." Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing arrived at the entrance of Building 7, each taking half of 10 bags of dehydrated vegetables. Huang Minjing originally wanted only 3 bags, but Zhou Lin couldn't bear it and insisted on splitting them equally, considering Huang Minjing's strength and the time that might be wasted. Zhou Lin handed her a metal baton to guard the sled. Seeing Zhou Lin carry 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables at once, Huang Minjing couldn't help but swallow. Who says women can't be greedy? She was quite greedy right now, especially since Zhou Lin came back down in less than 5 minutes. That speed dropped Huang Minjing's jaw. Are you even human?" Zhou Lin replied. "If you keep exercising, you can do it too. You have to believe in science." He actually didn't carry the 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables up 17 floors. Having a warehouse, wouldn't that be foolish? If it weren't for the old lady opening the door slowly, Zhou Lin could have come down even earlier, dragging the sled back to Building 8. Zhou Lin ensured there was no one around before putting the sled away and leisurely walking upstairs. He only took it out when he reached his door, knocked, and entered the house. Upon seeing the 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables, the 4 people in the house had no special expressions. So far, the Zhou family lacked nothing to eat or drink. In Cheng Yali's words, they had not tasted the brutal reality of the apocalypse. Even Yang Chi-Chi in the tool room, who mostly ate the Zhou family's leftovers, was actually eating better in terms of food variety than most people struggling in the apocalypse. Perhaps because they had been living comfortably for too long. Yang Chi-Chi not only felt no gratitude toward Zhou Lin and his family, but instead harbored increasing hatred in her heart, constantly thinking about how to deliver a fatal blow to Zhou Lin's family. "I'm going to take a break first." Zhou Lin greeted them, casually rubbed Black Dog's head, and hurried back to his room. He was actually not tired at all. The real reason was that his ability was about to upgrade. Symbiosis, beginner 999-1000, currently symbiotic transportation tools. LIFU, large surface transportation tool. Available symbiotic transportation tool slots. 0 storage space. 1-1. Since he had never experienced it before, Zhou Lin did not know what the ability upgrade would be like. To avoid any accidents, he locked the door, sat cross-legged in the middle of the room, and after adjusting his breathing and heartbeat, he slowly began to store the pile of supplies he had taken out earlier. From light to heavy into the warehouse. 1, 2, 3. When he had stored about 50 kilograms of supplies, Zhou Lin felt he lost control of his body, as if his soul had completely detached from it. After a few seconds, or perhaps minutes, he felt his body return. Was it an illusion? Symbiosis, intermediate 1,000-10,000, currently symbiotic transportation tools. LIFU, large surface transportation tool. Available symbiotic transportation tool slots. 1 storage space. 1, 2 strength symbiosis. 2. 5 minutes 24 hours evolution level 1. 2. 5 2,514 10,000. The main changes after the ability upgrade included an increase in the number of available symbiotic transportation tools and storage space, an additional value named evolution level, and the acquisition of an active skill, strength symbiosis. The body could achieve the strength of the symbiotic transportation tool, but could only be used once a day, with the current duration being 2.5 minutes, equal to the value of evolution level. Zhou Lin was not surprised by the appearance of evolution level. He knew from his previous life that abilities would eventually lead to evolution. However, ordinary evolvers should not be able to perceive their own evolution degree intuitively. This should be a privilege of ability users. As for the skill strength symbiosis, the usage time might be directly related to evolution level. Under the premise that the level of this symbiosis skill does not change, the higher the evolution level, the longer the duration of strength symbiosis. After thinking about it, Zhou Lin felt it made sense. If strength symbiosis was seen as a powerful move, its power and duration would indeed depend on his basic qualities, right? In other words, currently, he had 2.5 minutes each day to transform into a steel body. Let alone guns, even a rocket launcher might not be able to harm him. Although 2.5 minutes seemed short, unless in a specific environment, it was enough for Zhou Lin to escape any crisis. If he couldn't win, couldn't he just run away? Overall, he was very satisfied with the changes after this upgrade, especially the appearance of evolution level, which allowed him to see the results of his hard work and training. As for the level of evolution, Zhou Lin was even more excited after level 1. There must be level 2, level 3, which really motivated him, making him eager to train right away. So hungry. Once the excitement passed, Zhou Lin felt every cell in his body shouting for food. He raised his hands to take a look. They were skin and bones. Did that mean all the muscle and fat in his body had been consumed during the upgrade? With no time to think about what he looked like or whether he would scare everyone when he went out later, Zhou Lin's only thought now was to eat. With a single thought, a pile of hamburgers appeared in front of him. Swallowing, Zhou Lin grabbed one, tore off the packaging, and stuffed it into his mouth. Driven by intense hunger, Zhou Lin transformed into a ruthless food crusher, annihilating hamburgers one after another. And only when he choked did he gulp down some cola. The hamburgers on the LIFU were bigger and thicker than each other. Normally, 3 or 5 would definitely be enough to stuff someone of Zhou Lin's size. But the reality was that he ate at least 70 or 80, and his stomach showed no sign of bloating. Instead, the skin and bones situation began to improve, as if the meat inside the hamburgers was slowly filling him up. He didn't know how many he had eaten when Zhou Lin finally felt no longer frantic with hunger. By this time, his body had basically returned to normal, looking even taller and more robust than before. The lines of his muscles were hidden beneath resilient skin, looking better and more pleasing than that of purely muscular types. Getting up to look in the mirror, Zhou Lin nodded in satisfaction. The only thing he might need to worry about was Wu Shui's physical examination. While Zhou Lin was upgrading in his room, a convoy appeared at the main entrance of Lanshan community. Dozens of bright searchlights illuminated the courtyard of the community, drawing nearly everyone awake in the entire community to the windows. Cheng Yali, Zhou Li, and Wu Shui didn't need to be mentioned. Even Zhou Zhaojun, who was recuperating and hadn't moved much, had come to the small window that was intentionally left unsealed, peering down to see who was arriving with such a grand display. Chapter 42, Government Convoy. The sudden appearance of the convoy startled the entire community. Shihuang was a bit nervous as well. Everyone, don't panic. We are from the government's Post-Disaster Reconstruction Command. The command is jointly chaired by the government and the station military, composed of soldiers and personnel from relevant local departments. I am Su Yuanji, the director of the Greenery Street office. Is there anyone who knows me? It turned out to be government officials. The residents of Xiagua felt a consistent sense of reassurance towards the government, which made most of them breathe a sigh of relief. Except for those like Shihuang, who harbored ulterior motives and felt tense. A dozen soldiers clad in snow camouflage jumped out of the snow vehicle and entered the community, followed by two plainclothes individuals. Thanks to the spotlight, most people in the community could see them clearly. I am Su Yuanji. Is Manager Shihuang here? Director Su. It really is you. Shihuang jogged over to shake Su Yuanji's hand. It's cold outside. Let's talk in the hall. Lao Huang, go turn on the electricity. Didn't you see, Director? Su has arrived? A few minutes later, the lights in the property management office hall lit up and the heating began to work, gradually increasing the temperature. Su Yuanji and Wu Jiankai had three main purposes for this trip. The first was to demonstrate to those outside the shelters that the country and the government still exist and social order remains intact. Don't entertain thoughts of lawlessness. The second was that the government judged that the disaster would not end in a short time, so shelters need to expand and increase functionality, requiring recruitment of talents. The third was to collect supplies. Xiao, our time is tight and our tasks are heavy. We must inform every resident in the community of these 3 points. The shelters welcome them to sign up enthusiastically. Those who meet the requirements should be prepared. We will arrange a convoy to pick them up tomorrow. This communicator is given to you. Soon the state will distribute them in bulk, and everyone can purchase one. Shihuang accepted a device that looked like a brick, smiling broadly and nodding to reassure Su Yuanji that he would complete the task. Outside, the loudspeaker had already broadcast the notice about recruiting talents for the shelters and the specific requirements 3 times. The homeowners in the community had already figured out the purpose of Su Yuanji and the others' visit without stepping outside, but whether anyone was tempted was another matter. In any case, the Zhou family of 4 would not be tempted, and Wu Shui was equally uninterested. It turns out they are recruiting for the shelters. They want technical workers and laborers, but now that there's a chance for a full meal, many people might go, Zhou Kaijun said. Not necessarily. Zhou Li shook her head. People are selfish. The shelter isn't a paradise. There are plenty of people who are with the enemy in their hearts. All right. The other 3 basically didn't understand what Zhou Li was trying to say, but everyone was used to it. At this moment, Zhou Lin finally came out. He had just discovered that with the upgrade of his abilities and body evolution, his resistance to cold seemed to have greatly improved. However, in order not to surprise others too much, he only reluctantly put on a coat. Look at you, you're going to catch a cold. Yali exclaimed. That would be terrible. But there's a doctor here, it's really not that cold. Wu Shui tilted her head, repeatedly sizing up Zhou Lin. I feel like you've changed a bit. Really? Maybe it's because I've been exercising lately, Zhou Lin denied vehemently. Zhou Kaijun and Yali exchanged glances secretly and then changed the subject. Su Yuanji led the convoy away, and the community returned to a state of silence and darkness, as if one could hear many sighs. When would such days come to an end? The lights in the property management office had not yet been turned off, and Shihuang was studying the communication device. This thing looked full of old Russian style. It was probably a makeshift product made in a hurry, resembling an ordinary smartphone combined with a satellite communication module and a large power bank. Perhaps to save power, its functionality was quite limited, with only calling, texting, and a simple interface that could only send text messages for one-on-one private chats in the shelter section, regional section, and national section. However, access to the national section required permission, and after registering, Shihuang found he couldn't use the national section yet. But looking at the messages in the shelter and regional sections, Shihuang felt a sense of returning to civilization, nearly brought to tears. Tell the brothers, let's have a good meal today, and then go door to door to notify and encourage our community's homeowners. Sign up for the shelter? Huang Xiefeng asked. Shihuang tilted his head to glance at Huang Xiefeng. Are you stupid? Of course, It's to encourage them to stay and be self-reliant. And make sure that family on the top floor of Building 8 and the family on the top floor of Building 7 with the surname Huang absolutely don't leave. So Huang Xiefeng could only act as the deputy captain of the security team, his ideological awareness completely lagging behind the rhythm. Even asking why they had to keep these two families. Are you stupid? Oh, forget I asked. Don't you remember they once went out alone and dragged back a truckload of supplies? Do you think you can easily find a truckload of supplies outside now? Xiaoheng knocked on Huang Xiefeng's head. Don't just stand there. Get moving. I want to see which homeowners want to leave. This is my territory. They can't just leave if they want to. As a reader familiar with countless apocalyptic novels, Xiaoheng always felt he had the qualities of protagonist. And Lan Shan was his foundation for takeoff. Whether it was supplies or people, it was all his. The loudspeaker announcement from the shelter convoy indeed stirred some homeowners' hearts. A few days, or even 10 days, most homeowners could grit their teeth and accept it. But what if it continued like this? Even the government began to expand the shelters, indicating they did not believe the disaster would improve. Smart people should follow the government's lead, rather than trying to be different. As for whether the shelter was good or not, it couldn't be worse than starving, right? It couldn't be so bad that they would freeze to death, right? Even if it was worse, someone would bury them when they died, right? Zhou Minjing's mother thought they should go to the shelter. Zhou Minjing was also swayed and contacted Cheng Yali. However, Cheng Yali was unwilling to express her opinion on this matter. If you want to buy clothes, bags, or even a car or house, the right or wrong of opinions doesn't matter much. It's just money. But for life and death decisions, it's best to make your own choices. Sister Cheng, do you plan to go to the shelter? Since Cheng Yali wouldn't say, Zhou Minjing took a roundabout approach. When Cheng Yali said without hesitation that she wouldn't go, Zhou Minjing understood. Then we won't go either, Sister Cheng. From now on, my mother and I will follow you. What's that supposed to mean? Holding the walkie-talkie, Cheng Yali was completely taken aback. What do you mean by following me? No, Sister Cheng, I have a batch of instant food stored in a completely safe place, about 50 tons. Let's not talk about following or not. We're just helping each other out. If you need anything urgently, just let me know. Cheng Yali changed her tone. Yes. Sister Cheng, do you have any extra coal or charcoal? I'm burning the floorboards. Chapter 43. Racing against time, does she want coal? What will she exchange for it? Cheng Yali talked about the 50 tons of instant food stock, but she also admitted that Huang Minjing might be lying. However, the temptation of 50 tons of instant food is indeed great. According to Zhou Lin's description of the apocalyptic process, the future value of these 50 tons of instant food is immeasurable. She just said it casually. Even if she has it, she won't easily give it to us. Zhou Lin shook his head. After several interactions with Huang Minjing, he realized that this woman is not simple. Could an ordinary person manage a nearly bankrupt food factory to prosper in just 3 to 5 years? She knows about my large-scale coal procurement. In fact, it's not just coal. At that time, Cheng Yali simply had no time to plan. There were too many things to procure. For the sake of efficiency and cost, she couldn't care much, even if she knew it would bring hidden dangers, but there was no better way. Zhou Lin pinched the bridge of his nose and decided to go out for a while. What are you going out for? It's so cold and dangerous outside. We don't lack anything. Just because we don't lack anything now doesn't mean we won't in the future, Zhou Lin interrupted Cheng Yali. Seeing her attempts to stop him were in vain, Cheng Yali darkened her face and went to find Zhou Li and Wu Shui, planning to give Zhou Lin a lesson. Little did she know, she was already a step too late. Without any encumbrance, Zhou Lin didn't need to prepare anything to go out. Outside, it was pitch black. Who could see him leave? Quick, go tell the boss. That man from Building 8 has gone out again. Xiaoheng, who was comfortably asleep in bed, was called up. However, by the time he got the night vision goggles, Zhou Lin had already walked out of the community gate. Damn! Xiaoheng slammed his thigh. Didn't we tell you to lock the main gate? No matter, when the people from the shelter come tomorrow, we'll seal the gate. Boss, sealing the gate is meaningless. The snow in many places in the community is higher than the walls. It's much more convenient to walk in the snow than through the main gate. Xiaoheng glared at the security guard who spoke, then stuffed the night vision goggles back, punishing him to watch for another 8 hours until his shift ends. outside the community, without buildings to block the wind. The cold was noticeably harsher. Zhou Lin glanced back at the community. The silhouettes of the buildings had very few windows with light. In the eternal darkness of the long night, it felt like the brilliant lights from just 10 days ago had become a distant memory. Perhaps humanity would find it hard to recreate that brilliance. Even if the long night passed, the world would still not treat humanity gently. That is why I need more supplies. After motivating himself, Zhou Lin set up his snowboards and slid towards the logistics park, buried under heavy snow. The once visible roads and rivers had vanished. Fortunately, after upgrading his abilities, his night vision seemed to have improved too. In the past, he could barely see over 100 meters. Now he could see clearly within 200 meters and even outlines beyond that. Just this ability was enough to keep Zhou Lin in an invincible position. As for him, others were almost like blind people. Even teams like Su Ziyuan's, relying on powerful searchlights, probably couldn't see as clearly as Zhou Lin. To ensure safety, the convoy had to strictly follow the new satellite navigation. Otherwise, they risked vehicle destruction and loss of life at any moment. Because it was not easy to come out. Whenever Su Ziyuan and others passed by a community that might have people or supplies, the vehicles would stop to find people or collect supplies. The shelter was almost lacking everything. In other words, any supplies related to life were valuable items. High-value targets, such as granaries and supply warehouses, were handled by more elite and professional teams, usually composed of pure military personnel, led by experienced scouts and specialized mountain troops. Zhou Lin was just a few hundred meters away from the logistics park when he spotted a large convoy. I hope I'm not late. Seeing the bright logistics park, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel nervous. He estimated that the authorities wouldn't abandon the logistics park, but he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Although this area was important, it should be ranked after the grain and oil warehouses and large supermarkets. He thought this was correct, but he underestimated the number of troops stationed here. Don't be fooled by the seemingly low administrative level of Jiazhua City. It is a real military stronghold, with several army brigades stationed nearby, totaling nearly 100,000 troops when combined with other military branches. Moreover, with ample military budgets in the past decade, even the army was well equipped. After the disaster struck, the stationed troops immediately participated in relief efforts, allowing the Jiazhua Disaster Command Center to deploy dozens of convoys to act simultaneously. Some seemingly impossible things become feasible when the government is involved. The inventory list of supplies at the logistics park during the disaster was in the hands of Major Wang Pingping, the convoy leader. Haven T, we found 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables yet. The excavation operation had already started for half an hour, and several key warehouses were in the hands of the participants. But the lack of logistics park staff was the biggest flaw of this operation. Mainly, no one anticipated how severe the snow accumulation would be in the logistics park before departure, coupled with the lack of high-rise buildings for reference. It was extremely difficult to find the exact location. If it weren't for various coincidences stacking up, Zhou Lin might not have seen a single trace of the dehydrated vegetables, let alone sneakily approach the dehydrated vegetable warehouse and open the deliberately left passage to slip inside. Without Huang Minjing as a burden, Zhou Lin could freely load boxes of dehydrated vegetables into the LIFO number. He watched as the neatly stacked dehydrated vegetables disappeared one by one. In less than 10 minutes, the entire warehouse was as clean as if a dog had licked it. Even with his upgraded abilities and evolved physique, Zhou Lin felt weak and dizzy after clearing out the entire warehouse. He hadn't counted how many vegetables he had taken, only that it was time to leave. Just 2 minutes after he crawled out, several beams of light converged at the location of the vegetable warehouse. Soon, work vehicles arrived, and within 2 to 3 minutes, they organized a work area. Hearing that the dehydrated vegetable warehouse had been found, Wang Pingping couldn't help but come personally. However, when he saw the ventilated window that Zhou Lin had smashed open, he felt a bad premonition in his heart. The convoy wanted to empty the warehouse, but they would at least need to dig out the warehouse door. However, Wang Pingping couldn't wait any longer and ordered someone to go in through the air vent first to take a look. Soon, the person who went in came out, and the news they brought back nearly made Wang Pingping drop his hat. Who is it? Who got there a step ahead? He couldn't understand. The warehouse door was clearly locked. Could it be that 30 to 40 tons of dehydrated vegetables were taken out box by box through that air vent? How much time would that take? And how many people would be needed? Thinking this way, Wang Pingping's face suddenly became serious. Not because he felt distressed over these dozens of tons of dehydrated vegetables, but because he thought of something far more serious than the dehydrated vegetables. You all continue. He waved his hand and jogged toward the command vehicle. He needed to report the situation here to his superiors immediately. Chapter 44. Second symbiosis outside the logistics park. Zhou Lin, hidden in the darkness, felt a bit regretful. He had originally regarded the logistics park as his private property, but had not rushed to collect it. He didn't expect that a slow start would lead to a series of delays. Forget it. After all, they need to support hundreds of thousands of people. I don't necessarily need these supplies. He brushed himself off, put on his snowboards again, and set off towards his next target. He still didn't know that Wang Pingping had already regarded the thieves of dehydrated vegetables as the #1 enemy, reporting them to the disaster response headquarters currently representing the government of Jiazhou City. In his report to the headquarters, Wang Pingping bluntly stated that a group of malicious gangs had emerged in the city, and their existence could jeopardize social order and the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, calling for a strong crackdown and severe punishment. After upgrading his abilities, Zhou Lin had been contemplating what kind of transportation tool to symbiotically create. The first thing that came to mind was the ready-made aircraft from the Lai Fu ship. He considered fighter jets, transport planes, and helicopters. However, after repeated contemplation, he felt these were unsuitable. From the onset of the eternal night freeze to his death in his previous life, airplanes were not appropriate given the overall environment. Ground transportation was what Zhou Lin urgently needed now. The conqueror in the warehouse could be considered an all-around champion if he had no other choice. It would definitely be that one, measuring over 11 meters long, 2, 55 meters wide, and 3, 95 meters high, with a curb weight of 23,000 kilograms. It has a maximum power of 425 kilowatts, a maximum horsepower of 578, and a maximum torque of 2,800 Nm. It features a 600-liter main fuel tank and an auxiliary tank that can be added at any time, allowing it to carry over 1,000 liters of fuel combined. With 3 interaxle differential locks and 4 interwheel differential locks, it has a total of 7 differential locks. The cargo area uses a broken bridge insulation sandwich structure to ensure high strength, hardness, thermal insulation, and noise reduction. The 3-point floating balance sub-beam system guarantees the stability and comfort of the cabin while driving. The vehicle is equipped with a reversing camera, an 8-channel monitoring system, and waterproof and sandproof storage compartments, along with an 18 500-pound rear winch, shovel, and sand rescue boards. The roof is fitted with 12 solar panels, standard with a solar charger, paired with a high-power hybrid power supply system and an 8 kilowatts ultra-quiet water-cooled diesel generator, while a 6 kilowatt-hour lithium iron phosphate battery pack ensures ample energy supply. The interior usable area is 20 square meters, and with a terrace, it can reach 5 square meters, featuring dual kitchen designs for both indoor and outdoor cooking. It has a large capacity refrigerator, induction cooker, range hood, microwave oven, coffee machine, and all conceivable kitchen appliances, with a bathroom that rivals a 5-star hotel. An 800-liter water tank, fully automatic diesel hot water boiler, 3 sets of DC variable frequency single cooling air conditioners, and 2 sets of 4 kilowatts diesel warm air heating systems with pollen filtration and exhaust systems provide a positive pressure fresh air system, ensuring the vehicle remains spring-like year-round, impervious to the cold and heat. It can be said that aside from being expensive, this vehicle is undoubtedly the best choice for civilians facing the apocalypse. In peacetime, Zhou Lin couldn't even dream of owning a vehicle like this. It's not that the Conqueror is the only choice for RVs in recent years. The RV craze in Xiagua has led many auto modification manufacturers to see business opportunities, producing a batch of urban RVs and many excellent products on heavy truck platforms. In Zhou Lin's plan, the house in Lanshan was only suitable for living during the early apocalypse. After 2 months of the freeze, there would be a relatively comfortable period, But the melting snow would cause surface water flooding, commonly referred to as a flood. Not every place would experience flooding, but Jiahua City would definitely have it. By then, areas currently buried under heavy snow would likely be inundated again, and some shelter entrances and exits would be submerged, if not dealt with in a timely manner. It could even lead to water entering the shelters. This was also why Zhou Lin resolutely refused to go to a shelter. After the flood, many people believed there would be high temperatures and an outbreak of plagues, but that was not the case. The large amount of surface water would cause many places on Earth to become marshlands, and as temperatures rose, evaporating moisture would quickly form cumulonimbus clouds, leading to mixed weather for a long time post-flood, resulting in heavy rain, thunderstorms, hail, and hurricanes, with temperatures fluctuating between minus and 40 degrees, which was worse than simple high or low temperatures. Additionally, the northern coastal areas of Shihuang would face severe nuclear contamination during the eternal night freeze. The island nation's nuclear facilities, shattered by volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, were in a frozen state. Once thawed, frequent rainfall and floods would wash out nuclear materials and waste, polluting the entire island nation while spreading to neighboring countries and regions through ocean currents and precipitation. Intense nuclear radiation would not only harm humans, but also cause massive death and mutation among living organisms. Ultimately, these nuclear materials and waste would be scattered worldwide, with consequences that are hard to estimate. However, the island nation's government did not survive even the first wave of the eternal night freeze. Out of 200 million citizens, fewer than 30 million had a chance to see the light of day again. By the time the severe consequences of nuclear contamination were felt, most of these 30 million would die due to their own actions, leaving only a tiny fraction who truly escaped the homeland, with estimates suggesting it could be fewer than a million. Yet the island nation's people did not perish as a result. They not only have a large number of immigrants in Shihuang, but also forcibly occupied an area in Heizhou, attempting to rebuild their homeland. As for how the situation ultimately turned out, Zhou Lin could not know. It was said that the mutated creatures in Heizhou and Yangzhou were the fiercest, so it was likely the islanders were also having a hard time. As he moved forward, reminiscing, Zhou Lin realized he had reached his destination, Jiahua Auto City. Like the logistics park, it was also covered in snow, and the once sprawling 4S shops lay buried beneath a thick layer of white. Zhou Lin wasn't there to look for a vehicle. Among civilian vehicles, the Conqueror could be considered the pinnacle. In Shihuang, especially in a small city like Jiahua, it was practically impossible to find anything more formidable. However, in Zhou Lin's view, the Conqueror T was not yet in its most perfect state. If it were to be symbiotically created and frequently used, it would require secondary or even multiple modifications, maintenance, and repairs. A clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Even though modifications and maintenance could be done in the storage space after symbiosis, parts and materials could not be conjured out of thin air. There are some vehicle parts on the Lifu ship, but they might not be suitable for the Conqueror, which is why Zhou Lin came to check it out. Finding a good spot to start digging, Zhou Lin soon spotted a familiar domestic brand logo. Although it wasn't what he wanted most, since he was there, he had to dig in to take a look. Half an hour later, Zhou Lin finally entered the original showroom. After turning on the portable light, the entire showroom came into view. The original glass curtain walls were shattered on the ground, and most of the display vehicles were frozen, making them difficult to use. There were no signs of human activity. It was estimated that everyone had evacuated before the disaster fully struck. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Lin decided to move all the vehicles in the showroom onto the deck of the Lifu ship, then turned to enter the maintenance workshop at the back. There are still quite a few vehicles waiting or being repaired, but unfortunately, they would never see their owners again, and Zhou Lin was not interested in them. He was only there to collect new parts and repair tools from the warehouse. 15 minutes later, Zhou Lin stopped, panting. He felt this was not working. The efficiency was too low. He couldn't keep running back and forth every day, could he? Chapter 45 Yang Chi is causing trouble. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm sound made Zhou Li, who was sitting on the sofa reading, lift her head. The monitor displayed the night vision footage outside the elevator lobby, showing someone knocking on the explosion-proof door. Mom and Dad. It seems to be someone from the property management. Outside the explosion-proof door, Huang Xiefeng's brow was tightly furrowed. Since Xiaohang had specifically instructed him, he came personally to inquire about Zhou Lin's family's attitude. Property management? What is the matter? The voice of Zhou Kaijun came through the surveillance camera. Huang Xiefeng swept the flashlight toward the camera, his impatience gradually intensifying. They want to even open the door. And they don't trust the property management at all? This is what rich people are like. They really should go to hell. You all heard about the recruitment for the shelter, right? Is your family going to sign up? Huang Xiefeng said loudly. No, we want to participate, Zhou Kaijun said bluntly. Oh, all right. Huang Xiefeng nodded, then added, I heard that the owner of Unit 2 on the 16th floor is also in your family. What does she mean? I want to participate either, Wu Shui said. Huang Xiefeng nodded. Okay, we understand. More than 10 minutes later, Huang Xiefeng appeared outside Huang Minjing's door, panting. Who is it? Security team leader Huang Xiefeng. Although he announced his identity, Huang Minjing had no intention of opening the door. What is the matter? There is. Huang Xiefeng was somewhat annoyed. He had thought he could meet Huang Minjing up close. He had been paying attention to this young, beautiful, and wealthy CEO for a long time. There were no men in the family, only an old lady. Huang Xiefeng knew all this clearly. We want to participate. Thank you, Huang Minjing said. By the way, if there's anything you need help with, feel free to find me, Huang Xiefeng said. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need anything for now. Huang Xiefeng, who was rejected, was extremely angry in his heart. If it weren't for a shred of rationality still remaining, he would have wanted to break in. No, at least not now. Although dissatisfied, the outcome was still acceptable. Huang Xiefeng didn't care whether Zhou Lin's family stayed or not. As long as Huang Minjing didn't leave, he still had a chance. No one could compete with him. That is what he thought. Hearing the footsteps outside, walking away, Huang Minjing patted her chest and hurriedly contacted Qingyali. The property management is no good. I've already noticed that Huang Xiefeng looks at me with strange eyes. You're like this. Any man would take a few more glances, Cheng Yali joked. After some small talk, Huang Minjing brought up the deal they discussed last time. Sister Cheng, without coal, I'm afraid my mom won't be able to take it. We can talk, but Zhou Lin is out. Out? Huang Minjing was slightly taken aback, thinking Zhou Lin wouldn't have gone to move the dehydrated vegetables alone, right? But even if he did, what could she do? Have a falling out with Zhou Lin? No, that wouldn't bring any benefits besides losing the Zhou family as an ally. Is your son really not coming back tonight? Zhou Kaijun asked. Yes, he said he wanted to collect some useful things. The time is uncertain. Zhou Lin decided not to come back because he didn't want to waste time on the road. But this lazy decision almost made him regret it for life. The next day, just before noon, the lights outside the community lit up again. Xiaohang, who had already received the notice, hurriedly sent someone to greet them. 2 hours ago, Xiaohang received news that Su Ziyuan had returned. There were more than 80 people from Lanshan community who had signed up to go to the shelter. After preliminary screening, Su Ziyuan approved 42 people, with another 20 pending. The selected 42 people actually came from 16 homeowners, mostly those without elderly or children around them, while the 20 pending needed to undergo a second round of interviews. Su Ziyuan didn't come. Today, it was Wu Jiankai leading the team. Originally, all of this had nothing to do with the Zhou family, but just as the team members were helping those 16 households move their things, a cry for help suddenly came from the top of Building 8. It was Yang Qiqi. She had heard the Team S announcement clearly from the tool room yesterday. If it weren't for the announcement, Yang Qiqi wouldn't have dared to resist easily. After all, she couldn't guarantee her survival after leaving the tool room. But heaven had eyes. The government actually sent people, and they were recruiting. Yang Qiqi knew this would be her best opportunity. If she missed it, she would probably be done for in this lifetime. In her excitement, she wanted to shout, but soon realized her voice couldn't get out at all. And even if it did, the people below wouldn't be able to hear. Fortunately, the government people would come again the next day, which gave Yang Qiqi a chance. Just when Zhou Lin was away at the Auto City, taking advantage of the night when everyone should be fast asleep, Yang Qiqi used a screwdriver to forcibly remove a piece of the tool room's wall panel. When she heard movement downstairs, she wrapped herself in a sleeping bag, crashed through the wall panel, and rushed to the edge of the platform, shouting loudly, "What is going on?" Wu Jiankai's face changed suddenly as he stared at Xiaohang. I don't know, it seems to be a voice from the top of Building 8. You few go together and check it out. As a government official representing the shelter, such things shouldn't happen, but since they did, they couldn't just ignore them. When the time comes, I'll say that woman should be killed. Zhou Lin watched the surveillance and shook her head. She actually didn't care what Yang Qiqi did. The key was that the tool room's wall panel was damaged, drastically reducing the insulation effect. And the vegetables and those chickens and ducks they had worked hard to cultivate might be ruined. I'm going to kill her right now, Cheng Yali said furiously, pulling out a gun. Wu Shui, watching from the side, was wide-eyed. She never expected the Zhou family had such things. What kind of family is this? Mom, I advise you to stay calm, Zhou Lin said. You and Dad need to work together to bring that woman down. Seeing Cheng Yali and Zhou Kaijun going upstairs, Zhou Lin began to call Zhou Lin. It was my carelessness. After a moment of silence, Zhou Lin said, I'll head out now. Don't open the door before I get there. Brother, wishing for something to happen one work, I will handle it. Just as Zhou Lin finished speaking, the monitor emitted an alarm. The explosion-proof door was brightly lit outside, and a group of people led by Wu Jiankai had already arrived. I represent the Post-Disaster Command Center to order you to open the door immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Wu Jiankai stood in front of the explosion-proof door, looking very unhappy. He had seen many rich people, but this was the first time he saw someone build their door like a bank vault. Oomph. They must have done many bad things. Do you have a search warrant? Zhou Lin asked through the camera. Wu Jiankai was slightly stunned. A search warrant? What is going on that requires this? The reasoning was valid, but he really couldn't say that. Otherwise, it would be like slapping himself in the face. There's a woman calling for help on your platform. It's a special situation. For the safety of the people, I now require you to open the access to the platform. Wu Jiankai was quick-witted. Without a search warrant, he just said it was for saving lives. In urgent situations, the firefighters would break down doors to save people. In such cases, who would mention a search warrant? Oh, the woman on the platform? She's my brother's girlfriend. They had a quarrel. Although he didn't dare to expect much, what if Wu Jiankai and the others wanted to avoid trouble? In fact, seeing the Zhou family's strong attitude made Wu Jiankai somewhat want to slip through the cracks, but just as he was about to speak, someone suddenly stood up from the property management. She's lying. I know who the person on the platform is. Chapter 46. Symbiosis. Lu Xiaofeng, who are you? Wu Jiankai frowned, looking at Tang Yili, who was standing behind Xiaohang. My name is Tang Yili. I was the one who shouted for help just now. My girlfriend, AI Bing, is in trouble. Actually, I'm not a resident of this community. I came here to save my girlfriend. If you don't believe me, you can ask Manager Xiao. Despite Tang Yili's imposing figure, his eyes turned red as he spoke, showcasing his acting skills that could move even Wu Jiankai. He turned to the camera and said, Did you hear that? Someone is accusing you of illegally detaining a woman. Open the door immediately, so we can verify. Inside, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were starting to panic. Despite their large business, they were inherently honest and pure, primarily due to their deep-seated fear of the government. Wu Shui remained silent, watching Zhou Lin, who showed no signs of nervousness. AI Bing. We don't know who AI Bing is. My brother's ex-girlfriend is named Yang Qiqi, and we don't know any AI Bing. Little girl, Wu Jiankai remarked, realizing Zhou Lin was quite young. Let your elders talk to me. There's nothing to say. Zhou Lin replied coldly. This is our family matter. My brother was about to marry her, but then she suddenly demanded 1 million. That's why the engagement fell apart. It has nothing to do with outsiders. That Tang guy, don't slander us. When my brother comes back, you'll see how he deals with you. Did I really get this wrong? Girlfriend? 1 million? Wu Jiankai frowned, starting to believe Zhou Li's words. After all, how much malice could a young girl possess? Especially one who couldn't even use idioms or proverbs correctly? Do they have no adults at home? Wu Jiankai asked Xiaohang. I remember there are. Xiaohang replied. What kind of property manager are you? Wu Jiankai glared at Xiaohang and then loudly declared, Let's do this, whether it's Yang Qiqi or AI Bing. You let her out first, and we can discuss the rest later. Cutting the grass without removing the roots leads to regrowth. Don't talk to me about later. My brother is not here right now. Just take her away, and we won't owe each other anything. to save my family from wasting food. Outside, Wu Jiankai and the others exchanged glances, none daring to say they understood what Zhou Lin was trying to express. But regardless, rescuing the person first was the priority. Stay back, further back. Once Wu Jiankai and the others stood far enough away, Zhou Lin let Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali push Yang Qiqi out. Bang! The blast-proof door slammed shut again, and Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali let out a heavy sigh. However, they couldn't feel happy yet. Who could guarantee that releasing Yang Qiqi wouldn't lead to trouble? After reaching 100 feet, further advancement means more trouble. Zhou Lin sighed like an adult. Turning to Wu Shui. Sister-in-law, do you want to separate for a while? Wu Shui shook her head. She couldn't just share happiness without sharing hardships, especially since she was unclear about Yang Qiqi's situation. Outside, Yang Qiqi couldn't believe she was really released. When she learned about Wu Jiancai's identity, she immediately burst into tears, making those unaware of the situation think she had suffered greatly at the Zhou family's hands. Yang Qiqi, where's AI Bing? Tang Ili shouted. What the hell is going on? Originally, Wu Jiancai was very angry, but upon seeing Yang Qiqi's condition, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. No matter how troubled Yang Qiqi seemed, it couldn't change the fact that she was neatly dressed and moving normally. Not to mention, she even looked a little rosy. Aside from being a bit dirty and smelly, there was hardly any difference from life before the apocalypse. If she looked like she was being abused, there might be countless people outside who would willingly endure such treatment. Don't lie. We can confront each other. Seeing Yang Qiqi's eyes darting around, Wu Jiankai immediately scolded her. He was too busy to deal with a messy love story. Just tell me, what is your relationship with this family? Yang Qiqi swallowed at heart. She wanted to say she didn't know the Zhou family, but that lie wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. Observing Wu Jiankai and the others, she suddenly remembered Zhou Li's words. I'm just an ordinary friend of Zhou Lin. AI Bing, right? AI Bing left. Zhou Lin actually wanted me to marry him, but of course I refused. I just used the betrothal money to fend him off, but who knew he would try to force me? When I refused him, he locked me on the rooftop and didn't even give me food, wanting to freeze me to death. You represent the government and the military. You should arrest their whole family. In extraordinary times, whether to arrest or not is not up to you, Wu Jiankai said solemnly. Let's do this. You seem fine. We'll discuss the details later. We have things to do. Ignoring Yang Qiqi's fake pleas, Wu Jiankai turned and left. If she wanted to claim she wasn't fed and was freezing, she should go see what people outside looked like while starving, lying without even looking in the mirror first. Inside, Zhou Lin watched as Wu Jiankai and the others left, finally revealing a hint of a smile on her small face. Brother, it's calm for now, but that woman will definitely not let this go easily. You need to prepare early. I know. I'll be back as soon as possible. Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali went upstairs to fix the tool room. Now that Yang Qiqi was gone, these matters would likely fall on Zhou Kaijun. In a heavy truck repair workshop in the Auto City, Zhou Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, his brow furrowed. The 12-meter-long Conqueror was not far in front of him. Countless car parts, components, and various raw materials surrounded him in an orderly fashion. Just a few hours ago, Zhou Lin completed the symbiosis with the Conqueror and named it Lu Xiaofeng. Symbiosis, intermediate 1257-10,000, currently symbiotic vehicles. Laifu, large water transport vehicle. Lu Xiaofeng, medium ground transport vehicle. Available symbiotic vehicles. 0 storage space. 1-2 strength symbiosis. 2. 8 minutes 24 hours evolution degree level 1. 2. 8. 2,845 10,000. After symbiosis with the Conqueror, Zhou Lin might understand it better than anyone else in the world, so he quickly devised a modification plan. First was through performance. Although the Conqueror had a heavy truck chassis, it wasn't designed for unpaved roads, and after the apocalypse, finding a complete road was not easy. If Lu Xiaofeng was to truly speed across the land like the wind, the chassis and suspension needed modifications. He planned to raise the chassis and replace it with longer and sturdier suspension. Zhou Lin considered modifying it for the current snowy conditions, but upon further thought, it seemed unnecessary. There was no need for the whole family to go out, so it was unlikely Lu Xiaofeng would be used. Moreover, given Lu Xiaofeng's weight, without a clear route, it could easily get stuck, becoming a burden instead. It might even be faster for everyone to wear skis. Thus, the snow track modification was unnecessary. Instead, Zhou Lin considered waterproofing the chassis and body as the second focus of modification. Next is the body strength and bulletproof capability. Currently, it's relatively safe in the country, but it won't always be safe. Once the snow melts, many places with stored firearms will be visited by those with ulterior motives, and the number of firearms and ammunition circulating among the civilians will increase. Fortunately, the windows of the Liu Xiaofeng vehicle are originally bulletproof, so Zhou Lin only needs to address the bulletproof issues in the cabin and other areas. From a plan to the materials, it's actually not difficult. The real challenge is Chapter 47. The transformation begins after Zhou Lin conquered the T-type RV known as the Symbiotic Conqueror and renamed it the Liu Xiaofeng. He began the transformation work at the Auto City. He abandoned the track modifications suitable for snowy conditions and chose to enhance the chassis and suspension to ensure the RV's mobility. Additionally, bulletproof capability was also very important. It had to at least ensure that ordinary bullets couldn't easily penetrate the vehicle's body. Besides that, Zhou Lin needed the vehicle to have a very high level of sealing, even possessing short-term swimming capability to adapt to various harsh road environments in the apocalyptic world. This was the most difficult part of the entire transformation. The symbiotic ability allowed Zhou Lin to complete modifications to the symbiotic vehicle in the storage space with his thoughts. The superficial prerequisite was sufficient materials and parts. In reality, there is also an invisible condition regarding Zhou Lin's physical strength and energy. Zhou Lin had not made any substantial modifications to the Leifa number before. He had only moved some objects, which consumed little energy. When he began to modify the Liu Xiaofeng, he realized that the transformation was by no means an easy task. For example, when modifying the suspension, with sufficient materials and parts, a suspension modification could be completed in just a few seconds with a flash of thought. However, after completing the modification, Zhou Lin consumed an entire 10 servings of hamburgers and took half an hour to recover. If he were to complete this modification entirely manually, Zhou Lin calculated it would take about 5 man-hours. So everything was an equivalent exchange. The ability only helped Zhou Lin achieve his goals in the simplest way, while still adhering to the most basic laws of energy. If there were any aspects of the ability that did not conform to fundamental laws, it might just be that humanity has yet to discover these laws. The modifications to the chassis and suspension took a total of 3 hours, and one could say that 2 hours and 55 minutes were spent eating and recovering energy. At this rate, Zhou Lin felt it would take at least another 2 days to complete all modifications. That was already quite fast. If he wanted to complete these modifications in reality, even a month might not be enough. The best defense is offense, so in Zhou Lin's modification plan, the Liu Xiaofeng also had to have powerful offensive capabilities. The original elevating platform on the roof was transformed into a turret capable of 360-degree rotation and 85-degree elevation, equipped with the Vulcan cannon taken from a Leifu. Additionally, hidden rocket launchers were modified at both the front and rear of the vehicle, also using spare parts from the Leifa maintenance warehouse. Multiple shooting windows were added to the front, rear, and sides of the vehicle, ensuring that personnel inside could aim and shoot without any blind spots while ensuring their safety. Moreover, Zhou Lin needed to create a drone platform at the rear of the vehicle for launching and retrieving drones, ensuring the Liu Xiaofeng's reconnaissance capabilities. Finally, there was the electrification of the vehicle, including infrared night vision cameras, etc. Zhou Kaijun and the other two were unaware of the abilities, but they maintained contact via walkie-talkies. So they weren't too worried about Zhou Lin's safety. Rather, it was Yang Qiqi's side that was uncertain about what kind of trouble might arise. In fact, after witnessing Yang Qiqi's performance, Wu Jinkai had basically recognized Zhou Li's statement. Since it was a young person's emotional conflict, Wu Jinkai had no intention of meddling further. He instructed Xiao Heng to gather those who needed a second interview to complete the subsequent work as soon as possible. If anyone was the most unhappy among them, it was undoubtedly Tang Yili. AI Bing, why don't you say something? I clearly saw her go in with you. How would I know? Didn't you say she argued with Zhou Lin and left? Yang Qiqi was also very conflicted. Facts proved that Zhou Li wasn't lying. Just look at the lives of Tang Yili, Sun Chenghao, and the others. President Chao couldn't be contacted again, and even if he sent someone over, they wouldn't be able to find her. Yang Qiqi felt she needed to think more about herself. Unfortunately, Wu Jiankai had just ignored her, even refusing to let her go to the shelter, saying it didn't meet the criteria. She really wanted to ask Wu Jiankai if even someone as beautiful as her didn't meet the criteria. Was the shelter looking to select a concubine? If she went to the shelter, Yang Qiqi would definitely reveal that Zhou Lin killed AI Bing, but right now, she was a bit worried. You guys aren't going to sleep in the hallway, are you? Let's go to where you're staying first. Feeling frustrated, Yang Qiqi followed Tang Yili back to their accommodation, and upon seeing the environment, her mood worsened. Is this where we're staying? Wrapped in the security military coat that Tang Yili gave her, Yang Qiqi nearly cried out loud. What kind of place is this? No lights, no heating, just relying on the little warmth coming from the stove in the hall. The windows were sealed to keep warm, and the tiny room even had 2 bunk beds. The air was stuffy and foul. It felt worse than Zhou Lin's tool room. At that moment, Yang Qiqi's first thought was to go back to Zhou Lin's house. Although she lived with chickens, ducks, and geese and had to take care of the plants. At least there was light, warmth, and the vibrant green vegetables and lively animals. Thinking about it now made her miss it immensely. She even thought that in a little while, she might be able to harvest those vegetables. At that time, sneaking a few leaves of lettuce would surely taste great. What's wrong? Tang Yili asked, sitting on his bed, using the dim light from a hand-crank flashlight. Nothing. Yang Qiqi shook her head. Dan Yili, fortset about I being. In this environment, you won't be able to find her. You need to think more about yourself. The current environment was hard for Yang Qiqi to accept. As the air grew increasingly foul, she felt a sense of suffocation. What about? Tang Yili was stunned. Shall we go to Sun Qinghao's house? I don't have electricity, water, or food at home right now either. If you want to leave, I can give you the keys. Sun Qinghao had no objections. He wouldn't leave as long as Huang Minjing was still there. He wanted revenge. All right. He just wanted Huang Minjing, especially after last time. The more unattainable it was, the more he wanted it. Let me think. Yang Qiqi's mind was a bit chaotic. She knew Tang Yili was speaking the truth, but she didn't want to stay there. Go back to the Zhou family, continue sleeping on the platform, and feeding chickens? No. Then why not change the approach? At this thought, Yang Qiqi's eyes lit up. She suddenly stood up, her gaze sweeping over Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao. The Zhou family has everything. They even have extra food to raise chickens and rabbits and grow vegetables. Impossible, Tang Yili exclaimed in surprise. I also think it's impossible, Sun Qinghao said. Yang Qiqi had no choice but to explain the situation she knew to the two of them. After listening, Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao remained silent for a long time, mainly unable to believe that such a fairy-like life could exist in the apocalypse. But Yang Qiqi indeed had no reason to lie, and moreover, she didn't look like someone who had suffered from hunger or cold. So, a crazed look flashed in Sun Qinghao's eyes. As long as we go and seize that house, all of this will belong to us? Exactly. Yang Qiqi nodded. They also have a beautiful woman and a little girl. They'll all belong to you in the end. A beautiful woman? Sun Qinghao suddenly stood up. Is she more beautiful than you? Well, that should depend on the person. You would definitely think she's prettier than me. Then what are we waiting for? Let's rob it. I'm going to rob it. Tang Yili pounded his chest. Let's go now. Sun Qinghao waved his injured hand, extremely excited. Don't rush. Yang Qiqi rolled her eyes. Didn't you see that door at the entrance? Are you going to use your head to open it? How do you open it then? Sun Qinghao frowned and asked. Chapter 48. Mutual destruction. Narcissistic people often feel that everyone around them is foolish. Yang Qiqi is very narcissistic. She has always believed that the phrase beautiful and wise was invented just for her. Be smart about it. Smart? How to be smart? Today is definitely not possible. You guys go find me something to eat first. I'll take a nap, and we can talk after I'm rested. Yang Qiqi thought her idea was brilliant and sure to succeed. At that time, she'd be enjoying good food and drink. And the key was that she could also torment Zhou Lin. That's right. She wanted Zhou Lin to feel the taste of, what she had been through during this time, and she wanted him to serve her daily, emptying the toilet and wiping her behind. When a woman goes crazy, nothing is impossible. Far away in the automobile city, Zhou Lin also thought about whether Yang Qiqi would retaliate, but soon he had to put that thought aside. The continuous modifications were indeed torturous. By the end, he felt his head was completely numb, needing one cigarette after another and cup after cup of coffee just to stay awake. It was torturous, extremely torturous. But not long after, Zhou Lin began to relish it. Simply because symbiosis, intermediate 1621 10,000, currently symbiotic vehicles, LIFU, large surface transport, Offing, medium ground transport, available symbiotic vehicles, 0 storage space, 1-2 strength symbiosis, 3. 1 minutes 24 hours evolution level 1, 3. 1, 3182, 10000. Not only had his ability experience increased by 300, but his evolution level had also increased by nearly that much. It was a double benefit, and the efficiency was so high. If he could keep it up, wouldn't his experience points soar? However, thinking about the food and supplies he had consumed over the past 2 days, it was no wonder that the evolutionary beings he knew in his past life had slow progress. How could they evolve if they couldn't even fill their stomachs? It was only because he had the resources of an aircraft carrier as a base that Zhou Lin dared to be so bold. As the materials and parts around him gradually disappeared, the modification of Offing was nearing completion. The Zhou family, having finally settled down for a night, hadn't even had breakfast when the surveillance alerted them that someone was outside. Cheng Yali's anger flared instantly. This bitch actually dared to come back? It was over. Was it? Who? Zhou Kaijun asked. Who else could it be? Where's my knife? Cheng Yali said, rushing to the door with a kitchen knife. Even Zhou Li hadn't reacted yet. What do you want? Outside the door stood Yang Qiqi, still in the same clothes she wore when she left yesterday, trembling and looking pitiful. Auntie, I was wrong. Tears streamed down her dirty face, hitting the ground and splattering. Don't call me Annie. I can't take it. And get lost. Get out now. Cheng Yali raised the kitchen knife, forcing Yang Qiqi to step back. Auntie, listen to me. I didn't say anything, really, no matter how they asked me. I didn't say a word. You have to believe me. Believe Yang Qiqi? Because of AI Bing. How could Cheng Yali possibly believe Yang Qiqi? She would rather believe a dog than Yang Qiqi. However, just as Cheng Yali was about to say something, 2 figures suddenly rushed out from the stairwell, one with arms crossed and the other wrapping around her waist. Sun Qinghao, who was hugging her waist, failed and could only resort to grabbing Cheng Yali by the neck. The sudden change caught Cheng Yali off guard. It was only when Yang Qiqi snatched the kitchen knife from her hand that Cheng Yali regretted not having opened the door, thinking of her husband and daughter still inside. Cheng Yali abruptly turned around and shouted, "Lock the door! Lao Zhou, lock the door! Hurry, rush in!" Yang Qiqi shouted loudly. At that moment, Zhou Kaijun and the others in the room also reacted, but how could they lock Cheng Yali outside? It was too late to go upstairs to get the gun. Zhou Kaijun actually grabbed a folding chair and rushed outside, only to bump heads with Tang Yili, who had just rushed in. Old man. Seeing Zhou Kaijun raise the folding chair, Tang Yili was completely unafraid and punched Zhou Kaijun in the chest. Don't underestimate Tang Yili, a fitness coach with some strength. Zhou Kaijun couldn't take it and fell back with an ouch. Wu Shui, who had planned to help, had to stop to support Zhou Kaijun. In an instant, chaos reigned inside and outside the house. Between the 2 doors, Sun Qinghao was choking Cheng Yali's neck while Yang Qiqi brandished the kitchen knife, hesitant to strike. And inside the house, Tang Yili was threatening Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui. It must be said that Wu Shui, who was originally very beautiful, appeared even more outstanding in the apocalypse, making her look like a heavenly being compared to the dirty Yang Qiqi, to the point that Tang Yili was reluctant to strike, fearing he would hurt Wu Shui and feel heartbroken. Damn it, I can't let Sun Qinghao benefit from this. Tang Yili thought. Old lady, move again and I'll chop you. Yang Qiqi finally pressed the kitchen knife against Cheng Yali's neck, allowing the exhausted Sun Qinghao to finally catch his breath. Just as Yang Qiqi thought the situation was settled, suddenly a black shadow rushed into the corridor, pouncing toward her at lightning speed. Ah! Yang Chi-Chi screamed, swinging the kitchen knife instinctively at the shadow. Ow! The shadow collided with the kitchen knife, still charging forward and knocking Yang Chi-Chi down, while it itself fell to the ground. It was the black dog that Zhou Lin had just called from the platform. At this moment, it had a wound on its head, blood oozing out slowly. Seeing the black dog injured, Chung Yali roared like a mountain, first slamming Sun Chunghao against the wall, then turning to fight Yang Chi-Chi. At this time, Yang Chi-Chi sat up, holding the kitchen knife in a standoff with the black dog. Black dog, go help Dad. Chung Yali's eyes turned red. Today she was ready to fight Yang Chi-Chi. Perhaps due to the pressure from the black dog, or perhaps because of Chung Yali's predatory gaze. Yang Chi-Chi couldn't hold back anymore and shouted for Tang Ili to save her. Hearing the shout, Tang Ili hesitated for a moment, mainly reluctant to leave Wu Shui behind. However, when the black dog rushed in barking, Tang Ili couldn't wait any longer. Without Sun Qinghao and Yang Chi-Chi's help, he couldn't dare to face off against the dog head-on, plus there were 3 other people. Tang Ili rushed out of the house without caring about Sun Qinghao, directly hitting Chung Yali with 2 punches. If it weren't for the black dog and Zhou Kaijun, and if Wu Shui hadn't followed him out, he would have been ready to counterattack with the kitchen knife in Yang Chi-Chi's hand. In the narrow corridor, the injured Chung Yali, Zhou Kaijun, Wu Shui, and the black dog faced off against the pale Yang Chi-Chi, Tang Ili, and Sun Qinghao. Oh, the black dog had just bitten Sun Qinghao. So now Sun Qinghao was basically incapacitated. Don't come over, we're leaving. Yang Chi-Chi assessed the situation and realized that she couldn't achieve her goal today. Plus, with Sun Qinghao being a drag, she could only retreat. It's not our fault, it's all that damn dog. Chung Yali and the others didn't dare to chase after her. Old Zhou had been punched in the chest and had no idea if his bones were injured. Chung Yali was in no better shape, but the excess fat had absorbed a lot of the damage. Otherwise, Tang Ili's punches wouldn't have been light. And the black dog, blood was smeared across its eyes. It was only holding on by a thread, and it was still unknown whether it would be in danger of losing its life. Close the door, close the door. Chung Yali urged Wu Shui to close the door, gritting her teeth as she helped Zhou Kaijun back inside. The black dog was unwilling to leave, sitting at the door and baring its teeth at the outside. Black dog, come here, let me take a look. Holding the dog's head with both hands, tears streamed down Wu Shui's face. Zhou Lin, you better come back quickly. Things have gotten complicated. In the living room, Zhou Li said into the intercom. Chapter 49, Great Joy Wait for Me. Strictly speaking, Lu Xiaofeng's transformation was not yet complete. But when Zhou Lin heard that his parents and Haizi were injured, he dared not wait any longer. Burrowing out of the snow, Zhou Lin put on his snowboards and rushed back, feeling extremely anxious. It's his fault. He should have killed Yang Chi-Chi and that bitch AI being together as fertilizer back then. Otherwise, there wouldn't be today as events. Fortunately, his parents should be fine. Otherwise, Zhou Lin would never forgive himself. It took Zhou Lin almost 5 hours to get here, but he returned in less than 3 hours. Besides anxiety, there was also the reason for his improved physical evolution. Normally, Zhou Lin would put away his snowboards outside the community. But this time he couldn't care less and slid straight to the bottom of Building 8. Wang Haizi, with his head wrapped in bandages, looked both pitiful and comical as he approached Zhou Lin, instinctively nudging his calf with his head, only to accidentally bump into his wound and yelp in pain. Good boy. Zhou Lin patted Haizi's back and glared at Zhou Li, who was opening the door. Why aren't you shooting? This is a golden opportunity. Zhou Li shrugged, completely unconcerned about Zhou Lin's anger. Don't shout. It would be more troublesome if I shoot. Zhou Kaijun sat on the sofa, although his face looked bad. Wu Shui had checked and confirmed that there were no major issues. Chung Yali's situation was similar. One could only say that Yang Chi-Chi and the others lacked experience. Otherwise, the outcome today would have been completely different. It was my negligence, Chung Yali said. Everyone must pay attention in the future. The door cannot be opened. Wu Shui nodded. Don't worry, Uncle and Aunt are fine. It's just Haizi. Oh, whoa. As if he understood Wu Shui's words. Haizi proudly raised his tail and circled around the living room, as if to say he was okay. It must hurt a lot. Wu Shui looked at Haizi, a hint of pity in her eyes. Fortunately, You are here. Zhou Lin smiled at Wu Shui. Then his expression turned cold. They came here together, besides Tang Yili. Who else is there? Zhou Kaijun and the others didn't know Sun Qinghao's name, but they would definitely recognize him if they met again. Are you going to find them? Sheng Yali shook her head. No, the government people just came yesterday. If you kill or injure someone, they will definitely report it to the government. You'll be caught then. Suppressing his anger, Zhou Lin said, we can't just let it go like this. We can't kill them, but we can at least give them a beating. However, Sheng Yali disagreed with Zhou Lin going. She didn't know that Zhou Lin was already an evolved being and was afraid he would be at a disadvantage. Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui also opposed it, thinking that in the current situation, it was better to avoid trouble. Helpless, Zhou Lin had no choice but to temporarily set aside the matter, only to go upstairs and take out a gun, a magazine, and bullets, placing them in front of Wu Shui. If a similar situation happens next time, don't hesitate. Shoot. But Wu Shui was a bit flustered. Setting aside whether she dared to shoot someone, she had never even touched a real gun, let alone thought about it. There's no but. Zhou Lin said sternly. No matter how big the trouble, it's not more important than your safety. Even if something happens, I can handle it. Don't listen to him. Sheng Yali walked over and placed the gun in Wu Shui's hand. But he's right. If you're in danger, don't think too much. Holding the gun, Wu Shui realized that this was Zhou's family's greatest trust in her. With red eyes, she nodded, okay, Aunt. Why are you still calling me Aunt? Forget it. I want to push you. Let it happen naturally. Sheng Yali smiled, and Zhou Kaijun also nodded slightly. Although they hadn't known Wu Shui for long, their experiences during this period were enough for them to accept her. In special times, special treatment. The best way to help Wu Shui fully integrate into this small group was through her relationship with Zhou Lin. This was also Zhou Li's clever idea from the very beginning. With no parents around, being an only child, and having the crucial medical skills in chaotic times, along with her outstanding appearance and suitable age, where else could they find a more suitable daughter-in-law? Such an explicit statement made Wu Shui lower her head. She actually didn't oppose it. She just found it a bit sudden. It's hard to say how deep her feelings for Zhou Lin were, but in this world, are feelings really that important? Just look at Yang Chi-Chi and the other residents in the community and think about those apocalypse novels from any angle. Being with Zhou Lin was her best choice at the moment. But how could such matters be initiated by a woman? Shouldn't Zhou Lin have brought up first? Yet Zhou Lin was as dense as a block of wood. Sheng Yali couldn't stand it anymore and directly twisted Zhou Lin's ear. You kid, say something. Zhou Lin was still thinking about how to deal with Yang Chi-Chi and Tang Yili when the pain in his ear completely interrupted his thoughts. What did you say? Little Shui, will you be my girlfriend? Do you have any objections? No objections, right? Then it's settled. Sheng Yali didn't give Zhou Lin any time to respond. Mom, do you want to get married directly? Good. I have no objections. Little Shui, you don't have any objections, right? Aunt, isn't this a bit too rushed? Wu Shui was somewhat dumbfounded. Sheng Yali was really not following the usual script. Besides, in this apocalypse, does it even matter whether to get married or not? Like this, can't you just message your parents? Come on, let us go upstairs and talk. Sheng Yali released Zhou Lin and pulled Wu Shui upstairs. Brother, put yourself in her shoes. You need to prepare early. Zhou Li leaned close to Zhou Lin and whispered, Prepare? Are we really going to hold a banquet? Zhou Li rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? I'm not talking about the wedding. I'm talking about that bitch. Kids should swear. Green tea is fine, but formalism is unacceptable. It can kill people. That green tea definitely won tea, let it go. Zhou Lin nodded. Zhou Li was right. So what are your thoughts? I just simulated it a bit, Zhou Li said. She might expose our family's situation. And then, you can't carve rotten wood, right? Do you really have to ask? This is serious trouble. Zhou Li shook her head. Do you understand what being the target of everyone means? That idiom is used well, Zhou Lin chuckled. So what if we're the target of everyone? If they push me too hard, I'll dare to kill. I agree. Zhou Li raised her small hand. But mom and sister-in-law might soften their hearts. People flock together, so we need to prepare early. How to prepare? Zhou Li shook her phone. I prepared 20 brutal apocalypse novels. I'll send them to them shortly. I'll reflect on myself every day and write a reflection after finishing. Zhou Lin gave Zhou Li a thumbs up and slowly nodded. You're awesome. Whoever raises the issue will solve it. This task is yours. And you? Me? Zhou Lin smiled coldly and glanced at Shou Kaijun, who was dozing off. Of course, I'll go collect some interest first. Although Qingyali and Zhou Kaijun strongly opposed it, Zhou Lin still couldn't swallow this anger. Besides, Tang Ili had already shown up. He couldn't let him run away with Yang Qiqi. Chapter 50, just collecting some interest. Sun Chenghao felt very unlucky. Why was it always him who got hurt? His hand wasn't healed yet, and now the thickest part of his flesh had been bitten by a dog. The key was that the doctor in Building 2 didn't have rabies vaccine. What if? Wouldn't that be the end? The more he thought about it, the worse he felt, especially when he saw Tang Ili and Yang Qiqi exchanging glances. Although he could tell that Yang Qiqi was just a green tea bitch. Purely using Tang Ili, what about him? If he continued to be this unlucky, he might not even be able to ask Fifth Miss for help. So Sun Qinghao's anger gradually turned into dissatisfaction with Tang Ili and Yang Qiqi. This time he was a bit hasty. He should have brought a weapon. Yang Qiqi was still summarizing the situation, completely unaware that if she could just use a kitchen knife on Chang Yali first and then rush into the house, well, Zhou Li would definitely shoot, and none of the three of them would get away. But if they went back now, they probably wouldn't open the door. Tang Yili's mind wasn't just muscle. Never mind. Let's find someone who can pick locks. However, Yang Qiqi's idea was bound to fail. People who made a living by picking locks wouldn't live in Lanshan. Moreover, Zhou Lin quietly went downstairs and directly found Xiaohang. Tang Yili, I don't know. He's not one of our property management people. In the property management office, Xiaohang directly denied any connection to Tang Yili. But he still advised Zhou Lin that it's better to avoid trouble, since Wu Jiankai didn't mention it. It meant the Zhou family had already let go of the illegal detention of Yang Qiqi. Besides, he knew AI Bing had entered the neighborhood, and no one saw AI Bing leave. So, why would Zhou Lin want to create trouble for himself? Are you trying to get them locked up again? The government won't just stand by. They might break down your door, and then you can't resist, can you? Seeing that Xiaohang didn't seem to be lying, Zhou Lin finally mentioned that while he was away, Yang Qiqi had brought Tang Ili and another man to his house, not only injuring Zhou Kaijun and his wife, but also wounding their dog. You have a dog? Xiaohang shook his head. I didn't know that. I don't know where they are now either. I'll find them. And then what? Calm down. Otherwise, if the government people come again, I doubt anyone can protect you. Xiaohang said this, but he actually hoped Zhou Lin would have a conflict with Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao. If one or two of them died, that would be perfect. At that time, not only would the Zhou family supplies be his, but also the woman named Wu Shui on the 16th floor. All would belong to him. Regarding women, Xiaohang's thoughts weren't too strong. After all, he had read many web novels, and women were just a hindrance. Moreover, as long as he held power, he could have as many as he wanted. The Zhou family supplies were undoubtedly plentiful. Just look at Yang Qiqi. There was also the dog. If he could get those supplies into his hands, they would definitely be put to better use. Thinking of this, Xiaohang couldn't help but look down on Zhou Lin, who only knew how to sneak around all day, not realizing he should use his supplies to gather people. Zhou Lin didn't want to waste time, since Yang Qiqi and the others weren't around. He could tell Xiaohang wasn't a good person, but as long as he didn't provoke him, it was fine for now. The occupancy rate of the neighborhood wasn't even at 100, and with the apocalypse, some homeowners weren't local and hadn't returned. A batch had left yesterday, and now there were plenty of vacant houses in the neighborhood. Yang Qiqi and the three of them were also afraid the Zhou family would come looking for trouble. So they didn't return to the dorm arranged by the property management, but found a house where the owner had just moved out, breaking in through the window. They used the remaining wooden furniture in the house to start a fire, and only then did the coldness on their bodies slowly dissipate. Tang Ili also helped treat Sun Qinghao's injury a bit, but whether it was effective was hard to say. In any case, with the current temperature, the possibility of infection was low. Lying by the fire, Sun Qinghao felt his stomach rumbling with hunger. Old Tang, do you have anything to eat? No. As Tang Ili spoke, he secretly handed the last bag of cookies in his pocket to Yang Qiqi. Casually taking the cookies, Yang Qiqi stood up, excusing herself to go to the bathroom. But before leaving, she gave Tang Ili a hard kiss on the cheek, which delighted him. Old Tang, listen to me. Keeping a woman like Yang Qiqi around is trouble. I don't like what you said. Yang Chi-Chi is so delicate. How could she be trouble? Tang Ili shook his head. I actually think he's right. Zhou Lin's voice suddenly rang out, startling Tang Ili, who jumped up, looking around. Who? Show yourself. The fire wasn't bright enough. Apart from the living room, the rest of the area was dark, severely affecting Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao's vision. In fact, Zhou Lin had come in through the Pride open window with the infrared night vision goggles. It wasn't hard for him to find where Tang Ili and the others were hiding. As long as he looked for where the three of them were gathered, that was probably it. Moreover, aside from the first and second floors that had become the ground floor due to snow accumulation, they couldn't enter any higher buildings. Sun Qinghao finally turned on the flashlight, the beam revealing Zhou Lin's figure. You are Zhou Lin? Tang Ili. Oh, Tang Ili, long time no see. You've seen me? Tang Ili frowned. He didn't remember. Not only have I seen you, Zhou Lin thought, in the last life we lived in the same house, and even slept in the same bed. Ugh, thinking about it now makes me feel sick. Are you here for revenge? Seeing that Zhou Lin was alone and empty-handed, Tang Ili felt less anxious. He didn't think he would lose in a fist fight. At least from his build, he completely outmatched Zhou Lin. It was true in the past, and it was true in the last life, but in this life, Tang Ili, was still Tang Ili, while Zhou Lin was no longer the same Zhou Lin. Evolution degree 3. 1, which meant Zhou Lin's physical quality was 3. 1 times that of an ordinary person, although this 3. 1 times represents overall quality. It was still not something Tang Ili could compete with. Clearly, Tang Ili struck first, but Sun Qinghao felt Zhou Lin's movements were faster. In fact, Sun Qinghao wasn't mistaken. Before Tang Ili's fist could reach the position where Zhou Lin's head originally was, he was already hit on the right thigh by Zhou Lin's swift whip kick. Amidst the dull thud, Tang Ili's scream rang out. He almost fell in response. Who could have imagined that Zhou Lin's casual whip kick felt like being hit by a small car, utterly unbearable? My leg. Tang Ili, who fell to the ground holding his thigh, burst into tears and snot. He wasn't a strong person to begin with, and under the dual effects of pain and fear, he instantly crumbled. What is your name? Zhou Lin turned to the motionless Sun Qinghao. Big brother, my surname is Sun Qinghao. I'm just an ordinary friend of theirs. I admit I went to your house, but I really didn't hurt anyone, and I was bitten by your dog. Zhou Lin remained silent, recalling whether he had heard the name Sun Qinghao in the last life. What happened to your hand? Zhou Lin casually asked. I fell down. Sun Qinghao lowered his head. Knowing full well, Zhou Lin didn't expose him. He walked over to Tang Ili, stepping on the spot where he had kicked him. Where's that bitch? Don't say you weren't with them. Chapter 51, Don't Mess With Me in the Apocalypse. Not only order collapses, but also humanity. The largest shelter in Jia City is located in the center of the old town. A massive underground fortress built during the founding of the Summer Country to guard against war. Every young person entering here finds it incredible how such a grand project was completed in those destitute times. A construction company president, who had never been here before, remarked after a brief look around that if this fortress were to be built now, it would cost at least 7 or 8 billion. Thus, sometimes a country's or a nation's real wealth may not be measured by GDP or the number of high-rises, but by whether officials have awareness and whether the people have faith. Unfortunately, in recent years, while the economy of the Summer Country has developed, some things have gradually been lost. In the core area of the underground fortress, in a room serving as a conference room, Wang Pingping was briefing the attendees on the situation of the logistics park. Most goals have been achieved, but the dehydrated vegetables have been taken away by someone else. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables, enough for all of us to eat for a month. Can the disaster end in a month? Comrade Wang Pingping, please calm down. At the head of the table sat Zhu Guanghan, the former second-in-command of Jiazhou City and now the head of the shelter. At 56 years old, Zhu Guanghan was at the peak of his leadership experience. When the natural disaster struck, he was in the provincial capital for a meeting and could not return in time. As the city lord and deputy supervisor, he naturally became the commander of the disaster response headquarters and the head of the shelter. Next to Zhu Guanghan, a middle-aged man in a major general's uniform, Zhao Xinxiao, was the commander of the Jiazhou City garrison and the current deputy commander. Wang Pingping was a subordinate of Zhao Xinxiao. You say there is an extremely vicious criminal gang in Jiazhou City that threatens the safety of hundreds of thousands of citizens. And the evidence is that 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables were taken away? Zhu Guanghan frowned. Commander, if it were just for personal satisfaction, 1 or 2 boxes of dehydrated vegetables could last for months. If they weren't seeking greater benefits, why would they go to such lengths to take all 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables? I believe these people are either trying to profit from the disaster or want to use these resources to recruit soldiers. In chaotic times, there are always some who think they can become the next Zhu Yuanzhang. Either way, it is a grave crime. Zhao Xinxiao waved his hand. Sit down. Seeing that Zhu Guanghan had no intention of speaking, he continued, I won't hide it from everyone. The disaster won't end in a short time. Therefore, our main task now is to focus our efforts on expanding and building the shelter. While protecting the shelter, we should try to assist those citizens who Haven Tea entered the shelter to get through this tough time. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables. It's not a small amount, but it doesn't warrant a huge uproar. There is no time or energy for that. Comrade Wang Pingping, you need to keep up the good work. All resources outside are precious to us. The next step is to organize an order for you to lead a team to Jiazhou Auto City to bring back all the vehicles, materials, parts, and even usable machinery. Yes, Wang Pingping stood at attention, saluted Zhao Xinxiao, and promised to complete the task. People like Su Ziyuan and Wu Jiankai were not qualified to attend this meeting, so they sat not far outside the conference room, waiting for new orders. Something happened at Lanshan Community. Feeling bored, Wu Jiankai thought of Yang Qiqi and shared it as a side matter with Su Ziyuan. The Zhou family? Is it the Zhou family involved in farming? Su Ziyuan, the director of the street office, was undoubtedly competent and immediately thought of Zhou Kaijun and Shengyali. You say their family seems to have plenty of supplies. Could it be the livestock from their farm? Is it on a large scale? Wu Jiankai asked. If I remember correctly, Zhou's farm has had hundreds of pigs and thousands of chickens at the same time. If the Zhou family killed all the livestock and hid them, how long could that last? How long? Wu Jiankai chuckled bitterly. That is hard to calculate. Would it last until death? Should we report this up? Let us go. This matter must be reported. Su Ziyuan pulled Wu Jiankai up, and they walked side by side toward the conference room. Zhou Lin was still unaware that someone had set their sights on his family's wealth. He dragged Yang Qiqi, hidden in the bathroom, and threw her next to the fire. Go trick my mom into opening the door? Yang Qiqi, do you think I dare kill you? Then go ahead and kill me. Yang Qiqi raised her head. She truly believed Zhou Lin wouldn't dare to kill her. At least not now. Just because the government is still around, and she was personally rescued by Wu Jiankai from the Zhou family. If she were killed by Zhou Lin today, where would Wu Jiankai place his face? He would definitely have to deal with Zhou Lin strictly according to the law, and immediate execution was possible. Beside them, Tang Ili suppressed his cries. He admired Yang Qiqi's fierceness and hated Zhou Lin deeply. If given the chance, he would definitely crush Zhou Lin to dust. It seems you really aren't afraid of death. Zhou Lin slapped Yang Qiqi hard, the force nearly breaking her neck. Yang Qiqi, thrown off balance, couldn't even scream as she bit her tongue and spat out 2 front teeth. Woo-woo, when President Chao arrives, you'll pay for this. The slapped face swelled visibly, resembling dough that had risen overnight in a greenhouse. Sun Chenghao was terrified, lying there motionless pretending to be dead. That slap was just to collect some interest. After speaking, Zhou Lin walked over to Tang Ili and under his terrified gaze, stomped down hard. Crack! Tang Ili's left hand, which hadn't been retracted in time, was brutally crushed under Zhou Lin's foot, leaving almost no intact bones. It could be said that even if he was sent to the best hospital in the world now, he would never be healed. The immense pain made Tang Ili throw his head back and howl, his neck veins bulging, and his mouth torn from excessive opening, blood flowing profusely. That kick was for my dad's interest, and now it's for my mom's interest. Tang Ili, you better live well, because I haven't settled the score with you yet. Sun Chenghao didn't dare to speak. Yang Qiqi was too pained to say anything, and Tang Ili was completely drained of energy to talk. The room fell silent. Only heavy breathing could be heard. Several beams of light approached from far to near. Xiao Hang had arrived with people. The once fierce Huang Xiefeng, upon seeing the miserable state of Yang Qiqi and Tang Ili, gasped and quietly retreated to stand beside Xiao Hang. Zhou Lin, is what you're doing excessive? Do you really think there's no law now that the apocalypse has come? Manager Xiao, Zhou Lin said nonchalantly. These 3 people injure my dog and hurt my parents today. Why didn't you stand up for the law then? You know the apocalypse has come. Honestly, it's not so bad, right? I see you're quite suited for it. Here is a word for you. Don't mess with me. Zhou Lin left, completely ignoring Xiao Hang and his group. Boss, he is too arrogant. We need to deal with him, Huang Xiefeng said, looking in the direction Zhou Lin had gone with resentment. Chapter 52. Sending coal in the snow upon returning home. Zhou Lin couldn't escape a round of complaints from Cheng Yali. His eye seemed to sense the smell of an enemy, curiously circling around Zhou Lin, occasionally whimpering as if asking whether Zhou Lin had gone to take revenge for him. Rubbing the dog's chin, Zhou Lin returned to his room upstairs, took a refreshing hot shower, and finally relaxed completely. When he came out of the bathroom, he was startled by Wu Shui in the room. Instinctively grabbing the towel wrapped around his waist, he stammered, "W, what are you doing here?" Wu Shui felt a bit awkward at first, but when she saw Zhou Lin's expression, she nearly burst out laughing. "Annie, let me in." Zhou Lin frowned, thinking about what his mom was up to. Even if everyone had no objections, shouldn't feelings still need to be nurtured? When you went out, Annie talked to my parents, and they had no objections. Your parents have never met me. How can they have no objections? Zhou Lin was somewhat incredulous, thinking how could they be so open-minded? In fact, Zhou Lin was overthinking. If it were peacetime, given the Zhou family situation, not to mention whether Wu Shui's parents would agree, Wu Shui herself wouldn't have glanced at Zhou Lin more than once. Someone like her, who was obsessed with studying, would only be attracted to someone more capable academically. But what was the situation now? As high IQ talents, Wu Shui's parents saw things more clearly than ordinary people. Only with resources and capabilities can one survive longer, and the Zhou family happened to meet both criteria. Being abroad, even though they were included in the Olympus project, it didn't mean they were necessarily safe. Naturally, Wu Shui's parents had to plan for their daughter's future. What better choice could there be than the Zhou family? Even if they offended the Zhou family, could Wu Shui escape? Of course. A crucial reason was that Wu Shui herself had no objections either. Auntie said she won't take care of your daily life anymore. It's all up to me. I'm going to get your clothes. Daily life? If I hadn't seen how you just swallowed your saliva, I might actually believe you. Sure enough, you're just after my body. Because Cheng Yali was injured and Wu Shui had no culinary skills, Zhou Lin ended up in the kitchen. Had he known, he wouldn't have bothered showering. After a comfortable and hearty meal, Zhou Lin lazily lay on the sofa, immersing his mind in the storage space to continue modifying the Lu Xiaofeng. After all the materials and parts he needed had already been stuffed in the trunk of Lu Xiaofeng. Due to the hurried departure, there were still a few places in the car city that he hadn't had the chance to visit, and Zhou Lin planned to go back when he had the opportunity. Did you find them? Cheng Yali was sprawled on another sofa, her large frame nearly covering the entire couch, while Zhou Kaijun was icing the area where she was hit. Found them, and I broke one of Tang Yili's hands and feet. Why are you so impulsive? Cheng Yali frowned. She was still worried about causing trouble. What if the government came knocking? Would they really resist? I know what I'm doing. Just as the mother and son were chatting, Huang Minjing's call came in. It can't be another incident, right? Zhou Lin frowned and answered the call, only to hear Huang Minjing crying, "Sister Cheng, is Zhou Lin not back yet? My stove is about to go out. Should I come over now?" "I'm back." Zhou Lin glanced at Cheng Yali. "Wait a moment, I'll bring some coal over. Be careful, and don't cause any trouble. Right now, we just want to get by safely." "Mom, you're right." Playing with her phone, Zhou Li suddenly looked up and said, "But that's definitely impossible. After all, the tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. I'm leaving." Taking advantage of the fact that Wu Shui was still in the kitchen, Zhou Lin decided to leave quickly, avoiding the need to pretend to go upstairs to move coal, which would be quite exhausting. After deliberately dawdling for a few minutes on the way, Zhou Lin knocked on Huang Minjing's door, his sled parked nearby, filled with coal. Seeing Huang Minjing's tear-streaked face, Zhou Lin didn't enter the house, maintaining some distance to avoid future awkwardness. He didn't mention anything about instant food. A sled full of coal wouldn't last long anyway, and as long as Huang Minjing was smart enough, she wouldn't go back on her word. Instead, Huang Minjing was quite surprised, as she had prepared to accept any terms Zhou Lin would propose when she opened the door. As a businessman, she naturally understood that free things are the most expensive at any time. However, for her mother's sake, she could only silently accept. You just gave it to her without mentioning the instant food? Cheng Yali frowned. She was concerned about the coal. She made it clear, I only recognize Xiao Shui as my daughter-in-law. Other women, no matter who they are, should stand aside. When Wu Shui came out of the kitchen and heard this, her face flushed again. What are you thinking? Zhou Lin shook his head. Since we're going to cooperate, it's best to show sincerity. I'll go check the tool room. Without Yang Kiki, many tasks could only be done by himself, which was quite tedious. It was tiring, but it took time. The vegetables in the hydroponic tubes grew incredibly fast under constant temperature, light, and sufficient nutrients, especially the lettuce and Shanghai greens, which would be ready for harvest in 2 or 3 days. There are also plenty of chicken and duck eggs. While goose eggs were comparatively the least cost-effective, they grew slowly, produced few eggs, and took up a lot of space while consuming more food and producing more waste. If it weren't for keeping the breed, I would have cooked you. Wong Wong. Hey Zai called out a couple of times, as if in agreement. After all, the only ones in the entire tool room that dared to stand up to it were those 2 geese. Hearing Hey Zai's call, the geese began flapping their wings, revealing their combative side. In contrast, the rabbit hutch was much quieter, especially the largest female rabbit, which had previously scurried around whenever Zhou Lin came, but was now completely still. She gave birth. Zhou Lin lifted one of the female rabbit's hind legs to count, and lo and behold, 12 little pink ones. Upon hearing that the rabbit had given birth, the 3 women downstairs couldn't wait to rush up to see, nearly scaring the mother rabbit into dropping her babies and fleeing. A good omen for the month. Our family has double happiness. Cheng Yali's loud voice made the tool room buzz. In the apocalypse, this could indeed be considered good news, and those green vegetables gave everyone hope. Even if hydroponics relied purely on chemical fertilizers, who cared about that now? Do you think if we continue to expand, we could grow all kinds of vegetables to satisfy our family? Wu Shui asked Zhou Lin. This was something Zhou Lin had actually considered. For example, when conditions were suitable in the future, they could entirely find a warehouse inside the Lifu to fill with hydroponic equipment, or adopt another greener and more eco-friendly method of aquaponics. What is aquaponics? Wu Shui asked curiously. Simply put, it's using the water from fish farming to grow vegetables, and then returning the water, which has been purified by the vegetables absorbing nutrients, back to the fish. Theoretically, this can produce delicious fish and completely organic vegetables. So when we try it? Chapter 53, Fish and Vegetables. Fish and water. Zhou Lin never expected that when Wu Shui said, let's try. She wasn't referring to aquaponics, but to fish and water. Does it feel bad? Leaning on Zhou Lin's arm, Wu Shui slightly furrowed her brow. Her face still flushed, with her skin glowing under the light like never before. It was indeed a bit difficult at first, but Zhou Lin was undoubtedly a good teacher. Once she was able to keep up, she began to savor the experience. Honestly speaking, it was wonderful. All right, Zhou Lin retracted his arm, allowing Wu Shui to get closer. But he felt that she didn't need to, even if we wouldn't treat you like an outsider. Not entirely. Wu Shui whispered in chaotic times. A woman like me, who is powerless, can only rely on men to survive. Rather than dying in an unclear manner or being forced one day, I would rather actively accept someone I like. That's right, I simply crave your body. Do you like me? No matter how intelligent a woman is, there are times when she reveals her true nature. I like you. Zhou Lin kissed Wu Shui's forehead. Sleep now. You're tired too. Zhou Lin turned off the light and lay down. The next day, when they came out of the room, they saw Cheng Yali sitting on the sofa with a beaming smile. Aunt, still calling me aunt? You child, here, the red envelope is ready. Your dad hasn't woken up yet, so I'm representing him. Mom. Wu Shui bit her lip, slightly shy as she took the red envelope. Why don't I have one? Zhou Lin asked. Do you want a lump? You dare to ask for a red envelope from me, and I still want to ask you for child support. All right, family status -1. Wow, Mom, such a big gold bar. As soon as Wu Shui received the red envelope, She fellows not like money. Moreover, nowadays, paper currency is hard and not even suitable for wiping, so using it as a red envelope is just for celebration. Of course, Yali wouldn't do something like that. She directly stuffed a 300-gram gold bar into the red envelope. How does our family still have this? Zhou Lin was also stunned. He thought the family's money had been exhausted before the apocalypse. You know nothing. Shui, come here. If he dares to bully you in the future, tell me, see if I don't make his butt blossom. Compared to the increasingly chaotic outside world, Zhou Lin and Wu Shui's formal union kept the Zhou family in a festive atmosphere for several days. As newlyweds, Zhou Lin was also too lazy to go out to collect supplies. While intentionally cherishing Wu Shui, he calmly continued to modify the Lu Xiaofeng. However, this peaceful life was shattered 5 days later by the sound of a surveillance alarm. The monitor displayed a group of people, including Su Ziyuan and Wu Jiankai. Why are they here? Yali felt a bit nervous. What is the matter? Zhou Lin asked through the camera. I am Su Ziyuan. Is Zhou Kaijun or Yali here? We want to understand some things. Looking for me? Yali breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't here to arrest Zhou Lin, it was fine. Perhaps due to her usual trust in the government. Yali was about to open the door again, but Zhou Lin pulled her back and gestured for Zhou Kaijun not to speak. My parents are sick, so if you have something to say, just tell me directly. Just like that? Suzy Yuan's expression changed slightly. Zhou Lin's attitude made him feel embarrassed. They're old and young at home. It's not very convenient. Why don't you just come in alone? Zhou Lin, right? We should have arrested you last time. I advise you to behave. Wu Jiankai couldn't help but say, if you say that, it has no meaning. Zhou Lin said nonchalantly, either don't say it or do as I say. Wu Jiankai wanted to say something, but Su Ziyuan stopped him. Today is not the day to argue with Zhou Lin, nor to support that AI Bing. All right, I'll come in alone. Su Ziyuan thought Zhou Lin meant to invite him in, but only later did he realize that there was still a security door in between. He didn't come last time when Yang Qiqi was rescued, so seeing 2 security doors surprised him. You guys must have been prepared beforehand, right? No, we're just habitually cautious. Zhou Lin set up a small tea table in the corridor with 2 small stools and even placed a tea tray on it. The steaming teapot released wisps of tea fragrance, tempting the tea-loving Su Ziyuan. Tea leaves are also a luxury now, even the most ordinary ones. With Su Ziyuan's current status, it's quite difficult to have some hot tea. Good tea. Your family's living standards probably even surpass that of a commander. Zhou Lin didn't pick up that topic, but refilled Su Ziyuan's cup, waiting for him to continue. No other meaning. I just wanted to ask about the livestock in your family's farm. I heard that a few days before the natural disaster, your parents dismissed the workers? Shutting down the farm was planned long ago. I came back this time to take them to Shenzhen. There are more opportunities there. This line was designed by Zhou Kaijun's family to deal with today's situation. One must know that in Xiagua, when the government wants to investigate something, there's rarely anything they can't do. Su Ziyuan shook his head. Fine, we won't discuss that. Just tell me, those livestock, they haven't all died in the snowstorm, right? They were all killed. Some were sold, and the rest were frozen. Great. Su Ziyuan slammed his thigh. How much did you freeze? Where is it? Zhou Lin looked at Su Ziyuan with a foolish expression and remained silent. Ahem, resources are scarce now. The tens of thousands of people in the shelter need this batch of meat. Su Ziyuan tried to persuade Zhou Lin with urgency. But as soon as he saw Zhou Lin's indifferent expression, he knew this route wouldn't work. How about this? What do you want in order to be willing to release this batch of meat? Zhou Lin took a sip from his teacup. Director Su, you also know, our family lacks nothing but a bit of security. Security? Su Ziyuan turned to look at the 2 security doors. Your sense of security is overflowing. Not enough. Zhou Lin shook his head and recounted the incident when Yang Qiqi brought Tang Yili and Sun Chenghao to injure Zhou Kaijun and Yali. It's true, even today, the couple is still unable to get out of bed, and who knows, they might not recover in a few days. There was such a thing. What kind of security do you want? Su Ziyuan felt something was amiss. Then he saw Zhou Lin make a gesture. Impossible. Su Ziyuan almost stood up directly, nearly flipping the table. In Xiagua, this matter is taboo. Special times require special measures. Our family is all law-abiding citizens. We only want to protect ourselves. Sigh. If something happens to my parents, I and my sister might not be able to bear that blow. We might jump off one day. Su Ziyuan's expression turned grim. Before coming, he had thought Zhou Kaijun and Qingyali might make unreasonable demands, but he never expected Zhou Lin to be so audacious. Strictly speaking, what Zhou Lin wanted was not worth much, but it was extraordinarily valuable because what Zhou Lin wanted was a privilege. I don't believe that there is none outside. Director Su, if you can guarantee that there is absolutely none among the civilians, I'll be happy to give you all that batch of meat. Can you guarantee it? Chapter 54. A perfect match at the post-disaster command center in Jiaqing. Su Ziyuan was not responsible for security matters. But that did not mean he was unaware of the situation. It had been half a month since the natural disaster struck. Not a long time. But human society was so fragile that the order of life had completely collapsed. The political order was barely maintained, but only in areas where state power existed. Although the Summer Nation had strict gun control, acquiring firearms in the apocalypse was not particularly difficult. Branches of the police department, security companies of banks, and other financial institutions, and even some special enterprises had ready access to guns and ammunition, provided one knew the exact locations and had the capability to break in. How many firearms and ammunition had flowed from these official institutions into the hands of civilians? There was no way to quantify it precisely, but it was certainly not a small number. Zhou Lin's idea of trading pork for a gun to protect himself seemed reasonable. However, the problem was that Su Ziyuan did not have the authority to make such a decision. Even Zhu Guanghan could not do so. In the Summer Nation, the separation of military and political powers was a convention that could not be changed even in the face of an apocalypse. I'll wait for your news. Zhou Lin stood up to see him off. I can't guarantee anything, and as for the amount of meat, I won't know until my dad wakes up. There was nothing more to say. He couldn't just point a gun at Zhou Lin's head and force him to comply. How ungrateful. They can't seriously think they can stay here indefinitely, can they? In the end, they'll have to go to the shelter. Offering it up now might even get them a good spot, but later, seeing Su Ziyuan come out with a grim expression. Wu Jiankai thought things had gone south and was furious. Su Ziyuan waved his hand, saying they would discuss it later. Is that it? You're just leaving? Wu Jiankai was a bit anxious. In the current environment, venturing out was no easy task, and just the fuel consumption was painful to think about. But Su Ziyuan had already left, and it was useless for Wu Jiankai to say anything more. Those soldiers would not blow up the blast door just because of his orders. There's still some left in the cold storage, possibly around 1,000 pounds. Fortunately, it's kept at low temperatures, or it might have spoiled. After hearing Zhou Lin's account, Zhou Kaijun and Qingyali had no objections. The quantity of firearms and ammunition was not the key point. The crucial thing was that with official backing, they could be brought out openly. I can't guarantee it either. They might think of other ways. After all, it's still a bit early. It had only been half a month since the apocalypse began, and many people still held hope, eagerly awaiting the disaster to pass. As time went on, those in despair would no longer have reservations, and order would collapse further. By then, firearms wouldn't mean much. The news of the Zhou family's large stockpile of frozen meat somehow spread throughout the community. Even the hiding Yang Qiqi and her companions had heard about it. I knew it. Yang Qiqi's face had swollen less, but her face shape had become somewhat strange due to the absence of 2 molars, making it very asymmetrical. Tang Ili lay on the ground, having lost a lot of weight due to the torment of pain and hunger, looking like a different person. In the last couple of days, he had been constantly mumbling about going home. Among the 3, the one in the best condition was surprisingly Sun Qinghao, simply because he always managed to sneak a bite when he went out to ask Xiaohang for food. What good is knowing? Sun Qinghao said, You don't plan on going to rob someone, do you? He touched his still painful backside, the image of He Zai flashing in his mind. Don't drag me into this. Can't you see old Tang is already done for? Useless. Yang Qiqi scoffed, thinking Tang Ili was asleep and couldn't hear her. In fact, Tang Ili was not asleep. He turned his head and silently gritted his teeth. I'll step out for a bit. Yang Qiqi switched on her flashlight and walked to the property management office, only to be blocked by Huang Xiefeng. Usually, Huang Xiefeng would be stationed here when there was nothing else going on. I want to see Manager Xiao, Yang Qiqi said. Wait, he's busy. Busy with what? Yang Qiqi had already heard the commotion inside. After a while, a heavily wrapped woman emerged, her head and face hidden under a thick hat, but her long legs were enough to stun Yang Qiqi. The woman hurried away, keeping her head down. Is there something going on? Yang Qiqi unconsciously leaned closer to the heater, stopping when she found the most comfortable position. I have something to discuss with you. Shaohang Thou Wen. He had just eaten and was feeling a bit bloated in what one might call a sage state. If Yang Qiqi intended to sell her beauty now, she was mistaken. His standards were quite high at the moment. I know where there are large supplies, even live poultry. Really? Xiaohang's eyes lit up immediately. My request is simple. 1/3. I want 1/3, and you must guarantee my safety here. Yang Qiqi originally intended to merge with Xiaohang, but that woman earlier had awakened her to a new reality. 1/5, Xiaohang pondered. 4/10 at the very least. Just 1/5. Or I can just grab you and get it out of you. Seeing the fierce glint in Xiaohang's eyes, Yang Qiqi swallowed hard and compromised. The Zhou family. Turns out they're that wealthy. You can go. I'll notify you once the supplies are secured. No, I'm staying right here. Yang Qiqi didn't want to leave. This place was warm and clean, and she was even willing to accompany Xiaohang. But she was truly overthinking it. In the end, Xiaohang did not drive Yang Qiqi away, but he also wouldn't support her for free. Whether or not she was useful was one thing. Whether she would actually work was another. Xiefeng, come in here for a moment. To avoid prolonging matters, Xiaohang turned around and called Huang Xiefeng in to discuss. However, immediate action was not possible because Su Ziyuan had said he would return. The Zhou family's door is a bit tricky. See if you can find a locksmith or a suitable tool. As a property management company, they usually had contacts with locksmiths, and Huang Xiefeng happened to know one who lived nearby and could reach out. In addition, Xiaohang also instructed him to find a cutting machine. Seeing Xiaohang place such importance on Yang Qiqi made her happy. Initially, she had not wanted to cooperate with Xiaohang, but with Tang Yili and Sun Chenghao being so useless, she had no choice. Indeed, Yang Qiqi never thought the previous failure had anything to do with her. It was all the fault of those two men. That was why she sought out Xiaohang. As for whether Zhou Lin or the Zhou family had made mistakes, there was definitely some fault. First of all, after AI Bing's death, Zhou Lin not licking her boots was the biggest mistake. A sycophant should have the awareness of a sycophant. Who he licked was not the point. At least she wasn't like AI Bing, who was all about one-sided affection. This was Yang Qiqi's logic and also the logic of many women like her. Who says women lack logic? And when they become ruthless, they are no less than men. Yang Qiqi looked down on Zhou Lin from the core of her being, thinking he was indecisive and wouldn't even kill. Yes, that was Yang Qiqi's belief. If she knew that Zhou Lin had managed to survive until now simply because he wanted to connect with Chao Bowen through her, she would wonder what her feelings would be. However, Zhou Lin had already decided to give up. At present, it seemed that Yang Qiqi held no weight in Chao Bowen's heart. Otherwise, he would have contacted her long ago. Originally, he had no deep-seated hatred for Yang Qiqi. If she could have been honest and successfully lured Chao Bowen, Zhou Lin wouldn't have minded having another person in the house. But now, Zhou Lin had already sentenced Yang Qiqi and Tang Yili to death in his heart. In fact, what Yang Qiqi was doing now was all within Zhou Lin's expectations. Otherwise, how could he have proposed such exchange conditions to Su Ziyuan? Now it remained to be seen whether the command center would agree. Chapter 55. No more transactions impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Pingping strongly opposed the idea of allowing firearms to be distributed to the public. In today's good May, there are already gangs that value money over lives. If these people get their hands on guns, how chaotic would it become? Not to mention the ordinary people, even the military might be attacked. Yi Xinxiao also opposed it in his heart, but Zhu Guanghan had not yet expressed his stance, so he refrained from voicing his opinion. Letting Wang Pingping shout a bit was also part of the political wisdom that had been cultivated in Xia country for thousands of years. But we really need that batch of frozen meat, Su Ziyuan whispered. A pistol with dozens of bullets, I think it's not a big deal. Zhu Guanghan stubbed out the cigarette that was about to burn his fingers in the ashtray and asked, Old Yi, what do you think? Actually, guns are not the problem. As a professional soldier, he hit the nail on the head with one sentence. Without bullets, a gun is no better than a knife, or even worse than a firewood stick. Wang Pingping wanted to say more, but a glance from Yi Xiao silenced him. The key is the number of bullets. It is our tradition not to take a single needle or thread from the common people. We can't neglect this just because of a disaster. I think trading 10 pounds of pork for a bullet is quite reasonable. I personally think old Ye's suggestion is very reasonable. What do you all think? Zhu Guanghan was the first to agree. And what else could the others say? With the organization's decision in hand, Su Ziyuan returned to Lanshan community. He still only had the qualification to talk between the two gates, but at least he could have hot tea, so it wasn't a total loss. I didn't expect the government to be so stingy, Zhou Lin laughed. Trading 10 pounds of frozen meat for a bullet, by today's prices, that's more precious than gold. However, Su Ziyuan had his reasoning. The government does not encourage private fights. Many disputes among the people can often be resolved just by showing a gun. The Zhou family's desire for self-protection does not need to be piled up with bullets. Under no circumstances can we shoot unless absolutely necessary. And even if we do, it should be for warning purposes. So the bullet I got for 10 pounds of frozen meat can only be used to shoot into the air? Director Su, do you think that's reasonable? I think it's very reasonable. Sometimes the key is not from 1 to infinity, but from 0 to 1. The price was non-negotiable. And in the end, Zhou Lin wrote down the location of the cold storage and the amount of frozen meat inside on a piece of paper. The guns can be given to you first, and the bullets will be delivered after we verify. Su Ziyuan placed a Type 92 pistol on the table. It looked unused, with the gun oil still uncleaned. Zhou Lin didn't care about the method of transaction. After all, the disaster response headquarters shouldn't be defaulting on debts. As for the frozen meat in the cold storage, it had originally been left over from that time, totaling about 1,000 pounds. 100 bullets were inconsequential to Zhou Lin. Why do you never ask us why we have guns? Zhou Lin lay on the bed, watching Wu Shui pack her clothes. Although she didn't need to change much when going out, she still had to wash what needed washing. Some things, if you keep digging too deep, you might end up getting annoyed. Even if you're not annoyed, you'll always be on guard against me. In the past, if things got tough, you could still get a divorce, but now there's no such option, right? Truly insightful. Zhou Lin was at a loss for words, and he felt a bit uneasy inside. You've been monitoring my health data recently. Do you have any conclusions? Yes. Wu Shui closed the wardrobe and sat down beside Zhou Lin. Do you want to hear? Of course. So far, if what I learned before is correct, it means you are wrong. What do you mean? Zhou Lin sat up and asked. Wu Shui pinched Zhou Lin's abdominal muscles. Although there's not much difference in appearance, a human cannot have that kind of data. However, my worldview doesn't allow me to accept the supernatural. So you are wrong. Your existence is the greatest insult to modern medicine. After saying this seriously, Wu Shui couldn't hold back her laughter. Look at your gloomy face. Don't worry, even though you're stronger than a normal person, with the end of the world, such things have occurred. What can I accept? Besides, no woman would dislike her husband being strong, unless her husband is abusive. Will you abuse me? Hard to say. Zhou Lin suddenly jumped up and pressed Wu Shui down. Today, let you experience it. Evolution level exceeds 3, which means Zhou Lin's physical quality is 3 times that of a normal person. Earlier, she confidently said that no woman would dislike a strong husband. She would soon realize she was wrong. Happiness is one thing, but after the happiness, Wu Shui became worried again. However, this was something she couldn't discuss with Zhou Lin, so she could only find her mother-in-law, Cheng Yali. Don't worry. Our family's conditions are completely fine. In the past, when I was with old Zhou, we were still busy with our careers. And now we're idle to the point of getting sick. But Wu Shui still worried. Under the current conditions, a natural birth is fine. But what if a cesarean section is needed? Can she perform it on herself? Besides, the supplies at home are always limited. Eating away at our resources will eventually lead to a day when we run out. At that time, will the child have to suffer along with us? Eating away at our resources? Cheng Yali was slightly taken aback, then said in a low voice, I can't guarantee anything else but for food and necessities. Don't worry. Even if you have 10 or 8 children, we won't run out. 10 or 8. Wu Shui gasped, thinking about how much supplies the Zhou family had hidden. A few tons or several dozens of tons. It couldn't be hundreds of tons, right? And with so many supplies, this house definitely wouldn't hold them all. She often visited the tool room. Could they be hidden somewhere else? Even so, Wu Shui's concerns could not be dispelled. But for now, she kept them hidden in her heart. A couple of days later, Su Ziyuan made a special trip, delivering bullets while also expressing gratitude to the Zhou family. In addition to over 200 pounds of frozen pork, they also found over 100 chickens in the cold storage. So 100 chickens for 20 bullets? Zhou Lin laughed. To be precise, it's 10 bullets. The other 10 are a bonus, Su Ziyuan replied. How generous. Please thank the commander on my behalf. I'm very satisfied with this transaction. Su Ziyuan smiled slightly, just about to speak when Zhou Lin said again, no more transactions in the future. Su Ziyuan awkwardly took his leave, not even having a sip of tea. Want you offend him like this? What if he gives us a hard time? Sheng Yali was somewhat worried. And Wu Shui also felt that, after all, they were official, and there was no need to sour the relationship. But Zhou Lin didn't think so. This is the end of the world, the end of the world. Kindness and cowardice are original sins. If you don't act strong, you'll become someone else's meat, real meat. Wu Shui was a bit frightened and trembled, saying, it can't be that cruel. How can people eat? Sister-in-law, you're naive. Brother is right. The most ruthless thing in all existence is humanity. Zhou Li raised her phone, saying someone had already admitted it on the forum. Admitted? Admitted what? Eating people? Wu Shui's face turned pale instantly, and she ran toward the bathroom. Brother, the road ahead is long. Zhou Li pointed at Wu Shui's back. To this, Zhou Lin could only shrug, and then followed her. On the other side, Xiao Hang judged that Su Ziyuan probably wouldn't come for a while. What a pity about that frozen meat. If you had told me earlier, it would have been great. At that time, I was still locked on the rooftop, Yang Qiqi said with a pout. Are we going to make a move? We'll make a move once Wang Xiefeng brings back the locksmith. Chapter 56, I also have parents. The eternal night has no sun. The daytime is a patch of darkness, and the night is even darker. Many people have their biological clocks disrupted because of this, but Zhou Lin's family is doing well. With heating and lighting, Wu Shui, as the family health doctor, insists that everyone live according to a normal schedule, which is better for health. After midnight, while everyone else was asleep, only Zhou Lin was still on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. The Doomsday Human Alliance Forum has recently seen an increasing number of new members, and all sections are becoming lively. Just a couple of days ago, a regional section was launched, and Zhou Lin was currently browsing the Bashu section of the Xia country. The total number of posts was less than 2,000, with over 500 new posts today, most of which were looking for people or supplies, and there were also some extremely bored people analyzing this and that. Zhou Lin wasn't particularly interested in the posts looking for people, but he found several supply exchange posts quite intriguing. Once valuable antiques, gems, and luxury goods are now bowing their lofty heads before food and medicine. A diamond ring for 10 jin of rice. A painting worth millions exchanged for 100 jin of staple food. Bags worth tens of thousands exchanged for a few buns. Unfortunately, transportation is inconvenient. Otherwise, he could trade for some. He thought to himself, wait until the eternal night passes and then see. After all, it doesn't hurt to wait a bit. Just as Zhou Lin was lost in thought, the monitor suddenly emitted a buzzing alarm. Someone was at the blast-proof door. At this time, a thief. He quickly turned off the alarm to avoid disturbing others, muttering as he brought up the surveillance footage, and then he was surprised to see who it was. Sun Qinghao was sneaking around at the door, not even using a flashlight, just lightly knocking on the door. If it weren't for the camera, no one would have heard him. After controlling the camera to look around and confirming it was only Sun Qinghao, Zhou Lin went to open the door. What are you doing here? Big brother, major intel. I have major intel. Sun Qinghao glanced around the dark corridor. Can I come in to talk? Major intel? Zhou Lin frowned and let Sun Qinghao into the hallway. Take your time. The small tea table had not been moved, and the corridor was almost becoming the Zhou family's living room, specifically for receiving guests. Big brother, the property manager, Xiao, is colluding with Yang Qiqi. They want to rob you. Rob me? It might happen in just a few days, Sun Qinghao said. Zhou Lin laughed. Aren't you on their side? Why would you want to tip me off? Because after reflecting these past few days, I feel you are more like the protagonist in a novel. The protagonist in a novel? Zhou Lin was amused and asked how Sun Qinghao thought that, mainly because of AI Bing and Yang Qiqi. Those two are typical green tea bitches. Generally speaking, anyone who blindly licks green tea is a villain, while the one repeatedly targeted by the green tea usually ends up being the protagonist. Brother, do you think I'm right? Just because of this? Hey, Sun Qinghao rubbed his hands and pointed at the blast-proof door behind him. Isn't it obvious? Indeed, no one alive is simple. Sun Qinghao was clearly starting to suspect that the Zhou family had prepared in advance. This suspicion didn't mean he wanted to do anything. He just simply wanted to cling to a big thigh. Wait, Zhou Lin went in to get a package of food, wanting to send Sun Qinghao away. But Sun Qinghao surprisingly didn't take it, looking at Zhou Lin with pitiful eyes. I've lived my life, and no, I haven't contributed much to society. But my parents are still alive. If there's a chance, I want to go back, even if I can't help them with much, just to be together. Together in perfect order? Zhou Lin's words left Sun Qinghao speechless, tears welling up in his eyes, unsure whether to cry or hold it back. How about I give you a hand-cranked flashlight? As long as you have hands, it won't run out of power. Aren't you going to find your parents? Actually, they are divorced. Sun Qinghao wiped his face, awkwardly smiling. I noticed. No, you can see that? Zhou Lin nodded seriously. I don't lack food. I have other things too, but I'm not a good person, I don't have morals, and I certainly don't have sympathy or pity, so. I get it. Sun Qinghao picked up the package of food from the small tea table. Brother, from now on, you are my brother. And I'm your undercover agent infiltrating the enemy. Not that exaggerated. I mean, Yang Qiqi and the others aren't even qualified to be my enemies. They're just some little cockroaches, mainly annoying. I understand. Brother, from now on, I am your cockroach poison. One pill kills a whole nest. Sun Qinghao left. Whether he could kill a whole nest, Zhou Lin couldn't guarantee. But that guy was a true scoundrel, likely due to a troubled childhood and lacking ability. His greatest contribution to society was merely being a number. But how was Zhou Lin different from Sun Qinghao before his rebirth? There was no difference. Both were just numbers. And more than 95% of people in this world are just numbers. Well, someone like Wu Shui should barely not count. But so what? Zhou Lin felt that even if he didn't awaken any powers or evolve after his rebirth, he would still strive to live on. Sometimes living on insent entirely for oneself. A newborn baby has no survival ability, and by the time they can think about this issue, they've already accrued a significant debt that needs to be repaid. Sometimes Zhou Lin would think, could his rebirth be to repay debts? After all, in his previous life, didn't he take good care of his parents, and didn't he even know if they were alive or dead? So saying that he was collecting debts from AI Bing, Tang Ili, and those people was reasonable. What I owe in my previous life, I'll repay with both principal and interest. What I was owed in my previous life, I'll have it returned in pieces. As for Xiao Hang, he could only blame himself for having thoughts he shouldn't have. Perhaps Xiao Hang didn't think he did anything wrong. Just like Sun Qinghao said, everyone wants to live, and he has no exception. It's just that he had more thoughts than Sun Qinghao. Not only did he want to live, but he also wanted to live more comfortably and impressively. So he chose to cooperate with Yang Qiqi. The locksmith arrived. Huang Xiefeng brought him over from a neighboring community for just a bag of bread. He looked like a very honest person. After all, if he looked like a thief at first glance, the police department probably wouldn't issue him a locksmith license. However, even the most honest person might choose to take risks in the face of hunger and death. Moreover, it was just opening a door. This door can't be opened. Upon seeing the blast-proof door of Zhou Lin's house for the first time, the locksmith started shaking his head. How do you know it can't be opened if you haven't even tried? Huang Xiefeng slapped the back of the locksmith's head, the sound crisp. Big brother, are you talking about opening a security door? Is this a security door? The locksmith held his head with one hand and pointed at the blast-proof door with the other. If it's not a security door, what is it? This is called a blast-proof door. It's designed to prevent violence, not just explosions. All I need is to poke it with a tool, and the locks will all be deadlocked. You can't even blow it open with explosives. It's not much different from what banks use for their vaults. Damn. Huang Xiefeng turned to Xiao Hang. Boss, what do we do? Chapter 57. Zhou Lin stick a private residence using a bank vault style? One can only say, the rich should die. With so much money, wouldn't it be better to donate it? How can thieves and locksmiths survive? Xiao Hang really wanted to drag Zhou Lin out and ask him what the hell he was thinking, waving his hand to let the locksmith leave. Xiao Hang gritted his teeth and prepared to act. The oxyacetylene flame, with a maximum temperature of 3,000 degrees, can easily overpower common metals. There's no need to rely on outsiders to operate the oxyacetylene flame. Huang Xiefeng can handle it since he used to work in a factory. The purple-white flame was particularly dazzling in the dim corridor, and Yang Qiqi felt tears welling up, her vision becoming a sparkling blur. She hurriedly stepped back, turning her head away from the flame, and her eyes felt a bit more comfortable. Further away, Sun Chenghao hid in the darkness, silently clenching his fists. Although he was a thug, who said thugs lack the ability to discern right from wrong? Thugs actually prefer good people more than good people do, because good people are easier to manipulate. That's why Sun Chenghao didn't approach. He wanted to keep his distance from Xiao Hang and his crew, especially that woman Yang Qiqi. Generally speaking, green tea bitches not only meet a bad end, but also drag those around them into trouble. Since he had already mentally placed Zhou Lin as the main character, Sun Chenghao felt he needed to maintain his position. Constantly jumping around would easily lead to falling and getting crushed. Seeing Huang Xiefeng slowly approach the blast-proof door, Sun Chenghao became a bit worried. Could it really end like this? The end of the show? They actually brought this thing? Inside, Zhou Lin's family was already up. When Zhou Lin saw the bright flames on the screen, he felt a bit troubled. It wasn't that they couldn't handle it. It would be easy to take them down, but the aftermath would be troublesome, especially that Xiao Hang, who was just a property manager in peacetime, not considered a big deal. But now the authorities seemed to acknowledge his management status, as Suzy Yuan had contacted Xiao Hang several times during his visits. It wasn't that all property managers received official attention. It was mainly because Xiao Hang had shown himself to be worthy of it. He's a talent. I'll go take a look. Zhou Lin changed his clothes and stepped outside. At this moment, Huang Xiefeng had adjusted the oxyacetylene flame to its highest temperature, preparing to bring it to the blast-proof door. The door opened. Yang Qiqi let out a low gasp. Huang Xiefeng paused. Xiao Hang narrowed his eyes, and Sun Chenghao's eyes widened. They really weren't afraid of death. Zhou Lin's gaze skipped over Huang Xiefeng and landed directly on Xiao Hang behind him. Manager, Xiao. What does this mean? Cough, cough. Xiao Hang cleared his throat. He had already considered this situation and stepped forward. It's nothing much. I just heard your family has quite a bit of supplies, so I wanted to ask you to share some. Let's enjoy the blessings together. Share? With whom? You or her? Zhou Lin smiled, and then revealed the stick behind him. It was the kind of rubber baton used by the police. As long as it didn't hit the head, it generally wouldn't kill, but it could still cause serious injury. It all depended on the wielder's intent. Huang Xiefeng, dropping the spray gun, wiped his lower back and surprisingly revealed the same kind of baton, grinning at Zhou Lin. Kid, are you looking to fight? You're still too green. Xiao Hang didn't just bring Huang Xiefeng as a security guard. Besides the bystander Sun Chenghao, there were also two tall, strong guys, but compared to Huang Xiefeng, they still had a bit of shame. Stealing from their own wasn't something they were comfortable with. However, many times, a bottom line is like underwear. When the benefits are big enough, it can easily be discarded. Charge in. Xiao Hang thought for a moment and decided to end it quickly. After all, this was the top floor. As long as they didn't cause a ruckus, he could enjoy a good life. Unless that bitch Yang Qiqi lied. But even if the Zhou family didn't have that many supplies, wasn't there still Wu Shui? Huang Xiefeng shouted, but he didn't actually charge forward. He was waiting for the other two security guards. He thought that rich people like Zhou Lin wouldn't easily resort to violence, which just showed he hadn't truly cared about Tang Yili. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so naive. Fool! Zhou Lin walked out from behind the blast-proof door and raised his hand to strike Huang Xiefeng on the head. Normally, someone who really knows how to use a stick wouldn't do this. It's too easy to block and would waste energy. Huang Xiefeng reacted well and raised his hand to block. He thought he could stop it. What he didn't expect was that Zhou Lin's strength would be so great that he couldn't even muster the strength to resist. He only felt a buzzing in his head before losing consciousness. Perhaps it was because Huang Xiefeng fell too quickly that the two security guards on either side hadn't had the chance to act and hurriedly stood still, staring at Zhou Lin, who was calmly collecting his stick, swallowing hard. You two come at me together? No, no. The two security guards waved their hands repeatedly. What a joke. Huang Xiefeng's baton was bent at a 90-degree angle. It was a steel-core rubber baton, and it just broke like that. Moreover, Huang Xiefeng was still lying there. It was a cautionary tale. Damn! The two guards' cowardice made Xiaohang curse under his breath, feeling they were unreliable. He still hadn't realized the gap between him and Zhou Lin, only thinking that Huang Xiefeng must have been careless and didn't dodge. If Huang Xiefeng had used a knife, it would have been different. After all, ordinary people react very differently to a baton than to a knife. Since Huang Xiefeng had fallen and the two guys were hesitant, Xiaohang decided to take matters into his own hands. He had a knife, a military-style dagger, with a blade of over 20 centimeters, shining bright. Whether it was useful or not was uncertain, but it was certainly intimidating. A white knife going in would definitely come out red. If you don't want me to stab a few holes in you, kneel down. Xiaohang waved the knife a few times, feigning ferocity. Zhou Lin raised his stick. He had just used a bit too much strength, and the stick was slightly deformed. Come on, let us see if I don't hit you so hard your mother won't recognize you. Damn. Usually, Xiaohang was quite calm, but at this moment, he was really getting worked up, charging forward despite knowing Zhou Lin was tough to deal with. A knife is more dangerous than a stick. That's ordinary people's thinking. For real experts, the level of threat often directly relates to length. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying that an inch longer is an inch stronger. This saying doesn't emphasize whether it's a stick or a knife. The evolution brought to Zhou Lin wasn't just strength. His speed and accuracy had also greatly improved. It looked like he casually swung a stick, but it perfectly struck Xiaohang's wrist holding the knife. This was still because Zhou Lin didn't want to kill Xiaohang with one blow. Otherwise, he was confident he could knock Xiaohang away before the knife even touched him. With a crack, Xiaohang let out a cry and dropped the knife. Holding his right wrist with his left hand, hopping backward in pain, jumping continuously. It hurt, that went without saying, but the key was fear. He was afraid Zhou Lin would take advantage of the situation and not show mercy. Bitch, stop. Zhou Lin ingot Xiaohang, keeping an eye on Yang Qiqi in the corner. Now seeing that Yang Qiqi had the intention to escape, Zhou Lin shouted loudly while shaking his hand to bring the stick crashing down towards Yang Qiqi. It was really a smash. The stick flew horizontally, whistling through the air. And when Yang Qiqi heard the sound and turned to look, Chapter 58, A Good Dog. When Yang Qiqi heard the sound of the wind and turned her head, it was already too late. Zhou Lin's stick was not only thick and heavy, but also fast. A sharp pain shot through her waist, and she instantly lost her balance, flailing dramatically. If she hadn't managed to prop herself up with her hands in time, her chin would have likely been shattered. Did I let you go? Zhou Lin said, stepping on Yang Qiqi's waist. Isn't it good to be alive with food and drink? Why do you have to court death? I'm wrong, Zhou Lin. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Yang Qiqi struggled to turn her head, but couldn't see Zhou Lin's face. She didn't dare to resist and could only cry continuously. Women are made of water. Regardless of good or bad, tears come easily. But Zhou Lin was immune. In the apocalypse, those who have endured it are not swayed by tears. Even blood tears are useless. Yang Qiqi felt her waist throb with even more pain, as if her kidney were about to be crushed. Spare me, please. Spare me. Two security guards ran away. It was too cruel. Hitting a woman. Xiaohang also wanted to run, but Zhou Lin snorted coldly, and he dared not move, obediently standing against the wall as if he were in the general manager's office. As for Sun Qinghao, Zhou Lin had just given him a look, signaling him not to show up. I'm willing to be your servant. Really, I won't misbehave again. I promise. Yang Qiqi continued to plead for mercy. You come here. Zhou Lin pointed at Xiaohang. Is there anything I can help you with? Xiaohang straightened up again, putting on a sincere expression as if he were sincerely serving the homeowners. There is. I really dislike this woman. What do you think we should do? This. She isn't from our community. I'll just kick her out. Hearing this, Yang Qiqi felt a glimmer of hope. Anything was fine as long as she could survive. She truly sensed Zhou Lin's murderous intent, sending chills down her spine. Kick her out? No. A woman like her should have her legs broken first before being kicked out. Xiao, you are truly vicious. Yang Qiqi cursed loudly, but Xiaohang eager to convey goodwill to Zhou Lin, kicked her in the face. Allyship? To hell with allyship. Better a dead friend than a living enemy. Promising future. Zhou Lin patted Shihuang's shoulder. Where were? Shihuang smiled obsequiously. I'll go call someone right now. Call who? You came up with the idea. You should do it. Otherwise, how can I see your sincerity? By the way, what about that Tang Yili? He's almost dead. Shihuang pointed at Yang Qiqi. This woman said she specifically went to see him last night. So you think that Tang Yili died because of this woman? Yes, she killed him. Shihuang replied immediately. Zhou Lin nodded. So what are you waiting for? Do you want me to teach you? As Zhou Lin spoke, he took out a phone. Good. When Shihuang saw the phone's flash go off, he understood what was happening. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to pick up the stick from the ground with his left hand and gritted his teeth, aiming at Yang Qiqi's legs. Ah, Shihuang, you bastard. Zhou Lin, may you die a horrible death. Yang Qiqi did not want her legs broken. What was the difference between that and death? But Zhou Lin's foot on her waist felt as heavy as a mountain, making it impossible for her to struggle. Shihuang swung the stick with all his might, but it was aimed at Zhou Lin's face. He didn't care about Yang Qiqi. He just couldn't bear to stay under someone else's roof. As long as Zhou Lin was alive, Shihuang, couldn't rise above. If he couldn't even control a small community, how could he talk about rising in chaotic times? So Shihuang wanted to take a gamble. Winning the Lanshan community would mean he built his own territory, and if he lost, well, he would just get beaten up. He thought Zhou Lin wanted him to act out of concern for potential government repercussions. Smack! Zhou Lin easily caught the end of the stick. Manager Xiao, you're making this very difficult for me. Shihuang tried to pull back, but the stick didn't budge. I was wrong. He took a step back, bowing like a Japanese, his face full of sincerity. So, Zhou Lin smiled, still not lifting his foot, but slowly pulled out a handgun from his waistband. Bang! Without any explanation, the flames bursting from the gun and the deafening gunshots spoke volumes. The bullet ricocheted off the walls of the corridor, sparking flames. Do you think you can report me to the government? Have you thought about what benefits Director Su gave me to take away that over 1,000 pounds of frozen meat? Looking at the smoking gun, Shihuang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I understand now. You're in charge of this community from now on. I'm just your dog. Woof woof. Please let me go. I'll break this woman's legs right now. Yang Qiqi no longer dared to struggle. She never expected Zhou Lin would have a gun, and that it was given to him by the government. A gun that can be taken out openly represents power in Xia country, an unparalleled power for ordinary people. I can give you a chance. Tang Yili can die. She killed him, but she can't die yet. She must suffer more than death. Zhou Lin whispered in Shihuang's ear. You can either run far away or be a good dog. I actually like raising dogs. As long as you obey, I can give you meat, bones, and leftovers. Understand? Understood, master. Shihuang looked solemn, like a German shepherd. Leave everything to me. You'll be satisfied. No, Zhou Lin. Spare me. Spare me. I could be your dog, really any kind of dog. Ah. Before Yang Qiqi could finish her sentence, Shihuang acted. This time he truly dared not have any crooked thoughts. The stick struck hard against Yang Qiqi's thigh. Her fair, delicate skin couldn't withstand it and burst open, causing her to faint from the pain. Stop! Seeing the blood seeping through Yang Qiqi's cotton pants, Zhou Lin quickly ordered Shihuang to halt. You're going to hurt her too much? Let me handle it. Yes, sorry to trouble you, master. Putting away his phone, Zhou Lin lightly tapped Yang Qiqi's leg, trying not to cause an open fracture, which would make her die faster. Hearing the crisp sound of bones cracking, Shihuang was secretly horrified. Now he realized how terrifying Zhou Lin was. Even without a gun, killing him would likely be no more effort than squashing a fly. So what was he thinking earlier? Drag her away. I'll give you some anti-inflammatory medicine later. If her wound gets infected, feed it to her. And that guy, hurry up and get rid of him. He is annoying to look at. Okay, master, right away. Shihuang couldn't drag Huang Xiefeng and Yang Qiqi himself. But the two security guards hadn't run far and returned obediently after a few shouts. 10 minutes later, the corridor was clean again. Zhou Lin nodded in satisfaction and had Shihuang wait at the door. I keep my word. I assume you won't lack food but this. Thank you, master. Shihuang beamed, a whole pack of cigarettes. Although it wasn't Huazi, it was still good enough to smoke. What more could he ask for? After sending Xiao Hang into the house, Zhou Kaijun and the others gathered around. They had just watched the entire live broadcast, and now Wu Shui's face was pale, clearly frightened. Chapter 59. Going out to practice shooting. What if Xiao Hang turns against us? This is what Qingyali and Wu Shui are worried about. Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Lin don't have such doubts. He wouldn't dare, Zhou Kaijun said. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one go. Brother, next time be more decisive when you act. Dragging your feet is not the way of a good cook. Qingyali couldn't take it anymore and gave Zhou Lin a smack on the head. What are you talking about? Always talking about killing. Aren't you a girl? Mom, we shouldn't be too forgiving. Reading 100 times, its meaning becomes apparent. You should read more post-apocalyptic novels. Zhou Kaijun stepped forward to hold Qingyali back. The kid is right. You need to adapt slowly. All you do is talk. Why didn't you go out just now? How can you as a father? Let your son take risks. Qingyali was pulled away by Zhou Kaijun, and Zhou Lin also went upstairs, still half asleep. Only Wu Shui was left. Unsure of what to say, feeling a bit flustered. She knew Zhou Lin hadn't done anything wrong, but she couldn't quite convince herself. That woman, Yang Qiqi, deserves to die, but just think if we didn't have the bomb-proof door, no guns, and I didn't have my current strength. Wu Shui was a smart person and quickly began to tremble slightly. You're right. She stepped forward to hug Zhou Lin, placing her smoke-scented palm on her lips, asking when he would teach her to shoot, as she was afraid she wouldn't hit the target. Anytime, but we need to change locations. Most of the time. The eternal night is very quiet, quiet like heaven, with no sound of sinners' screams. Even practicing shooting in the tool room can be heard for miles. A couple of times is fine, but how can you practice shooting well with only 1 or 2 tries? So it's better to go out to practice. Zhou Lin thought the last auto city was quite good. He could also collect some materials while he was at it. There is no need for that. The next day, Qingyali strongly opposed it. But Wu Shui really wanted to go out for some fresh air. Those who labor with their minds control others, while those who labor with their bodies are controlled. I want to go, Zhou Lin said. Still the familiar sled and skis after the two went downstairs. Zhou Lin stopped by the property office. The master has arrived. Xiao Hang had a joyful expression, showing no signs of deceit, even with other security guards in the room. Don't worry, master, that woman is still alive. Xiao Hang pointed to the stove area, where a filthy Yang Qiqi was curled up in a blanket that was unrecognizable in color, glaring at Wu Shui next to Zhou Lin with hatred. This woman must have replaced her position in Zhou Lin's heart. Otherwise, how could Zhou Lin treat her like this? If looks could kill, Wu Shui would be riddled with wounds, wishing for death yet unable to die. Good job. Zhou Lin tossed a box of ergot that he had prepared in advance onto the sofa and started to distribute it. But don't get drunk. Thank you, master. Don't you all thank the master together? Thank you, master. Among those who expressed their gratitude loudly was Huang Xiefeng, whose head was wrapped in bandages. One must admit this kid has a tough life. Zhou Lin thought that blow would send Huang Xiefeng to practice a new number, but unexpectedly, he pulled through. It doesn't matter. When the sled passed through the community gate, Zhou Lin glanced around and noticed many traces at the entrance. Although chaotic, he could roughly distinguish what types of vehicles had left them. Due to the fast speed, strong wind, and low temperature, Wu Shui didn't speak the entire way. She didn't even know how long it would take to go a certain distance. Last time when she came out with Huang Minjing, Zhou Lin hadn't prepared a heater for her, nor thick fur blankets. With these windbreaks and warm items, Zhou Lin could rush directly to the auto city in one breath. It hasn't snowed much these days, so from a distance, Zhou Lin felt something was off. It was like this when he left last time. The originally flat snowfield was gone, replaced by large pits dug everywhere, with slanted ramps allowing vehicles to reach the bottom of the pits. Someone had been here, and it was a large group. It's obvious that the only force capable of this in Jiazhua City is the government. Damn, I'm late. Wang Pingping had said the same thing. When the people below reported that many off-road vehicles and parts were missing from the auto city, Wang Pingping immediately thought of the last experience. We must catch this lawless gang and execute them. All of them. When Wang Pingping was about to leave, he originally thought of leaving a few spies behind. just in case that gang came back. However, he ultimately gave up. In such a cold place, no one could stay, and leaving anyone behind would be a death sentence. Zhou Lin took Wu Shui around, confirming no one was active before sneaking into a showroom. Damn, the showroom was cleaner than if a dog had licked it, with even tables and chairs taken away, leaving nothing behind. Come on. Suppressing his anger, Zhou Lin began to teach Wu Shui how to use a gun. There was no need to worry about the consumption of bullets. Zhou Lin carefully collected every shell, and if it weren't for the difficulty of retrieving the bullet heads, he wouldn't let those go either. The thick layer of snow was the best target. Using a portable LED light to shine a halo on it saved the trouble of changing targets. The only concern was the LED light itself. I can't do it anymore. I can't feel my hands. No matter how little the recoil of the pistol, emptying 3 to 5 magazines in a row was still unbearable. But Wu Shui's talent in shooting even surprised Zhou Lin. It's actually very simple. Just align the 3 points in a line. The key is to keep your hands steady and your mind calm. As a surgeon, these are basic skills. Zhou Lin didn't believe Wu Shui's words. What kind of surgeon can hit a target with just 2 or 3 magazines of practice? She must have been a sharpshooter in her past life. Anyway, Zhou Lin couldn't reach this level before evolution. You take a break. I'll leave the gun and bullets here for you. Keep the intercom on, and I'll go around nearby to see if there's anything we can take back. In such a large auto city, it couldn't have been cleaned out completely. With a gun in hand, Wu Shui wasn't too worried, nodding to reassure Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin climbed up a snow pit. He didn't look for those already dug up places, but slowly searched the snowfield based on memory. Hard work pays off. Soon he dug out a consignment store that hadn't been discovered, although it wasn't as high-end as a Four Sons dealership. A capable consignment store not only had a wide variety, but also offered significant discounts, and it could even get rare brands and models, including some that weren't officially released in Xia country. Generally speaking, only those with some ability could run a consignment store. The store Zhou Lin found was quite large. The various vehicles parked in the showroom could be worth 20 to 30 million. Luck. The reason this consignment store was able to survive was due to its relatively remote location. Zhou Lin discovered it by accident. There were several non-standard luxury pickup trucks, Raptors, Qidao, and Tianfeng, with the most popular Raptor in Xia country being the majority, totaling 12 vehicles between the showroom and garage, all collected. 5 parallel imported luxury off-road vehicles, the most expensive being the Kenlan full-size, were collected as well. Zhou Lin didn't miss out on anything that caught his eye, treating it as a reserve for parts. At this moment, Zhou Lin still didn't know that the real treasures were not in the showroom or garage. Chapter 60 Unexpected surprise. The harvest from the exhibition hall and garage made Zhou Lin beam with joy. The delay had been a bit long, but it was still early for dinner. Occasionally chatting with Wu Shui over the intercom, Zhou Lin was worried about any surprises on her end. The eternal night served as the best cover. Unless one had Zhou Lin's night vision ability, they would be exposed by the lights from afar. In the general manager's office, the son of the 4th store, the general manager might just be a high-level worker, but the dealership was not necessarily the same. Zhou Lin originally had no interest in browsing, but upon seeing that door, he felt something was off. The same kind of explosion-proof door was unusual. Standing outside the door, Zhou Lin thought for a moment, then took out a small piece of dynamite from the live fu. He didn't have the ability to open the door. Even ordinary explosives might not suffice. The wall, however, was weaker, being just a layer of red bricks. How strong could it be? The thick layer of snow served as the best soundproofing material. Fortunately, luck was on his side, aside from blowing a big hole in the wall. There were no other consequences. Zhou Lin, did you hear that? Don't be afraid, I just set off a firecracker. Wu Shui went silent. A firecracker? What kind of firecracker was set off when there was neither a festival nor a holiday? Frustrated, but unable to ask or be angry, Wu Shui could only stuff a fully loaded magazine into her gun. However, her right hand hadn't recovered yet. Her fingers, palm, wrist, and even her entire arm were sore. Practicing under such conditions was not only pointless, but also risky. The left hand could also do it. In the spirit of venting her emotions, Wu Shui didn't care where the bullets hit and randomly fired the gun. However, after emptying one magazine, she was stunned. How was it that she seemed to shoot even more accurately than with her right hand? It was true that most real surgeons had equally agile hands. But was performing surgery the same as shooting? Wu Shui decided to give it another try. After all, Zhou Lin had left her several large boxes of bullets, and it wouldn't be easy to exhaust them in a day. Hearing the faint gunfire, Zhou Lin smiled, not expecting Wu Shui to be a violent person as well. This office was quite large. Entering through the blown-open wall, Zhou Lin looked around. From the decor and furniture, he could tell that this general manager was no ordinary person. Just the ebony tea table alone must be worth at least 7 figures. Good stuff, he would take it. The desks and chairs were certainly not cheap either. But Zhou Lin wasn't interested in industrial products. He went straight to the big desk and quickly opened each drawer. Expensive cigars, high-end lighters, exquisite office supplies, and a string of patinaed Z beads. He took them all. A few sets of keys. He completely ignored the paper documents. Was that it? It shouldn't be. He felt like something was missing. What exactly was missing? Sitting in the chair and turning left and right, a sudden thought struck him. A safe. It was unacceptable for such a luxurious office to lack a safe. Fortunately, once he had the idea, it was easy to find. Next to the large desk, a small cabinet against the wall that Zhou Lin had found oddly placed. A casual turn revealed it to be the outer door of a safe. Damn! Seeing the metal with a color similar to the explosion-proof door, Zhou Lin knew he was in trouble. Leaving aside whether it had self-destruct capabilities, he couldn't possibly use explosives on this, right? However, Zhou Lin soon thought of a solution. Using his immense strength, he pried the safe out of the wall with several steel rods, then moved a water cutter from the Lifu maintenance warehouse. The water cutter is a tool that cuts by spraying a high-pressure stream of water mixed with diamond abrasive particles. The fine water jet resembled a shimmering, cylindrical saw blade, slowly cutting through the half-man-high safe. Half an hour later, the entire back of the safe was cut open, crashing to the ground. Inside, aside from some documents that should have been important, the safe contained 50 100-gram gold bars, 3 very unusual men's watches. Zhou Lin initially thought that was all until he discovered a metallic box emitting a white light. He expected it to be some kind of jewelry, but upon opening it, Zhou Lin's expression changed instantly. An ability orb? How could this be? Wasn't it still about 5 years until the first ability orb appeared? Why did the owner of a car dealership in Jiazhou have an ability orb? Pure white, somewhat resembling a colorless ability orb, lay quietly in the velvet center. Someone unfamiliar might mistake it for a large, round, white pearl. But Zhou Lin would not be mistaken. Not knowing what it meant, he decided to take it first. The abilities represented by the orb were not visible. They could only be known after contact and integration. Moreover, Zhou Lin wasn't sure what would happen if he touched the ability orb now. What if the timing wasn't right and touching it could lead to death? That was a possibility too. But in any case, this was a good item if he wanted to keep it safe. He could wait until 5 years later to take it out for his family to try. Checking the time, it was getting late. So Zhou Lin hurried to find Wu Shui. The gunfire continued. When he saw Wu Shui actually shooting with her left hand and hitting the target every time, Zhou Lin was dumbfounded. Were you a sharpshooter delayed by medicine? No, you were the real-life version of the two-gun grandma. What grandma? Wu Shui pouted, fortunately not pointing the gun at Zhou Lin. Are you back? Did you find anything good? Nothing much. Does this count as good? Zhou Lin tossed the gold bars onto the ground, their golden sheen almost dazzling Wu Shui's eyes. In fact, these 50 gold bars were nothing much. Before the apocalypse, they were worth only 1 or 2 luxury SUVs, but Wu Shui couldn't help but sparkle with excitement. Wow, I want it. Put away. Gold wasn't as worthless in the apocalypse as many novels portray. In fact, it was quite the opposite. In Zhou Lin's plans, he intended to visit the gold shops in the city, but they would have to wait a while, just in time to finish before the eternal night ended and the snow melted. Back home, Wu Shui couldn't wait to share the news with Zhou Li. Even her swollen wrist became a badge of honor. During dinner, Wu Shui took out the gold bars and placed them on the coffee table. This is today's unexpected find. Mom, can you put away? Cheng Yali had a beaming smile. These past 2 days, Wu Shui finally changed her tune. Now I'm just waiting for a grandson. Gold. How can gold be more important than a grandson? Put away. Put away. What do I need these for? Cheng Yali waved her hand, then glared at Zhou Lin. Doesn't T, your wife, need to take care of her health? She has been out all day. Her wrist is injured. Next time, if you do this again, believe it or not, I'll break your legs. I want to go, I want to go. Zhou Lin waved his hand. Next time, you take Li. She has been playing with her phone all day. She should read more books. Zhou Li rolled her eyes. Too lazy to argue with Cheng Yali. The IQ gap was too great for them to have common ground. Dad, are you going out to practice shooting? Huh? Is there a chance for me to? I thought you forgot about me. Zhou Kaijun laughed. Of course not. Zhou Lin chuckled awkwardly. I want to practice shooting instead. I want to ask you, are you interested in feed? Chapter 61. The advancing neighbors. Although humans have the most intelligent brains in the animal kingdom, the vast majority of people are still limited by their own perceptions. If it weren't for Zhou Kaijun bringing it up, Zhou Lin would have never thought about stockpiling feed. Is feed unimportant? Certainly not. Usually, people think that feed is only for livestock and not for humans. But in fact, it can be consumed, with at most some adverse reactions, which is much better than starving to death. Dad, why didn't you say this earlier? I just thought of it now. I don't know if the government will take it away. That shouldn't be possible. I see there are still many large supermarkets buried in snow in the city. Zhou Lin said, just give me the locations. I'll go check it out myself. All right. Zhou Kaijun didn't insist. His health had never been very good, and with age, going out would not only fail to help, but could become a burden for Zhou Lin. Honey. Zhou Lin was momentarily stunned before responding. What? Give me the gun again. You already said I'm a two-gun old lady. What if someone causes trouble when you're not around? Okay, for such a request. Zhou Lin felt it was worth the title of honey and naturally agreed. However, he didn't expect that what Wu Shui casually mentioned would happen so quickly. It had been over 20 days since the eternal night fell, and 1/3 of the people in Jiazhou City had gone to official shelters. A quarter had gone to rural relatives, and the rest were struggling to survive. Xiao Hang originally wanted to organize a second collective resource collection, but the security guard who went out to scout was nearly beaten to death, and the matter was left unresolved. However, the people in Lanshan community not going out didn't mean that those outside wouldn't have ideas, especially after searching all the nearby places. Somehow, Lanshan, this well-known affluent area, was rumored to be stocked with a large amount of supplies, rich beyond measure. When Zhou Lin went out last time, he sensed something was off, but he didn't expect the situation to develop so rapidly. Coincidentally, less than 2 hours after Zhou Lin left, scattered lights appeared at the entrance of Lanshan community. Is it the people from the shelter? Director Su didn't notify us. When Xiao Hang walked to the window, those scattered lights had already entered the community, and the number of shadowy figures was quite considerable. Boss, it's bad. The security guard at the gate rushed in and shouted, robbery. They're here to rob us. Robbing us? Xiao Hang was taken aback, thinking, well, I haven't even gone out to rob yet, and I'm being robbed at my own door? Grab your weapons. Let's kill them. After the disaster struck, the property management had only 16 security guards in total, and with the people Xiao Hang recruited, there were fewer than 30. Fortunately, they were all men and not very old, so they still had some combat power. With around 30 people, including Xiao Hang and Sun Qinghao, they swarmed into the community courtyard, charging towards those scattered lights. There was no need for questions. Xiao Hang, holding a long knife, struck decisively, aiming straight for the first person he encountered. Kill. Fight them. Kill them. Kill them. It was unclear who shouted first, but the originally dispersed lights gradually gathered. During this time, many lights fell to the ground, either extinguished or trampled into the snow. In the blink of an eye, both sides had injuries, and the shouts of killing and screams startled everyone in the community. Some brave homeowners peeked out from their windows and turned back to grab their weapons to prepare to go downstairs to help, while the timid quickly began to lock the doors and drag furniture to reinforce them. It's chaotic downstairs. Wu Shui heard the commotion but couldn't see clearly. Use this. Zhou Li handed her a night vision device. If Wu Shui had known anything about these things, she would have been shocked to see such top-notch active duty equipment from the beautiful country. With Zhou Li's help, after putting on a night vision device, the faint light combined with distance adjustment allowed Wu Shui to see the situation below clearly. Someone is fighting with Xiao Hang and the others. They're not from our community. Oh no, Xiao Hang and the others can't hold on anymore. Wu Shui seemed to be broadcasting live, and Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali listened anxiously. Zhou Li, however, seemed unfazed and casually said, "Maybe someone will come soon." Before her words fell, the alarm buzzed, and outside the blast-proof door, a panting Sun Qinghao was shouting Zhou Lin's name. "I'll go take a look." Cheng Yali went to open the door, and Zhou Kaijun followed. "Uncle, Auntie, is my brother Zhou not here? Hurry, we can't hold on downstairs. There are too many people outside." Sun Qinghao had blood streaming down his forehead, his mouth was cut, and there were many other places on his body that had been slashed, but he was only saved from serious injury by his thick clothing. "Forget it. I'll go take a look." Zhou Kaijun thought for a moment and said, "No, I'm going." Cheng Yali insisted. "I should go. My shooting is good," Wu Shui said. "Sister-in-law should go, Dad. You help keep watch. Mom stays home to protect me." The calmest among the four was Zhou Li, who quickly devised the most advantageous plan. Cheng Yali wanted to argue, but at that moment, her loud voice was ineffective. Before Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui left, Zhou Li leaned close to Wu Shui's ear and whispered a few words. Black Dog wanted to follow them out, but was caught by Cheng Yali, who grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. Seeing Wu Shui and Sun Qinghao surprised, "Sister-in-law, you don't have to go down, right? I'm not going to rely on you." Wu Shui coldly replied, "Hurry up." As they went downstairs, the situation below changed again. One could only say that Xiao Hang and the others had done their best. It wasn't that they weren't trying, but the enemy was too fierce. Not only were they all injured, but several had already been scattered. It was unclear if they had run away or had been knocked down. In desperation, Xiao Hang and the others fought while retreating, and he didn't know what he was thinking, but they ended up retreating step by step to the entrance hall of Building 8. "Close the door, close the door." Xiao Hang was covered in blood. Some of it his, some of it others, with a wound on his forehead. His clothes were covered in marks from fists and feet and were ripped and torn, clearly showing how intense the battle had been. The last security guard who made it inside managed to close the glass door. But how could tempered glass withstand the frenzied strikes of iron rods and knives? With a few bangs, it shattered into pieces. "Damn it, let's fight." Xiao Hang gritted his teeth, just about to lead the charge when suddenly a gunshot rang out from behind. "Guns! They have guns!" Xiao Hang initially thought Zhou Lin had arrived, but when he turned around, he only saw Zhou Kaijun with a serious expression and Wu Shui wearing night vision goggles. "How'd she come down?" Xiao Hang glanced at Sun Qinghao, and just as he was about to speak, he noticed Wu Shui holding a gun, the barrel still smoking. So it was Wu Shui who fired the shot just now? That woman. Just one gun. What's there to be afraid of? Charge in. One gun can't kill many people. Grab her gun. The enemy's restlessness made Xiao Hang tense up again. It was no longer a matter of whether they could fight back. Xiao Hang couldn't help but curse Sun Qinghao and the Zhou family for allowing Wu Shui to take the gun out, even if it was given to Zhou Kaijun. However, Wu Shui not only didn't back down, but stepped forward again, giving one last warning: leave the community immediately now. Chapter 62. Wu Shui went crazy. What's so scary? A gun can't scare anyone. Exactly. Not bad looking. Let's rob together. Go. It must be said that people can easily be driven by collective emotions. Normally, when someone sees a real gun, they would instinctively feel fear, but at this moment, due to the influence of collective emotions, they not only ignored the threat posed by bullets, but even thought about taking advantage of Wu Shui. Seeing the other party getting excited, Xiao Hang thought to himself that this was bad, and turned to Wu Shui, saying, "Give me the gun and hurry back to lock the door." His idea wasn't wrong. Even Sun Qinghao nodded in agreement. However, the next moment, Wu Shui pointed the gun at Xiao Hang and said, "Get out of the way." "You." Xiao Hang had to take a step back, thinking that she could be tough, but he couldn't wait to see how she would die later. When Zhou Lin returned, he couldn't be blamed, seeing Wu Shui and Xiao Hang at odds. Those at the door suddenly felt the opportunity had come and rushed towards Wu Shui with a shout. Bang! 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 No one expected Wu Shui would shoot without hesitation. Even more unexpected was that Wu Shui not only had a gun in her right hand, but also in her left hand, shooting like a god. Almost every bullet hit its target, either hitting an arm or a leg. Thick winter coats could withstand blades, but not bullets. By the time Wu Shui emptied 2 magazines, There were almost no standing people at the door. Gulping, watching Wu Shui skillfully reload, Xiaohang turned pale. He never expected that this seemingly delicate woman would not only be skilled with a gun, but also kill without blinking. Xiaohang, who had some other thoughts originally, was now completely extinguished. After reloading, Wu Shui didn't even glance at the people screaming beside her and walked straight past them. What was most unimaginable was that just as she was about to walk out the door, she suddenly stopped and shot at a person on the ground. Damn, that guy hadn't been shot. He was just lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Who knew he would be seen through by Wu Shui? Although it wasn't fatal, it was extremely painful. After being shot, he realized that everything in movies was fake. What kind of counterattack after being shot multiple times? He was in so much pain, he was foaming at the mouth. What counterattack could he manage? The gunshots also alarmed those outside. Some smart ones had already turned to run, but there were always those who weren't afraid. The night vision goggles gave Wu Shui great help. Although she didn't know the people in the community, she could judge them by their movements. Anyone charging at her with a weapon was the enemy. There was no need to hesitate about enemies. Just pull the trigger. It was no different from practicing at the car city, at most just adding some predictions. Basically, wouldn't miss by much. If she did miss, it would just be the enemy's bad luck. By the time she emptied another magazine, no one dared to run towards her anymore. Sister-in-law is mighty. Xiaohang, with fear on his face, slowly walked to Wu Shui's side and said cautiously, "Throw these people at the community entrance. Life and death are fated. Then find some people to block the community gate with snow blocks. And the surrounding walls need to be raised. Finally, pour water to freeze and reinforce. I don't need to teach you this, right?" No need. Xiaohang straightened his chest. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I guarantee I'll complete the task. I'll come back and collect some rice. If there are any injured, whether they're carried up or piggybacked, I can treat them." After saying that, Wu Shui didn't take off the night vision goggles and turned to leave. Zhou Kaijun smiled at Xiaohang. "Young man, you've worked hard." "It's not hard at all, old man." After being praised by Zhou Kaijun, Xiaohang was very excited. Sister-in-law is so cool. At home, after hearing Zhou Kaijun's account, Cheng Yali turned pale, while Zhou Li was very excited. "Although next time, you go to hell. With your little body, do you believe you could get stomped to death?" Cheng Yali shouted. "Oomph." Zhou Li rolled her eyes and then smiled at Wu Shui. "Sister-in-law, I didn't say anything wrong, right?" "Yeah, just now downstairs." Wu Shui was indeed a bit nervous at first. After all, she was aiming at living people, not dead targets. Fortunately, she remembered Zhou Li's instructions when she went out and switched the night vision mode to infrared mode. The people in her sight turned into moving red shadows, and her senses immediately felt better. Just as Zhou Li said, it felt like playing a game. To avoid stimulating herself, Wu Shui switched modes only after going upstairs. From beginning to end, she hadn't seen any faces or a single drop of real blood, though it felt a bit like burying her head in the sand. It indeed minimized the psychological impact. Plus, Wu Shui was originally a doctor. She didn't know how many bodies she had dissected. So her resistance in this regard was actually much stronger than Zhou, Kaijun, and Cheng Yali. When Zhou Lin returned the next day, the community was basically cleaned up. He took a look at Xiaohang and confirmed that Yang Qiqi was still alive. Yesterday, Zhou Li had basically reported in real time, so Zhou Lin wasn't panicked. He smoothly received hundreds of tons of finished feed and more than 200 tons of raw materials from the small feed factory into the Lifu number. Then released the Lu Xiaofeng number, had a good meal inside, and slept well before returning without a care. "Here, take this." Seeing Xiaohang's blood-stained face, Zhou Lin threw him a walkie-talkie. "In the future, if there are similar situations, you can call me directly." "Okay, master." "Don't call me master, or I'll think I have some weird fetish." Zhou Lin always thought the title master was a bit strange until he remembered the now non-existent island country, which disgusted him. "Okay, boss. Please convey our gratitude to sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law, for her miraculous recovery." "Got it." Zhou Lin waved his hand and glanced at Yang Qiqi, who was lying by the stove like a vegetable, unresponsive. "She's stable. What about Tang Ili?" "Boss, Tang Ili is already dead." Sun Qinghao walked over and whispered. As Tang Ili's friend, only he cared about Tang Ili's condition. Tang Ili died of starvation, or rather from the pain and hunger of illness, tortured to death. Sun Qinghao didn't care about him. Yang Qiqi was like a clay Buddha crossing the river, unable to protect herself. And the incapacitated Tang Ili could only be tortured to death by hunger and thirst. He got what he deserved. Originally, Zhou Lin thought a fitness coach like Tang Ili could hold out longer, but who knew he would die in just a few days, which made Zhou Lin feel quite regretful, reminding Xiaohang once again not to let Yang Qiqi die. Boss, I've arranged for Sun Qinghao to take care of her closely. She definitely won to die. Perhaps it might even lead to a life. Then I don't care. Zhou Lin said, let us go. Follow me upstairs. I want to be stingy with your rewards. 200 pounds of rice isn't much. But it's not little either. It would last them 20 to 30 people for half a month. The security team, led by Xiaohang, was very excited and kept thanking Zhou Lin. The ice wall isn't high enough. Hurry up and reinforce it. Guard the gate well, and call if anything happens. Initially, Zhou Lin spared Xiaohang's life just because he was too lazy to direct those security guards. And now it seemed that the decision back then was indeed not wrong. The news of the bloody battle in Lanshan community quickly spread, and even the people in the official shelter knew about it. Didn't Tiwi say no random shooting? Wang Pingping was furious. Look at what has happened. Over 40 people shot. More than 40. The impact is too bad. I think the guns must be recalled, and severe punishment must be given. Chapter 63, The Military's Perspective. The living conditions in the shelter have become increasingly difficult. There's almost no new food coming in, and the result of relying solely on what's left is unbearable for anyone, even though people are sent out daily to gather supplies. The food brought back decreases day by day, and some teams have even returned empty-handed. Jiazhou City does not have an oil refinery, and with long-distance transportation nearly cut off. Gasoline is also a non-renewable resource, diminishing with each use. Especially for those vehicles that have been modified with tracks, none are fuel efficient. The gas stations that could be found have been drained, and the fuel reserves remain a concern. Given the current situation, it can last at most another month. The eternal night has descended for a month, and the cities that humanity once took pride in are on the verge of complete collapse. After continuous renovations and expansions, the shelter now has a batch of hydroponic equipment, utilizing LED lighting and liquid fertilizers to promote growth. The first batch of vegetables has sprouted. Although there's still some time for maturity, at least it proves that this path is viable. The problem confronting the shelter's leaders is the lack of liquid fertilizer. Initially, no one thought about engaging in agricultural production in the shelter, so there was no stockpiling of chemical fertilizers. If traditional agriculture were adopted, the large number of people in the shelter wouldn't have to worry about organic fertilizers, but organic fertilizers cannot be used as materials for hydroponics. Even with several agricultural and chemical experts in the shelter, this century-old problem remains unsolved. Therefore, finding fertilizer has become urgent. However, Jiazhou City also lacks a chemical fertilizer factory, and the only hope lies with the fertilizer merchants in the suburbs. For this reason, Wang Pingping had to make a trip himself. He managed to bring back fertilizer. But when the convoy passed the auto city, Wang Pingping impulsively wanted to search the area again, only to discover traces of recent activity. This shop, upon seeing the wall destroyed by Zhou Lin and the cut-open safe, Wang Pingping's expression changed instantly. He wasn't concerned about the treasures inside the safe, but about the explosives and tools used to cut the safe. Are these things that ordinary people can possess? He immediately summoned several criminal investigation personnel. Wang Pingping stayed put. His duty compelled him to clarify the matter, especially the source of the explosives. Soon, criminal investigation and military explosives experts arrived and quickly analyzed the situation, reaching a conclusion. Look, this is not ordinary explosives, at least in our country. They have never been sold to civilians. Where do they come from? And the water jet used to cut this safe is also not a civilian device. Moreover, the police assessed that there should have only been one person on the scene, given the weight of the safe and the cutting equipment. I can't fathom how one person could have done this. Is he a superhuman? Zhu Guanghan's face was equally grave. As the current head of Jiazhou City during such a special period, who would want to encounter such a situation? There must be something strange in the city. Wang Pingping continued to express his views, believing that if these uncertain and unstable factors could not be eliminated, and if the world could not return to normal in a short period, they would pose hidden dangers to the shelter and threaten the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the future. As a soldier of the people, Wang Pingping could not allow such things to happen. As they spoke, they mentioned the Lanshan community, where Wang Pingping had previously stated that the person who shot must be captured, regardless of whether it was Zhou Lin. However, Zhu Guanghan disagreed, saying that there was still over 1,000 pounds of frozen meat left to eat, and they couldn't just arrest someone now. Moreover, there was a reason behind it. The Lanshan community was merely in passive defense. If they were to arrest someone because of this, would that mean everyone involved in that brawl should be taken in? Not to mention whether such actions would be in line with public sentiment. But they couldn't just let the arrested people starve, right? Keeping them would incur significant expenses. And even landlords have no surplus grain. I think we should just give them a warning. I heard the shooter is a girl, and her marksmanship is quite good. She didn't hit any vital spots, so she shouldn't be someone with a cruel nature. A rabbit will bite when cornered. One can understand that, Yi Xinxiao said. Wang Pingping was reluctant to argue further, but he did not fully agree with the commander's view. What do you mean she is not cruel? This might be said in peacetime, but can it apply now? Those who were shot in the limbs, although they didn't die on the spot, how many of them can survive? Without doctors to treat their wounds, without enough medicine, and even lacking nutrition, what use are they other than being a burden? Therefore, Wang Pingping believed that the girl who shot was extremely ruthless, not only killing but also targeting the heart. In fact, Wang Pingping was wrong about Wu Shui. She never thought so much. It was Zhou Li who specifically reminded her before she went downstairs, and now she felt Zhou Li's reminder was good. Otherwise, in her excitement, she might have shot someone, giving those people no chance to change for the better. Well, those people did change for the better. Retraining is also considered a form of change. In the end, Zhu Guanghan and Yi Xinxiao asked Wang Pingping to talk to Zhou Lin, partly to warn him and partly to see if Zhou Lin could offer some compensation since so many people were injured. Boss, military personnel are here. Xiao Heng diligently fulfilled his duty and immediately notified Zhou Lin upon seeing the military vehicle arrive. At this time, Zhou Lin and Wu Shui were busy in the tool room. The rabbit had given birth again, and Wu Shui was thrilled because they would soon be able to enjoy delicious rabbit heads. As for whether the little white rabbit was cute, considering Wu Shui's profession, one could imagine how many frogs, white mice, and little white rabbits she had dissected. Cuteness is nowhere near as important as taste. Usually, a female rabbit gives birth to 4 or 5 kids, but the one Zhou Lin raised had given birth to 8, adding to the 12 from the previous round. Wow. The rabbit family is thriving. Truly a heroic mother. Zhou Lin smiled as he added some hay for the rabbit. After giving birth, the mother rabbit's appetite surged. Besides eating more, she also produced more waste, so daily cleaning was essential for the health of the rabbits. However, the enclosed environment of the tool room was indeed unpleasant. This shows that young Chi-Chi must have suffered quite a bit initially. Perhaps we should find someone else to help. Zhou Lin discussed with Wu Shui, thinking that he might often be away from home, leaving either elderly people or women behind, and he felt it was somewhat unfair to them. Who to find? Who can you trust? Wu Shui shook her head. Having someone would be good, but the problem is, are such people easy to find? What about Sun Qinghao? I could modify this place so that it cannot be accessed from the tool room. Even if he wanted to cause trouble, it wouldn't work. Besides, there are guns at home. His courage shouldn't be that great. It's best to discuss it with my parents. Okay, let us talk during dinner. By the way, how have your parents been? No, what about my in-laws? How are they doing lately? They seem fine. For now, they have food and drink. My dad said he might participate in some research projects soon. Can research still be conducted in the shelter? Wu Shui, being young and having spent most of her time in an ivory tower, couldn't think of many things. Olympus. Chapter 64. You are not worthy the Olympus Project, which gathered the strength of many developed countries, not only included several shelters, but also collaborated with many research institutions. In the early days of the apocalypse, it housed over 25 of the European population. Later, it began expanding and renovating. By the time superhumans and evolved beings emerged, over 90 of the shelters in Europe had joined the Olympus Project, which later integrated almost all superhumans and evolved beings from the continent, except for Mao Country. In Zhou Lin's memory, Mao country seemed to lack any notable doomsday plans. However, by the time he died in his previous life, Mao country had not perished nor faced extinction due to the apocalypse. It merely existed in a relatively closed state, with the outside world unaware of its situation. However, Zhou Lin vaguely remembered that around 7 years into the apocalypse, 30,000 evolved beings and superhumans from Europe entered Mao country, attempting to plunder its population and resources. It was said that this group, claiming to represent the gods of Olympus, suffered complete losses on Mao country soil. Afterward, Olympus inquired with Mao country but received no response. And even after threatening with nuclear weapons, there was still no result. Ultimately, it was unclear whether Olympus launched a nuclear bomb. But Mao country became a forbidden zone that no one wanted to enter and risk their lives. Before Zhou Lin had a chance to discuss the Olympus matters with Wu Shui, he was interrupted by Xiaohang's call. "Military personnel?" he asked. "Got it." Zhou Lin initially thought it wouldn't have much to do with him, but soon Xiaohang called him again, saying the military was specifically looking for him. "Related to the recent brawl." "I'll go. It was me who fired the gun," Wu Shui said. "Don't be ridiculous. Stay home and don't let anyone go out after I leave." Zhou Lin blocked the door, not allowing any defiance on this matter. After all, he was no ordinary person now. Symbiosis. Intermediate 21-2010,000. Currently symbiotic vehicles. Rafe, large water surface vehicle. Lu Xiaofeng, medium ground vehicle. Available symbiotic vehicle capacity. 0 storage space. 1-2 strength symbiosis. 4. 5 minutes 24 hours evolution level 1. 4. 5 4,512 10,000. His physical fitness was over 4 times that of an ordinary person, and with the various weapons and equipment aboard the Rafe. It could be said that as long as Zhou Lin was willing, he could wage a localized war by himself, perhaps even more exaggerated than a localized war. Therefore, no matter why the military was looking for him or how they would treat him, Zhou Lin was not afraid. Downstairs, Xiaohang found a clean place to receive Wang Pingping. At that moment, he still didn't know Wang Pingping's name, only that this middle-aged military man had a very strong aura, certainly someone he couldn't provoke. Xiaohang even considered which side he would take if a conflict arose between Wang Pingping and Zhou Lin. The outcome was obvious. How could an arm twist a thigh, let alone a hair? "Are you Zhou Lin?" Wang Pingping asked with a serious face, sitting confidently, with several fully armed soldiers standing behind him, wearing helmets and masks, revealing no expressions, creating a stifling atmosphere. "That's me. What can I do for you?" Even with powers on his side, Zhou Lin, as a citizen of Xia country, still felt a bit numb and uncomfortable under Wang Pingping's hawk-like gaze, as if a large stone was pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. "My name is Wang Pingping, representing. Regarding the last brawl, your gunfire caused over 40 casualties. I believe it was self-defense. If they hadn't armedly attacked our community, hitting people indiscriminately and pressing forward, we wouldn't have fired to drive them back. We only shot to force them to retreat and prevent those criminals from harming other citizens. That's just quibbling." Wang Pingping slammed the table. "That's why I say guns shouldn't be distributed to civilians, because there are too many self-righteous people like you. Do you know what the consequences of firing a gun carelessly are? The only consequence is that we protected citizens like us who obey the law and strive to be self-reliant without causing trouble for the country, instead working hard to contribute to it." After gradually adapting, Zhou Lin dared to confront Wang Pingping head-on. "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the Yellow River. Then let's go to the shelter and discuss it slowly. You want to arrest me?" Zhou Lin's face slightly changed. "So you guys would burn bridges and repay kindness with enmity?" Wang Pingping felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had eaten that batch of frozen meat too. Although it was a fair trade. "When did I say I wanted to arrest you? Is there something wrong with your ears? If it's not an arrest, then I don't want to go, okay?" Zhou Lin shrugged. Wang Pingping didn't expect Zhou Lin to be so difficult, like a slippery fish. What frustrated him even more was Zhou Lin's fearless attitude. "Don't forget, Xia country is still here, the Xia government is still here, and we are still here. Unless you leave Xia country, you will forever be a citizen of Xia country and need to abide by its laws and social morals." "Commander Wang, I think you may have misunderstood something. Whether I've broken the law shouldn't be judged by the military. As for social morals, Even if I admit I'm lacking in morality, does it mean I should be shot? Wang Pingping was genuinely losing his patience, but before coming out, Yi Xiao had specifically instructed not to let it escalate into a violent confrontation. Given the current situation, it was clear Zhou Lin was not an enemy of the state, and the military had no standing to take action against him. So Wang Pingping thought that if worse came to worst, he would first get Zhou Lin to the shelter, lock him in a dark room for a few days, and then any nonsense would be clarified. As long as he could obtain Zhou Lin's confession of wrongdoing, the rest would be easy. But now, Zhou Lin's lack of cooperation put Wang Pingping in a difficult position. Shall we just grab him? That would go against the commander's orders. But if we don't act, it seems like we can't argue with Zhou Lin. It seems you've made up your mind to oppose the government? Wang Pingping sneered. Do you know that because of your actions, the entire Lanshan community might be excluded from the rescue list by the command center? What rescue list? Xiao Heng, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke up. Oh, you still don't know? The shelter can now grow fresh vegetables, and the next step will be to expand production. At that time, apart from internal consumption, there might be external trade. Fresh vegetables? Xiao Heng's eyes lit up. This could be hard currency besides food. After all, anyone who couldn't get vegetables for a long time would face problems due to a lack of vitamins, no matter how healthy they were. The shelter will only trade with communities that pass the review. As for communities like yours, Wang Pingping glanced deeply at Zhou Lin. I think you don't qualify to be a trading partner of the shelter. I'd like to ask Commander Wang, when did our Xia country start to punish the innocent? Regardless of whether I've broken the law or not, even if you think I have, do you really intend to implicate others? If you truly have such thoughts, then I feel sorry for the military uniform you wear, because you are not worthy. Chapter 65 Agreement reached. Wang Pingping was furious, suddenly standing up and drawing his gun. However, he never expected Zhou Lin to be faster than him. Before he could even aim, Zhou Lin's figure flashed and appeared behind Wang Pingping, seizing his right hand that held the gun and twisting it forcefully, pressing the gun's muzzle against Wang Pingping's temple. Don't move. Let go of the officer. Put down the gun. Several soldiers were noticeably a beat slow. By the time they reacted, Zhou Lin had completely subdued Wang Pingping. As a commanding officer in charge of combat, Wang Pingping felt like he wanted to die at that moment. Shoot! If you dare shoot! In his anger, Wang Pingping shouted. He also attempted to struggle, but found he couldn't shake off Zhou Lin at all, feeling like an ant trying to move a mountain. This result left Wang Pingping extremely frustrated and, inevitably, a bit puzzled. He had climbed up the ranks from a soldier, once awarded the title of King of Soldiers for many years. Although he had been somewhat lax in recent years, he still had a solid foundation. He should have been much stronger than this young man, Zhou Lin. What made Zhou Lin so strong? This indicated that Zhou Lin's background was likely not simple, and he would have to investigate further later. Who knows? Zhou Lin couldn't have imagined that his instinctive action would lead Wang Pingping to such rich associations. Commander Wang, if you don't draw your gun, we can still be friends. All right, you let me go first, Wang Pingping said, his face flushed. Sure. Zhou Lin wasn't afraid that Wang Pingping would turn against him. He respected soldiers. Wang Pingping and those soldiers, based on their accents, could tell they were not from Jiazhu, nor were they even from Bashu. In the face of disaster, didn't their families suffer too? Didn't they need them? However, because they wore this military uniform, they had to adhere to the code of conduct of a soldier and fulfill their sacred mission. Zhou Lin questioned whether he could do that. Put down all your guns. The freed Wang Pingping glared at his subordinates, then turned to Zhou Lin and said, Your skills are impressive. I didn't even react. Are you interested in joining the army? Me? Join the army? Zhou Lin shook his head. Forget it. My personality doesn't suit it. Wang Pingping moved his neck, glaring at Zhou Lin. I won't hold you responsible. But you injured over 40 people. How do you propose to compensate? Compensate? It seemed that this was Wang Pingping's true purpose for coming. What do you want? Zhou Lin pondered for a moment and asked. Anything is fine. Food, meat, vegetables, fruits, anything consumable and useful. Zhou Lin actually didn't lack supplies. In a sense, he was even wealthier than the shelter. But wealth shouldn't be flaunted. So, Zhou Lin remained silent. If Wang Pingping didn't speak, he wouldn't say a word either. Do you have food? Wang Pingping couldn't hold back and asked. Zhou Lin shook his head. Frozen meat? Dehydrated vegetables and fruits? Cold weather clothing? Feed? I have that. How much do you need? What? Wang Pingping thought he heard wrong. Who would hoard animal feed? Oh, since the Zhou family made their fortune through farming. That made sense. How could he have forgotten that? Do you have 5 tons? Wang Pingping asked tentatively. More than that. At most 1 ton, high-protein pig feed. Humans can eat it. 3 tons. None, absolutely none. So you used 2 tons of feed to get rid of a general? Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were somewhat skeptical. To them, 2 tons of feed didn't seem worth much. Under normal circumstances, those pigs that couldn't be fed would be gone in an instant. Times have changed. 35 protein content. It's a good thing. Zhou Lin curled his lips. He felt he was at a loss. He still had to go back to the countryside. How tiring. Dad, that Wang Pingping revealed an important piece of information. What news? The shelter is doing soilless cultivation. Do we have a fertilizer factory in Jeju? No. Zhou Kaijun replied affirmatively. I don't know much about fertilizers besides. We don't need to compete with the shelter, right? It's not about competing with them. We need fertilizer too. Zhou Lin was thinking about the future. From the beginning of the eternal night until 5 years later, the climate wouldn't be suitable for growing vegetables and fruits. When he risked his life to seize the Lifu number, Zhou Lin had the idea of doing soilless cultivation there. Once the snow melted and the overall environment stabilized, he could find a suitable place to release the Lifu number, making it the base for the family. Only at that time, Zhou Lin turned to look at Wu Shui, who was reading a book. She was indeed a top student. Even in such conditions, she was still studying professional books, occasionally gesturing and muttering to herself. That's good. The stronger Wu Shui's medical skills, the higher her future value. Zhou Lin wouldn't wait for a better price. It was a fact. Outside, Sun Chenghao was nervously rubbing his hands. He didn't knock, but just smiled at the camera. If no one at Zhou Lin's home noticed him, he would definitely wait. He couldn't easily disturb the boss. It was cold, but it wasn't cold enough to die. Humans are quite adaptable to the environment. Currently, the outdoor temperature fluctuated around minus 30 degrees, but apart from that initial wave, very few people had died from the cold, especially for young people under 30. As long as they had no underlying health issues, they had likely adapted to the low temperatures. If it weren't for the eternal night, they might have already started normal outdoor activities. The temperature was even lower in the north. Places like Mabe and Xiagu could reach nighttime temperatures of minus 70 degrees. But it was just that. Some resilient people had even gone ice fishing. Sun Qinghao didn't wait long before the explosion-proof door opened. Entering the Zhou family for the first time, Sun Qinghao was trembling, cautiously greeting everyone. Each person was a big shot S associate, and he needed to show them respect. From now on, you'll stay in the tool room, a rural life of planting vegetables and raising chickens. Happy? Zhou Lin patted Sun Qinghao's shoulder and smiled. Thank you, boss. This is exactly what I've dreamed of. Sun Qinghao wasn't lying. Although the smell in the tool room was unpleasant, the security dormitory was no better. Remember, you'll be provided with food and accommodation, but no salary. Don't go to the labor department to complain in the future. The boss is joking. After Zhou Lin finished explaining the precautions, Sun Qinghao officially started his job. Finally, I don't have to clean rabbit droppings anymore. That's great. Zhou Li was happily sucking on an ice cream, revealing her little tiger teeth. Wu Shui was also quite happy. The two girls had very similar opinions. It wasn't that they were lazy, but they simply didn't want to work in the tool room as it would delay their studies. Zhou Li had recently been self-studying knowledge in electricity and communications. She knew Zhou Lin planned to create a base in the future, and, as the second in command of the base, she needed real skills to command respect. Everyone still needs to be careful, especially you two girls. You're not allowed to go upstairs without permission. If you need something, let him put it at the door, and we'll go get it. Got it, Dad. Zhou Li and Wu Shui replied in unison. Huang Minjing, why is she here again? Looking at the figure that appeared on the monitor, Zhou Lin frowned. Chapter 66, in military uniform, Huang Minjing has arrived. And Cheng Yali is certainly going to give her a warm welcome. However, the more enthusiastic Cheng Yali is, the more pronounced the awkwardness in Huang Minjing's eyes becomes. Once, Huang Minjing's assets were more than 10 times that of the Zhou family, but now. Not to mention Cheng Jia laughing at her. There is no more coal at home, and not much food left either. Huang Minjing is still trying to save face while saying this. There are indeed dehydrated vegetables left. But one can't just eat vegetables. Even if she can hold on, she doesn't dare let the elderly go hungry. The batch of instant food mentioned last time, wasn't it agreed to split it 60-40? Zhou Lin thought Huang Minjing had changed her mind. Huang Minjing indeed wanted to backtrack, but not because she felt she was getting less. Rather, she was willing to proactively give up 10% and split it 50-50 between the two families. 50 boxes per box of instant food, 2,000 boxes, means Zhou Lin can get 1,000 boxes of instant food, 50,000 boxes, from this trip. In 2 years, one pack could be exchanged for a woman to take home, a legitimate hard currency. If you are willing, I want to take 500 boxes from my 1,000 boxes in exchange for coal and other food. Other food? Coal is useful, but it's not as important as everyone thinks. In 2 months, the temperature will rise, and the consumption of coal will greatly decrease. Later, there will be people mining coal in open-pit mines for sale. Once there is no industrial use, the mining volume will be ample. As for other food, it's not that there isn't any, but the key is that too much can't be taken out. After all, the house is just this big. And even if every room is stacked to the ceiling, the total amount is still limited. Staple food, meat, and even seasonings can all be included. Huang Minjing unconsciously licked her lips, showing that she probably hadn't eaten anything flavorful in a long time. Let's talk about the exchange later. When do you plan to go? The sooner the better. It would be best if you could give me some coal and food first. Don't worry. No one knows where that batch of instant food is except me, Huang Minjing hurriedly explained, fearing Zhou Lin wouldn't believe her. I'll send you coal and food shortly. You give me the address for the instant food. Now that more people are out, there are also official teams collecting supplies, which is troublesome. All right, the address is. The 2 garages are connected, and usually no one goes there. Huang Minjing didn't hesitate at all and told Zhou Lin the location of the 50 tons of instant food, which surprised Zhou Lin a bit. At this point, as long as we can survive, that's more important than anything else. I don't want to watch my mom starve to death. Huang Minjing raised her hand to wipe away her tears, took a deep breath, and forced a smile. Even without makeup, her bare face looked more beautiful than many stars before the apocalypse. However, this little beauty couldn't distract Zhou Lin. Someone who had lived through the apocalypse for 10 years could easily ignore a woman's appearance. A vase can only hold flowers, and if there are no flowers, who needs a vase? Zhou Lin didn't rush to deliver supplies to Huang Minjing. He exercised at home for almost 3 hours, and after a hearty meal, he finally dragged the sled out the door. Wu Shui had seen the sled before. It couldn't be received in the Lai Fu Hao anymore. 2 tons of coal, 500 jin of rice, 100 jin of flour, and 200 jin of frozen meat. Seeing Zhou Lin move the items in batch after batch, Huang Minjing was completely stunned. Is there no one next door? Zhou Lin asked. With his current physical condition, it was indeed not easy to sweat. There was someone, but last time the government shelter came to recruit people, and they just happened to meet the criteria and moved away. That's good. Zhou Lin was worried about so many supplies piled up at the door. If the neighbors secretly saw through the peephole, and, after he left, came to Huang Minjing to beg, it would be troublesome. With this batch of supplies, we should be able to last until the end of the winter night. Winter night is the term officially given by the summer country, and now the public is gradually getting used to saying it this way. Are you leaving already? Do you have other matters? A hint of embarrassment flashed in Huang Minjing's eyes. It's nothing. Just wanted to ask if you would like to come in for a glass of water. It's quite cold. It's always been cold. I'm used to it. Zhou Lin tightened his cold weather suit. I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything, and lock the door. Closing the door, Huang Minjing let out a long sigh. Call only if it's necessary. I'm getting old. What am I thinking? Laughing self-deprecatingly, Huang Minjing soon perked up again. She needed to add coal to the stove. Today, she had to raise the room temperature to above 15 degrees, so her mom wouldn't cough. Right, stew some meat, add dehydrated vegetables, and cook a big pot of white rice. In the apocalypse, being able to eat these is already something to be grateful for, compared to Zhou Lin's family. Well, that's incomparable. However, no matter how bitter and difficult it gets, the country has not given up its efforts. The Jiazhou shelter received a batch of supplies today, sent from the provincial capital, and surprisingly, they were delivered by airship. Low temperatures and poor air quality severely affect airplane engines, but airships are different, as long as the gas bag doesn't burst. The fans powered by electricity can work normally, propelling the airship forward. However, currently, only the provincial capital of Bashu has thought of and started to practice using airships for long-distance transport. Other places temporarily lack the capability or simply do not have the ability to manufacture such ancient flying machines. Zhu Guanghan stood in the cold wind, his eyebrows and eyelashes covered in frost, forcing him to squint, yet he was still unwilling to return to the shelter to warm up. What is hope? This is hope. A long stream of white vapor spewed from his mouth, quickly blown away by the cold wind, but it still left a trace of existence in the world. Just like every person struggling to survive, at the very least, the heavens and earth know that he was once here. Yi Xinxiao's physical condition is clearly better than Zhu Guanghan's, so there was no frost on his face. Unexpectedly, the first batch of supplies consisted mostly of radios, which reportedly consume very little power. A single AA battery can last for months. Why hadn't they heard of this before? Even if there was, would you know how to use it? Zhu Guanghan replied. True, this kind of thing has long been outdated, and perhaps only our country has it now. Why send over more than 10,000 radios instead of transporting food? This also involves national-level considerations. In the face of natural disasters, high technology becomes unmanageable. Instead, radios, which were once only fiddled with by the elderly, have many advantages that high-tech communication products do not have. Energy efficiency is one, and their signal reception capability is strong, requiring relatively minimal resources to maintain a station. Finally, radios are not technically complex. They're durable, easy to repair, and have a high reuse rate. Quickly arrange for personnel to distribute them. Keeping 1,000 units in the shelter is enough, and the rest should be distributed to every community, ensuring at least one unit in every residential building. Zhu Guanghan instructed the middle management personnel around him. The airship finished unloading its cargo and began to rise slowly. And Yi Xinxiao and the other soldiers raised their hands in salute, although their ranks were much higher than those of the soldiers on the airship. Just for the fact that those soldiers flew over without fear of death, they deserved a solemn military salute from leaders like Yi Xinxiao. It is recognition, and more so, the romance of being a soldier. I hope they can return safely. They definitely will. Wang Pingping's eyes were red. He saw his former self in those soldiers. No. It should be said that as long as you wear this military uniform, you only have a sense of sacred mission in your heart. No matter how many mountains and rivers, how many trials and dangers, there is no turning back. If in the first few days after the natural disaster, the most casualties were the elderly and the sick, now the most sacrificed daily are the soldiers. Wherever there is a need, the soldiers must be there. In the summer country, that military uniform represents not only glory, but also unimaginable dedication and sacrifice. Chapter 67. Sun Chenghao misses home, that Zhou Lin. I feel he's very unusual. Back at the shelter, Wang Pingping couldn't wait to report to Yi Xinxiao. Besides the two of them, only Yi Xinxiao's guard was in the room, so Wang Pingping spoke without any reservations. Physically, he's much stronger than you? Yi Xinxiao was a bit surprised. He knew Wang Pingping's level, and how could an ordinary person be like that? Also, I suspect he has access to a large amount of resources, so after returning, I had someone check his records, and the results were very strange. You suspect he has more than 2 tons of fertilizer? It should be far more than that. This person is very cunning. Commander, do you think it's possible that he is not a normal person at all? Yi Xinxiao narrowed his tiger-like eyes and said directly, Commander, have you read those apocalyptic novels? Yi Xinxiao shook his head. He didn't have the time for that. He had heard the kids at home mention it during meals. But weren't novels just nonsense? What did Wang Pingping mean by that? I investigated the Zhou family, and their behavior before the disaster was extremely abnormal. It seems as if they had foreseen that disaster was coming. Could it be that someone in their family has some special ability? If there really is such a person in the Zhou family, I think it must be Zhou Lin, unless there is more than one. Since you think it's possible, dig deeper, but don't tell Zhu Guanghan and the others for now. Wang Pingping nodded. Some things can only be known to us in the military. I can let you in on a little secret. This disaster may last for several years, or even longer. Our military's next task is to ensure the survival of human civilization. At least our Xia country's civilization must continue. So, when necessary. Although Yixin Xiao didn't finish his sentence, Wang Pingping roughly understood. A trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yixin Xiao patted Wang Pingping's shoulder. We are soldiers. While we hold great ideals, we must also strictly follow orders. Also, I have another piece of news for you. It's not confirmed yet, but some research institutions believe that as the environment changes, humans may undergo mutations. Among them, people with good physical qualities in younger ages, like you, have the greatest opportunities. As for me, I'm getting old. Mutations? Evolution? Wang Pingping's heart stirred. Commander, do you think Zhou Lin might be one of them? Regardless of whether he is or not, don't tell others. If confirmed, report it. Don't do anything extra. Don't forget, besides natural disasters, we must also guard against man-made calamities. Anyone who could sit in a commanding position couldn't be said to have a simple mind. Don't be fooled by Yixin Xiao's 50-plus years. His mind was still very clear. His judgment on this natural disaster was much more pessimistic than Zhu Guanghan's. Zhu Guanghan was undoubtedly an idealist. It was precisely because he maintained an optimistic attitude toward the disaster that he could tirelessly keep busy. But perhaps it would be his optimism that would eventually bring him down. Optimism isn't a bad thing, at least in this already terrible world. Optimism can make life a little easier, just like Sun Xinghao, who had a lot to do every day, but could always find reasons to keep living, even if it meant chatting with chickens, ducks, and geese for an hour or two. It seems you're doing well. And your work is good too. You manage this food yourself. Let me know if you need more. Now, the only person who would go to the tool room was Zhou Lin. He wasn't specifically visiting Sun Xinghao. The generator needed fuel, so he brought up 2 barrels from the Fortune #1 and threw some instant food to Sun Xinghao, along with a box of dehydrated vegetables. Thank you, Big Boss. Thank you, Big Boss. Sun Xinghao excitedly received it and quickly organized it. He had already treated the tool room as his home, even valuing it more than his real home. At least he wouldn't tidy up much at home before. After filling the generator with fuel, Zhou Lin took a tour around the tool room. Some vegetables on the hydroponic rack had already begun to be harvested, and Sun Xinghao was replanting seedlings to ensure the equipment wouldn't be idle. The little rabbits born a few days ago were growing quickly. They no longer looked like naked little mice. Their eyes were open, and their ears had grown, moving around happily. The chickens, ducks, and geese were still the same. Due to limited space, Zhou Lin had no plans to hatch more for now. When the Fortune #1 base was officially put into use, Zhou Lin planned to use an entire floor for planting and breeding, and he would need to carefully plan how to introduce sunlight into the lower deck while ensuring temperature isolation as much as possible. There were less than 2 months left until the winter night. It was said that in some places you could see some light at noon, which was good news. Some optimists were already celebrating, saying that the cold night was about to pass and dawn was near. The first half of that statement was not wrong, but dawn might not necessarily be beautiful, because the plants and animals that died during the winter night would not flourish again simply because dawn had arrived. What killed them could be the winter night, or it could also be the sun, which symbolizes light. Perhaps the world has a compensation mechanism after a long freeze. It needs a longer period of high temperature to make up for it. Balance might not be wrong. The problem is that most beings dependent on this world are too fragile. If possible, Sun Xinghao smiled. I want to see if I can contact my parents. Big Boss, what do you think? Okay. Zhou Lin thought for a moment and agreed to get a phone that could send and receive messages for Sun Xinghao, which would be a stripped-down version similar to the one Wu Shui used. It was clear that Sun Xinghao was a smart person, and besides, he had no deep hatred with Zhou Lin or the Zhou family. Someone like him was unlikely to risk his life for revenge against Tang Yili, so he was unlikely to play any tricks. Today, Zhou Lin was going to deliver feed to Wang Pingping. He didn't plan to go directly to the shelter. That was their territory, and who knows if Wang Pingping would set a trap. Finding a relatively neutral place, after placing bags of fertilizer in an empty room, Zhou Lin sent Wang Pingping a location message. Before long, 5 tracked military vehicles arrived. Wang Pingping got out, greeted Zhou Lin, and sent people to move the fertilizer. This time, We owe each other nothing. If you want something next time, just trade it for bullets or guns. You really have guts to mention bullets to me. Wang Pingping laughed and scolded him. After a few encounters, he could basically be sure that Zhou Lin couldn't be considered a bad person, although he wasn't exactly a good one either. But in the adult world, how could things be purely black or white? Besides guns and ammunition, what else do you have that you can trade with me? Zhou Lin smiled. He knew Wang Pingping would have some doubts. After all, many things couldn't be hidden in Xia country. But what was the use of doubt? You couldn't just arrest him for dissection because of suspicion, right? Moreover, Wang Pingping might not even be able to catch him. Stop dreaming. The government won't allow guns and ammunition to flow into the hands of civilians. You're already a special case. Just as he was halfway through his sentence, Wang Pingping's face suddenly changed. Chapter 68, has it already been exposed? Don't ask. I won't answer even if you do. Before Wang Pingping could speak, Zhou Lin directly cut him off. He had been wondering whether the problem was on Su Ziwan's side or Wang Pingping's side, but it seemed like it might just be that their superiors tend to forget things. Wang Pingping's lips moved, ultimately turning into a long sigh. He recalled the information the commander had revealed. If things really developed to that point, would it even matter whether the common people had guns and ammunition? Moreover, Wang Pingping had a suspicion that the mutated creatures from apocalyptic novels might actually appear. Recently, he had been catching up on those novels during his free time, and the more he read, the more he felt that art truly comes from reality, except this reality was too cruel. It's just the two of us here. Can you say something real? Seeing Wang Pingping act all buddy-buddy, Zhou Lin was momentarily taken aback and took a step back. What? Our relationship isn't that good. I told you not to ask. I'm not asking about the bullets. I just want to know, did you become stronger only after the apocalypse? Stronger? What do you mean by stronger? I've always been like this. Zhou Lin managed his expression well, or at least he thought so. But who was Wang Pingping? He had led at least 8,000 troops, and Zhou Lin's little act couldn't fool him. Looks like my guess was right. Wang Pingping said seriously, although you're not a soldier, I don't feel you're a bad person. I hope you use your abilities well. People who don't look out for themselves are doomed, but don't indiscriminately kill innocents. Wild beasts only hunt out of hunger. Don't be worse than a beast. I don't know what you're talking about. I only know that good people don't live long. Zhou Lin shook his head. He couldn't admit anything. It's often said that with great power comes great responsibility, but Zhou Lin didn't want to be the one to bear that responsibility. People who don't look out for themselves are doomed. As Wang Pingping said, Zhou Lin was just following that advice. With the fertilizer loaded, Wang Pingping was about to leave. Maybe we'll see each other again soon. I hope not. By the way, do you want a radio? No need. Someone distributed radios in Lanshan community yesterday, free of charge. But the first batch was limited, only 20 units for the whole community, basically one for each unit. For ordinary people, it could still be useful, as the central and provincial radio stations broadcast 24 hours a day. There are disaster updates, missing person notices, emergency measures, survival skills, and occasionally language comedy shows. Late at night, you can even listen to movies and TV dramas. It's quite rich. But for Zhou Lin's family, it was indeed useless. Zhou Li had prepared quite a bit, and Zhou Lin didn't need national-level information anymore. As for Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali, besides working hard on their fitness, they were just binge-watching shows at home. In Zhou Kaijun's words, except for the lack of sunlight and freedom, their current days were even more comfortable than before. As the car drove away, Wang Pingping took a deep look at Zhou Lin. For some reason, that glance made Zhou Lin feel as if he had been completely seen through. How much did Wang Pingping really know? Did he know alone? Or did the higher-ups already know? Zhou Lin felt a bit nervous. It seemed he had to be even more low-key in the future. After Wang Pingping's convoy disappeared, Zhou Lin turned and left. He needed to get that 50 tons of instant food. Huang Minjing had a house in the suburbs. It wasn't in a villa district. The standard was slightly lower, but the environment was excellent. Each household had 2 or 3 floors, with the lower unit having front and back gardens and the upper unit having a platform. Even the underground garage was separated by an iron door, independently used by each household. After buying the house, Huang Minjing hadn't renovated it. Too busy and felt it unnecessary to disturb her mother, so she left it as is. Who would have thought the apocalypse would come so suddenly? In the end, That batch of goods was left by Huang, Minjing with a trial-and-error mindset, all locked in her name's garage. The community was a bit far, but for Zhou Lin, who was on a snowboarding skateboard, it was still acceptable. He arrived in a little over an hour. The completely open door had almost no lights. How many people were left in this community? It's hard to say, but definitely fewer than Lanshan. In the dark, Zhou Lin moved at a leisurely pace and eventually found the number Huang Minjing mentioned. This was the place. Zhou Lin reached out and touched the huge brass lock. With 2 fingers, he pulled it, and the parking garage opened, revealing 3 small trucks parked inside. These small trucks were clearly overloaded. When Huang Minjing drove them in, there wouldn't be any road officials around, and even the traffic police were scarce. The small truck, rated for less than 5 tons, carried 3 times its weight, making it somewhat deformed under the burden it shouldn't have to bear. Luck. It wasn't difficult to enter this garage. Even without Zhou Lin's physical abilities, a crowbar could achieve the same purpose. It can only be said that either there were indeed fewer people in this community, or no one felt that cars still had any use in such circumstances. Since cars were useless, who would care about the garage used for parking them? There were just too many. Zhou Lin had to enter full-on eating mode again. He was eating while packing and still eating during breaks. When he first came to life number 1, the finished burgers and burger ingredients were so abundant that Zhou Lin questioned his life. But now he found them too few. Who would believe he could eat 10 burgers at once? With his level of evolution, Zhou Lin felt he could finish all the burgers on life number 1 himself. Eating burgers and drinking cola, whatever was high in calories, he would eat it. After all, there weren't any experts around to say this was unhealthy. Anyone eating fast food, talking about health was just nonsense, right? After wiping his mouth with a tissue, Zhou Lin, feeling a bit dazed, returned to life number 1. Once all the instant food was collected, Zhou Lin directly brought out the modified Luxiafeng number 1. There was no time to return tonight. He certainly couldn't sleep in an empty garage or in such an uncomfortable small truck. The 12-meter-long vehicle had everything a home should have, not just for convenience. With warm air blowing, sipping tea, and even watching a movie to pass the time. The only regret Zhou Lin had was that there was no space for fitness in Luxiafeng. Sleep. Seeing that the time was about right, Zhou Lin set up his sleeping area, washed up, and then happily crawled into bed. It was simply comfortable. However, before Zhou Lin could truly fall asleep, the beeping alarm of Luxiafeng alerted him that someone was approaching outside. The infrared surveillance camera clearly captured a person. A resident of the community? Out collecting supplies in such cold weather? I hope they don't come looking for trouble, otherwise. But contrary to his wishes, Zhou Lin didn't want to attract trouble. Yet trouble found him instead. Bang, bang, bang. The person outside was quite rude, directly knocking on Luxiafeng's door. Chapter 69 Relatives Swish. The lights suddenly turned on, the strong brightness causing the person at the door to instinctively step back, as if trying to hide in the darkness. Looking at the footage on the monitor, Zhou Lin frowned. If he wasn't mistaken, he recognized her, his cousin-in-law Yang Min. There aren't many relatives who usually interact with Cheng Yali, but his cousin Cheng Dong, who runs a renovation company, is one of them. In the past, during holidays, the two families would meet up and have a meal together. Cheng Dong's renovation business was doing well, which enabled him to buy a house in this community. But why did Yang Min look somewhat terrified? After dimming the lights, Zhou Lin opened the door and got out of the car. At this moment, Yang Min had not left. Instead, she was curled up in a corner, hugging her arms. She was dressed lightly, hardly able to withstand the biting cold. Cousin-in-law, it's me, Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin? Zhou Lin? Upon hearing Zhou Lin's voice, the dazed Yang Min seemed to regain some strength. She stumbled toward Zhou Lin, sobbing, "Quick, quick, go help your uncle." Help Cheng Dong? Has something happened? However, Yang Min's current state was clearly abnormal, and Zhou Lin also noticed the obvious bruises on her face, her hair in disarray, and her clothing was all askew, completely unlike her usual polished appearance. "Aunt, take it easy." The flashlight S-beam was limited. Yet Yang Min seemed to ignore the darkness as she dragged Zhou Lin along, running wildly. Several times, if it weren't for Zhou Lin's quick reflexes, Yang Min would have fallen. Even so, Yang Min refused to slow down, muttering, "Hurry, hurry, or it will be too late." It took about 10 minutes to walk from the underground garage to Cheng Dong and Yang Min's home, but under Yang Min's frantic pulling, They arrived in just 4 or 5 minutes. Cheng Dong's house was a duplex, and from outside, Zhou Lin could see flickering light spots on the glass window, indicating that someone was inside with a flashlight. As they got closer, Zhou Lin could hear voices coming from inside the house. The accent of the speakers was clearly not from Cheng Dong, and there were at least 3 people talking. Yang Min seemed to forget about Zhou Lin and dashed straight for the front door, bursting it open and shouting, "Husband, where are you? That woman is back. Just in time, catch her. Xiao Duan, you guys go catch her. This family has so much stuff." With the voices, Zhou Lin saw 2 figures rushing out of the room towards Yang Min, like 2 hungry wolves. Zhou Lin remained silent, and, as he rushed forward, pulled out a military dagger from his pocket, one with a serrated back, long and wide. This dagger was likely a personal item of some American soldier aboard the ship, entirely different from their standard bayonets. Zhou Lin didn't know how good its quality was, but it would suffice. Seeing someone rushing towards her, Yang Min instinctively stopped, wanting to retreat, but her body wouldn't cooperate. The person in front reached out, almost grabbing Yang Min's chest, just a hair's breadth away. His laughter was already escaping his throat, but the subsequent sound was blocked and choked in his chest by the dagger. In the dim light, Zhou Lin stood like a god or demon, positioned between the man and Yang Min. No one could clearly see how he had appeared. They only knew that a silver flash had just gone by. Xiao Duan, gurgle. Everyone reacted differently, but Zhou Lin didn't care. He retracted the dagger and glanced at the bloody blade before maintaining a reverse grip and swinging the dagger outward. Xiao Duan's throat was torn open, and he lost strength, allowing blood to spray from the wound as he collapsed limply. The man next to Xiao Duan finally reacted. He wanted to run, but Zhou Lin's dagger was faster. With a deliberate reverse grip, using the serrated edge as the blade, and with strength several times that of an ordinary person, the destruction caused by the serrated edge was far more terrifying than that of a conventional blade. With a single swing, the man's right shoulder was cleaved open as if struck by an axe, creating a deep gash that reached his lung. If the light were bright enough at this moment, one could see the right lung still swelling, the thick trachea cut open, and the gushing blood from the major artery. The man fell to the ground, still screaming in agony, while Yang Min seemed to ignore the gruesome scene, darting past Zhou Lin into the living room, calling out loudly for her husband. Damn! A curse came from the bedroom. Perhaps the person inside still didn't know what was happening. Hearing the commotion at the door, he might have thought that Xiao Duan and another subordinate couldn't handle Yang Min. 2 idiots. Shut her up. Do you want to track the whole neighborhood? You. Who the hell are you? I still want to ask you that. Zhou Lin spoke as he grabbed the man's neck with his left hand. His features seemed unremarkable. Under 40, with cunning glints in his eyes. Be brother, my name is Zhang Jiaoyi. Have mercy, brother, please. As long as Zhang Jiaoyi wasn't blind or deaf, he should be able to see Zhou Lin's prowess. Xiao Duan was already motionless, his corpse surrounded by blood. Lao Lin was still on the ground, twitching and making weak noises, probably not far from death. Zhang Jiaoyi was confused about how Zhou Lin had suddenly appeared. Did that woman just now go out to call for help? What terrible luck, Zhang Jiaoyi thought. Husband, what is wrong? Wake up, husband. From the dining area came Yang Min's cries, and Zhou Lin dragged Zhang Jiaoyi over, only to see Cheng Dong lying on the ground, his forehead deeply sunken, face covered in grime, eyes wide open in death. Perhaps thinking Zhou Lin's attention was diverted and not focused on him, Zhang Jiaoyi saw a rare opportunity. His right hand trembled, and a 20-centimeter-long knife slipped out, with the blade in hand. Zhang Jiaoyi's expression turned savage as he gripped the handle tightly and lunged towards Zhou Lin's neck, a clear sign of an experienced fighter. As ordinary people wouldn't know that this spot was the most effective and least exhausting to stab. Bang! The blade did not strike Zhou Lin, as he slammed Zhang Jiaoyi violently against the wall. Zhang Jiaoyi was no lightweight, at least 156 pounds, but in Zhou Lin's hands, he felt no different from a beer bottle, the only difference being that a beer bottle would shatter easily, while Zhang Jiaoyi still looked intact. However, the surface might be intact, but the pain radiating from his back and the numbness below his waist drove Zhang Jiaoyi into a frenzy as he struggled, wanting to get up, to escape, but his legs wouldn't obey his brain's commands, remaining motionless like two wooden stakes. Cheng Dong was dead. It must have been Zhang Jiaoyi and his two companions who did it. Perhaps they intended to harm Yang Min, but ended up letting her escape. In a state of panic, Yang Min didn't know how she had ended up in the underground garage. She probably heard the commotion from the Lu Xiaofeng and encountered Zhou Lin. That is how things roughly played out. As for why Zhang Jiaoyi and his companions had come to Cheng Dong's house, it was obvious they were there to rob. Whatever they could grab, they would. They certainly wouldn't let the women go either. So they all deserved to die. Aunt you, Zhou Lin wanted to comfort Yang Min, that the dead cannot be brought back to life, and the living must gather the courage to continue living. Fortunately, Yang Min had stopped crying. She seemed to have accepted her fate. That knife of yours, it looks quite nice. Yang Min reached out, grasping a small portion of the knife handle. Chapter 70, it turns out that love really did come. The dagger felt awkward in Yang Min's small hand. She gripped it tightly, so tightly that Zhou Lin could see the tendons in her hand bulging. Actually, Zhou Lin had already guessed what Yang Min wanted to do before handing her the dagger. What could vent hatred better than taking revenge with your own hands? There was no reason to refuse. All Zhou Lin had to do was prevent Zhang Jiaoyi from struggling to the death. It turned out he was right. When Yang Min crouched down, Zhang Jiaoyi even tried to wrap his hands around her neck. Yang Min recklessly plunged the dagger down hard, right into Zhang Jiaoyi's shoulder blade. Zhou Lin stopped because Zhang Jiaoyi's hand retracted before it could touch Yang Min. It was human instinct. After pulling the dagger out, Yang Min stabbed down again, this time into Zhang Jiaoyi's stomach. This time, Zhang Jiaoyi couldn't hold on anymore. He began to scream and beg for mercy. Zhou Lin took out a cigarette and lit it. He usually didn't smoke, but he wanted to now, given the scene before him. One stab, then another. Zhang Jiaoyi's voice gradually faded, and the smell of blood in the air thickened like glue, even making Zhou Lin's cigarette feel suffocating. Hee. Yang Min finally stopped stabbing. At this point, she was covered in blood on her face, body, and hair. The slowly congealing blood made her look more sinister, her originally delicate features appearing somewhat twisted. Like, hey, calm madwoman. Zhou Lin, their essay safe by the bed in the upstairs bedroom. The password is. Go open it and help me take out all the gold bars inside. Now, Zhou Lin frowned. Yang Min looked at him and unexpectedly smiled. Let us take them and go to your home. Okay. Zhou Lin scratched his head. It was definitely inappropriate for Yang Min to stay here. First, having so many people die should scare her, and second, there was no one to take care of her. No one wanted this kind of thing to happen. Cheng Yali would definitely be heartbroken, but in the apocalypse, many people died every day, either due to natural disasters or human calamities. Zhang Jiaoyi and the others probably hadn't had time to search the second floor yet. Everything looked very tidy, which showed that Yang Min was a capable woman. The master bedroom was easy to find. Just open the nightstand to see the safe. It wasn't big, but it was certainly enough to store some valuables. After entering the password and opening the safe, there were some paper documents, important certificates, a jewelry box, and a few small gold bars. That made sense. Cheng Dong was exactly wealthy enough to afford larger gold bars like those weighing 100 grams. After stuffing the 5 gold bars into his pocket, Zhou Lin turned to go downstairs. However, as soon as he reached the staircase, he felt something was off. With his current hearing in such a quiet environment, he could no longer hear any breathing. Yang Min, couldn't he have left? Could she? After rushing downstairs into the dining room, Zhou Lin saw Yang Min collapse beside Cheng Dong. The dagger was plunged in her heart, the blade over 30 centimeters long, buried to the hilt. What kind of determination and strength did it take to do this? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhou Lin wouldn't have believed that such a delicate woman could ruthlessly kill herself. Yet, there was no trace of pain on Yang Min's face. She leaned against Cheng Dong, her lips curled in a slight smile of happiness. So, it turns out there is love in the world. Zhou Lin wiped away the tears that had accumulated in the corners of his eyes without him noticing. There is love, it just needs to encounter the right person. Perhaps Cheng Dong didn't want Yang Min to accompany him, so he fought desperately against Zhang Jiaoyi and the others, allowing Yang Min to escape. If she hadn't met Zhou Lin, Yang Min might not have sought death. Her character would likely have led her to seek revenge first, and she would live on, even if as a walking corpse, until she achieved that. It was Zhou Lin who fulfilled her wish, allowing her to take revenge on her enemies. So, it was no longer needed. Perhaps if they had a child, the outcome would have been different. Who knows? Zhou Lin suppressed his emotions and went upstairs to find a few bed sheets. Even if he didn't believe in ghosts or gods, he still needed to give his uncle and aunt a resting place. Just leaving like this might get him killed by Cheng Yali. Thinking of Cheng Yali, Zhou Lin took out the intercom and walked to the window. Dong Dong and Min Min are both. Cheng Yali shuddered, large tears rolling down her cheeks. Startling Zhou Kaijun beside her. Just as he was about to comfort her, he was glared at by Cheng Yali and retreated in fright. Dong Dong and Min Min are dead. What? Zhou Kaijun exclaimed. Cheng Dong? Dead? Who did it? Min Min is also dead. Cheng Yali cried out with a roar, causing Wu Shui in the living room downstairs to stand up, while Zhou Li remained calm, absorbed in her book. Li Mom. Over time, people's true nature is revealed. Sister-in-law, you will get used to it over time, Zhou Li said without looking up. Wu Shui had to sit down again and picked up the ancient Chinese medicine book in her hands. A few days ago, she discussed with Zhou Lin that after the complete collapse of the modern industrial system, Western medicine would become increasingly useless, while traditional Chinese medicine, using natural remedies and methods, would be more suitable for this apocalypse. Around the banks of the Spring River in Jiazhou City, a huge fire lit up the darkness. The biting cold wind made the flames rise even higher. Zhou Lin watched as Cheng Dong and Yang Min gradually melted away, leaving only a handful of ashes. Walking across the frozen Spring River led him to Yinshao Mountain. At the top of the mountain was an unknown Taoist temple. Zhou Lin did not intend to send Cheng Dong and Yang Min's ashes into the temple, but rather to bury them in a box beneath the largest pine tree outside the temple. From a feng shui perspective, this should be a good spot, high enough to see far. Zhou Lin asked Cheng Yali, and she had no objections. He hadn't expected that the first meeting with relatives after the apocalypse would turn into a permanent farewell. Zhou Lin felt terrible. He had initially planned to go home, but went back to Cheng Dong and Yang Min's place instead, intending to clean up a bit and at least throw out the bodies of Zhang Jiaoyi and the others. However, he was shocked to find that the bodies on the floor were gone. The dark brown blood had frozen into layers of ice, covering the entrance and dining room. Zhang Jiaoyi and the others could not have gotten up and walked out on their own. This was a zombie movie. There were many messy footprints on the frozen blood, indicating that someone had come in to remove the bodies and had ransacked the place, especially in the kitchen, where the cabinet doors were either wide open or slightly ajar, and even the seasonings had been spared. Were they neighbors from the community or outsiders? Or perhaps? Zhou Lin thought for a moment, took out a UV flashlight, and turned it on. The bloodstained footprints immediately became clear. Following the footprints, Zhou Lin arrived at the front of another house. Standing at the stairs, he could already hear voices coming from upstairs. It seemed that people were gathered up there, but he didn't know what they wanted the bodies for. Could it be for food? That seemed unlikely. It wasn't yet that desperate. Zhou Lin didn't take the stairs, but instead used his strong physical abilities to climb up the outer wall to the third floor. Through the double-layered hollow glass windows and thick curtains, Zhou Lin heard many people talking. Prizing open the window and lifting the curtain, the scene before him left Zhou Lin stunned. Chapter 71. Mysterious Organization Madmen. The temperature in the room was not high, but the men and women inside were only wearing shorts. The bodies of Zhang Jiaoyi and two others were laid in the center of the room, surrounded by lit candles. The naked men and women knelt in circles around the bodies, each half closing their eyes and chanting in a language that Zhou Lin could not hear, resembling people under the influence of drugs. They didn't even notice Zhou Lin enter. Zhou Lin originally wanted to leave right away. He didn't want to deal with a group of madmen. However, when he turned around, he saw another room with candles lit, and on the wall directly facing the door hung a white cloth with a strange pattern on it. This pattern seemed to be related to the six-pointed star, but after several changes, it resembled some kind of snowflake design. This ISNT. A flash of insight struck Zhou Lin. He remembered. ISNT, this the symbol of the legendary mysterious organization? Before he overheard AI Bing and Chao Bowen's conversation, Zhou Lin actually knew about this organization. It had been in a semi-public state for about 7 or 8 years since the end of the world began. It was said that they had many powerful evolved beings and supernatural powers, and their leader was referred to as the sect master, with strength akin to that of a deity. Regardless of whether the sect master was powerful or not, the strength of that organization was evident, even daring to oppose government-led shelters, expedition teams, and law enforcement agencies in some places. Many people said that the organization was filled with fearless madmen, and Zhou Lin had not really believed it at the time. So, is this the embryonic form of that mysterious organization? The origin? Then who is the sect master? Among the group of madmen in the living room, there were no special individuals, and their status was indistinguishable. Zhou Lin felt that they were likely just ordinary followers. So he decided to take a look inside the room. Compared to the brightness of the living room, the room was slightly dim. Before he reached the door, Zhou Lin heard the breathing of two people inside. One was light, the other heavy, one slow, the other fast. Taking another step, Zhou Lin heard a heartbeat that was normal, but when he reached the doorway, he still did not hear the heartbeat of the other person. Something was wrong. Just as Zhou Lin was about to enter the room, not only had one of the breathing sounds disappeared, but even the previously normal heartbeat suddenly became intense. Had he been discovered? Zhou Lin didn't dare hesitate and rushed into the room. On the large bed against the wall, a man and a woman were separating. The panicked heartbeat was coming from the man, matching the terror on his face. The woman, who looked to be in her 20s or 30s, was examining Zhou Lin with a scrutinizing gaze. "Who are you?" The woman's voice was pleasant, even more attractive than her appearance to the man. "Get out first." Zhou Lin didn't answer, but pointed to the young man who was at a loss. "Go, it's fine." The man, wrapped in a blanket, took cautious steps past Zhou Lin, carrying a hint of fragrance. "It seems you're not here to join us. How did you find your way here?" The woman casually stood up, seemingly unconcerned about being seen naked. She lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. At that moment, Zhou Lin could finally hear the woman's heartbeat, which was slow but filled with strength. This was definitely not the heartbeat and breathing of an ordinary person. Zhou Lin felt a shock inside. He estimated that even if this woman wasn't an evolved being, she was definitely an enhancer. So was the information from his previous life wrong? Or was it because his appearance caused a butterfly effect? "Lan Yi, let us get acquainted? I don't want to know you." Zhou Lin pointed to the living room, thinking that the leader of the madmen couldn't be any better. Lan Yi exhaled a puff of thick smoke. "So you think I'm a bad woman? Oh, and what you just saw? Well, since you're unwilling, then just leave. I want to keep you." "What is your supernatural ability?" Zhou Lin suddenly asked. "What are you talking about?" Lan Yi's voice turned sharp all of a sudden, and Zhou Lin felt as if someone had stabbed his head with a needle, causing him to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Supernatural beings. Mental attack. 2 thoughts flashed through Zhou Lin's mind. Although his head was still throbbing, he relaxed at once. Lan Yi shouldn't be able to harm him. Her ability would at most make him uncomfortable. As long as his will was strong enough, he'd be fine. Seeing Zhou Lin only take 2 steps back instead of collapsing in pain as she imagined, Lan Yi was suddenly a bit flustered. It was impossible. How could her ability have no effect? Why wouldn't Zhou Lin submit under her powers like those outside? The reason was quite simple. Lan Yi's ability was still in its infancy, so it couldn't harm Zhou Lin, who was already at an intermediate level. If it weren't for being a mental type ability, the level suppression might not be so obvious. It could only be said that Lan Yi was unlucky. Her ability should work effectively on others except Zhou Lin. Upgrading supernatural abilities requires repeated use, and using abilities consumes energy from within, which can only be obtained from food. This aligns with the law of conservation of energy in the material world. The problem was in the apocalypse, food was incredibly scarce. Lan Yi used her ability to shape herself into a deity in the mental worlds of those outside, essentially to have them help her gather food. She originally planned to raise her ability to intermediate level within 6 months, and then continue to climb to the next level based on the situation. She never expected to encounter Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin, with his experiences from his previous life, knew what was happening, while Lan Yi did not have that luck. The failure of her power left her panicked, and she foolishly grabbed a knife hidden under the blanket. Kill. It seemed Lan Yi had killed before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have that kind of gaze. Unfortunately, her body was not as strong as Zhou Lin's, and her speed was no match for him. He easily caught her hand that was holding the knife. As Zhou Lin slowly closed his fingers, the pain Lan Yi felt intensified. Her right hand, held by Zhou Lin, felt as if it was about to break or lose sensation. However, Lan Yi did not intend to just give up. She suddenly lifted her left foot, aiming her toes at Zhou Lin's neck. It seemed she had practiced. Her movements were standard, clean, and quick. It was just that being naked was a bit stimulating. Smack! Zhou Lin accurately caught Lan Yi's ankle with his right hand and then shook both hands, throwing her toward the window. Ah! Lan Yi screamed in midair, thinking she would definitely crash against the glass. However, in the next moment, Zhou Lin appeared at the window faster than Lan Yi, smashing the glass open with his fist and then turning to catch her midair, not in a princess carry, but just like before, grabbing one of her hands and one of her feet. The frigid wind of -30 or 40 degrees rushed in, almost instantly coating Lan Yi's hair with a layer of frost. Her originally fair face suddenly turned pale, her pores constricting under the cold stimulus, causing her hairs to stand on end, and some areas even developed goosebumps. Cold, cold, cold. Lan Yi's upper teeth chattered against her lower teeth. Her eyes filled with pleading. At that moment, the people in the living room finally reacted, rushing in like madmen. However, they were too late. Zhou Lin held Lan Yi and jumped directly out of the window from the third floor. Chapter 72, She Wasn't the Leader After All. Boom. Zhou Lin jumped down the building holding Lan Yi. The swirling wind raised the accumulated snow on the ground, yet Zhou Lin's feet still sank to nearly his knees. Lan Yi, being carried by him, fared even worse. Her skin had turned a faint bluish purple, a symptom of broken capillaries due to the low temperature. At this point, Lan Yi could no longer speak. She could only grit her teeth to avoid clattering them together. Upstairs, those crazies wanted to chase after Zhou Lin, but none of them were dressed properly. Blown by the cold wind, they all swayed unsteadily, their initial fervor quickly cooling in the rapidly dropping temperature. Some of the more resolute even began to waver in their admiration for Lan Yi. Zhou Lin didn't want to kill Lan Yi. He still wanted to figure out how her supernatural ability came about, and whether that mysterious organization truly had the ability spheres long before, as Chao Bowen claimed. Oh, now that he had the clue of Lan Yi, Yang Chi was of no use at all. In his previous life, everyone said that the ability spheres fell from the sky, and Zhou Lin believed it wholeheartedly. However, now, including Lan Yi, Zhou Lin had already seen at least 3 ability spheres. It seemed that even if the ability spheres fell from the sky, they definitely did not appear only 5 years after the apocalypse. After running for a while, darkness completely engulfed Zhou Lin and Lan Yi. Even if those crazies managed to put on their clothes and chase after them, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Zhou Lin released Lu Xiaofeng and pulled Lan Yi into it. In the comfortable temperature, Lan Yi gradually regained consciousness. She had just fainted from the cold. Looking at the extremely luxurious environment, Lan Yi thought she was dreaming. If you use your supernatural ability on me again, I'll throw you out, Zhou Lin said, while sipping hot tea and eating snacks. Where is this? Lan Yi asked, slightly fearful. She tried not to look at Zhou Lin, but couldn't help stealing glances at his reaction. Normal people fear death, and Lan Yi was no exception. When she realized that her once infallible supernatural ability was ineffective against Zhou Lin, she already dared not act recklessly. Speak, where did the ability spheres come from? Zhou Lin placed a steaming cup of milk in front of Lan Yi. Say it, and you can drink it. Is a cup of milk enough to threaten me? A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Lan Yi's mouth, but her stomach betrayed her with a growl. Plus a beautiful burger from the United States. Oof. Lan Yi turned her head away, adopting a posture of not bending for mere grains of rice. 2 bags of chicken feet, plus a self-heating hot pot. Deal. I want to eat the self-heating hot pot first. Is it spicy? Sure enough, no woman could resist the temptation of Sichuan hot pot. I'm 30. While she devoured the self-heating pot, Lan Yi opened her mouth. As if recounting someone else's experiences, she spoke blandly about her rich life history. Lan Yi was actually 35 this year. Regardless of whether she was dressed or not, Zhou Lin felt it was unconvincing. Undeniably, it was indeed a blessing from heaven. If her facial features were taken individually, they might not stand out, but together they had a unique charm. Coupled with her curvy figure and snow-white, delicate skin, she particularly attracted middle-aged elites. At 18, she was taken from a hotel lobby to a small villa by a 50-year-old man. At 21, that man introduced her to his influential patron. And so, Lan Ye became a common secret among the powerful men in the provincial capital of Sichuan. In Lan Ye's words, she was just here in Jiazhu to relax. Who knew she would encounter the apocalypse? As for her supernatural ability, it came from a pearl bracelet gifted by someone else. Lan Ye said that before the apocalypse, the pearl bracelet was nothing special, until one winter night when she accidentally discovered that one pearl was particularly bright. At that moment, perhaps due to hunger or some emotional turmoil, she just wanted to bite that pearl into pieces. However, when she swallowed it, something miraculous happened. It's actually not that useful. Lan Ye had already finished 2 self-heating pots. Both ability users and evolved beings had large appetites, so Lan Ye still looked eagerly at Zhou Lin, wanting more. The self-heating pot is gone. Zhou Lin pushed a chicken leg burger in front of Lan Ye. Eat. Eat well to be ready for the journey. Plop. The fragrant burger landed on the table, and Lan Ye's face filled with terror. Why you want to kill me? I do have that thought. You know too much, and you could pose a threat to me. If I let you go, who knows, in a while you might gather a large group of people to come back for revenge. Zhou Lin shook his head. No, I actually have never had any grand ambitions. I just want to be able to eat enough, Lan Ye hurriedly replied. Staring at Lan Ye, Zhou Lin fell in a deep thought. Mental-type abilities pose little threat to ability users, but they are a powerful tool against ordinary people and non-ability evolvers with weaker willpower. From this perspective, Lan Ye still had her uses. The key was whether he could control her. That pattern on the wall of your room, did you design it? It looks nice. Pattern? Lan Ye frowned, thinking, are you talking about the pattern on that white cloth? I didn't design it, he did. He? Yeah. The owner of the house, also my previous. Lan Ye stopped halfway, winking at Zhou Lin. Where'd he go? Don't tell me it was the one on your bed just now. How could that be? Lan Ye wrinkled her nose. A 35-year-old woman making that expression would seem pretentious. But when Lan Ye did it, it had a naive charm. He left shortly after the disasters began, saying he had important matters to attend to. Told me to stay in the house and wait for him, saying he would come back for me soon. He didn't even leave enough food for me. How could I wait for him? Should I turn into a zombie to wait for him? According to Lan Ye, she shouldn't be the leader of that mysterious organization. And even that man likely wasn't the leader either. Zhou Lin couldn't determine whether Lan Ye was telling the truth. If she was not lying, then that mysterious organization was somewhat terrifying. By the way, the pearl bracelet was given to me by him, perhaps sensing Zhou Lin's murderous intent decreasing. Or perhaps just wanting to indulge herself. Lan Ye resumed, eating the burger while talking. What was his name? You probably wouldn't know him. Actually, many men around me aren't famous outside, but each one is stronger than the last. I'm not talking about that aspect. Stop rambling, or you won't be allowed to eat anymore. Don't they? His name is Chao Boating. Chao as in Chow Chow, Bo as in learned, and Ting as in courtyard. I don't know exactly what he does, but he's definitely not from Jiazhu or from a Sichuan people. He's very wealthy and talented, at least speaks 6 languages. For a bite to eat, Lan Ye spilled everything she knew about Chao Boating. However, Zhou Lin didn't pay much attention. Another name and face popped into his mind. Chao Bowen, deputy commander of the Ningnan shelter. AI Bing's dogman, one of them. Chao Boating, Chao Bowen, just a word apart, could it be possible? If he was worried that he wouldn't find anything truly useful from Lan Ye, he could now rest assured. Yang Chi-Chi was completely useless. Chapter 73. Taking in the appearance of Lan Ye made Zhou Lin realize 3 things. The ability pearl he obtained from the Car City could be used without waiting 5 years. The mysterious organization did not emerge only after the apocalypse, and they might still have ability pearls. And he should be able to find Chao Bowen as long as he first finds Chao Boating. It must be said that fate is indeed wonderful. If Huang Minjing hadn't been willing to trade the instant food she hid for Zhou Lin, he would never have encountered Yang Min, who escaped from home. Nor would he have killed Zhang Jiaoi and the other 3, and he certainly wouldn't have met Lan Ye because of their corpses. Without meeting Lan Ye, he couldn't confirm whether the ability pearl could be used, nor could he connect it to Chao Bowen. Recalling Chao Bowen's secret actions in the Ningnan shelter. They were strikingly similar to those of the mysterious organization, indicating that Chao Bowen should be an undercover agent placed by the mysterious organization within the government of Xia country. And he and Chao Bowen might very well be brothers or cousins. Zhou Lin didn't know the ultimate goal of the mysterious organization. In his past life, he was simply not qualified to understand such matters. However, he knew that the mysterious organization had done a lot of bad things, and there were rumors that they hunted ability users and evolved beings for live experiments. If this rumor were true, then regardless of the nature of the mysterious organization itself, it must be inherently evil. If the two sides did not intersect, Zhou Lin might not meddle in their affairs. But Chao Bowen was very likely a member of that mysterious organization, which destined Zhou Lin and the organization to be at odds. As an undercover agent, Chao Bowen was able to attain the position of deputy commander at the Ningnan shelter, which meant he was not a trivial figure within the mysterious organization. If he were to die at Zhou Lin's hands in the future, how could the mysterious organization let it go? And Zhou Lin would never let Chao Bowen off the hook, which meant that a confrontation with the mysterious organization was inevitable. Perhaps this information should be disclosed to the state, using the power of the state to eliminate the mysterious organization early on. But the question was how to convey this information to the state. Assuming the state didn't even know about ability users and evolved beings, which was highly likely, how could Zhou Lin prove this to the state? With himself? Absolutely impossible. The uncontrollable factors and risks were too great, and Zhou Lin would not take such a risk. Then, forget it, Zhou Lin decided to find an opportunity to discuss this with Zhou Li. That girl was smarter than him. The real problem now was Lan Ye. It was obvious that this woman was not simple. Killing her would certainly be convenient. But she might be the only ability user or evolved being in the world besides Zhou Lin, which would be too regrettable. You said you wouldn't kill me. Perhaps sensing Zhou Lin's murderous intent, Lan Ye looked at him with a pitiful expression, her red lips and eyelashes trembling slightly. And there were even glimmers of tears in her eyes. No wonder she was a favorite among the powerful. Lan Ye's acting at this moment could be considered Oscar-worthy, combined with an innate charm that Zhou Lin was sure he couldn't resist without a decade of apocalyptic experience. Although Lan Ye didn't speak, her gaze seemed to seduce, telling Zhou Lin that it was fine, he could do whatever he wanted, and even if she might resist, she certainly couldn't escape from his grasp. If you want to live, just give it up. It's useless to me. What are you talking about? I can't understand. Zhou Lin pinched the bridge of his nose and got out of the car. Why get out of the car? It was so cold outside. Fortunately, Zhou Lin did not intend to let Lan Ye freeze to death and gave her a set of warm clothing. It must be said that this woman was born to be a clothing rack. Even the bulky winter clothes could be worn in a fashionable way. Just after getting out of the car, before Lan Ye could adjust to the outside temperature, Zhou Lin knocked her out with a chop. He couldn't let Lan Ye see him stowing away the Lu Xiaofeng number. Abilities should not be easily revealed. Once the enemy studied them thoroughly, it could easily turn into a death knell for the ability user. By the time Lan Ye was awakened by Zhou Lin using a bit of ice and snow, the two were already standing outside the entrance of Lanshan community. Zhou Lin planned to temporarily settle Lan Ye in Wu Shui's house, but he needed to make some modifications to that house first. Come with me, and don't speak without my permission. Zhou Lin first gave Lan Ye a warning. However, when Lan Ye appeared at the Zhou family home, the expressions on Zhou Kaijun and the others' faces varied. Who is she? Don't tell me she's your enemy again? Cheng Yali circled around Lan Ye, her intuition telling her that Lan Ye was not an easy character. Wu Shui, on the other hand, had a tense expression, her eyes fixed on Zhou Lin. If Lan Ye had any connection to Zhou Lin, Wu Shui would choose to sever ties with him. She could not accept another woman by Zhou Lin's side, at least not right now. How should I put this? You can regard her as an important figure, but she's also my captive. Shui, I plan to modify your house a bit and temporarily confine her there. Okay, although Wu Shui felt displeased, as long as it didn't cross her bottom line, she could still support Zhou Lin unconditionally. The modifications were not complicated. First, they welded shut the front door of Wu Shui's house, then made a circular hole in the corner of the living room, welding an iron door that could only be locked from Zhou Lin's side. Finally, they selected a room as Lan Ye's bedroom and arranged for her heating and insulation. What seemed simple was actually not easy. Zhou Lin divided the work a bit. The heavy lifting was done by him, while Zhou Kaijun and his wife were responsible for the more technical tasks, such as welding, wiring, and cutting. Fortunately, without day, there was essentially no night. So as long as the neighbors didn't complain about the noise, they could finish everything in one go. The finishing work was left to Zhou Li, mainly installing cameras to monitor Lan Yi's every move. Lan Yi did not object to this. In the face of an apocalyptic environment that was more tormenting than death, and without the courage to end her own life, she naturally accepted anything to survive. A mere surveillance, without privacy or freedom, was nothing to worry about. After a solid 30-plus hours of busy work, Zhou Lin slept for over 10 hours to regain his energy. He originally planned to send some instant food to Huang Minjing, but 500 boxes would definitely be too much for her home, so he could only give it to her in portions. Moreover, after the winter nights passed, the top floor of Lanshan would no longer be suitable for living. If Huang Minjing and her daughter were still alive by then, they would definitely have to move. The woman below says she wants to see you very urgently, Wu Shui said while bringing Zhou Lin breakfast. She wants to see me? When did this happen? She started gesturing in front of the camera 2 hours ago, but Wu and Ti tell me it can't be. Wu Shui's gaze was lingering. Zhou Lin shook his head and said, wait until I finish eating, then we'll go together. Wu Shui's expression finally brightened. She knew her jealousy might have been a bit too much, but isn't that human nature? Just like Zhou Lin, would he accept her messing around with other men? Of course not. Opening the iron door between the two houses and lowering the ladder, Zhou Lin and Wu Shui went downstairs, where Lan Yi greeted them with a panicked expression. Chapter 74. The unconventional role of mental abilities. It was clear that Lan Yi was indeed nervous, even more so than when she was captured by Zhou Lin and threatened with death. What's going on? Just talk, don't get physical. Zhou Lin took a step back, cleverly avoiding Lan Yi's attempt to grab him. Wu Shui snorted coldly and stepped in front of Zhou Lin, facing Lan Yi directly. Don't get me wrong, Lan Yi waved her hand. I feel really bad. Huh? Both Zhou Lin and Wu Shui were puzzled. What does feeling bad mean? In this apocalypse, who the hell feels good? That's not what I mean. Zhou Lin, are you sure you wanted to know? Lan Yi glanced at Wu Shui, which ignited Wu Shui's anger. What secret do you two have that I can't know? Seeing the expression on Wu Shui's face, Zhou Lin understood that they wouldn't get past this today. He also guessed that what Lan Yi wanted to say might be related to her abilities. Go ahead, he said, rubbing his temples. Last night, not long after I fell asleep, I had a dream. A dream? Do dreams need to be discussed? But Zhou Lin's expression slightly changed. Ordinary people certainly dream, and even ability users and evolved beings do. But there are some ability users, particularly mental ability users, who either don't dream or don't dream easily. Perhaps it's related to their abilities. It's said that the dreams of mental ability users are basically events that are about to happen. What did you dream about? Regardless of Wu Shui's surprise, Zhou Lin asked in a deep voice. An earthquake. Lan Yi trembled. A massive earthquake. Where? Here. I even saw this building swaying in the earthquake, with huge cracks appearing on the ground, and some buildings were just swallowed. Did you see any safe places? Zhou Lin didn't foolishly ask Lan Yi if she knew the specific time of the earthquake. Generally speaking, it's impossible to determine the time in dreams. There is. Lan Yi widened her eyes, as if recalling, and finally described the safe places she saw in her dream around Jiazhou City. However, upon hearing her description, Zhou Lin was stunned. Isn't that just the area of the Zhou family's breeding farm? So it turns out they have to move back there? Regarding Jiazhou or the entire Bashu region being affected by a massive earthquake, as Lan Yi described, Zhou Lin had never heard of it in his previous life. During this time, he was with AI Bing and Tang Yili, searching for food in the deep market, exhausted every day, yet never able to fill his stomach. Without the ability to communicate with others and lacking official news, how could he possibly know what happened over 1,000 kilometers away? So did his parents and younger sister perish at the beginning of the apocalypse? Or did they die in the impending earthquake? Or perhaps in the floods, plagues, or scorching heat that followed? Thinking of this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but slap himself. What a damn beast. He would go and deal with Yang Chi-Chi in a bit. What are you two talking about? Wu Shue's intuition told her that Lan Yi was not joking with Zhou Lin, but how could a dream possibly be taken as a prophecy? Zhou Lin seemed to believe it. Was he under some kind of spell cast by this woman? Lan Yi? Can I attack her once? Lan Yi suddenly said. No. Zhou Lin shook his head. Who knows whether Lan Yi was just trying to prove the existence of mental abilities to Wu Shui or secretly setting something in Wu Shui's mind. He couldn't feel it nor check it. However, Zhou Lin had a better way to prove it. He took Lan Yi and Wu Shui directly downstairs to the property management office. Recently, Xiao Hang had been living quite comfortably. He hardly had to worry about supplies. As long as he did what Zhou Lin instructed, he could get anything he wanted. This made Xiao Hang seriously doubt whether he was the protagonist. He often thought perhaps Zhou Lin was the real protagonist, with so many supplies definitely stored in Zhou Lin's dimensional space. Xiao Hang felt he could solidify the fact that Zhou Lin definitely had a dimensional space, but he didn't know if there was any light, spring water, soil, or anything that could sustain living beings. Isn't that what novels always write about? Boss, you're here, in front of Zhou Lin. Xiao Hang became noticeably more flattering, almost equating it to worship. Zhou Lin frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Whereas that woman? Here, she is doing fine. Eating 4 meals a day. 4 meals? Wu Shui was a bit displeased. She didn't even have that treatment. Why should she? The boss specifically instructed that not even 1 meal can be missed. Xiao Hang counted on his fingers. 3 meals at fixed times for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Plus 1 meal at night. A total of 4. Get lost. Okay, boss. In the corner, Yang Qiqi had actually heard Zhou Lin's voice a long time ago. But now she was genuinely scared. 4 meals a day, even though they were just bamboo strips that wouldn't kill her. They hurt her to the point of living in agony. The key was that Xiao Hang would even apply medicine to her wounds. But wouldn't he wait for the wounds to heal completely? The feeling of being hit with bamboo strips on freshly grown tender skin was more painful than being skinned. Just let me die. Yang Qiqi turned her head to the wall, not looking at Zhou Lin. All right. Wait, what did you say? You want to kill me? Yang Qiqi suddenly turned her head, her filthy face full of shock. Zhou Lin really intended to kill her, but Yang Qiqi didn't want to die. Even though every time she was beaten, she wished she could die instantly. Once she got through the worst pain, she would think about surviving. Living means there is hope, right? Even if someone helps her take revenge in the future, what's the point if she is already dead? Please, don't kill me, don't kill me. Zhou Lin didn't care about Yang Qiqi's struggles and had Xiao Hang find a few people to carry Yang Qiqi to an empty room. Let us begin. After driving away the unrelated people, Zhou Lin pointed at Yang Qiqi, who was struggling on the ground like a maggot, begging for survival. Wu Shui initially thought Zhou Lin was asking Lan Yi to kill her, but Lan Yi just stood there motionless, staring at Yang Qiqi with wide eyes. Suddenly, Yang Qiqi stopped moving. Then they saw Lan Yi stagger slightly, as if she suddenly lost strength. Immediately after, Yang Qiqi actually crawled toward Zhou Lin, murmuring, "Give me a knife, a knife." Zhou Lin wrapped his left arm around the almost falling Lan Yi and pulled out a small fruit knife with his right hand. What? What did you do to her? Wu Shui's face turned pale as she tightly held Zhou Lin's right arm, looking at Lan Yi. Her will to survive is quite strong. She almost succeeded. I'm so hungry, food, quickly give me food. When Zhou Lin pulled out a chocolate candy bar and handed it to Lan Yi, Yang Qiqi stabbed the fruit knife, which was only as long as a finger, into her own neck. The process was slow, allowing one to feel the conflict in her consciousness, but in the end, it still went in. The fruit knife wasn't very sharp. After piercing the skin, it was difficult to push further, and blood began to spill. Wu Shui slowly clenched her fists. Your wife is timid. After finishing a chocolate candy bar, Lan Yi clearly regained some strength and even had the energy to tease Wu Shui. Wu Shui glared at her, but still didn't loosen her fists. Not everyone is as cold-blooded as you. Yes. I've killed more lives with my hands and body than the total number of humans born to this day. Men. Don't disturb my mood. Zhou Lin stared at Yang Qiqi, as if seeing the end of a dream. He had actually considered using all sorts of means to kill Yang Qiqi in a sufficiently cruel and bloody manner. But for someone who eats 4 meals a day, perhaps there weren't any particularly cruel methods left. So, let her kill herself, clearly not wanting to die, yet unable to control her body. The last stretch of the journey must be quite painful. Forget it, let it be like this. Revenge is certainly necessary, but those who are alive are more important, whether they are family or enemies. Chapter 75. Earthquake is coming in the Zhou family. Everyone sat around the dining table. For pairs of eyes were focused on Zhou Lin. About my space. Shue, you came late. Wu Xuan nodded in understanding, empathizing with the situation. To be precise, my space is actually a type of supernatural ability. Lan Ye is the first person with supernatural abilities I've encountered. Her ability is mental-based, allowing her to control the thoughts and behaviors of ordinary people to a certain extent. After briefly explaining what supernatural abilities are, Zhou Lin mentioned the earthquake. This is considered a special ability of mental-based supernatural powers, while dreams are uncontrollable. The success rate is over 90%. Lan Ye had a dream last night. After hearing Zhou Lin recount the dream, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali turned pale. An earthquake? An earthquake that could destroy Lanshan community. Does that mean they have no way out? In the icy cold, without a place to live. Isn't that the same as waiting to die? The only comfort is that Zhou Lin has a space. At least they can take all the supplies with them, and they won't lack food or necessities. She said the farm is safe, but it's already buried in snow. Should we go dig out the house now? Cheng Yali asked. Zhou Lin nodded. Generally speaking, the dream time of mental-based supernatural being cannot be completely determined. Lan Ye only said she felt something would happen soon, and Zhou Lin was nervous because the dreams still showed heavy snow, with less than 2 months left in winter nights. So, if a major earthquake is to occur, it must be within these 2 months. Just when everyone thought Zhou Lin was finished speaking, they saw him take out a delicate metallic box. Supernatural ability Pearl. Whether it can be fused with it and what ability will be gained after fusion is unknown. You can all try it, starting with Lily, you go first. The younger the age, the higher the chance of successful fusion. It's just a pity that in the apocalypse, there are too few people willing and able to have children. I don't want to. Surprisingly, Jolie was unwilling to be the first to try, citing her dislike for the uncontrollable. Zhou Lin looked deeply at Zhou Li before placing the supernatural ability Pearl back on the table. Shue, you come. Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali said simultaneously. Me? Wu Shui felt surprised and particularly touched. Although she studied science and is a staunch atheist, that does not affect her understanding of the value of this supernatural ability Pearl. The couple, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali, actually gave her such an opportunity, fully expressing their trust and affection for her. Dad, Mom, thank you. Time was pressing, and Wu Shui did not hesitate. With tears in her eyes, she thanked Zhou Kaijun and his wife, and then followed Zhou Lin's earlier instructions, picking up the glowing, pearl-like supernatural ability ball. Zhou Lin, try putting it in your mouth. The method to activate the supernatural ability pearl is not uniform. Lan Ye accidentally activated it by putting it in her mouth, and Zhou Lin felt Wu Shui could try that too. Wu Shui complied, but the supernatural ability Pearl still showed no response. Zhou Lin slowly shook his head, concluding that Wu Shui simply did not have a connection with this supernatural ability. Wu Shui sensibly took the supernatural ability Pearl to clean it before handing it to Cheng Yali. It's okay, there will be more opportunities in the future. I guarantee you will become a supernatural being. Zhou Lin comforted Wu Shui, pulling her into his arms. Before he finished speaking, they heard Zhou Saijuan's exclamation, wife, you. A strong light burst forth from Cheng Yali's hands, as if what she held was not a pearl, but a sun. Activated? It really activated? The commotion was so great that if the living room windows hadn't been sealed, it might have made people outside think it was dawn. Fortunately, although the light was intense, it did not harm anyone's eyes and lasted only a few seconds before disappearing. The supernatural ability Pearl vanished from Cheng Yali's hand, but she remained in a daze. Wife, are you okay? Under Zhou Lin's signal, Zhou Kaijun dared to reach out and pat Cheng Yali's shoulder. Cheng Yali startled, as if waking from a dream. Then her face lit up with excitement as she shouted with a deafening voice, Son, it worked. It worked. Not only others, but even Zhou Lin found it unbearable, his eardrums trembling. Would Cheng Yali's activated supernatural ability be related to sound? Sound wave enhancement? Son, my supernatural ability can. Don't say. Zhou Lin interrupted. Do not tell anyone the specific abilities and uses of the supernatural power. He glanced at Wu Shui and Zhou Li. Knowing there are ways within supernatural powers to make one speak the truth, so it wasn't that he didn't trust them, but he didn't want to harm them. Zhou Li shrugged. Mom, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Speak a little quieter in the future. I'm already deaf. Mom, you need to exercise more in the future because supernatural beings are inherently evolved beings. Once you become an evolved being, your physical quality will increase. Regular exercise can not only speed up the enhancement of physical quality, but also influence the upgrade of your supernatural ability to a certain extent. Just know this. Don't tell anyone else, especially. Zhou Lin pointed downstairs, where Lan Yi clearly still did not know this. Unfortunately, my supernatural ability is of no use against earthquakes. Son, when do we start moving? With the supernatural ability activated, and the potential to become an evolved being with superior physical qualities, Cheng Yali was filled with confidence for the future. In the absence of knowing the exact time of the earthquake, the sooner they moved, the better. After discussing their respective tasks, the family began to act. You say supernatural beings are inherently evolved beings, but not all evolved beings are supernatural beings, so ordinary people can also become evolved beings, right? So even if I don't have supernatural powers, I can still make myself an evolved being like you? In the room, while packing, Wu Shui asked Zhou Lin. Now Zhou Lin no longer needed to hide, directly packing the boxes Wu Shui had organized into the coming fortune ship, making it much easier. Yes, but ordinary people need to reach a certain threshold of physical quality to become evolved beings. I don't know the exact number, or they must undergo some significant stimulus, meaning they must break through a certain threshold mentally or physically to become evolved beings. I understand. Don't worry, I will work hard. Wu Shui clenched her fist. Zhou Lin rubbed Wu Shui's face. It's okay. I won't let anyone hurt you. But we face not only man-made disasters, but also natural disasters. What if the earthquake comes right now? Just as Zhou Lin was about to tell Wu Shui not to jinx it, he felt the ground start to shake. Earthquake. The dream of Lan Yi actually came true so quickly. Zhou Lin grabbed Wu Shui and rushed outside. Lily. The stairs leading to the second floor creaked, as if they might be torn apart by the shaking at any moment. Everything in front of them was swaying, and the hard floor was undulating like waves. Unsecured items were mostly thrown off, crashing to the floor, clattering or breaking into pieces. Cheng Yali's voice came from upstairs, overpowering everything else. Zhou Lin. Lily, where are you? Come, Mom, hurry. In a master bedroom on the second floor, Cheng Yali held her small-framed husband tightly, a thick pillow on her head, as if it was a pillar holding up the sky. Even if the sky were to fall, she would protect her family. Chapter 76. Tent living the earthquake came quickly and left just as fast. Before Zhou Lin could find Zhou Li, the shaking stopped. Is it over? Wu Shui asked, still in shock. It should be. Zhou Lin didn't dare to say too much. Who knows if there would be aftershocks? The priority was to evacuate. They abandoned everything that wasn't essential, and under Zhou Lin's urging, Cheng Yali and the others quickly went downstairs. In the tool room, Sun Qinghao looked at Zhou Lin with tears in his eyes. The earthquake had almost scared him to death. Now that it had stopped, the boiler pipes were damaged. The generator was down, and even the liquid fertilizer pipes were swaying dangerously, with liquid fertilizer spilling everywhere. Take your things and go downstairs to find my dad. Zhou Lin decided to give him another chance, as he had some contributions, even if they were minor. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin waved his hand, temporarily moving the entire tool room to the deck of the Lei Fu Hao, leaving only a large cage wrapped in thick blankets for poultry next to him. He had to protect them from freezing. If they suffocated in the end, it could only be blamed on their bad luck. After tidying up the tool room, Zhou Lin went to find Lan Yi and dragged her out from under the bed. Is this the scene you dreamed of? Lan Yi shook her head. No, it's far from it. Damn. Zhou Lin cursed under his breath and dragged her downstairs. By now, a large crowd had gathered downstairs. As long as they could walk, no one dared to stay upstairs. Who knew if another earthquake would strike? In fact, there had been minor aftershocks occurring continuously, but no one had noticed. It's coming again. It's shaking, until a stronger aftershock forced everyone back into the fear dictated by the earthquake. Zhou Lin. As soon as the aftershock stopped, Huang Minjing dragged her elderly mother out of the crowded group. Sister Cheng. Minjing, are you all right? Cheng Yali was still very warm towards familiar faces, quickly helping Huang Minjing's mother, as they were friends and had become closer in the apocalypse. We can't stay here, right? I just saw cracks in the ceiling. Although Huang Minjing was panicking, she remained rational and whispered in Zhou Lin's ear. Zhou Lin didn't respond, effectively acknowledging her concern. What are your plans next? Zhou Lin hesitated. He didn't want to let just anyone join, but Huang Minjing and her mother had a special situation. Come here, son. Cheng Yali beckoned, and after Zhou Lin approached, the mother and son began to speak quietly. Minjing, if you don't mind, you can come with us. But I need to make some things clear, Cheng Yali said. Sister Cheng, you say it. I can agree to any request. Huang Minjing was smart and had learned that only by following Zhou Lin would they have a better life. Cheng Yali could be considered a bridge between them. So Huang Minjing showed enough respect and trust towards her. As more and more people gathered around, Zhou Lin waved his hand. Let's talk as we walk. Without snowmobiles. Zhou Lin let Huang Minjing's mother and the unathletic Lan Yi sit in the sled, pretending to go to the basement to fetch some skis. Surprisingly, Wu Shui could ski, and Zhou was even more impressive. After a few attempts under Wu Shui's guidance, she could move freely, proving her genius status. As an entrepreneur, Huang Minjing had also learned to ski, leaving Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. Zhou Lin had to say that with Cheng Yali's physique, she could only find a door panel to sit on with Zhou Kaijun. Brother, are you leaving? Xiao Hang chased after them, looking eager. Yeah, our roof is cracked. Zhou Lin didn't want to waste time. Their group had hardly brought any supplies. If someone went back upstairs and found it empty, it was better to leave sooner rather than later. Brother, can I go with you? It's not convenient for me right now. How about this? I'll contact you later if it's suitable, and then you can come over. But, no buts. Zhou Lin glanced around and said quietly, remember, don't stay in a house if nothing's wrong. Always carry enough food and water. Use the walkie-talkie to contact me. Brother, you must find me when you settle down. Xiao Hang had no choice but to reluctantly wave goodbye to Zhou Lin. In the thick white snow, the group moved slowly, because of the sled and the door panel. The biggest advantage of the skis was that it made it easier for Zhou Lin and the others to move forward without getting stuck in the snow. It usually took about 20 minutes to get from the city to the farm without traffic, but they took a full 4 hours. I'll set up 2 tents first, then dig. In a place where no one could see, Zhou Lin took out the tents and set them up, getting everyone settled. When everyone fell asleep from exhaustion, Zhou Lin brought out a digger from the warehouse to dig through several meters of snow. How long could they dig by hand? Just as he was about to start digging, a figure suddenly lifted the 3 layers of tent flaps and walked out. Did you plan this out? Or are you just being foolish? Zhou Li yawned with 2 little eye boogers in the corners of her eyes. What do you mean? Oh, brother, your brain is really not working well. Did you not think that being buried under the snow might actually be quite good for us? Good? Zhou Li's words struck Zhou Lin like a lightning bolt, awakening him to a new realization. It was true. The major earthquake that Lan Yi had dreamed of hadn't come yet. With the farm and the house buried in the snow, they were essentially protected. If the earthquake came, and they were lucky, they might not suffer significant damage. But if they dug it out, there was no telling what might happen. They could even be crushed by the tremors. So Zhou Li meant they should wait until after the earthquake to dig. The problem was, nobody could be sure when that big earthquake would come. If they didn't dig out the house, where'd they stay next? All crammed in tents? Right, the Lu Xiaofeng Hao. Zhou Lin didn't hide it anymore and directly brought out the Lu Xiaofeng Hao, which was likely located in the front yard of the original house. This way, even if the earthquake caused the snow to collapse, it wouldn't damage the house. Wow. Zhou Li walked around the 12-meter-long Lu Xiaofeng Hao, nodding in satisfaction. It's mine now. Zhou Lin ignored her and brought out a large RV that had been converted from a bus. In terms of size and internal usable space, it was no less than the Lu Xiaofeng Hao. Since you're up, let's work together. Relying solely on the RV's insulation capability could resist the cold, but maintaining indoor temperature would consume a lot of energy. Since they didn't need to move, Zhou Lin's idea was to set up another layer of tents outside the RV. When the others woke up and saw the tents and the RV inside, they were all stunned. Hubby, this. I dug it out from the yard last night. Don't worry, it's all usable. With 2 RVs and a large tent, Cheng Yali stayed with Wu Shui, Zhou Lin, and Huang Minjing in the Lu Xiaofeng Hao, while Zhou Kaijun, Zhou Lin, Sun Qinghao, and Lan Yi stayed in the RV. I don't want to, among everyone. Only Lan Yi had objections. Zhou Lin glanced over. Oh, then I'll find you a different place. Chapter 77. Mysterious news. Blue Moon thought that Zhou Lin was captivated by her. But when Zhou Lin took her to a place far from the RV and started digging in the snow with a shovel, she understood. No need. I think you've arranged things quite well. Not wronged. Zhou Lin continued to dig. Not wronged. Really not wronged. I already said I'm not wronged. Why are you still digging? Zhou Lin smiled. If we don't dig a big hole, how will we deal with the waste later? Especially with a major earthquake coming. Who can guarantee that we won't fall into it? Wouldn't that be disgusting? Blue Moon felt particularly wronged because Zhou Lin actually made her dig the hole too. I haven't done this kind of rough work since I turned 18. So, Zhou Lin put down the shovel and looked at the sky. Can you see clearly? Where? Blue Moon looked around. Don't look at that tin over there, except for the places with lights. Huh? How can I see clearly? Although I've pretended to be a cat. I'm not a cat. No night vision? Zhou Lin nodded and fell silent. After checking that the snow pit was deep enough, Zhou Lin laid down thick waterproof membranes and then took Blue Moon back to the tent. Considering the possibility of an earthquake at any time, there were only a few small camping stoves inside the tent. The heating effect was actually okay, but firewood had to be added every 3 or 4 hours. When Zhou Lin began to rest, the official shelter in the city was still in chaos. A magnitude 6.5 earthquake, with aftershocks up to 5. Zhu Guanghan, with a bandage wrapped around his head, was reading the latest documents by the light of a gas lamp. He wasn't very lucky. When the earthquake struck, the lamp holder on the ceiling fell and hit his head. Fortunately, the lamp tube didn't break. Otherwise, it would have been more troublesome. Old Yi, what is the casualty situation? Yi Xiao, with ice clinging to his hair, lifted the curtain and entered with a heavy expression. Several work sites that were being excavated collapsed. At least a few hundred people are buried underneath. Wang Pingping is leading a team to dig. Hopefully they can rescue a few more. Zhu Guanghan let out a long sigh. Besides the people buried under the collapse, there were also many injured in the shelter. The key issue was that medical personnel and supplies were scarce, and many injured people couldn't receive treatment at all. Fortunately, the temperature was low, making infections less likely. Otherwise, it would have been even worse. Commander, the provincial government just sent an urgent telegram. Another urgent telegram? Zhu Guanghan anxiously took it over to read, and tears immediately welled up in his eyes. In Jiazhu City, the earthquake reached a magnitude of 6.5. The epicenter. It's devastating. The provincial government said the casualties could exceed 10,000. The most critical thing is that now, besides themselves, no one can help. Natural disasters are not terrifying. No one can decide where a natural disaster will occur. But in Xia country, as long as the disaster-affected people see those green figures, they feel at ease and warm. However, now, the winter night has cut off the roads, and volcanic ash prevents planes from taking off. Even if they want to provide support, they can't just run there, right? Before Zhu Guanghan finished speaking, Yi Xiao's bodyguard came in again. Commander, urgent orders. Read it. Yi Xiao lit a cigarette, as if he had already guessed what was coming. Your unit is to quickly tally the local casualties and the level of assistance needed. If you have the capacity, report immediately, and the headquarters will arrange support for the epicenter. After the bodyguard finished reading, Yi Xiao didn't say anything. But Zhu Guanghan couldn't hold back any longer. What? We're also in a disaster area. How can we? Besides, how are you going to get there? Run over. Old Zhu, disasters have varying degrees, and matters have different urgencies. What's wrong with running? Our ancestors also measured the grasslands and crossed snow-capped mountains on foot. The people's army serves the people, as long as the people need. Reply, we can send half of our personnel to the epicenter. Please instruct the higher-ups. Old Yu, Zhu Guanghan, stomped his foot, knowing that no matter what he said, it would be useless, although he was given the title of commander. Yi Xiao was only the deputy commander, and Zhu Guanghan could not interfere with military matters at all. What about the follow-up work here if you send half of your people? Zhu Guanghan muttered. Yi Xiao calmly replied, we could be a little slower, a little colder, a little hungrier. Just a bit of hardship won't cost us our lives, but over there, 1 minute late could mean several lives. Old Zhu, how would you decide? Zhu Guanghan waved his hand, just sighing repeatedly. It's not easy. It's all not easy. Wang Pingping will stay to help you. I will personally lead the team over. Yi Xiao leaned on his knees to stand up and said as he headed out. Before Zhu Guanghan could react, Wang Pingping had already lifted the curtain and entered. Commander, I just received some news. I think you both need to hear it. Go ahead, even in a hurry. Yi Xiao could still wait a few minutes. Wang Pingping took out a special phone and began to play a recording. As soon as it started, a synthesized voice could be heard. Shelter Command, I have a message for you. Whether you believe it or not, you'd better believe it. Don't doubt it. The apocalypse has arrived. Anything can happen. Next, what I have to say is very important. Anyone who receives this message must pass it on to your commander, or you'll be a sinner against the country and the people. As the voice began with flattery, Zhu Guanghan was somewhat dismissive, while Yi Xiao just smiled, signaling Zhu Guanghan to continue listening. This is just the beginning. There will be an even bigger earthquake in the near future, a super earthquake. 80% of the buildings in Jiazhu City will be destroyed. If you're not prepared, many people will die. Try to collect supplies from the buildings. After the earthquake, don't expect to dig them out. That's all for now. You can weigh it yourself. No need to thank me. The recording ended. Zhu Guanghan snorted. So childish. The country can't even predict earthquakes. How can he come here to spread fear? Besides, just had an earthquake. Isn't it said that once the energy is released, it's fine? How could there be one after another, and each more powerful than the last? Old Yi, I think it's unnecessary to pay attention to him. Yi Xiao didn't answer immediately, but stared at Wang Pingping. Why do you think it's necessary for us to hear this? He knew Wang Pingping's character. Unless there was something particularly special about the recording, Wang Pingping wouldn't bother with it, much less bring it over. The recording itself is nothing. It was randomly synthesized and can't be restored with our current equipment. But one thing surprised me. What are you teasing us about, Xiao Wang? Hurry up and say it. Everyone is busy. Zhu Guanghan said, somewhat displeased. Commander, it concerns some military secrets. Wang Pingping hesitated for a moment, and only when Yi Xiao nodded did he continue. Do you remember the incident before the natural disaster when the beautiful country's aircraft carrier, the Tefu, was hijacked? What does the Tefu have to do with this recording? Zhu Guanghan asked. Yi Xiao seemed to think of something and whispered, is this recording sent from the Tefu aircraft carrier? No, Wang Pingping shook his head. But our electronic warfare experts received the identification code of the beautiful country's Tefu aircraft carrier at the same time as receiving this recording, and the two were completely synchronized. Identification code? How is that possible? This is Bashu. The usually calm Yi Xiao finally lost his composure. Chapter 78, A Pair of Little Rivals. Do you think the command center will believe it? Zhou Lin and Zhou Li sat around the stove. The cool breeze is illiterate. Don't disturb me while I read. Zhou Li glared impatiently at Zhou Lin. The matter has already been resolved. Whether they believe it or not is up to them. This is called doing your best and leaving the rest to fate. Zhou Lin is just an ordinary person. He is neither a god nor a Buddha. Is it really necessary to worry so much? So many lives. Zhou Lin never hesitated to take revenge when there was a grudge. And he could be ruthless even against those who were not of his kind. But when it came to innocent compatriots, Zhou Lin simply could not be as indifferent as Zhou Li. What is a person? What is a life? Seeing the mountain is not seeing the mountain. Little sister, I didn't provoke you. Not far away, Lan Ye, who was helping Cheng Yali pick vegetables, cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Li. She must have misheard. What Zhou Li said was the mountain is not three, mainly due to the accent of the Basha people. A line of white egrets in the sky. A half-wit in front of me. Don't think just because you're an ability user you can be arrogant. It won't work in front of me. Little girl. Lan Ye also got angry, suddenly standing up. If it weren't for your brother and your mother protecting you, I could make you social death in a minute. Do you believe it? When Cheng Yali and Zhou Lin saw the two getting into an argument, they didn't take it seriously at first. Neither of them expected that Lan Yi would act like a firecracker in front of Zhou Li, igniting at the slightest provocation. Zhou Li coldly laughed and told Lan Yi to come at her. Lan Yi really unleashed her abilities against Zhou Li. It was only after she had used her powers that she suddenly realized if anything happened to Zhou Li, wouldn't Zhou Lin tear her apart? Lan Yi, are you crazy? When Zhou Lin spoke, he was still next to Zhou Li, but by the time he finished the word come, his hand was less than a centimeter from Lan Yi's face. It was still a distance of several meters, yet Zhou Lin didn't even take a second. Before his hand could land, a strong gust of wind had already blown Lan Yi's hairpin away, her long black hair flying wildly. Is that it? Huh? Zhou Lin stopped, turned around, and quickly scanned Zhou Li up and down. Are you sure you're okay? No, it can't be. Lan Yi couldn't believe it either. She definitely didn't hold back when she was angry just now, and even an evolved person might have been affected. How could a little girl like Zhou Li withstand it? Facts speak louder than words. The dismissive expression on Zhou Li's face made Lan Yi feel helpless for the first time after gaining her abilities, knowing that Zhou Lin had almost been taken down by her before. You're not human, right? You're not human. You're trash. Zhou Li pouted, seemingly disinterested in talking to Lan Yi anymore, and continued reading her book. For a while, Zhou Lin couldn't understand why Zhou Li wasn't afraid of Lan Yi's mental abilities at all. Perhaps it was related to her IQ? He thought he might try it out after the earthquake passed. Even so, he still punished Lan Yi by not allowing her to eat for 24 hours. It might not be a big deal for an ordinary person to go without food for 24 hours, but for Lan Yi, who had just exerted herself to unleash her abilities, it was very difficult. While everyone was eating in the RV, Lan Yi could only sit outside, pitifully holding a handful of ice and snow, occasionally licking a bite. However, the more she did this, the more she felt her stomach churning, as if her gastrointestinal tract was about to revolt. If they didn't feed her soon, it would digest her. No one dared to show any sympathy for Lan Yi in front of Qingyali. Ever since gaining her powers, Qingyali not only had a louder voice, but also seemed to be sturdier. Zhou Kaijun, who was originally small and thin, stood beside her like a little bird depending on a big tree. At the moment, aside from the happy rivals Lan Yi and Zhou Li, everyone else was getting along quite harmoniously. In contrast, the leaders in the shelter were now quite entangled. Yixin Xiao had already instructed Wang Pingping to report the information completely to the higher-ups to see how they would handle it. About 6 hours later, they finally received a response. Surprisingly, the higher-ups' order was very simple. Be ready for battle. Ready for what battle? Waiting for what order? Clearly, the higher-ups were adopting an attitude of better safe than sorry regarding that piece of news. Not only did they terminate the military support orders for the earthquake-stricken area, but they also ordered them to prepare for battle. Since the higher-ups meant this, let us notify them. Has the radio station resumed? It has resumed, Zhu Guanghan's secretary said. Oldie, how do you think we should phrase it? The wording of the notification is very important. If it's too light, people might not take it seriously, and if it's too heavy, it might cause panic. What if everyone is tense for several days and nothing happens? It would affect the credibility of the shelter. How to say it? Of course, we should speak the truth. Just say we received mysterious news that a major earthquake might occur soon, and out of responsibility for the lives and property of the masses, the shelter will suspend all construction and return to the ground for a period of time. And after Zhu Guanghan's secretary recorded it, it was revised and sent to the radio station for release. Soon, everyone in Jiazhou City and the surrounding areas with radios or any other broadcasting devices heard the shelter's announcement about the impending major earthquake. An earthquake? No way. A bigger one? We need to find a safe place to move. Let us move now. I'm not going. I'd rather die at home than go out. Don't let it be that I don't die from the earthquake, but freeze to death instead. People are all sorts. There's always a group of people who particularly like to go against the government. If you tell them to go east, they go west instead. However, most people took targeted measures. For instance, moving from high-rise buildings to bungalows or relocating their sleeping areas to near the front door. Those who truly believe in the government and had the means moved their whole families into tents or temporary shelters made of lightweight materials. A major earthquake hung over them like the sword of Damocles. No one knew when it would fall, but once it did, it would undoubtedly bring a heavy blow to people. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Aside from the aftershocks of the previous earthquake, everything seemed normal. Even Huang Minjing began to doubt the accuracy of the shelter-s news. Unable to help but say that continuing like this was too wasteful of time and that they should dig out the farm and houses first. It can't be said that Huang Minjing was being overly sentimental. No matter how expensive the RV was, the internal space was limited, and it was always inconvenient for 4 or 5 people to squeeze together. Minjing, we need to trust the government. Cheng Yali was still comforting Huang Minjing when son Cheng Hao, who was responsible for raising small animals in the corner of the tent, suddenly rushed over. The rabbit. The rabbit is crazy. The rabbit is crazy? Cheng Yali and the others followed son Cheng Hao over and saw that the originally gentle rabbits were madly attacking each other, their snowy white front teeth turning into knives, continuously stabbing into their companions' bodies, tearing off chunks of flesh. Quick, separate them. The big rabbits fighting meant the little rabbits suffered. If the little rabbits they had painstakingly bred were lost just like that, it would be such a shame. However, before they could rescue all the little rabbits, the poultry in the chicken coop suddenly became agitated, some crowing, some squawking, and some banging their heads against the iron cage or kicking the cage with their feet. Something's going to happen. Cheng Yali suddenly turned around and shouted towards the RV, "You guys be careful, it might." Chapter 79. Magnitude 9. Zhou Lin initially thought he had caught a cold. His ears were buzzing, as if something was blocking them, and his nose felt particularly uncomfortable. But he quickly realized it wasn't tinnitus. Everyone was hearing a dull humming sound. Suddenly, countless colorful lights appeared in the pitch-black sky. Blue, yellow, red. These 3 colors were predominant. "This is ground light," Jolie said softly beside him. She had originally been in the car, but had somehow come to Zhou Lin's side. "What?" Zhou Lin asked. "An earthquake. The massive earthquake that Lan Ye dreamed of. Animal behavior is abnormal. Low-frequency sound waves combined with the appearance of ground light in the sky. Anyone with a bit of experience knows this is a sign of an impending earthquake." This was why Zhou Li had come out of the car. It was actually safer to sit in the open than in the car in this wide area. "How long do we have?" Zhou Lin often forgot Zhou Li's actual age, perhaps due to the difference in intelligence. It could be anything from 2 or 3 hours to 2 or 3 days. The ground light continued to flicker in the sky. Strictly speaking, it should have been noon, but under the special climatic conditions of a winter night, it was impossible to see ground light in normal sunlight. So, for Zhou Li, this was a great research opportunity. Although Zhou Lin thought there was nothing to research about earthquakes since they couldn't be predicted. Can't you predict just by seeing the ground light? It was like talking past each other. "Give me a better camera." "What do you need that for?" Zhou Lin hesitated, but finally fished out a camera from his pocket. One from the Lai Fu vehicle. However, he couldn't stay with Zhou Li all the time. He still believed in her and needed to make sure everyone was prepared. The frantic rabbits seemed normal again, licking each other's wounds. Zhou Lin asked son Qinghao to let the black dog out of the car, but instructed him to tie it up well, fearing it might get scared and run away during the earthquake. Everyone else was arranged to sit scattered in the tent, waiting silently. "Will it definitely come?" Cheng Yali stepped out of the tent and asked Zhou Li, who was still filming the ground light. "It's getting denser." Zhou Li seemed to answer a different question. But Cheng Yali understood, turning back to the tent to tell everyone to prepare. It was likely coming soon. In fact, the ground light could be seen not just in Jiazhua City. The flickering lights could be seen almost throughout Bashu, but not everyone knew what they were. However, as a region prone to earthquakes, and with the shelter's warning messages, people in Jiazhua City were basically looking for safe places. It's fine for a while, but if we get trapped in a collapsing building, even if we don't die on the spot, can we really expect others to rescue us? To put it bluntly, nowadays, the entire Xia country and even the world could be said to be governed by one city or one region, each acting independently, while national-level orders could be given. There was no way to enforce them if people chose not to listen. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Lin suddenly felt hot all over, as if blood had rushed to his head, making him restless. Maybe. He turned to Qing Yali and Lan Ye, both of whom also looked abnormal. but the others showed no reaction. The next moment, before Zhou Lin could say anything, the ground began to shake. "Earthquake! Watch your feet!" Cheng Yali shouted loudly, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Clearly, this earthquake was much stronger than the last one from the very beginning of the tremor. First it shook up and down, then side to side. The intense compound shaking made it impossible to stand. Almost everyone except Zhou Lin instinctively crouched down or lay flat on the ground. The snow began to collapse in the shaking, and Zhou Lin saw the RV slide towards a crack in the snow as it lost support. As he watched the over 2-meter-tall RV about to be swallowed by the gap, Zhou Lin staggered over and, at the last moment, pulled it back into the Lifu vehicle. The tent suddenly flew up, for some reason, uprooted by a gust of wind triggered by the earthquake. But at that moment, no one felt cold. They could only maintain their positions and silently pray for the disaster to pass quickly. In the northern high-rise buildings, those receiving the earthquake news looked pale. Magnitude 9. The initial assessment of the earthquake in Bashu was above 9. The damage from the 8-point earthquake years ago had yet to heal, and that was when everything was normal. "Is there no way?" someone asked. "No. We only have 30 airships, 2/3 of which were sent from various places for support. Even if we send them all out, it's just a drop in the bucket. A drop in the bucket is better than ignoring it." An elderly man waved his hand. "Send all 30 out, go? But then we will have no operational capacity left." What if? What does what if mean? It's a magnitude 9 earthquake, comrades. Why do we have operational capacity? Is it to ensure our safety? To satisfy our demand for supplies? Or is that operational capacity meant to respond to the disasters that happen to the people? Some of you are being selfish and narrow-minded. Taking a little, grabbing a little, being selfish. That's the behavior of those below. Extremely shallow. Which of you is lacking anything? No one, right? Anyone who can sit in this room, who dares to say they haven't received the best care from the state. So what pursuits do you still have? What thoughts? In this position, if you are still coveting material enjoyment, then I can only say you do not deserve to sit here. Since ancient times, who can escape death? So what you should think about is how to prove to the world that you are here. Forget it. I won't talk about you anymore. In short, I don't want to become a sinner of the people, bearing the blame of history, so I can disregard personal safety and put life and death aside. If anyone is unwilling, just leave. What everyone else thought in the end was unknown, but under the old man's insistence. The 30 airships took off one by one after being loaded with supplies and disaster relief personnel, about to fly thousands of kilometers without navigation to the Bashu disaster area. At this time, the magnitude 9 earthquake had just ended less than an hour ago. Fortunately, the epicenter was not in a densely populated city, and there wasn't even town nearby. If someone could reach the epicenter now, they would find that the terrain over 100 square kilometers had been completely altered. The once lush forests were now covered in steaming soil and rocks, with countless ravines crisscrossing, wide gaps reaching 7 or 8 meters, dark and bottomless below. Jiazhua City was 300 kilometers away from the epicenter, with a maximum magnitude approaching 7. Over 30% of buildings in the entire Jiazhua City had collapsed, and more than 60% had cracks and damage, half of which were at risk of collapsing at any moment. The disaster was severe, and cries could be heard everywhere. The moving lights and flames seemed to be the best epitome of this disaster. "Is everyone okay?" Zhou Lin embraced the terrified Wu Shui, crawling out of the snow pit. Chapter 80. She actually got away at the beginning of the earthquake. Everyone was still able to maintain their balance, but as the strongest tremors hit, the thick snow on the ground was kicked up, obscuring everyone's view. Zhou Lin had just brought the RV into the Fuhao when he felt something was off and quickly rushed towards Wu Shui. He originally intended to pull Zhou Li into the embrace as well, but Zhou Li rolled over to Cheng Yali's side at the critical moment. Then, more and more snow flew up and fell back down, quickly burying all objects on the snow surface. This was not the first time Zhou Lin had been buried in snow. How should he put it? Perhaps due to the shaking, the snow was not compacted. So Zhou Lin did not feel any difficulty in breathing. At least for the short term, he should be fine. Besides worrying whether Wu Shui would be overly frightened, he was also concerned about whether there would be cracks in the ground beneath the snow. Lan Ye said this area was the least damaged in the entire Jiazhou City. Zhou Lin thought it might have something to do with the geological structure, The breeding farm used to be an ancient riverbed, and the entire base was formed by river alluvium. Although this type of geology is not very strong, it is hard for it to develop cracks due to shaking. This is also one of the reasons why Jiazhou City has never developed in this direction, as the cost of building tall structures with deep foundations would be very high. Not far from Zhou Lin and Wu Shui, a burst of white snow suddenly exploded. If it weren't for the familiar voice, one might think there had been an explosion. I'm suffocating. Hubby, Lily, are you okay? Cheng Yali crawled out of the snow pit like a winter bear, just waking up, moving her hands and feet. Following closely were Zhou Li and Zhou Kaijun, both father and daughter looking a bit pale, but otherwise seemed fine. Seeing Zhou Kaijun and the others, Zhou Lin's heart, which had been in suspense, was mostly put at ease. As for the others who had not yet appeared, what others? Over here, a hand suddenly emerged from snow. Cheng Yali saw it and hurried over to help. In no time, Huang Minjing and her mother were dug out. Aside from being cold, they seemed fine. Further away, Hei's eyes had popped up first, followed by son Qinghao, who, after crawling out with the dog, turned around to rescue the poultry and rabbits they had protected beneath. Good dog. Zhou Lin rubbed Hei's fluffy head and casually gave him a large piece of dried beef, while son Qinghao watched eagerly, practically drooling. You're not bad either. Zhou Lin patted son Qinghao on the shoulder and handed him a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Next, they needed to dig out the Zhou family's small courtyard, or they wouldn't even have a tent left. Fortunately, the Lu Xiaofeng was still there. Although half of the vehicle was buried in the snow, they could still continue to dig at the entrance to get in and out. Zhou Lin let everyone go inside to warm up while he found a corner where no one could see him and directly brought out a bulldozer to start working. With the powerful digging force, dealing with the 2 to 3 meters thick snow left after the earthquake was not a problem at all. Blocks of snow were pushed aside, gradually exposing the farmhouse courtyard. The yard was filled with water, but fortunately, when Zhou Kaijun and Qingyali left, they had reinforced and closed the doors and windows. So there wasn't too much water inside the house, only a few broken doors and windows. On the Lu Xiaofeng, everyone was rejoicing at having survived the disaster when Zhou Li suddenly said, "Where's Lan Yiya? Who is Lan Yiya? Lili, what are you talking about? Is she your friend?" Seeing everyone looking confused, Zhou Li immediately stood up. "I'm going to find my brother." Lan Yiya? Zhou Lin was simultaneously releasing various furniture, tools, and supplies from the Fuhao while talking to Zhou Li. "You won't be caught too, will you? Wake up, wake up!" Zhou Li pulled Zhou Lin's ear and shouted at the top of her lungs. Zhou Lin rubbed his face hard. Zhou Li's shout was indeed effective, making him feel like something in his mind suddenly cleared up, and then he recalled everything about Lan Yiya. Without a doubt, that woman had already run away. Taking advantage of the chaos during the earthquake, neither Zhou Lin nor Qingyali had time to keep an eye on her. So she activated her abilities to try to completely erase her existence from Zhou Lin and the others' minds, and then escaped. The plan was well thought out and very decisive. Who told you to be soft-hearted and cherish the delicate? That's it. No, I didn't. Don't say that. Forget it. We'll settle it when we meet again. In the icy, snowy, and dark environment, Zhou Lin felt that Lan Yiya couldn't have run far. Given her delicate lifestyle habits, she might freeze or starve to death before she could even make it back to the city. First, he needed to get the current situation sorted out. You go call the people, tidy up what needs to be tidied. Zhou Lin walked out of the house, looked at the direction, and then walked towards the back of the house. Before the heavy snow fell, the terrain here was already much higher than that of the house, probably 10 to 20 meters, extending for several kilometers. Zhou Lin brought out the bulldozer again, followed by an excavator. He planned to dig a pit right next to that high embankment, a pit over 300 meters long, 80 meters wide, and over 30 meters deep. Even with an excavator and bulldozer, it would be difficult for Zhou Lin alone to complete such a massive project in a short time. Fortunately, as long as he made good use of that long, high embankment, along with appropriate soil piling, he could relatively reduce some workload. No one knew what Zhou Lin had been busy with these past few days. They could only hear the roar of machines. As Zhou Lin didn't even turn on the vehicle lights, so even if they were curious, they couldn't see anything. The official shelter in Jiazhou was not too severely damaged in this earthquake. After the aftershocks had mostly calmed down, Zhu Guanghan began organizing personnel to repair the shelter. The importance of the underground shelter was undeniable before the temperature rose and the winter night ended. Not to mention, in terms of insulation, the underground could far surpass the above ground, so repairing the underground shelter was urgent. At this moment, Zhu Guanghan regretted not seizing the time to collect supplies earlier. Now, with everything collapsed, how much manpower and material would it take to dig them out? And, in the end, it was likely to be not worth the loss. With a worried expression, Zhu Guanghan stepped out of the tent, staring at the construction site working late into the night. The number of workers had noticeably decreased. Many had gone out to help. Even if one wasn't in a building during a magnitude 7 earthquake, it wasn't necessarily safe. If luck was bad, one could be hit by falling debris, and the extremely unfortunate could even be swallowed by cracks. There were also those who didn't trust the shelter warnings and were unwilling or unable to leave the buildings in time. Although these people had some blame for their fate, they couldn't just ignore the need to rescue them. Everywhere needed manpower. Even with Yi Xinxiao's team dispatched, it was still not enough. Even Yi Xinxiao herself was on the front line, digging through debris with her own hands, tried her best to save those who were buried. The disaster did not only affect Jiazhou. Neighboring provinces near the epicenter suffered varying degrees of damage. The entire Bashu was shrouded in gloom, and the closer the city was to the epicenter, the greater the losses. In the sky above the provincial capital of Bashu, bright beams of light descended and rose. Chapter 81 come out, Laifu. Airship. The airship is coming. In the provincial city of Bashu, cheers erupted everywhere, and lights and flames illuminated the surroundings of the 8 shelters from different directions. In the lead airship's pod, Ning Shanyu, who had not rested for 2 days and nights, struggled to keep his bloodshot eyes wide open. He was looking for signs of light below. Even though the navigation indicated that they had arrived above the provincial city of Bashu, the airship could not land blindly if there were no lights on the ground. Every takeoff and landing was difficult for the airship. Of the 30 airships that had set off, only 26 were left, and Ning Shanyu did not want to incur any more losses. Finally, he spotted a shadow of light in the corner of his eye at 11 o'clock. Maintain formation. Search for signals. Keep in contact. Turn on the signal lights to indicate our identity. A series of commands poured out of Ning Shanyu's mouth and were relayed through the intercom to each airship. The massive size of the airship meant that it could not form a neat formation like planes or fighter jets. Sometimes the line could stretch for several kilometers. And if not careful, a gust of wind or a lightning strike could cause the line to break or even result in disaster. Ning Sanyu, this air traffic controller for the carrier, was thrust into the role of transport squad leader, responsible for the long-distance flight of the airships, and the pressure was immense. If it weren't for the steel wool cultivated during his years in the military, he might have collapsed long ago. In any case, they had finally arrived at the provincial city of Bashu. The instructions from the higher-ups for Ning Shanyu were to deliver supplies and personnel to the provincial city of Bashu and then follow the arrangements of the Disaster Relief Command Center here. This is the Disaster Relief Command Center of the provincial city of Bashu. A call came through the radio. Ning Shanyu picked up the intercom and responded in a hoarse voice. This is the capital support team. Please indicate the landing site with emergency wartime lights. Please indicate the landing site with emergency wartime lights. Received. Please give us 3 minutes. Please give us 3 minutes. If the ground personnel had dared to make Ning Shanyu wait 3 minutes under normal circumstances, he would have sent them straight to a military court after coming down. But given the current situation, it was already quite challenging to prepare for guidance and landing within 3 minutes. The size of the airship required a larger area for takeoff and landing compared to planes, yet such conditions were not available now. My airship will land. Other airships stand by. Without waiting for the airship to fully touch down, Ning Shanyu eagerly opened the cabin door and jumped down the moment he felt the pod make contact with the ground. Time was tight. Every second counted. Just as Ning Shanyu was about to meet the crowd approaching him, an urgent call came from the intercom on his shoulder. Wind speed level 9. Wind speed level 9. Out of control. My airship is out of control. Decrease altitude. Decrease altitude. Watch out for tall buildings. Avoid. Ning Shanyu suddenly froze and looked up at the sky. The flashing lights, marking the shapes of the airships, were rapidly transforming from an orderly formation to utter chaos, some shooting up quickly, others descending rapidly, and some even seemed to be on the verge of colliding. "Do not force control, do not force control." Ning Shanyu pressed the intercom and shouted. Over 20 airships, if they truly collided, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Zhou family's farm. The old house had been cleaned and reinforced almost completely. With the support of a high-power boiler, the temperature in a dozen rooms, including the kitchen and bathroom, remained at a relatively comfortable range, making it much more comfortable for the elderly and women, who were naturally afraid of the cold. However, Zhou Lin had been acting a bit strange these past few days. Even Wu Shui hardly saw him. If it weren't for the occasional sounds he made on the intercom, everyone might think something had happened to him. Zhou Lin was indeed very busy. He was digging the foundation and making appropriate modifications to the Lifu ship in the storage space. The characteristic of this symbiotic ability allowed Zhou Lin to not only have a thorough understanding of all the devices connected to the Lifu ship, but also to modify the Lifu ship through his consciousness. Provided he had materials, just like when he modified the Luxia Feng ship initially. During the deep modifications of the Luxia Feng ship, Zhou Lin discovered that the range of his consciousness modifications was still at a macroscopic scale. If he were to compare it to a computer, he was like an ordinary assembly worker, needing corresponding parts with minimal mental consumption. However, if he tried to become an ordinary maintenance worker, that is, able to disassemble and assemble small components on the motherboard and solder circuit boards, his mental energy would quickly drain, leaving him dizzy and nauseated, unable to persist. He didn't know if the upgrade of his ability in the future would improve this. But for now, he didn't need to delve into smaller dimensions for the modifications to the Lifu ship. The foundation had been almost dug out in the past 2 days. The speed was due to fully utilizing the terrain and landforms. The final modifications to the Lifu ship in the storage space were also nearly completed. After a good sleep, Zhou Lin called Cheng Yali over alone. "What are you doing? What's going on? Why did you dig such a big pit? This isn't our back mountain." Due to the lighting, Cheng Yali only saw the tip of the iceberg of the big pit, and Zhou Lin didn't explain, only telling her that if she saw him fainting later, not to panic, and immediately stuff a chocolate bar into his mouth. Before Cheng Yali could ask further, Zhou Lin slightly closed his eyes and moved his arms. The next moment, Cheng Yali felt as if a sudden gust of wind had risen beside her, and the big pit in front of her was instantly filled with something. Zhou Lin staggered and fell headfirst to the ground. "So," Cheng Yali hurriedly reached out to catch Zhou Lin in her arms and quickly stuffed the prepared chocolate bar into his mouth, much like 20 years ago. Zhou Lin's consciousness was actually still relatively clear, but his physical strength had been drained and his mental energy was nearly exhausted. To put it mystically, the flame of his soul was like a candle in the wind, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. Fortunately, with the chocolate bar as a high-energy supplement, every bit of physical recovery slightly improved his mental state. Cheng Yali was not only feeding him, but also habitually keeping him warm, which greatly aided Zhou Lin's recovery. Yet even so, Zhou Lin knew he wouldn't wake up anytime soon. He just hoped Cheng Yali could hold on a bit longer and preferably not let anyone else know that he had fainted. What on earth is this? What Zhou Lin didn't know was that Cheng Yali had no intention of going back. She was completely stunned. How could such a large building suddenly appear in the back mountain? This started with the orientation Zhou Lin had placed the Lifu ship. The Lifu ship was positioned with its stern facing the old house, aligned almost at a 90-degree angle along the ridge. While Cheng Yali and Zhou Lin were not at the stern, but near the starboard rear, close to the island. Therefore, the tall building Cheng Yali saw was actually the island that Zhou Lin had disguised. A large amount of material surrounded and rationally divided the radar, antennas, and other equipment above the island, and the connection between the lower part of the island and the deck was also camouflaged and reinforced, ultimately making the entire island appear like a somewhat oddly shaped building, 38 meters tall. The reason it was 38 meters was that Zhou Lin had laid a suspended layer at a height of 6 meters on the flight deck, which was about 1 meter shorter than the pit's surface to facilitate later soil covering. After covering the soil, the part of the disguised building that emerged above ground was only 38 meters tall. In other words, except for the part of the island structure that is above ground, the entire Lifu ship is actually buried more than a meter underground. As a result, Even if someone passes by or observes from the air, they can only see a building. However, the covering work is not yet complete. So when Cheng-Yali slowly swept the flashlight over the foundation pit, she was completely stunned. Chapter 82: The Dream of the Supermother Ship. Zhou Lin slept for a full 4 hours in Cheng-Yali's arms. To be precise, his body was unable to move, but his consciousness remained basically awake. Of course, Cheng-Yali didn't know this. So all her mutterings to pass the time were heard by Zhou Lin word for word. What the hell happened to that little bastard? What is this thing? Is there anything else you haven't told me? Why hasn't Wu Shui's belly made any noise yet? Mom, how long have I been with Wu Shui? If there's movement, wouldn't that mean it's a monster? Zhou Lin opened his eyes and said, What monster? Oh, my dear son, you're finally awake. You scared me to death. Come, let me see. Mom, I'm fine now. Let me show you the ultimate nursing home I prepared for you. Zhou Lin pretended not to hear Cheng-Yali's earlier mutterings. After all, how could his son argue with his mother? The ultimate nursing home wasn't just Zhou Lin's nonsense. At this moment, his ability experience had surged significantly. Symbiosis, Intermediate 3121 10,000. Currently symbiotic vehicles. Laifu, Large Surface Transport Vehicle, and Luxiafeng, Medium Ground Transport Vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles available: 0. Storage space: 1 2. Strength symbiosis: 5, 3 minutes 24 hours. Evolution level: I, 5, 3, 5,351 10,000. The increase in ability experience is related to both the frequency and intensity of his usage. Through the recent transformation of the Laifu, Zhou Lin gained a deeper understanding of the symbiosis ability. He didn't know whether the ability would change in the future, but he had a feeling that if he had enough materials, he could even transform the Laifu into a supermother ship that could fly and move through the earth. If that time really comes, regardless of whether Cheng-Yali and the others gain abilities and evolve, even if they don't, under the protection of such a super aircraft carrier, they could survive comfortably in the Laifu, even if the world ended or the planet exploded. However, having just these few people would be a bit too lonely. It might be better to find more people. What are you dazed about? I'm still waiting. Oh, I just woke up. Take it easy, take it easy. Zhou Lin smiled and quickly led the way to the big door of the ship island building on the ground. Upon opening the door to enter the ship island, the first thing that presented itself to Cheng-Yali was an extremely spacious and high lobby. It was over 8 meters wide, the deepest part exceeding 15 meters, almost spanning the entire floor, and the height exceeded 8 meters. The reason for transforming the lobby this way was to accommodate vehicles that would be used to enter and exit the Luxiafeng and potentially other vehicles in the future. There were weapons hidden or directly exposed on the walls and ceilings, mostly Zhou Lin's fire god machine guns taken from the warehouse, regardless of their effectiveness. The sheer display made Cheng-Yali hesitate to move. They're all fake. If someone rushes in and sees these things, would they dare to move? Zhou Lin joked half seriously, and Cheng-Yali slapped him lightly. Hey, that even hurt Zhou Lin. One should know that Zhou Lin's physical quality was 5 times that of an ordinary person. Cheng-Yali's strength was like a tickle to him. Mom, what's your current evolution level? Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask. What evolution level? How would I know? Don't know? So Cheng-Yali can't see her ability level and evolution level? Then what level is your ability now? Zhou Lin asked again. Beginner. Mom, how did you determine that your ability is at the beginner level? Well, I just know it naturally. Do I need a reason? Hey, how does this door open? Password. Zhou Lin helped Cheng-Yali open the door. He couldn't modify high-tech things like facial recognition and fingerprint input. He would wait for Zhou Li to come in and handle that, as she was the expert in that area. The lobby they just entered was actually the parking lot of the entire building. Due to its size, Zhou Lin didn't divide the parking lot into 2 levels. After passing through this password door, they truly entered the interior of the building. To Cheng-Yali, this building seemed very stiff, with metal materials everywhere and no common decorative materials in sight. Fortunately, this didn't affect the building's use. In fact, Cheng-Yali felt that this made her feel more secure. It's just a bit cold, Cheng-Yali said. Later, it will definitely need insulation treatment. I've only completed the most basic construction work. In short, this will be our home from now on. As for our old house, it will just be for concealing our presence. You see, there's electricity here. And I can guarantee that the power supply is much more abundant than you imagine. Really? That's great. The structure inside the ship island building is very complex. Zhou Lin put a lot of thought into the modifications. He could only ensure that it looked somewhat like an ordinary building. Of course, in the apocalypse, one couldn't expect every room to have windows. That would be unsafe and would affect the building's energy efficiency and insulation. Many rooms were sealed off by Zhou Lin, mainly because the equipment and materials inside couldn't be moved and could only be hidden. When truly needed, they could be opened. Moreover, Zhou Lin didn't see living in the ship island as a long-term situation. As time went on, he might gradually loosen restrictions on using the lower levels of the building. And by then, he would redesign and modify the entire Laifu. Zhou Lin felt that this kind of thing was best discussed with Zhou Li. Even inside the building, the intercom could still receive signals. Over there, Zhou Kaijun had called Cheng Yali several times. In the end, Cheng Yali had to give up her idea of touring the entire building and return to the old house with Zhou Lin. On the way, Cheng Yali asked Zhou Lin when he planned to move in. It wasn't that she was fickle. It was just that the steel walls gave her an overwhelming sense of security. In a mother's heart, family safety always comes first. We should wait until the basic renovations are finished. Wait for what? You're doing it all alone. How long will that take? Don't the others have hands? Okay, Mom. You say how to do it, and I'll do it. Zhou Lin quickly gave up resisting. Otherwise, Cheng Yali's slap would come again. I really don't understand how Cheng Yali's physical fitness improved so quickly without seeing her exercise. In fact, Zhou Lin only needed to think about Cheng Yali's foundation to understand. The starting point was different. After returning home, Cheng Yali first secretly instructed her family, Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li, saying that the building had always existed and that Zhou Lin's special ability couldn't be exposed. And she informed everyone about it. As for why the building was mostly made of steel and why the interior was so strange, Cheng Yali felt there was no need to explain at all. If anyone had an opinion, they could just not move in. However, before Cheng Yali could announce this news, Zhou Lin suddenly stood up and rushed outside. Hey, what are you doing? It's time to eat. Cheng Yali tried to stop him, but couldn't. Outside, Zhou Lin looked up at the pitch-black night sky. In the distance, several flashes of light were descending toward the old house. Chapter 83, The Falling Star Dam. Zhou Lin didn't have time to calculate the probability of his old house being hit by that thing in the sky. It was something he couldn't even dare to estimate. Come out quickly, Zhou Lin shouted loudly through the intercom. As for whether the supplies he had just arranged were a pity if people were lost, what value would those supplies have without people? Fortunately, the whole family was at the dinner table, and they all responded to his call. Even Heizai rushed out, barking wildly at the sky. What is that? There seems to be a light in the sky. Others didn't have Zhou Lin's keen eyesight. Even the best among them, Cheng Yali, could only vaguely see a couple of bright spots. However, they quickly noticed that the object was falling quite rapidly. Zhou Lin not only had a clearer view than the others, but, as a symbiote, he could also receive information from the Laifu ship. The radar on a Laifu had just gone off, which was why he had left the table in a hurry. Currently, the simulated results on the Laifu indicated a collision probability of 0 to 43. The reason for such a bizarre probability was mainly due to the erratic trajectory of that object. Fortunately, Zhou Lin soon got a clear look at it. Is it an airplane? Wu Shui leaned against Zhou Lin and asked. No, it looks like a dirigible. Not that Zhou Lin didn't believe it. Anyone with a bit of historical knowledge or even common sense would know that dirigibles have been obsolete for many years. If someone were to think otherwise, it would only indicate a lack of common knowledge. Zhou Li looked down on the reactions of others. Don't you know that dirigibles are still in use? In fact, that was true. Not only do foreign countries hold dirigible-related competitions every year, but dirigibles also continue to play important roles in many fields. However, the one that appeared in Zhou Lin's line of sight was indeed quite large, several hundred meters long. Looking at the wobbling dirigible as it descended, Zhou Lin made a difficult decision. Damn it, take them to the new house. If that thing is filled with fuel and explodes, at least we'll be together. New house. Everyone looked at each other, confused. Go, Cheng Yali shouted, waking everyone up. They couldn't afford to dawdle. What if something happened? No one bothered to grab anything, nor did they notice that Zhou Lin had no intention of leaving. Even if it exploded, Zhou Lin wasn't afraid. Moreover, the actual probability of it hitting the old house wasn't that high. Since they all had to go to the live fu, it was better to take the opportunity to move everyone. Besides, that dirigible in the sky must have someone piloting it, and Zhou Lin hadn't yet figured out how to handle the situation if there were survivors. The layer of earth on the live fu was only 1 meter thick. If the dirigible exploded, it would directly expose the steel plate beneath, and things might get leaked. Zhou Lin didn't want to become a target so soon. It would be troublesome if he ended up with enemies everywhere. Just a moment ago, Zhou Lin was fantasizing about the possibility of going to the beautiful country's port in the future to find a few large warships to use as supplies for the live fu, slowly nurturing it to grow. The dirigible continued to descend. Its speed wasn't fast, but it was clear that it could no longer fly out of this range, and its direction and altitude were beyond anyone's control. When Xingyali and the others entered the live fu, the dirigible finally came into full view for Zhou Lin. Zzz, there was static on the intercom, and Zhou Lin tried adjusting the frequency, then received a voice. Is anyone there? Is there anyone nearby? We are a dirigible squadron that departed from the capital. We encountered a storm and are making an emergency landing near Jiazhua City. Making an emergency landing near Jiazhua City. The voice repeated, each time slightly varying in tone, indicating it wasn't a recorded message. But the fact that the broadcaster remained calm in such circumstances showed their psychological resilience. Sighing, Zhou Lin opened his earpiece. Dirigible above, you are about 100 meters from the ground now. How can I help you? Zzz, thank you. Are you an official or military personnel from Jiazhua City? Why care about that at such a time? You can consider me a civilian radio enthusiast. Hurry up and say it, though I may not be able to help. You have to take a gamble. Zhou Lin replied. Zzz, okay. We need ground fire or lights as guidance. The dirigible can still be controlled, but please guide us to an uninhabited area. Otherwise, we might hurt innocent people. Please guide us to an uninhabited area. All right. Just because of that statement, Zhou Lin decided to give him a chance. After calculating on the live fu, Zhou Lin ran to a field 800 meters away from the old house and set down a laser spotlight. In the pitch-black night sky, the laser spotlight was perhaps the most dazzling light aside from searchlights. Zzz, we see it. We'll do our best. Thank you. The communication from the dirigible was abruptly cut off. Zhou Lin shrugged. As long as it didn't explode on his house, it was fine. But why would the country deploy a dirigible? Was it for disaster relief? Thinking of this possibility made Zhou Lin feel a bit uncomfortable. So, no matter how the outside world slanders and defames Xia country, just look at the actions of the country and military during great disasters. And one would know that living in Xia country is definitely a good choice in this world. The dirigible was getting lower, although it swayed. It continued to fall towards the direction of the laser spotlight. Zhou Lin, who originally planned to leave quietly, hurried back home, using his old but sturdy sled to haul some supplies towards the laser light. If the people on the dirigible were all gone, Zhou Lin would collect some things and see if he could preserve some relics to give to Su Ziyuan. He couldn't let the families of these heroes, who came to provide support, be left in the dark. As for if there were any survivors, perhaps the items in the sled could still be of some use. Boom! Although the dirigible looked light as a feather, it was actually quite heavy. For this batch of dirigibles, sizes varied, but even the lightest pod weighed over 10 tons. Adding the weight of the gas envelope itself, if it completely lost its buoyancy and fell, it would be terrifying. Snow flew and the sound was like thunder. The ground shook for hundreds of meters, giving a sense of seismic tremors. However, Zhou Lin knew it was just his illusion. If it really was an earthquake, the live fu would have sounded an alarm. Fortunately, it was just that one crash. No explosion, no fire. This was already a blessing in disguise. After observing for a moment and determining that there shouldn't be any danger, Zhou Lin hurried over. The supplies were indeed tempting. But Zhou Lin still had a bit of compassion, especially when the other party was military personnel. Well, except for Wang Pingping. Without turning on any light sources, Zhou Lin completely relied on his night vision ability to advance. Soon he spotted the pod that had fallen to the ground, along with the large gas envelope that looked like a deflated whale. The gas in the envelope might not have completely leaked yet, so a portion of the hull still stood upright, swaying with the night wind. It could only be blamed on the pod being too heavy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have crashed this hard. If Zhou Lin wasn't mistaken, the pod had sunk about 2/3 into the snow. Even if there were people inside when it fell, if they were trapped for too long, they might suffocate. Didn't they know to throw things overboard to lighten the load? Isn't that basic knowledge for dirigibles or balloon navigation? Chapter 84. The silly driver. The intercom crackled with the sound of the airship signal. Zhou Lin tentatively called out twice, but there was no response. Looking at the capsule that was buried 2/3 in the snow, Zhou Lin was filled with frustration. It was only after the live Fu Hao had become a base that Zhou Lin realized a serious problem. The space was gone. To be precise, that enormous space was gone. The symbiosis ability only allowed for the storage space of symbiotic vehicles. Once the symbiotic vehicle was released, that exclusive space could no longer be used. So now, the only space Zhou Lin could utilize was that in the Lu Xiaofeng RV. Although he could still pack some things after tidying up, it was nothing compared to the live Fu Hao. Zizi, I'm still here. A weak voice came through the earpiece, and Zhou Lin was overjoyed. How are you? Where are the casualties? The capsule is buried in the snow. I can't even find the door. The door is at the tail of the capsule. It's the highest point you can dig. It wasn't T-signal interference. Zhou Lin could tell that the other party was straining to say just these few words, and anything more would be impossible. Okay, wait for me, Zhou Lin said. He made his way around to the tail of the capsule. Perhaps it was luck, or maybe because the front of the capsule was heavier. But it seemed the tail was buried shallower. The most basic tools were available in the Lu Xiaofeng, and Zhou Lin pulled out a multifunctional shovel and began to dig frantically. If anyone else had come, they definitely wouldn't be able to dig like Zhou Lin, shoveling like a mole, sending up snow piles several meters high, resembling a small snowstorm. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin felt the shovel hit metal and quickly slowed down to turn on the flashlight on his shoulder. The dark door panel looked like some special aluminum material, not particularly sturdy, and it was scratched by the iron shovel. Continuing to dig along the door panel, Zhou Lin quickly spotted the doorknob. However, just seeing the doorknob wasn't enough. Under the pressure of the snow, it couldn't be opened. It wasn't until he had dug out almost the entire back door that Zhou Lin put down the shovel and tried again. Click, click. The door lock made a sound, clearly locked from the inside. Fortunately, this didn't stump Zhou Lin. He swung the shovel and aimed at the lock, striking it several times. Sure enough, there was no lock that couldn't be opened with enough force. If it didn't open, it just meant he hadn't been forceful enough. Slowly pulling open a gap in the back door, Zhou Lin stood at the entrance for a few seconds. Hearing no movement, he then cautiously walked inside. 1, 2, 3. The back door should be a cargo hold, both sides piled high with package supplies, leaving only a passage less than 60 centimeters wide, where soldiers in camouflage uniforms lay. They weren't dead. They were likely unconscious, as he could tell from their heartbeats and breathing. Zhou Lin didn't rush to wake them. They looked exhausted, so it was better to let them sleep a bit longer. Crossing through the cargo hold, which occupied almost half of the capsule, Zhou Lin was met with a scene of disarray. About 50 young, strong soldiers. The culprit behind their collective unconsciousness was most likely oxygen deprivation caused by decompression. Now that the rear cabin door was open, they would soon wake up. Zhou Lin wanted to find someone awake to ask about the situation, but he ended up at the cockpit, where he heard movement, the sound of a gun being cocked. Don't be nervous, Zhou Lin said through the cabin door. I'm the one who just communicated with you. Don't you remember? Are you from the local government or military? A voice came from the cockpit, sounding like a child. Damn, how'd a kid end up on the battlefield? Zhou Lin cursed inwardly. Had the personnel shortage reached such an extent? No, but I've already come in. Zhou Lin didn't know how to explain. I came in through the back door. The back door. You opened it so quickly? Can you tell me what is going on back there? What's going on back there? Don't you have cameras in the cockpit? They were all unconscious, but so far there seem to be no casualties. Don't you have pressurized oxygen equipment in the cockpit and cargo hold? No. Those devices are too heavy and waste lift. Can you help save them? How to save them? Zhou Lin was getting a bit angry. He felt it was somewhat disrespectful. They wouldn't even open a door and were pointing guns at him, and yet they still had the audacity to ask him for help? I don't know. Just please help us. Also, we can't contact the local government or military. Do you know what is going on? Even a fool could deduce that the inability to make contact was due to the aftermath of the earthquake. Most of the power and communication equipment hadn't been repaired yet. Trying to establish long-range radio communication wasn't something that could be resolved in a short time. In fact, he had already saved them. Once the oxygen concentration increased, they would naturally wake up. Zhou Lin thought to himself, if they froze to death or suffered frostbite, it wouldn't be his responsibility. Without the live Fu Hao as a space alternative, Zhou Lin was no longer the magician who could conjure various supplies at will. That's really thank you. I still can't open the door for you. I have to wait for the local government or military to contact us. You can't contact them. Can you help us, please? Help again? I'm not a damn superhero. Zhou Lin roared inwardly. This was too ungrateful. He couldn't serve them. Was leaving not an option? Why aren't you answering? Are you unwilling? Don't worry. The government and military will thank you. And there are those affected by the disaster. Hearing the mention of disaster victims, Zhou Lin retracted his steps. I'll give it a try. He contacted the Jiazhou shelter. Regular equipment wouldn't work, but through the high-power transmitter on the live Fu Hao, Zhou Lin managed to do it. The airship? Zhou Lin, you're not joking, are you? Shouldn't you be in the Lanshan community? The reply came from Su Ziyuan. I moved back to my hometown. Living on the top floor was uncomfortable. Director Su, you wouldn't ignore this just because it's not your territory, would you? If you really don't want to help, just say so. I'll drag the scrap collection station and get some money for it. Damn scrap collection station. Su Ziyuan thought to himself, when had he ever said he wouldn't help? The issue was that he couldn't manage it himself. It had to be reported. After all, the situation was tense, and even Commander Zhu Guanghan and Deputy Commander Yi Xinxiao had personally gone out to assist with earthquake relief. He had just returned when the radio management team drafted him, who made him the highest-ranking official here. Wait for me a few minutes. I'll report immediately. Su Ziyuan didn't dare to agree hastily for a reason. What if Zhou Lin was lying? What if Zhou Lin had really returned to his hometown? And then his old house collapsed due to the earthquake, trapping his family underneath? If Zhou Lin wanted official help at that point, telling the truth would be of no use. Who would prioritize saving the faraway over the nearby? All right, there are probably several tons of supplies and about 50 to 60 people. Oh, the airship hull number is 024. After Zhou Lin finished speaking, he cut off communication and turned to look at the airship capsule. The open rear cabin door had already frosted over, indicating that the low temperature was spreading inside. Damn, I should have brought some oxygen tanks. Wait, maybe there's some among those supplies. To maintain the temperature inside the capsule, he couldn't just leave the cabin door open, but closing it would cause the oxygen concentration to drop. Chapter 85. The flowers outside the long pavilion after dozens of oxygen tanks were opened simultaneously. Zhou Lin closed the tail compartment. He had just dragged a few soldiers from the cargo passage into the cabin, so everyone could share the oxygen. No one would lose out. As the oxygen concentration in the cabin gradually increased, some soldiers' heart rates began to rise, and they might wake up soon. Zhou Lin, are you there? Su Ziyuan's voice came through the intercom. Your efficiency is really low. Dozens of lives are at stake. Are you just going to give up? I'm sorry, but I have to adhere to the protocol. Can you tell us the exact location? We'll come immediately at the fastest speed. All right, who told you to be the official? Zhou Lin provided the specific location and reminded Su Ziyuan to bring more trucks. If it came to it, even sleds that could carry cargo would do. The airship definitely wouldn't be moving anymore, and Zhou Lin didn't want the authorities to set up camp here for these supplies. If the island fortress was discovered by them, it would be problematic. He knocked on the cockpit door and said, I've contacted the authorities. They'll be here soon. Hey, speak up. Came a faint sound from behind the door. Zhou Lin didn't know that this small voice was barely audible because someone was pressing their mouth against the door. A third of the airship's cockpit had been crushed and deformed during the crash. The pilots in the front seats had died on the spot, and the person responsible for communications had also been knocked unconscious from the impact. It was Lu Yu, the female soldier who had been speaking with Zhou Lin earlier, who managed to wake the communications officer and complete the conversation with Zhou Lin. However, due to excessive blood loss, the communications officer also sacrificed himself. Lu Yu didn't open the door for Zhou Lin because she couldn't confirm his identity. The cockpit was different from the cargo hold. It involved many national and military secrets and couldn't be entered without approval from higher authorities or trusted personnel. This was also part of Lu Yu's duty. She was injured as well, and quite severely. If she had opened the door when Zhou Lin arrived, perhaps he could have saved her life by notifying Wu Shui or directly taking her to the old residence, with Wu Shui as medical skills. It shouldn't have been a problem, but at a critical moment, Lu Yu thought not of her own safety, but of her duty and responsibility. By not opening the door, she ensured that the people outside could not fully control the airship, effectively serving as a deterrent while also protecting national secrets. By the time Su Ziyuan and his convoy arrived, many soldiers in the cabin had already regained consciousness. They didn't doubt that Zhou Lin had saved them. They were just all heartbroken over the loss of oxygen. Those were disaster relief supplies. What, am I wrong? Zhou Lin laughed. Disaster relief supplies are disaster relief supplies. Let me ask you, who said man can conquer nature? As soldiers of our Xia country, when did you start relying on external conditions? Or do you think that dozens of military souls are worth less than dozens of oxygen tanks? Without the oxygen tanks, would you all be useless and unable to save people? Is it the dozens of oxygen tanks that save more people, or is it you dozens of soldiers? Although I've never been a soldier, I admire you. Please remember, when you think that the lives of civilians are more important than your own, those civilians you've helped, rescued, and protected also think the same about you. Don't worry about the loss of some supplies, because you are the most precious treasure of our country and our people. Despite Zhou Lin being about the same age as the soldiers, as a reborn individual, he felt like he was looking at children. Young soldiers, you are pure, passionate, and filled with love for your country and people, which is why you are the most lovable people. Zhou Lin hoped they could all survive, live well, and even if the world is engulfed in darkness, he hoped they would remain steadfast, pure, passionate, and always uphold fairness and justice, forever standing with the people. Bang, bang, bang. There were knocks from the tail compartment. Zhou Lin quietly stood up. You all rest. It should be the government shelter personnel arriving. Hearing that it was government personnel, the soldiers stopped what they were doing. 2 minutes later, a haggard Su Ziyuan entered the cabin with a group of people. Who is in charge here? I am Su Ziyuan, Deputy Director of the Logistics Management Office of the Jiazhou City Shelter. Here, that's my identification. The person in charge is in the cockpit, a soldier said. The cockpit? Zhou Lin, why don't you go check on the cockpit? Zhou Lin shrugged. I can't get in. He hadn't received permission. A permission? Although Su Ziyuan had always been within the system, there is still a big difference between the system and the military. After the soldiers explained, Zhou Lin finally understood why that person in the cockpit wouldn't open the door. When Su Ziyuan expressed his willingness to take full responsibility, the soldiers agreed to let him forcibly break down the door. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Lu Yu, lying at the door, had only a last breath left. A large pool of blood beneath her painted a cruel picture. Even at the brink of death, when she felt the door being broken open, she still tried to open her eyes. Who? The password? It was a female soldier. Zhou Lin finally understood why he always felt a bit of a childish tone. Such a pity. This is my identification. My name is Su Ziyuan. Here, on behalf of the people of Bashu, the people of Jia City, and all those in disaster areas, thank you for your support. Thank you. As Su Ziyuan slowly bowed to Lu Yu, Zhou Lin and the others from the shelter also bent down. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yu's pale face. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. Ah, such beautiful flowers. Is it dawn? I see flowers, and there is also mom. Shoo. Zhou Lin raised a finger to Su Ziyuan and the others. No crying. No one is allowed to cry, because Lu Yu can still hear. Crying will only ruin her last beautiful feelings about this world. Gently squatting down, Zhou Lin softly hummed in Lu Yu's ear with a deep voice, outside the long pavilion. By the ancient path, the fragrant grass stretches to the sky, asking you when you will return. Do not linger. Suddenly, Lu Yu let out a light laugh, her pale red lips slightly parted. So beautiful, so good. At 18, the flowers of 18. Zhou Lin took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the pod. Outside, it was still pitch black, cold, and piercing to the bone. But Zhou Lin felt a fire burning in his heart. He saw Lu Yu in the fire, smiling and waving goodbye to him. in this difficult apocalypse? What made someone like Lu Yu persist? He didn't know. Perhaps it was a lack of understanding, Zhou Lin thought. Zhou Lin, we're preparing to take away the supplies and personnel. Su Ziwan walked over, raising his hand to pat Zhou Lin on the shoulder, only to realize he couldn't reach, and awkwardly retracted his hand. What do you want to say? I don't need anything. Hurry up and leave. Seeing you all annoys me. Zhou Lin waved his hand. All right. By the way, do you need bullets? We can't move the airship for now. Leaving them inside might risk theft. Oh, Zhou Lin understood. This should be a reward from Su Ziwan or the shelter for him. Then thank you, Director Su. Not at all. You've helped us too. Are you sure you're not going back to the city? I'm not going back. What about Lu Yu and the others? We will take them back with us, Su Ziwan said solemnly. You can rest assured. Chapter 86, A New Home Again in the Aircraft Carrier Island Building. Although Zhou Lin was not present, Cheng Yali was there. Having already understood the general allocation plan, Cheng Yali arranged the rooms accordingly. First, everyone's daily activities would mainly take place on the 6th floor. Starting from the bottom, the 4th floor above the entrance hall, which had nearly 200 square meters of usable space, was divided into 10 small rooms, 3 bathrooms, and a dining kitchen. There was no living room. This floor could only be accessed from the entrance hall and could not be continued upward. It was specifically prepared for people like Sun Qinghao. The 5th floor could be accessed from another small staircase in the entrance hall and led to the 6th floor. But there was a sealed hatch door that could be locked if necessary. This floor, also close to 200 square meters, was divided into 4 suites, a kitchen, and a dining area, currently assigned to Huang Minjing and her mother. The 6th, 7th, and 8th floors were prepared by Zhou Lin for his own family. Due to the shape of the aircraft carrier island, which grew narrower towards the top, the single-floor area of these 3 levels was smaller than that of the 2 lower floors. But combined, they exceeded it and were not smaller than the actual usable area of the Lawn Mountain apartment. Once inside the aircraft carrier building, everyone was even more surprised. The cold metallic material, while seemingly a bit chilling, appeared much safer than ordinary concrete buildings. Some soft furnishings prepared by Zhou Lin were piled in each room, but he did not interfere. In fact, he was just being lazy. There was electricity and heating. Huang Minjing was the most astonished. She knew very well how much it would cost to build such a structure. So how wealthy was the Zhou family? No, having money was not the key issue. The key was how the Zhou family thought to build such a large building. How did they coordinate with the local authorities? And what means did they use to obtain the permits? As for Sun Qinghao, he thought less about it, although he had once been infatuated with Huang Minjing. Facing reality made him grow quickly. Now, apart from wanting to survive, his only hope was to contact his family. Unfortunately, this wish was hard to fulfill. At this stage, the country could ensure that most people knew the local government's movements and the concerns of the higher-ups through the radio, which was already quite difficult. As for restoring former communication, that was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Since Zhou Lin had instructed Cheng Yali, after allocating the rooms, she left it at that. As a single man, Sun Qinghao was quite practical. He decided to just renovate one room for living, make the kitchen simple, and skip the dining room. Wasn't it just as good to eat in his room? In fact, Huang Minjing's thoughts were similar. Her mother was older, and living separately would be worrying, so they would share a suite, and a well-kept kitchen would be sufficient. Haizing naturally followed the Zhou family to live upstairs, while Zhou Li's hydroponic dreams and the surviving poultry and rabbits were arranged in the basement under the entrance hall. The first basement was designated by Zhou Lin as a workshop and storage area, primarily appearing to store everyone's living supplies. Currently, Huang Minjing and Sun Qinghao were both impoverished. The Huang family had some of their own clothes, but Sun Qinghao was truly empty-handed. For a long period to come, both Huang Minjing and Sun Qinghao would have to work for the Zhou family, or else they would end up living off others. Thus, Sun Qinghao's main job was to clean the entrance hall and learn vehicle maintenance and other heavy tasks within his capabilities. Huang Minjing, on the other hand, was responsible for the relatively light work on the basement level with Wu Shui and Zhou Li, while the dirty and heavy work would still fall to Sun Qinghao. Zhou Li's primary task was to complete the smart transformation of the entire building, mainly installing surveillance cameras. After Su Ziyuan and others left, Zhou Lin did not return to the aircraft carrier building immediately, but went to the old house to haul some usable supplies from the Luxiaofing into the entrance hall of the aircraft carrier building, calling everyone to come and help move. After that, he made another trip, and on the third trip, he brought Sun Qinghao along to move the reissued camper and the last batch of supplies to the aircraft carrier building. Once the two large trucks arrived, the originally spacious entrance hall felt a bit crowded. Zhou Lin instructed everyone to go back and rest, advising them not to wander around unnecessarily to avoid misunderstandings. Given that this building belonged to the Zhou family, his words were mainly a warning to Sun Qinghao and a precaution for Huang Menjing, as human hearts are hard to read. Moreover, there would surely be more people joining in the future, so it was better to establish the rules early so that newcomers wouldn't know how to behave. Since the major earthquake began, Zhou Lin had not had a proper rest. Even Iron Men could not withstand such turmoil, so this time he planned to take a good nap, instructing Cheng Yali not to disturb him unless necessary. He could rest. But many others had no time to even close their eyes. The super earthquake that shook the entire Bashu region caused immeasurable losses. Although the winter nights forced many people into relatively sturdy shelters, those shelters were not safes. They were still helpless against a magnitude 9 earthquake, the only difference being the extent of the damage. If it were an underground shelter converted from subway station, it would be even more tragic. When the earthquake struck, who knows how many people were buried beneath the rubble. As time passed, some people could no longer hold on and perished, while others struggled desperately. Those who were still alive could only rely on the help of others. In the face of such a major disaster, only the state and the military could shoulder the burden. When news of the 024 airship being found at the Jiazhou city shelter reached the provincial city shelter, it immediately sparked cheers. The sudden storm had caused 3 airships in the fleet to lose their way, including the 024. Originally sent for disaster relief and rescue, the airship fleet, upon learning that the 024 had crashed and was temporarily irreparable, ordered the support team and supplies from the 024 to be directly transferred to the Jiazhou city shelter for unified arrangement. Great! Wang Pingping couldn't help but raise his fist upon hearing the news. He had been busy for nearly 3 days, and not only did he look much thinner, but there were also bloodshot veins in his eyes, and his lips had blistered from fatigue and lack of nutrition. Even so, Yi Xinxiao still couldn't let him rest. In Wang Pingping's own words, the brothers are all working hard. Why should I rest? He felt a deep compassion for the soldiers below, having grown up as an ordinary soldier himself. Even if he had to endure more hardships and eat less meat, he wanted to ensure that those under him were well-fed and warmly clothed. Of course, when it came to training and drills, he never showed weakness. Because they were soldiers, sweating more during peacetime meant bleeding less during wartime. Then I'll assign you a task. Yi Xinxiao thought for a moment. After all, he had to let this rascal catch a breath, or he would really be worn out. What task? I want to take a break. Who said you were resting? The wreckage of the 024 can't go to waste. It's all quality material. Go bring it back for me. Chapter 87. Who are you calling good brothers? After the Lifu ship was released, it did not affect this symbiosis between Zhou Lin and it. Rather, being released into the real space allowed many of its abilities to be utilized. For example, it could monitor the surrounding environment using radar and other detection devices. To put it bluntly, as long as Zhou Lin wanted, he could now use the electronic equipment on the Lifu ship to monitor the entire Jiazhou city. And no creature larger than a cat would be able to escape. So when Wang Pingping led the convoy over, Zhou Lin immediately woke up from his dream. He had only slept for a few hours, just a few hours. He painfully tugged at his hair. Even if he was a supernatural being and an evolved one, he was still human and needed rest. Fortunately, Zhou Lin's morning grumpiness came quickly and faded just as fast. After all, living in the apocalypse left little time for anger. Every day was exhausting just to find something to eat, and one had to have the energy to be angry. Climbing to the top of the island, others found it useless to come there because it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. But Zhou Lin was different. His evolution not only granted him considerable night vision capabilities, but as long as he was on the Lifu ship, he could directly utilize its abilities. With various detection methods combined with his night vision, Zhou Lin could see not only the convoy, but also the face of Wang Pingping. who was dozing in the passenger seat of a lead car. Clearly, they probably weren't coming for me. Zhou Lin estimated that they were most likely there for the crashed airship. Should he go and deal with it? Zhou Lin felt conflicted. If he didn't go, he was afraid that Wang Pingping might wander around aimlessly, and if he accidentally crashed into the island, it would be troublesome. But if he went, Zhou Lin wasn't very fond of dealing with Wang Pingping. He was too straightforward with a standard military personality. In such a changed environment, he still didn't know how to adapt. However, those who were more adaptable could easily be changed by the environment, even colluding with others or going down the wrong path. Hey Zai, let's go. Hearing that they could go out, Hey Zai was overjoyed, wagging its tail. It was mainly inconvenient to let it play with the rabbits, chickens, ducks, and geese now, as Zhou Lin was worried it would get depressed staying at home. Considering the temperature outside, Zhou Lin put a coat on Hey Zai and even dressed it in snow boots, as there were no veterinarians at home. At this time, everyone was busy. Zhou Li continued to install surveillance. Wu Shui helped, and Zhou Kaijun had to take care of the poultry and crops on the second basement floor, while Chung Yali was busy preparing lunch. I might not come back to eat, Zhou Lin said. Why? What are you going to eat outside? Can you order takeout? Not hungry, Zhou Lin replied, and took Hey Zai into the elevator. As they passed through the hall, Zhou Lin felt that the cars he prepared were still not enough. Fortunately, there was no shortage of vehicles on the Laifu ship. He could modify a few later for everyone to use. When Su Ziyuan and the others left, they specifically stuffed a radio beacon in the airship. Wang Pingping had followed the beacon to find them, and he could still see the tire tracks left from last time, so he didn't go in circles. When the spotlight on the car roof illuminated the outline of the airship, Wang Pingping finally woke up. Are we there yet? Just ahead. Head. Looks like I woke up just in time. Everyone in the back, listen up. Maintain speed and distance. Don't crash into us later. After saying a few words on the intercom, Wang Pingping's attention turned back to the front. Even though it had been modified to a tracked vehicle, there was still a chance of sliding on the thick snow, so the driver stopped the vehicle several dozen meters away from the airship. Damn, it's cold. Having gotten used to the temperature inside the vehicle, Wang Pingping shivered as he jumped out into the cold wind. However, humans actually have strong adaptability to the environment. Even in harsh conditions like a winter night, people still went out. The key point was that the number of people actually getting frostbite or falling ill due to low temperatures was decreasing. No wonder someone once said that the strongest surviving animal in the world, besides the four pests, might just be humans. Hence, humans are the fifth pest, more powerful than the first four combined. By the time the convoy stopped, Wang Pingping had already circled the airship. He had a rough idea in his mind about how to disassemble and transport it, and began to make arrangements over the intercom. Hearing that the Zhou family also lived nearby, he found it strange that such a big piece of wool had not been taken by them, which was not like Zhou Lin's character at all. Wang Pingping had not forgotten Zhou Lin, possibly due to their previous unpleasantness, or because Zhou Lin, as a civilian, legally owned firearms, which made Wang Pingping feel uneasy, or perhaps for other reasons. Director Wang has come in person. Zhou Lin walked over slowly with a flashlight, and the two soldiers who originally wanted to stop him were waved back by Wang Pingping. What? This time are no shares for us? Wang Pingping asked, pointing at the pod that was being disassembled. I thought about it, but a gentleman loves wealth obtained through proper means. Gentleman? Wang Pingping sneered. I think you fit one description best. Oh, which one? Zhou Lin wasn't angry. A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. Don't you think that fits you best? It seemed Wang Pingping was rough on the surface, but had some depth. I admit that standing on a dangerous wall is foolish, and yes, I see you as a fool. You can say that about me, but you can't say that about us. Do you know why I said that? It's because I don't see you as an outsider, understand? Zhou Lin stepped forward and extended his hand. Wang Pingping was a bit confused. He didn't remember when he had become friends with Zhou Lin. Shaking hands through thick gloves didn't feel like much, just a bit muddled. Are we all moving out? Hey, I knew you were a weasel. Zhou Lin shrugged and stomped his foot. No matter how thick the snow is, it can't change the fact that this piece of land is surnamed Zhou. The land belongs to the state, Wang Pingping retorted. The state rented it to my family, and during the contract period, it must be surnamed Zhou. Zhou Lin replied. To be honest, this is just disaster relief. If it fell on my family's land, no one would work. Wang Pingping frowned. What do you mean? It means nothing. Zhou Lin looked up and glanced around, I'll make a net when I come back. I think as long as the state exists for a day, it can't deny the original contract, right? This is my territory. I call the shots. You're going to make me laugh to death. Who are you going to show a barbed wire fence to in this dark? Wang Pingping retorted besides. If it weren't for the airship landing here, who would run over to your side? You must be crazy. Halfway through his speech, Wang Pingping suddenly stopped, looking at Zhou Lin with a puzzled expression. Don't you think the sky seems brighter during noon lately? Or do you think our world has no self-repairing ability at all? Zhou Lin's words awakened Wang Pingping from a stupor. In recent days, Wang Pingping had barely had time to sleep, so he hadn't noticed the changes in the sky. If what Zhou Lin said was true, did that mean the eternal night was about to end, and the world would return to normal soon? Chapter 88. The weather is changing again. What do you mean? No, I didn't say anything. Zhou Lin vehemently denied it. Your subordinates are quite quick. They're all good young people. Wang Pingping glanced at Zhou Lin oddly. He looked to be in his 20s. It spoke like someone in their 40s or 50s. Yes, you could join too. No thanks. Zhou Lin didn't want to discuss this topic again after it had been brought up last time, so he changed the subject. Before the earthquake, I saved someone, and she told me some things that I took as stories. You mustn't take them seriously. Tell me about it. Wang Pingping, of course, didn't believe in ghost stories. A guy like Zhou Lin, who wouldn't get up early without a profit, would have the leisure to tell him stories? Just say, there's an organization that may have existed before the apocalypse, very mysterious and powerful. Doesn't that sound like a story? In short, this mysterious organization has existed in our country for a long time. Its origins unclear, but secretly up to no good. And this apocalypse is their opportunity. Zhou Lin recounted some things he knew from his last life, combined with what he had heard from Lan Ye in this life. Even without involving abilities or evolution, it still made Wang Pingping gasp in amazement. Finally, he asked Zhou Lin where that person was. She ran away during the earthquake. I don't know where she went now, but you might be able to find her name, though it's best not to let the government check. Why? Wang Pingping was a bit displeased. Do you have an issue with the government? Because that woman is named Lan Ye. If you encounter a very beautiful woman in the city who suits your taste, you should be cautious. A woman who suits my taste might not even be born yet, Wang Pingping scoffed. All right, I'll remember that. If I really encounter her, I will definitely have someone interrogate her properly. Old Wang, I advise you to be careful. That woman is a bit formidable. If you're not careful, you might suffer. Why do you call me Old Wang? It sounds like I'm not a good person. Then I'll call you Young Wang from now on. Young Wang Ba. Wang Pingping glared fiercely at Zhou Lin and left. If you run out of bullets later, don't come looking for me. Sometimes, two men can become increasingly childish in their interactions, but in fact, the more childish they are, the deeper their bond. Zhou Lin didn't even expect that he would develop a friendship with a military officer nearly 20 years younger than him. Perhaps it was due to their psychological ages or the complementary aspects of their personalities. At least that's how Zhou Lin felt. There were many aspects of Wang Pingping's character that he admired, but would never be able to emulate or allow himself to learn. Just like many of us, we can be moved to tears by various things in our daily lives, but when it comes to experiencing it ourselves, we often choose to avoid it. However, this does not diminish people's appreciation for noble acts like kindness, bravery, greatness, and loyalty. So Zhou Lin felt he admired Wang Pingping, or rather, he hoped to have subordinates and followers like Wang Pingping. The apocalypse is not something one person can tackle alone. Even if he might have been the first to embark on the path of abilities and evolution, he wouldn't dare claim to be invincible, especially in a few years. When abilities and evolution begin to become widespread, he might encounter someone stronger than him, or even someone who could directly counter him. At that time, if he didn't have enough helpers, how could he protect his family? If gaining abilities requires the right timing, location, and people, evolution is different. Generally, people with better physical fitness tend to find it easier to embark on the path of evolution. The army and soldiers typically have the best physical fitness. Zhou Lin had witnessed this firsthand in his last life. However, Zhou Lin hoped that this life wouldn't see the same situation as last time. After all, they were of the same root. Why rush to harm each other? Fortunately, the idle chatter at least dispelled Wang Pingping's possibility of wandering around, thereby preserving the secret of the Jian Island building. But it couldn't be hidden for long. The signs of seeing the light again were already visible. If Zhou Lin remembered correctly, it would slowly start to brighten up in just a few days. So he had to hurry. Once the ice and snow began to melt, it would not only cause severe temperature fluctuations, but also create runoff on the surface, which could lead to urban flooding and even water disasters. The Zhou family's old residence is situated in a low area, making it very susceptible to flooding. Luckily, the Lifu ship is not afraid of water, but the only concern is the earthworks. If the snow melts too quickly, it might wash away the earthworks on the ship's starboard side. If someone sees the metal hull inside, it could lead to trouble. Under the current circumstances, it would be impossible to reinforce it with reinforced concrete. That would waste resources. Zhou Lin's idea was to use a bulldozer to compact it. After it's compacted tightly, it should be better. If something collapses, there's nothing one can do. It's all about luck. After a magnitude 9 earthquake, although there were disasters everywhere, these very disasters made ordinary people develop closer relationships with the government and military. After all, the ones truly coming to provide support and rescue were the soldiers, organized by the government. This blood is thicker than water feeling is something that no amount of sweet talk can change. Because of this reason, Bashu became a region that was difficult for those with ulterior motives to infiltrate. Some people originally thought that since Bashu had suffered disaster, the people's hearts would be unsettled, and they could achieve their nefarious purposes with just a smooth tongue. However, after genuinely trying, they found out, they were reported. In the past 2 days, the shelter in Jiazhu City received several reports about enemy activities. It was something that the government should have dealt with. But somehow it reached Wang Pingping's ears, which made the busy Wang Pingping suddenly think of a name. Lan Ye. Lan Yi Wei Uwe. I think I've heard that name before. Yi Xinxiao frowned and slowly recalled, and it really jogged his memory. After all, Bashu is not that big. Yi Xinxiao had heard of Lan Ye at a private gathering and even met her. Just a woman, what's the matter? Commander, you look like a steel straight man. Wang Pingping directly conveyed Zhou Lin's evaluation of him to Yi Xinxiao. Just a woman? A woman can appear in front of you? You little brat. How dare you say that to me? At least I'm married with children. What about you, just a single dog? You. I'm just focused on my career. Wang Pingping retorted angrily. Zhou Lin asked me to investigate this Lan Ye thoroughly, saying she might be related to a powerful, mysterious organization. Although Wang Pingping didn't say it directly, in Xia country, anything labeled as mysterious generally isn't good. Yi Xinxiao thought for a moment. How are you planning to investigate? We haven't had much dealings with the locals before. It will be best to find this woman named Lan Ye. Zhou Lin is someone worth trusting. Since you've already decided, just go ahead and do it. No need to worry about anything else. I'm here for you. Wang Pingping was most impressed by this aspect of Yi Xinxiao. Perhaps this was also Yi Xinxiao's way of managing his subordinates, but in any case, the effect was very good. Just as Zhou Lin had deduced, Lan Ye had indeed not gone far. She was right in Jiazhu City. Chapter 89. Everyone is keeping secrets from the poor Wang Pingping. Although the earthquake helped Lan Ye escape, Zhou Lin still felt very guilty. He knew that this woman was not ordinary and was a highly dangerous psychic ability user. He should have taken more precautions from the beginning. If things had really gone wrong, it wouldn't have been impossible to eliminate her. Zhou Lin was certain that he was not enchanted by Lan Ye's beauty. That was out of the question. Looking back now, perhaps he had mistakenly thought he had resisted Lan Ye's psychic attack. Could it have been an illusion? Did Lan Ye deliberately create such an illusion, allowing her to safely approach him, learn more from him, and then leave at the right moment? The more he thought about it, the more he felt this possibility was quite high. Psychic ability users remained extremely mysterious even 10 years later, as their powers inherently tended to conceal themselves, making it difficult for others to perceive them unless they were higher-level psychic ability users. Telling Wang Pingping about Lan Ye was actually Zhou Li's idea. Whether it was a case of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf or the clam and the snipe contending, Zhou Li saw it as a good situation regardless of who ultimately won, as long as it did not affect their family. At the same time, Zhou Li also instructed Zhou Lin not to disclose anything about abilities or evolution, at least not from his mouth. The risk was too great, primarily for Zhou Lin and the Zhou family. Once the higher-ups learned that Zhou Lin was an ability user and an evolver, there would inevitably be various demands and expectations. When the time came, would he agree or not? Regardless of whether he agreed or not, it might not turn out well. So the best approach was still to keep a low profile. With everyone's joint efforts, the ship island building gradually became warm and inviting. Except for the entrance hall and the place where Sun Qinghao lived. This stark contrast highlighted the biggest difference between a home with a woman and one without. Although Zhou Lin felt that those flashy things were essentially meaningless, at least they were more pleasant to look at. Indeed, the vast majority of women were visual-oriented, with Zhou Lin being an exception. However, based solely on age, Zhou Lin could not yet be considered a woman. She could only be regarded as a girl. In the past few days, she had also grown tired, as every room needed to be equipped with surveillance cameras, both visible and hidden, along with various switches. However, what Zhou Lin did not expect was that Zhou Lin even had an interest in operating an excavator. Amidst the biting cold wind, Zhou Lin was hidden inside Zhou Lin's winter coat, her small hands covered in thick gloves, skillfully manipulating the excavator's joystick. So that's how you stole the Tefyu ship. How can you call it stealing? As an ability user, this is called borrowing. Let us just borrow it for a few hundred years. When they signed a contract with us back then, didn't they want to sign for a few hundred years? I didn't expect you to be so naive and immature. Zhou Lin shook her head, her panda hat bobbing up and down. Very mature. Men are boys until they die. Why have you stopped? Brother, look at the sky ahead. Isn't it getting a bit brighter? Zhou Lin brought it up, and Zhou Lin, not having noticed before, realized it was almost 12 o'clock. In the southeast sky, an area was indeed faintly glowing. Sometimes Zhou Lin truly admired Zhou Lin. She read books every day, yet her eyesight was remarkably good, not only without nearsightedness, but even better than that of a pilot. I wonder if this is what they call divine favor. It seems to be a bit. Not only Zhou Lin and Zhou Lin saw it, but everyone in Jiazhou City, and even the entire Bashu region, almost saw the bright spots appearing in the sky. In no time, the legend that the world was about to regain light spread like wildfire, and many places even spontaneously held celebrations because of it. After all, people lived under the sun. At the California shelter, Zhu Guanghan and Yi Xinxiao learned from Wang Pingping about Zhou Lin's prediction. And this remarkably obvious bright spot was undoubtedly the best proof of Zhou Lin's prediction. So what else does he know? Zhu Guanghan gently rubbed his left shoulder. He had pulled a muscle yesterday and hadn't paid attention, and now it was swollen. Although he had seen an old Chinese doctor for treatment, given his age, it wouldn't heal in 3 to 5 days. Regarding the investigation into Lan Yiye, Wang Pingping had put in a lot of effort, but the results were not very good. Someone told him that Lan Yiye had appeared in the city before, but now, due to disaster relief, the population movement was so intense that it was nearly impossible to find her, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. In desperation, Wang Pingping could only seek help from Yi Xinxiao, who, after careful consideration, brought Wang Pingping to find Zhu Guanghan. How did you know about the name Lan Yiye? Zhu Guanghan was initially surprised, and after Wang Pingping finished speaking, he was even more astonished. How could Lan Yiye be in Jiazhou City and have met that young man named Zhou Lin? A mysterious organization? If Lan Yiye is someone from special organization, then we might be in big trouble. Old Zhu, can you stop being so dramatic? How much trouble can a woman cause? Zhu Guanghan shook his head, actually taking the opportunity to see if there were any eavesdroppers around, then whispered, I have something to say. With Lan Yiye? Yi Xinxiao frowned, and Wang Pingping knew it was not simple, but he was at a loss, scratching his head in frustration, looking like a master brother. Exactly. Zhu Guanghan turned to Wang Pingping. So what you're saying is serious. Even if you find her, you must not act rashly, or no one can guarantee your safety. Old Zhu, I don't like hearing that. No matter how powerful she is, can she control me? Yi Xinxiao rarely had a stern face, but whenever he did, it indicated that the situation was indeed very troublesome. So Wang Pingping disregarded the old commander. All right, I understand. Hey, you little brat, who are you listening to anyway? Yi Xinxiao was displeased and asked. Of course. I listen to whoever treats you well. If the sky falls, I won't let you take the brunt of it. This little brat. Yi Xinxiao couldn't help but curse again, but the affection in his eyes was undeniable. Although he and Wang Pingping did not have a father-son relationship by name, after all these years together, they had long become closer than father and son. Watching Wang Pingping leave, Zhu Guanghan suddenly spoke up. Actually, I envy you. Envy what? Envy you. Envy all of you. Exactly. We soldiers are pure. Whoever treats me well, I will treat them well in return. You officials are different. You have too many tricks up your sleeve and speak falsely to everyone. Old Yi, I have never spoken a false word to you. Zhu Guanghan pretended to be angry. Never? Hee. Dare you say you don't know Lan Ye? I see not only do you know her, but you also know where she is, right? Yi Xinxiao had an old fox-like smile on his face. His tiger-like eyes fixed sharply on Zhu Guanghan. Though aged, his presence was still formidable. Zhu Guanghan's expression became awkward, and after a long pause, he said, I just don't want to mislead Wang Pingping. Don't mention capturing Lan Ye. If he even finds a clue about her, his life will be over. Zhu Guanghan's words. How could Yi Xinxiao disagree? If he had disagreed, he would have exposed it directly just now. So do you think what Zhou Lin said is true? I think. Yi Xinxiao suddenly remembered a piece of news, a piece of information that both Zhu Guanghan and Wang Pingping were unaware of. Chapter 90 National Secrets in Xia Country. If the state is determined to investigate a person, there is basically no one they cannot investigate. Last time, Wang Pingping reported her suspicions about Zhou Lin. And what was the response from above? Let develop for words. To be precise, the full content was not just 4 words, but Yi Xinxiao only showed Wang Pingping those 4 words according to the regulations. The other sentence was, upon investigation. Zhou Lin had left the country for the island nation on June 27th, and there had been no record of his return since. His specific whereabouts are still under investigation. Zhou Lin knew that having only an exit record and no entry record was definitely a loophole, but it was a gap that he could not bridge with his abilities, and he could only hope for the end of the world to arrive, hoping for data loss or that no one would pay attention to a small fry like him. The fact proved that Zhou Lin was wrong. The vast intelligence agency of Xia Country was capable of uncovering anything they wanted to investigate. As a military commander stationed in one area, Yi Xinxiao was privy to information that far exceeded what Zhu Guanghan and Wang Pingping knew, especially regarding matters related to national security. The incident of the Ford being hijacked, where all the beautiful country soldiers were released and then mysteriously disappeared, was known by people all over the world. But the fact that those who hijacked the Ford had bundled all the information and sent it to Xia Country's evacuation fleet was known by very few. By rank, Yi Xinxiao was not supposed to know, but through the feedback from above, he keenly inferred that Zhou Lin must have provided significant benefits to the state. Otherwise, the response would not have been such a light-hearted 4 words. What a joke! If Zhou Lin had major suspicions, how could he be allowed to develop freely? It only indicated that the higher-ups had conducted a strict review and determined that Zhou Lin would never do anything that endangered the country and the people. With the state as a guarantee, Yi Xinxiao had no reason not to believe Zhou Lin's words. Unfortunately, he could not say these reasons. Old Zhu, we are not subordinate to each other. I cannot force you, but there are some things you need to think through and see if you can bear it. Zhu Guanghan had a bitter smile. Whether he could bear it or not, he had to bear it otherwise. I really don't care about this Commander S hat. What's so good about it? What's so good about it? But I don't know who to give it to. Can I give it to you? If not you, would it be useful to say it to someone else? If I randomly put someone in charge, what will happen to the hundreds of thousands of citizens in the city? At this point, Zhu Guanghan couldn't help but sigh again. Old Yi, the government is not like your military. I have it tough too. Yi Xinxiao shook his head, knowing that Zhu Guanghan was speaking the truth, and could only sigh and end the topic. As time passed, the earthquake relief efforts were nearing their end. If, under normal circumstances, rescue efforts have a golden 72 hours, then now the real golden time is not even half of that. Very few people can survive 36 hours in temperatures below -30 or 40 degrees. Typically, if the human body is exposed to such low temperatures and cannot move, the extremities can be severely frostbitten within just a few hours, quickly endangering life. According to reports from various places, basically, there were no survivors 24 hours after the earthquake, and any occasional discoveries were unique and special cases. In near despair, The rescue team persisted for another 48 hours, and during those 48 hours, only 8 survivors were rescued in total across the entire Bashu province, with 7 facing amputations. Under these circumstances, the post-disaster command in Bashu province issued orders to halt rescue operations. This was not indifference, but because under special circumstances, personnel and resources could not continue. In those last 48 hours, although 8 people were rescued, 18 rescue personnel lost their lives, and the resources consumed were incalculable. The rescue has been stopped. Zhou Lin felt quite emotional upon receiving this news. If I had known today, I would have acted differently. If I were the one issuing orders from above, I would have announced the halt long ago. Zhou Lin pouted. This child dares to say anything. Luckily, there is no online platform now. Otherwise, if this was posted, it would be crazy how she'd be attacked. Today is a bit brighter than yesterday. Zhou Lin tossed a piece of rib into his mouth. Cheng Yali had been focusing on improving her cooking skills lately. Whether it was her abilities that enlightened her, the taste was getting better by the day. To the point that Wu Shui and Zhou Li were starting to complain, saying if they kept eating like this, they would turn into little pigs. Cheng Yali's view on this was that as long as there was food, eat heartily, in case there was none to eat later. The fat could sustain them for a while. What comes after the winter night? Wu Shui asked. A greater disaster. Zhou Lin revealed a bitter smile. He didn't want to discourage everyone, but the facts were before them. Deceiving them would only lead to greater disappointment later. Plagues? Zombies? Floods or heat? Zhou Lin guessed randomly and actually hit on a point. Flooding is certain. With so much snow melting, it's going to be a big deal, as the overflow of sewage leads to the spread of diseases. High temperatures will also occur frequently. We're zombies. Don't confuse novels with reality. Zhou Lin replied. Wu Shui's face turned as pale as snow. She could accept colder weather, but if it was high temperatures combined with floods, it would mean that some small insects might breed wildly, like mosquitoes and flies. The mere -40 degrees couldn't eliminate their eggs. As long as the temperature and humidity were suitable, they would immediately start hatching and reproducing. Basically, anything that could be identified as harmful by the people of Xia country would be impossible to eliminate completely. Don't worry, mosquitoes and flies can't get in. Do you really think our filtration system is just for show? Zhou Lin patted Wu Shui's hand. They were like an old married couple now, and he knew everything about her. Wu Shui's face flushed. Since we don't lack anything, you don't need to take risks, right? It's too dangerous. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Zhou Lin pinched Wu Shui's cheek, stood up, and took the elevator down to the basement to start preparing. Symbiosis. Intermediate 42, 17, 10,000. Current symbiotic vehicles. Laifu, large surface transport vehicle. Luxiafeng, medium ground transport vehicle. Available symbiotic vehicles. 0 storage space. 1-2 strength symbiosis. 6. 0 minutes 24 hours evolution level I. 6, 0, 6,000 and 1, 10,000. Unknowingly, the experience points for symbiosis had increased by nearly 1,000, and the evolution level had also risen by a whole order of magnitude. Zhou Lin was quite satisfied with this speed. After all, he had no opportunity in his previous life, and much of what he learned was hearsay, whether on the path of abilities or the path of evolution. He could only rely on himself to explore slowly. Finding a beautiful country pickup truck, Zhou Lin prepared to modify it, although he couldn't use consciousness directly without symbiosis. Being on the Laifu, Zhou Lin could manipulate the equipment on the Laifu as if they were extensions of his body. In the maintenance workshop next to the hangar, various devices were available, and with a thought from Zhou Lin, the entire workshop came to life. Numerous mechanical arms and movable devices seemed to begin surrounding the pickup truck, methodically disassembling and assembling parts and components according to Zhou Lin's consciousness. On the other side, the special-sized workpieces and materials that Zhou Lin needed were gradually taking shape on the machine tools and metal 3D printers. If only someone had seen it, they would definitely think that AI had activated a human extinction plan. 2 hours later, a pickup truck that was almost unrecognizable from its original form appeared in Zhou Lin's sight. Chapter 91. Don't come back in the next life from now on. I'll call you Monster Number 1. Zhou Lin patted the incredibly heavy engine hood after the modifications, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. Compared to its original form, The pickup truck now looked more like a monster armed to the teeth. The front bumper was replaced from plastic to tough steel plates, which were firmly welded with 9 crash blades as long and sharp as a Tyrannosaurus Rex's claws. These 9 crash blades could tear apart any carbon-based life form attempting to block Monster Number One's advance, while the sturdy lower bumper ensured that the crash blades wouldn't be easily damaged when hitting something. Since the bumper was reinforced, Zhou Lin naturally couldn't neglect the entire vehicle's body. From the engine hood, front fenders to the rear bumper, he reassembled everything using spare steel plates from an aircraft carrier. Yes, those steel plates that could withstand ordinary rocket fire. Just this alone increased the truck's weight by 1.5 tons, but fortunately, this pickup had plenty of horsepower. In addition to the vehicle's defensive capabilities, firepower was also essential. Using the truck bed, Zhou Lin created a gun mount. Although it couldn't raise and lower like the Lu Xiaofeng, which also had a protective barrier, it should suffice for now. When necessary, he could take the machine gun from the Lu Xiaofeng and set it up, which should deter many people. Moreover, the truck bed was enclosed, providing a greater sense of safety for carrying cargo or passengers. The tires weren't modified because the snow on the ground had mostly hardened. For a four-wheel drive vehicle like this, putting on tire chains would allow for normal driving without issue. While the sky was still dim, favorable for action, Zhou Lin planned to head to the mall in the city to gather some supplies, primarily targeting gold. As the saying goes, in times of prosperity, antiques are plentiful. In times of chaos, gold is king. The inherent properties of gold determined its usefulness. Just like in many novels where gold can't buy food, even if that were true, it would only be a short-term or isolated case. After all, as long as human society exists, trade is inevitable, and gold's property as an equivalent exchange medium still holds. Zhou Lin didn't leave through the hull of the ship island, but chose a side door on the starboard. He had decided to utilize this side door while piling dirt with Zhou Lin yesterday, so he specially built a ramp. It was rough, but once frozen, it could easily allow the pickup to go up and down, surrounded by darkness. Only a few beams of light occasionally cut across the night sky from the direction of Jiazhou City. Although energy consumption was high, Zhu Guanghan had insisted on this since the earthquake, saying it was a final hope for the common people. As long as the beams of light shone, it meant the country was still there, the government was still there, and hope was still there. Simultaneously, the unextinguished beams also serve as a warning to those who might be tempted to take risks, rob, or harm others. Don't harbor any illusions. Even if you succeed temporarily, there will always be a day of reckoning. However, many places in the city remain dark, even if some people survived. Most of the energy could only be used for heating, not for lighting. The roar of the pickup was somewhat ostentatious in the dark and quiet world. But Zhou Lin didn't plan to drive straight into the city. He thought it might be fruitful to circle around the city outskirts. However, Zhou Lin never anticipated that before he reached the city edge, he was almost blinded by 2 beams of laser light. Damn! As he slammed on the brakes, Zhou Lin turned the car to the side based on memory, even though he couldn't see. If he remembered correctly, there was a slope that could block the direction of a laser fire. Zhou Lin had no idea whether those 2 green lasers were a warning or aimed at him. The truck's body was bulletproof, but the glass was not. If the other side used a sniper rifle, he would be finished today. Boom! Due to the speed of the truck, the noise it made while rushing down the slope was significant. The snow below the slope was much fluffier than the road surface, causing almost half of the truck's front to plunge into the white snow. Although the engine hadn't stopped, Zhou Lin quickly turned it off. He didn't want his newly modified pickup to be scrapped right after completion. You little brats, don't let me find you. Furious, Zhou Lin jumped out of the truck and charged up the slope, simultaneously brandishing a rifle commonly used by American soldiers, the infamous M16. The 2 beams of laser had disappeared, but it was useless. Zhou Lin had already memorized the direction. Now, all that was left was to sneak over slowly. He didn't believe anyone could see further or clearer than him unless they had better night vision equipment. Possible? Probably not. Unless they were from the military and among the most advanced and elite units. Not far along the road into the city, a few people were crouched on the other side of the slope. One of them was mumbling. Didn't they say this kind of laser pointer could blind drivers? Where's the car? Where did it go? Shut up. I saw the car rush down. Maybe the driver is dead. Wouldn't it be better to go collect the body? Another person replied, "Could someone else have picked it up?" A third person asked, "Are you stupid? We're the only ones around here. Where would anyone else come from?" "But I just saw someone." "Ah, you next to you." "Damn, what the hell?" Zhou Lin truly didn't expect to almost flip over in the gutter. Indeed, after the apocalypse, people's bottom lines would continuously lower until completely breached. Even this urban-rural fringe had robbers. What about in the city? It might already be filled with people. After all, human vitality and adaptability can sometimes rival that of cockroaches. "Bro, we got here first. Let's talk this out." "Go on, kill him." The man speaking tried to numb Zhou Lin first, then relied on their numbers to catch him off guard. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Once Zhou Lin confirmed that the three had no guns, he switched his weapon to a dagger, a tactical knife he had used before. He didn't care about the backgrounds of these three people, their family situations, or why they were robbing here. He couldn't even be bothered to ask for their surnames. With 6 times the physical abilities, Zhou Lin reacted faster, moved quicker, and was stronger. The leading thug had to be given the utmost respect. So Zhou Lin's first strike was aimed at the leader. The sharp blade cut through his throat. The leader didn't even feel pain. Just a cool breeze that seemed to drill directly into his chest cavity. When he raised his hand to touch it, Zhou Lin's dagger had already plunged into the chest of the second robber. It pierced through. Originally, the dagger's length was just a bit short, but Zhou Lin's strength was too great, crushing the second robber's chest, causing the blade tip to penetrate through his back, cutting through 2 ribs along the way. At this point, the third robber finally reacted. Zhou Lin's ruthless killing of the first 2 made him tremble all over. He wanted to run, but just as he turned, he felt a chill at the nape of his neck, and his body was gone. Zhou Lin didn't decapitate him, but precisely severed his cervical spine, cutting through the spinal cord nerves. The main difference from decapitation was that this way, he could still take a few more breaths. As the third robber fell, the leading thug was still trying to cover his wound, to stop the blood from gushing out. "Safe travels, and don't come back in the next life," Zhou Lin said with a smile as he wiped the blade on the leader's clothes. Chapter 92. Maggots in the dark looking at the corpses on the ground. Zhou Lin began to envy the space-capable superhumans again. Erasing evidence was simply not an issue. Toss it into a space and let it dry out, and who knows, it might still be a popular food in a few years. Of course, not for people to eat, but for those things. One must know that the world is fair. Zhou Lin later realized that the superpower beads were indiscriminate. All life is equal.